That day, a powerful entity hung in the air, looking down with burning eyes at the man who sat among the mountain of corpses. The demon in the sky spoke to him. He said that the man was rightfully called the Emperor of the Blade. Having absorbed power into the magical dark sphere and was about to attack with it, the entity added that today the man would lose this title. He wiped the blood dripping from his lips with a grin and replied that he had relaxed, but had accomplished his main goal. So he claimed that the demon could kill him while the man sat with one hand holding onto a ledge of stone. Then the demon silently, without any unnecessary questions, released the magic ball downwards. It flew like a comet, just as bright and swift. The man's face, with wrinkles at the bridge of his nose and bags under his eyes, looked courageous. He was ready to accept death. A second later, the magic ball touched the ground and a powerful explosion was heard, raising clouds of fire and smoke into the air. The demon smirked contentedly, shouting at the man not to be so serious. But suddenly his face changed. His chiseled, coal-colored eyebrows became frowning, and the smile disappeared from his face. When the smoke cleared, the entity saw that in front of the man stood another, red-haired man who had parried the blow, whose name was Jan. He apologized to the man for arriving so late and said that he would take care of everything now. Immediately after these words, John instantly jumped into the air, so much so that he left behind a powerful stream of air. The man sitting on the rock replied that he was counting on him. He raised his head high into the sky and looked at his partner with his mouth open. John moved with incredible speed. His jumps were so good that he jumped higher than the demon. And when the demon asked, raising his head up to the moon, who he was, John answered that he was his death, calling the entity the Lunar Sage. The man swinging his sword added that he was a swordsman who cuts the moon. The Moon Sage was about to attack Jan, but before he could react, his black eyes widened. The demon was instantly slashed by the blade of the sword. A bright light passed through his body. This was the dragon's power. He was burning in agony. Even his eyes were filled with this fire, so that he screamed, feeling the pain with every cell of his being. The wounded man looked up at the sky with a smile, watching the darkness of the clouds dissipate. And the red-haired John, who arrived just in time, froze in the air, completely concentrated. On that day, 9 streams of sword energy fell from the sky and everything around began to shine. 6 years had passed since then, and the Varang estate was still standing in its place. In the courtyard of this estate, hard blows on human flesh were heard. First one blow to the cheek, then a second. The next time, the woman whipped the boy so hard that he fell to the ground. She, with wild eyes and an ugly, wide-open mouth, screamed at him to become more serious and get up. The boy stood up, trembling all over, and the woman continued to yell, asking if she hadn't told him there would be an important guest today. The child haltingly replied that she had told him, and she then asked why he had ignored her request to clean up the backyard. Moving closer and leaning forward, the woman suggested that he was ignoring her because she was not his real mother. When the child replied that he had not, she said that if his mother, who had left him immediately after birth, had entrusted him with this task, he would have done it. The boy continued to deny everything, and his stepmother asked if that was all he could say and that he was trying to rebel. In the middle of the yard, she shouted that she would teach him a good lesson today, continuing to raise her hand to the child and asking the little brat to stand up straight. All this happened in front of the children, and the younger ones laughed, saying that it was hilarious. He couldn't even lift his head out of fear. Because of this, they compared him to a turtle and laughed loudly, and the older guy looked sternly at what was happening. Meanwhile, a cart was moving through the forest, and those sitting in it were happy that they would finally be able to see their father's adopted brother. Then a female voice asked where John was, to which the man replied that she was feeling stuffy, so she settled down on the roof of the cart. Then the woman looked out of the window, shouting at Nam Gung Yun to come down quickly, afraid that the girl would break her legs. The man asked to leave her, since this was already the norm, and the guy added that John would not get hurt with her level of martial arts. He told his father that he wanted to hear more about Uncle Jan, whether he was truly so strong that even the Blade Emperor acknowledged it. The man replied that he was incredibly strong and that the swordsmanship he had demonstrated 6 years ago was perfect. If Jan hadn't arrived in time back then, their father would have been dead. His Nine Heavens sword technique can even compete with advanced ones. The guy was surprised by such amazing power and asked why, in that case, no one knew about him. The father said that his brother had retired and had not passed on his knowledge to anyone, and the man asked his son not to say anything that might offend John. He explained that his uncle John had 2 wives, and he loved his second wife especially. But, unfortunately, she died after giving birth, which happened almost at the same time, 6 years ago, and since then he lost the meaning of life. As the man heard, his brother locked himself away from everyone in his second wife's room, so he wants to drag him out somewhere while they are here. The father asked his son not to mention his second wife at all when they arrived at the estate, and that everyone should act as if they knew nothing. Meanwhile, one of the servants ran into the courtyard of the Varang estate, shouting to the lady that the master had left the room. She immediately looked away from the child and asked if it was true that he came out of her. The boy who ran in said yes, and as soon as the gentleman heard that the cart had entered the village, he personally wanted to meet them. Having said this, he handed the lady a towel so that she could wipe her hands from the blood of the child she had beaten. She said irritably that when she begged him to go out, he didn't even look at her. But when her adopted brother arrived, he decided to meet him, and wiping her hands, she turned to the child lying at her feet, saying that he would finally be able to see his father. And looking at him with concern, she rhetorically asked if he was going to show himself to him in such a pitiful state. Barely raising himself on his half-bent, trembling arms, with drool at his mouth, the boy replied that he would not catch his eye. Then the stepmother said that this was excellent. He finally understood how to behave and asked if he knew where to go. Looking down on him, she added that if he did not want to disgrace the family, he should not dare to show himself to other people. As she left, she said with confidence that the boy understood what would happen if he did whatever he wanted. The woman approached the children who were watching her beat the child and, taking them by the hand, asked if they were ready to see their uncle. The younger ones happily replied that they were ready, but the older one stopped for a second, turning his head towards the departing boy. Then the woman put her finger on his cheek and called him her darling Mubek. She said that he had a very important task today, namely to make friends with his uncle's daughter, Namgung Yeon. And squeezing her own son's shoulder, exerting psychological pressure, she asked if he understood what she was talking about. Mubarak said, calling her mother, that yes, he understood, while her other palm lay gently on his cheek. When they met, Mr. John apologized for not being able to visit his brother all this time, to which the guest replied that he had been very worried about him. He introduced his wife and children to his brother. The woman's name was Jang Hyun, and his son's name was Namgung Jeon. Raising his head, the boy was surprised at what Uncle Jan looked like. He had a thick red beard and a grown-out mustache, and the man said he was glad to see his daughter-in-law. And he told Jung that he seemed to have grown up to be a great guy, and he thought that his uncle looked completely different from what he had imagined. Smiling, his mother said that she had indeed heard a lot about him and was glad to finally see him in person. And just as she wanted to introduce her daughter, Namgung Yeon, she and her son were surprised that she was not there. Laughing, Jang Hyun apologized for the young lady's disappearance. Her brother began to look for her with his eyes, and her father covered his eyes with his fingers. Uncle John laughed, noting that she was just that age, and his wife appeared behind him and said that their fourth was also always running away. She asked if her darling would like to introduce her and the children to the arriving guests, but he looked tiredly at her over his shoulder. And yet, he pointed to them with his raised palm and announced that they were his wife and children. They all bowed politely. The woman looked at them from under her brows and said her name, Baek Miju, asking the guests to come inside and rest after their long journey. John remembered that the guests needed to be invited inside, so he followed his wife and called them to come in. His brother agreed, and they all began to come in. As Baek Miju's son walked behind her, she looked back and smiled. Then she leaned over and told him to walk around the estate and look for Namgung Yeon, and also to remember the good impression. And grinning maliciously, she asked whether he had understood what she had told him. Meanwhile, the boy who had recently been beaten was sitting in the backyard, kneeling on the sand, holding his hands up. He thought about how soon the guests would leave, because his arms hurt a lot from sitting like this. so he hoped that it would happen sooner. Suddenly, the boy's stomach began to rumble very loudly, and he himself thought that he wanted to eat. But his eyes were closing. He could barely keep them open, and he kept thinking to himself about how much his hands hurt. He mentally stopped himself from falling because he would be punished if they found out about it. But the boy was pulled to the side, and as soon as his head touched the ground, he, covered in bruises, immediately fell asleep. The boy lay, abandoned by everyone under the scorching sunset sun, snoring deeply in his sleep. Suddenly, someone's quick, but at the same time, soft steps were heard on the sand. The man approached the child and stopped a step away from him. The shadow that appeared in front of the boy made him open his eyes, and he sat up sleepily, trying to understand what it was. A sudden realization hit him in the head. There was a person standing in front of him, probably his stepmother, so he was terribly scared. He did not see the man's face, only a dark shadow in front of him because the sun was shining on him, and then he began to say that he was sorry. The child quickly sat up and raised his hands above his head. He closed his eyes tightly and asked to be forgiven because he had passed out for a second. Hearing no reaction, he shouted for forgiveness, thinking to himself that he was an idiot. After all, he made a mistake and angered his mother again, so now she will not forgive him. But when he opened his eyes, he was completely surprised to see in front of him an unfamiliar silhouette with hair below the shoulders. These were dark curls fluttering in the wind along with falling sakura petals and a long golden earring in her ear. The boy blushed, looking at the image that appeared before him. He looked at it with admiration, surprised that it was not his mother in front of him. It was none other than Namgung Yeon, his adopted uncle's daughter, who had come to visit and whom no one could find. Meanwhile, at the Waryeong estate, a marriage proposal was being discussed with the Namgung clan so that their families could be united. Baek Miju was especially happy about this news, and Yoon's brother said that it was the perfect option for their family to become related to them. Then the man turned to his adopted brother and asked what he thought about this, whether John was ready to become his family. Taking a sip of tea from his mug, the owner of the house replied that he was grateful for the offer, but it would be better if the children chose themselves. After a pause, guest Namgung replied that this sounded quite logical. John continued this thought, saying that parents should not tell their children who to marry. Their lives are not their own. His wife didn't like it because it sounded like he was regretting their arranged marriage, and how dare he do that. She then turned to his brother and asked if their children could still see each other, to which the man agreed. Then Baek Miju apologized in advance for getting ahead of herself, but asked if she could ask for a favor. Mr. Namgung smiled and replied that of course she could. The woman, with a serious face, said that she wanted the Namgung clan to give her son, Mubek, some lessons. Jang Ha-un was surprised and, cutting into the conversation, asked what the woman was talking about. Her husband was also shocked by this request. The man laughed and apologized, asking if the Yan clan really didn't have its own techniques, and he couldn't solve this on his own. Then his brother John added that he wanted to ask the man the same thing. Bowing his head, he said that if this did not embarrass his brother personally and the entire Namgung clan, then he asked for his help. The guest was surprised. He watched with tension as his adopted brother sat, not daring to raise his eyes during the conversation. Hearing the same request from Yan, the man agreed, but asked if he was sure of his request since there was a technique of 9 heavens. Mr. Yan replied that their techniques were not as difficult as those of the Namgung clan, and he was confident that his son had already mastered his father's technique. The man asked if he was joking, as 6 years ago he had seen with his own eyes how John used an advanced technique of the heavens. Looking up at his brother, he admitted that, in fact, in his current state, he could not pass on the knowledge. He also added that he would tell his brother about this later personally, after which he wanted to say something else, but suddenly coughed. It was as if something had pierced him. He began to cough violently, covering his mouth with his hand. Before he had time to take a sip and stop the mug at his mouth, his brother became very scared and turned to him questioningly. But the owner of the house did not answer, but only began to cough more loudly. The mug fell from his hands, and his brother stood up abruptly, shouting for a doctor. While this was happening, Mubek was walking around the backyard of the estate to find his uncle's daughter. He thought about his mother's request to get closer to the young lady, But where the hell was she in that case? Suddenly, he heard a lively conversation around the corner of the house as someone's female voice spoke with interest about another issue. It was his younger sister who asked the guest Namgung Jong if it was true that he had met his sworn enemy and killed him. When the guy asked who told her that, she animatedly replied that she read it in a novel, Blade of the Azure Cloud. Laughing, the guy replied that although that's what they really call him, the part about the murders is a lie. Hearing their conversation, Mubak rushed forward, calling out to his sister Solju. He bowed and apologized for disturbing the guest, and Chong laughingly replied that it was nothing to worry about and asked his name. The young man replied that his name was Yeon Mubaek, and his sister tugged at Jong's clothes and asked if he remembered her name and not to forget it. Then Mubek reprimanded her not to be rude to the dear guest, and the girl replied that she was very polite. They argued with each other. Solju said that her brother was picky. He shouted that he and Chan would never have time to become friends. The guy watched their argument with a smile on his face. He thought that he wished their Yeon was such a cheerful girl. Solju told Mubarak that he was narrow-minded, he called her rude, and she denied it, because it was her brother who intervened in their conversation. But in the midst of an active argument, the young man realized that their guest had been hearing everything all this time. So he put his hand on his sister's head and bowed to Chan, forcing her to do the same, thereby asking for forgiveness. But everything was fine. Then Mubek asked if the guest knew where his sister was. Because he was looking for her to meet her, the guy replied that he was also looking. So he suggested that they go and look for her together, and once they met her, Chan could introduce them to each other. Solju said that was great and asked if it was true that his sister couldn't speak, to which the boy didn't know how to answer. But he still explained that she had a bad heart, and the guy hoped that she would get better when she became friends with them. At that time, the boy sitting on his knees wondered who was in front of him. He also thought about how beautiful she was. Suddenly it dawned on the young man. He remembered what he had been told earlier before this punishment. His mother said that important guests would be arriving and this girl's clothes were so exquisite, so she must be one of the guests. As the young lady stood looking at him, he remembered that his mother had asked him to stay away from important people. He trembled, looking at the girl from under his brows, and did not know what to do because he would definitely be punished. Then the boy could think of nothing better to do than to suddenly rise from the ground and rush forward, away from the lady. She was surprised by his action, but she moved from her place and in 2 steps covered the distance between them, catching up with the one who was trying to escape from her. Because she grabbed him by the clothes as he walked, he was unable to stay on his feet and fell on his back. Amazed that the girl had not only managed to catch up with him, but also knock him to the ground, he watched with wide eyes. The boy breathed heavily, looking straight into her eyes, which reflected the light of the sun setting over the horizon. He asked for forgiveness and stuttered out that he was sorry, twice, his entire body covered in deep scars. The young lady did not understand what he was apologizing for and was surprised that the boy could not stay on his feet, although she pulled him slightly. She wondered if he didn't do martial arts, and it didn't look like his scars were from training. She realized that he was the son of the swordsman who cut the moon through his hair, but for her, everything that was happening was strange, because he was afraid for nothing. Then she decided to sit down next to him, which made the boy shudder, becoming even more frightened. He again asked for forgiveness. She carefully moved her hand away from where it lay on her lap. Noticing this movement, the swordsman's son began to tremble all over, and his face, covered in bruises, reflected a fear even stronger than before. He remembered how his stepmother's hand reached out to hurt him. The boy looked with despair at the young lady's equally approaching hand, his breathing quickening and becoming noisy. Slowly moving her hand towards him, she watched his reaction carefully and immediately understood everything. He felt worse with every centimeter that shortened between him and her hand. He remembered how others laughed at him. He also remembered his mother with her lips pursed in displeasure and her hands with long nails, like a monster reaching out to him. Just like that, the young mistress of the Namgung clan sat before him now, realizing that the boy had never been touched kindly. She gently placed her hand on his head and lightly stroked his hair. John's son squeezed his eyes shut, and then opened them in surprise that he was not in pain, but quite the opposite. Then the girl asked his name, and he replied that his name was Yeon Joha, the same name character that Namgung Yeon had. She continued to gently run her fingers through his fluffy red hair. And looking at the boy with care and interest, she called him by name. John said she would protect him, her hand moving down to his cheek, the touch becoming gentler in the rays of the setting sun. Hearing this, Yoha lowered his head, his thick red hair sliding down into the boy's eyes. A trail of tears ran down his cheek and he clenched his teeth, trying to control himself. Namgung Yeon was stunned by what she saw and quickly removed her hand from his cheek, freezing. Yoha couldn't hold back. He gave free rein to his emotions and began to cry loudly, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed loudly, finally hearing the longed-for and such warm words from at least someone, and the girl returned her hand, but this time to his shoulder. A moment later, she was hugging him completely, holding him tightly, and telling him that everything was fine. The boy couldn't stop. It seemed like this was exactly the surge of emotion he had been missing during all this time of humiliation. Namgung Yeon continued to say that everything was fine, and so they sat together until part of the sun had already set behind the hills. As the sky began to turn redder and the shadows lengthened, the girl stood up and extended her hand to John. The boy had already calmed down, but the remnants of tears were still visible in his tear-stained eyes. With his thin, trembling hand, the boy carefully took John's hand. The girl gripped the swordsman's hand tightly and ran forward, leading him behind her. The place they arrived at was a hole punched in the wall of the backyard of the Varang estate. Yoha was very surprised by this hole in the wall, but since John was holding his hand, all doubts disappeared, and the children left the territory of the house. They went out into the city where there were a lot of people. Someone even carried a bag on his shoulder. Apparently this place was a market, because they were also preparing food right on the street, which attracted the boy's attention. These hot pieces of meat on wooden skewers, cooked over coals, beckoned the hero with their aroma. He blushed, thinking about food, and could not take his eyes off the meat. Then the girl also looked where he was looking. John smiled as she looked at the boy, as she immediately understood what he was thinking at that moment. Then, without a second's hesitation, she walked with him to the place where the meat was being fried, and the man sold the children a couple of skewers. Yoha ate the pieces one after another with gusto, despite the fact that they were hot, which even made the boy sweat. The girl smiled contentedly, handing him 2 skewers at once, and lightly stroked his head. The boy looked up at her shyly, blushing, and she looked back at him with sincere kindness and sparkling eyes. When the sun had almost set, the boys continued walking through the market, but suddenly Namgung Yeon noticed someone's shadow stopping on the right. She turned her head in that direction and saw a familiar sword with clothing, for her gaze was calm. Yoha also turned around. A guard with a menacing face appeared before them, having been searching for the young lady all this time. John Yoha, recognizing them, became frightened. His eyebrows knitted together at the bridge of his nose, and the boy's body began to tremble again. But the girl was confident to the end, and, sensing the hero's excitement, she slipped her fingers between his, forming a lock with her hands. When night fell, the master of the house woke up. He asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, and his brother Namgung was sitting by his bed. When the man asked how he could be in such a state, John replied that he was ashamed that he couldn't hold out. Then the dark-haired man thoughtfully said that John needed to focus on resting and getting better for the sake of the clan and the children. The owner of the house asked if the guest remembered how his clan had received the techniques from Gucheon Hyunyo, the goddess of the 9 heavens. Since then, he had not received any benefactors from her. The man lying in bed decided that she was disappointed in his wretchedness. Turning away, he said that when his wife died, he, Yeon Mur-yong, died with her. Recalling this, he said that his wife left him, but left him with a child who was like the spitting image of him. However, despite this, he does not dare to see him. All these years, the man has been afraid that she will hate him, even though he understands that the child is not guilty of her death. And when he called himself cowardly, his brother asked John to put an end to this. He didn't want to see him like this. Then Murian, leaning on his elbows, made an effort to rise up in bed. He wanted to ask his brother for one last favor, to which Namgung yelled at Yon to lie back down and not strain himself. The man looked down, saying that he had no right to ask his brother about this, but he hoped that he would take care of his children. Then the guest became dissatisfied and again asked John to stop saying such things. John lowered his head further and said that they were unfortunate children who grew up without a father, and that this was his first and last request. Meanwhile, the women stood in the courtyard in the light of the full moon, and one of the mothers, Jang Haiyun, was excited. The servants entered the courtyard with torches, declaring that they had found young Mrs. Yan, and her mother began to walk towards them. While Jang Haiyun was asking her daughter where she had been all this time, Baek Miju's face twisted as she saw Jo. Namgung Yan's mother knelt down in front of her and asked if she was hurt, while the girl held the boy's hand the whole time. Jang Haiyun noticed him and, turning her gaze to Joha, asked who it was. Then his mother, unable to think of anything better, rushed to him, asking why he looked like that. Had he really been in a fight with someone? He began to tremble violently in fear, but Baek Mi-ju continued to play the worried mother, saying that it hurt her to see him like this. She turned her gaze to the girl and added that she must be Yeon. The woman thanked her for Namgung finding him. Without saying a word, the young lady cast a stern look at Jo's mother, full of condemnation and anger. Then Namgung Jong came into the courtyard, asking on the way where she had been. He had been looking for her all day. Smiling, the brother said that all this time he thought she had climbed onto the roof again, but the girl kept looking at Jo's mother. Then the smile disappeared from the guy's face. He abruptly stopped speaking, looking down. Chan was surprised to see his sister holding some boy's hand. Stopping behind Namgung Yeon's brother, Mubak noticed a girl standing with her back turned to him. Feeling eyes on her, she turned over her shoulder and looked at Mubak. His face immediately flushed deeply when he saw the young lady's face looking at him. But the flush subsided. The feeling of embarrassment gave way to stupor. He noticed that she was holding the hand of his outcast brother. He stood behind them, looking at this with a feeling of displeasure and even jealousy, because Mubak had been looking for the girl all day. Namgung Jung said that the children were tired and invited everyone to come inside, to which Baek Mi-ju kindly agreed. The hands that had been clasped so tightly until that moment let go of each other. The girl's mother told Yeon to go, but the young lady continued to stare at Jo's mother, as if giving a stern warning. Waiting until the Yeon family had moved forward a little, and without taking her hands off the trembling boy, she said that they would follow them. Watching them go, the woman reminded her son that she had told him to stay away. And without taking her eyes off him, she asked if he wanted everyone to know that she was not his real mother. Yoha, trembling, asked for forgiveness. Her face was covered in darkness. Now this poisonous woman was worried about something completely different. Namely, what's wrong with this bitch, the young mistress of the Yeon clan? In the 7th month of the same year, the head of the family, Yeon Mur-yong, died quietly in his sleep. And after his death, Baek Mi-ju summoned 21 warriors from the Baek clan to the Yan clan to make up for the lack of a leader. The Baek clan's warriors became known as the White Tiger Squad of House Warryong. Moreover, the eldest son of Yeon Mubaek went to the Namgung clan to undergo training. And so Baek Mi-ju officially took over as the head of the Warryong household. She rummaged through things in her husband's annex room, screaming about who could have done such a thing. She couldn't find anything. Then one of the White Tiger warriors, kneeling, addressed the lady. She turned sharply and asked him if he had found it. The man bowed his head down, regretfully saying that they had searched every corner of the estate. Covered in sweat, he looked up and said that Mr. John had not left a single benefit. She abruptly threw the book straight at the man, shouting that it was impossible, because the man had said something about advanced technology. Baek Mi-ju ordered all the things related to Yeon Mur-young to be moved to a warehouse so that she would never see them again. Pressing himself closer to the floor, the warrior assured him that they would take care of everything. The man turned to his subordinates and ordered those currently outside the estate to gather in front of the outbuilding. The lady asked him to wait, and as soon as the warrior turned around, she added that when they cleaned up, they had to do one more thing. Namely, Baek Mi-ju ordered that this brat, Yeon Jo, be locked up there as well and asked if he understood what she was talking about. The man was surprised, but despite this, he fulfilled the request. The boy screamed for mercy, admitted his guilt, and asked to be let go. However, the man was not only firm and obediently followed the mistress's instructions, but also hit the boy harshly, driving him into the building. Voin said that this is now his room in this wooden square building. And scratching his cheek, he asked Jok not to hold a grudge against them because they had to do this in order to survive. When the door closed, the child asked for help with fear in his eyes, but they told him that they could not do anything. Smiling, the man added that the boy, however, would have souvenirs from his father, so let him consider this a way to honor his death. Yoha saw a thin strip of light remaining in the doorway, and with his last hope, he asked for help. But the door closed, and the boy was left alone in a dusty warehouse among a large number of abandoned things. This room, with pieces of fabric hanging from the ceiling and boxes thrown on top of each other, looked creepy. Realizing that he was completely alone here, in a cluttered, hence compressed space, the boy quickly turned his back to the wall. He did this to see what was happening, but then he pulled his knees to his chest and buried his chin in them. He was scared. He broke out in a sweat from a feeling of anxiety, and Yoha wondered only one thing. How long should he sit here? Thus the whole night passed, and with the sunrise, all the foliage around began to shine, bathing in its rays. A couple of mischievous rays of light crept through the cracks in the warehouse, shining directly on the boy, as if trying to reach him. He sat up sleepily, suddenly hearing a sound above his head, where an even greater stream of light appeared. A small wooden door opened, and food was placed on the floor for him on the same tray, labeling it breakfast. The door slammed shut, and the protagonist was now left alone not only with unnecessary junk, but also with water and bread. Looking at the food, the boy was surprised, asking himself in his head if he could really eat. Yoha admitted that he was hungry and bit into a piece of bread with great appetite. He looked at his food with disappointment. It was disgusting. The bread was hard as a rock. The boy thought he would like some normal food, but his thoughts were interrupted by a flickering light at the end of the room. He stopped eating, looking at that spot and thinking that something had definitely flashed just now. It hadn't seemed so. Yoha placed the piece of bread back on the tray to make sense of what he saw. Since it was morning, he was no longer afraid, so he decided to go and take a look. Something was shining behind a large piece of plywood, which made it impossible to tell what it was. The boy made a small effort, but still began to move the piece of wood from its place. She fell to the floor, and before him appeared a large, luxurious mirror which sparkled in the rays of the sun. It was all covered in dust, but despite this, it looked impressive. The child did not understand whether there was really so much dust there because he could not see anything. And, commenting on his actions out loud, he decided to clean it a little, running his sleeve from his clothes over the mirror. Yoha froze in place when he saw his reflection, his cheeks turning pink. Looking in the mirror, he said that he too had been abandoned here, in this dusty warehouse. The boy's eyes suddenly widened and he fell into a stupor. His image was looking straight at him, not reflecting the same movements. Yoha, standing on the other side, smiled amiably at the main character. Seeing this, John screamed, greatly frightened, and stepped back, his face covered in sweat. He began to knock on the warehouse door, shouting for help, and the warrior who served Lady Bekmiju yawned, thinking that the leaves had already fallen. The onset of autumn coolness was replaced by winter with its snowfall, and those guarding the war warehouse discussed whether the boy was alive. One of them said that he was alive. He was screaming constantly and asked if the other one had heard, and he was surprised. Then the man with the thick mustache said that someone was eating the food, and the other admired it. It seemed that the boy really did have the blood of a master in him. He, shivering from the cold, added that he would have frozen long ago and that Yoha was a strong guy. The warrior above said that the boy would die soon anyway. Let the man see how his portion was cut. Holding a small piece of bread in his hand, which fit in the palm of his hand, the man said that they would soon be removing his body. John Yoha was indeed shivering from the cold, pressed against the wooden wall and drawing his knees up to himself. His reflection moved in the mirror, waving his arms to attract attention, hot steam coming from the boy's mouth. Breathing heavily, with red cheeks and nose, Yoha said that he was distracting him, asked him to sit quietly, and that he was no longer afraid of him. Then the reflection froze when the boy said that he did not have the strength to be afraid, and it felt as if he would soon die of cold. The boy in the mirror lowered his hands, watching as the swordsman's son continued to tremble. The reflection sighed and began to look around for something to do again. Having noticed a stick lying in the warehouse, the glass Yoha took it, and lifting it from the floor, he stretched his hand upward, trying to attract the boy's attention. John raised his head and glanced at the mirror with questioning interest. His reflection began to move intensely, and then Yoha wondered what it was up to and why it suddenly started dancing. But he decided that he didn't care. At first, John was surprised, but it didn't look like it could come out of the mirror, so he wasn't afraid. The reflection was extremely focused. It was performing some movements. Yoha thought it was just to attract attention. Despite the protagonist's inaction, the mirror continued to show the sequence of movements and their correct execution. The boy was interested because these movements seemed familiar to him. He remembered seeing something similar before. It seemed like it was the Nine Heavens family sword art, but he had his doubts. As he continued to watch the reflection, Yoha suddenly remembered that he had always watched the brothers learn these techniques. The hero did not understand how it knew the art of their clan because these movements were exactly the same. Then the teacher's words stuck in my head that if a person uses this technique, he will be able to control internal energy and to create yang energy with its help. And the ability to create and maintain it is the first step to mastering the technique of the Sword of the Nine Heavens. The boy remembered that if this were true, then his brother could surround himself with warm air even in winter. His reflection suddenly noticed that Yoha had stopped sitting still. The boy stood up, picked up a stick, and began to repeat the movements of his reflection. First, he took a step forward and swung his right hand, holding a stick horizontally, upward. After this, repeating after the mirror, he lowered the stick down to waist level. The reflection didn't like it, and the boy asked him not to look like that, because if he had a choice, he wouldn't think of repeating it. If Yoha continued to sit in one place, he would definitely freeze to death. But no matter what, he had to at least try. The hero wondered whether it showed the true movements of the Nine Heavens family art. And if so, then having mastered them, the boy will be able to resist the cold and survive. But it wasn't all that simple. Even basic actions required practice to be performed correctly, so Yoha fell. His reflection giggled, pointing a finger at the boy, and the hero angrily called him small. And so the winter days passed, when there was a severe frost outside and snow was constantly falling. John Yoha repeated the same movements behind the mirror, waving a stick he found in the warehouse in the air. With complete concentration, he gave himself over to the process, waving the wooden object and placing his feet correctly. His reflection no longer told him how to move, but only watched the boy. The swordsman's son, breathing heavily, was happy because he had finally managed to do it. Now he wasn't cold at all. When he performs the technique's movements, warm air spreads around. And if he can maintain it for a long time, then he will really survive the winter without any problems. Suddenly, his reflection started to get angry, stamping his feet and waving his arms to get attention, and Yoha turned around. It showed him a technique that makes fire all around, and the boy, smiling, said that he didn't need such a powerful one. And he explained that he hadn't originally intended to repeat what he had done. It was enough that he had been able to warm up. Throwing the stick into the air, Yoha declared that he had no further reason to look at his annoying actions, for he was not suffering. And he specifically said out loud that since the mirror was no longer needed, maybe it would be worth turning it back to the wall. The boy, smiling, watched the reaction of the reflection, hoping to see fear, but he did not expect new martial arts techniques. The reflection in the mirror moved more confidently and much faster than before, rushing forward with the currents of air. The main character was interested in this because he no longer knew these movements. He was concerned about what it was showing. It occurred to him that what it was teaching him was not the family sword art of the Nine Heavens. He asked what the reflection was showing then, and did it really think he was interested in it? However, Yoha couldn't take his eyes off it and asked if it really expected the boy to try to repeat these movements. The reflection was caught red-handed in its plan, so it smiled awkwardly, stopping. And looking at John, he stuck out his tongue at him, pulling down the lower edge of his eye as a tease. It worked. Yoha gripped the stick tightly in his hands, frowning. He began to repeat the action that the reflection had shown him. indignant that it had even thought of laughing at him. While the boy was training, declaring that he could repeat everything in a jiffy and do it better than a mirror, spring arrived and a thaw began. His movements became more abrupt and professional. Yoha moved as if in some kind of trance. He stubbornly practiced the same technique until he perfected it, each movement becoming more difficult than the previous one. The boy learned quickly and could somehow repeat most of the movements. However, there was one technique that he absolutely could not overcome. The reflection laughed at him. It was like mockery, because he really didn't understand how to do it. Then John, angry, sat down on the floor in the lotus position and declared that he didn't care anymore, because how could he possibly repeat something like that? His futile attempts made him hungry, and he immediately regretted that he had tried at all. He thought these techniques were nonsense, that it wouldn't help him anyway, but it looked so cool. Yoha wondered why he couldn't do it, and although these movements looked difficult, he compared them to the previous ones. And in those that the reflection showed now, one could trace the similarity of some previous elements. However, this did not make the task easier, since they were an order of magnitude more complex. This art was even more advanced. The protagonist never saw the brothers practice these movements during training, but they were related to his clan. John asked if the reflection was deliberately leaving something out because he was repeating it exactly, but something was missing. In response to this, the mirror bared its teeth in a smile, nodding in response to the question. The boy called the reflection so petty, but decided that since it was so, he would answer it in kind. Namely, he will stop looking at it, he simply won't study. He threw a long, tattered gray cloth over the mirror. But she couldn't cover him all the way, so Yok's reflection squatted down, looking up at the boy from below. John was surprised, but sternly asked what he wanted, whether he really wanted to teach him that much. Having resigned himself to the fact that his plan to keep it secret had been discovered, and they were going to cover it up with a cloth, it nodded honestly with a smile. Yoha abruptly threw the cloth from the mirror onto the floor and told it not to dare lie anymore, otherwise next time he would cover it forever. Smiling, the reflection raised its index finger up, pointing something at the boy. At that moment, the sun's rays penetrated through the small cracks in the roof, illuminating the top of the mirror, where hieroglyphs appeared. The protagonist looked up and was surprised that the reflection showed him some specific inscription. It was written there about the true mirror of the goddess Gucheon. And at that very moment, the 900 words hidden inside the true mirror appeared before him. Even if their meaning was too deep and complex for a child, John Yoha felt the meaning of the words penetrate his head. Thus he realized that the art he was trying to replicate was called the Sword of the 9 Heavenly Realms. He had been bullied by his clan for as long as he could remember. His life was a misery, and he was doomed to die locked in a warehouse. But it was this evil fate that led him to a fateful meeting with the mirror of Gucheon Hunyo. Abandoned by everyone and already considered dead, the child began to rethink his existence. And when one of the warriors took the empty plate back, Mrs. Baik Miju, who was passing by, looked sternly at the man. Meanwhile, his brother trained diligently, although the secret teachings of the 9 heavenly realms were lost due to Murion's death. However, they actually slowly but surely found a new owner, who was his son from his beloved wife. Time is always equal for everyone, but only the person himself decides how to use it. Ironically, the cramped warehouse where Yoha seemed to be living a miserable existence became the perfect place for him. Thereby, he could concentrate on training the 9 heavenly realms sword technique without interference. And so time passed, and the little boy learned a lot, including how to meditate correctly using this technique. When Yoha gathered air currents around himself and concentrated energy, his body rose into the air, flaming. The reflection watched the protagonist with satisfaction, seeing the good results of his efforts. During this time, John's hair grew out, his look became more confident, and his face became refined. He moved freely, unconstrained by anything, and seemed to glow in this cramped room littered with junk. So day after day passed, year after year, and 10 years flew by unnoticed, and Yon Yoha became a young man. Grinning, he told the mirror that he finally moved just like his reflection. Meanwhile, a wooden cart with a horse was approaching the town of Luoyang. She arrived at the courtyard of the Vareng estate, and the red door of the carriage, decorated with carved patterns, opened. Out of it came Mubayek, Bekmiju's beloved son, already an adult, not believing that 10 years had passed. The lady immediately ran towards him with her arms outstretched, affectionately calling him Sonny. The woman said with sincere joy that he had returned so courageous, and also that she, his mother, had missed him so much. His brother and sister had also grown up during this time. They were unrecognizable. The boy looked out from behind the house, happy about Mubayek's return. His red hair was properly piled on top of his head, and he was dressed as nobly as before. He slammed his fist into his palm and announced to his mother that after so much time he had finally finished training. She said that she was proud of him. Her son had done a good job, and rushed to hug him, saying that their estate would become the strongest. The strongest not in Luoyang, but in the entire Henan province, she added, saying she had been too focused on her son. And she asked the dear guests from the Namgung clan for forgiveness, explaining that she had not seen her son for so long. Upon seeing Zhong, Bekmiju called him incredible, for there was no one in Jianghu who did not know the name of the Azure Cloud Blade. And of course, she couldn't help but say something about the girl standing next to him. That dark hair, those same beautiful features as 10 years ago, those sparkling earrings. The woman said that Yan had also changed beyond recognition. Compared to her, the other girls were like withered flowers. The lady of the house, holding her son's hand, suggested that they were tired after the journey and invited them to go inside to rest. But having come to her senses, she asked if everything was okay with their father, and Namgung Jung replied that he was feeling great. Noticing out of the corner of her eye that Namgung Yeon was looking around carefully, Bekmiju asked if she was looking for someone. But the girl, turning away from Mubek's mother, did not answer and silently walked past. Her brother shouted after her, asking why she was being so rude, but the lady said that everything was fine and that it seemed her illness had not been cured. With an awkward laugh, Zhong replied that she felt better, and Miju said that she was glad to hear that and urged everyone to come in. When everyone had moved a little forward, she deliberately hesitated, her face gloomy again. Throwing an angry glance in the direction of the warrior of the White Tiger Squad, she poked him, and the man, startled, responded with fear. The woman asked me to tell everyone that this brat, Namgung Yeon, should not go anywhere near the garden. The lady understood that she was looking for Yok, so they could not be allowed to meet. She called her stubborn, because so many years had passed. The man hesitantly replied that he had been looking for a time to tell the lady about last night. It had been too quiet in the warehouse. And when he looked in to check, Mr. Yok was not inside. This news struck Bekmiha like a bolt of lightning. She grabbed the warrior by the throat, asking him to repeat what he had said and tell her everything quickly. It all happened the day before, when the sun was already just below its zenith. John Yoha trained hard in the warehouse, causing multiple air currents to move with his technique. Warmth spread around him, and the young man took a small breath before the next action. And then he abruptly turned into the right position, and these air currents spread throughout the entire room at incredible speed. The blow was so powerful that the board standing nearby shattered into pieces. And all this was the work of this young man, whose abilities grew at a tremendous rate. The guy stopped and said in a trembling voice that he had finally succeeded. He was genuinely happy that such a complex movement was performed perfectly. The boy grew taller, and now the little boy's clothes were too small for him. He happily turned to the mirror. But his reflection did not grow. It was still the same young Joha, who joyfully clapped his hands, looking at the main character. John said that when he remembered all 900 words that the reflection showed, he understood the part that he was missing. Laughing, the boy asked the mirror to teach him the next move, but the boy, as he had done at the beginning of his journey, pointed him upward. The boy raised his head and saw a hole in the ceiling through the clouds of dust he had raised. The sun shone through it, and the sky was pleasantly illuminated with a warm light. John's childish reflection smiled as the sun's rays fell on his pale skin. Without a word, he loosened his grip on his hand, and the stick he had trained with all these years fell to the floor. For Yeonjo, who had spent 10 long years in a dark, dusty warehouse, a view of the sky that he had forgotten appeared. And this view was truly beautiful for him. He climbed up to the ceiling on objects placed on top of each other and froze in place. The sky appeared before him in its red-orange sunset hues, and the guy remarked on how warm it was. And looking up, he wondered whether he could get out. When he turned back to hear the approval, the child version of Joe nodded approvingly. The boy's eyes lit up with happiness, and he turned back to the hole in the ceiling. Testing the looseness of the boards, he first pulled out one hand and placed it on top. When he climbed onto the roof, he had to close his eyes from the unusual brightness, and a couple of feathers flew past the young man's face. These were white doves flying at the level of Joke's head, in front of whom the view of the entire city with its walls was as if in the palm of his hand. He looked at it with wide eyes. The wind caressed his hair with warm air, and the guy said how beautiful it was. At that moment, the mirror glowed with a purple light, and the reflection of little Yon Joe in it disappeared. Instead, the mirror revealed the true image of the one who had been helping the protagonist cope all this time. The guy turned back to tell his reflection that it was seriously very beautiful from above, and he was calling him to come up and look too. But when he looked down, his childish appearance was gone, and in its place stood a normal large object reflecting the room. The red-haired guy was surprised by this, because as soon as he turned away for a second, everything immediately disappeared. Now he was faced with a choice of what to do next and where to go. The next day, Baek Miju slammed open the wooden door of the warehouse to see for herself that he was missing. But apart from her late husband's belongings and broken boards lying on the floor, there was no one in the room. When the woman noticed the hole in the ceiling, she asked if it was caused by lightning and how the guy got up there. The man who came into the warehouse that night to check asked if a search party should be sent, but the lady refused. She spoke angrily about why it was necessary to waste time on an ungrateful boy who abandoned the clan that fed him. In her mind, the woman called him an idiot, because nothing would change if he ran away. She didn't even have to try. After all, he is a 6-year-old in an adult's body who does not know how to earn a living, will soon begin to starve, get sick, and die. Then they began questioning the mother about whether Yoha had really left home. The woman replied that yes, and that 3 days had already passed. They had sent people out to search, but they had not been able to find the guy. Mubarak objected that Yoka was not the type to run away from home, but his mother replied that the boy had become upset upon learning of his brother's return. Suddenly, the boy noticed the older sister from the Namgung clan, which surprised him, and he asked why she wasn't eating lunch. Yon looked sternly ahead. Obviously, having heard the entire dialogue between mother and son, a strong aura emanated from her. Baek Miju, smiling, asked if the girl came because she was worried about Joe, that there was no need to attach such importance to it. And when the woman said that he was simply at that age when people like to run away from home, the girl understood everything. She looked around the room, thinking that he had supposedly left 3 days ago, but there was not a single speck of dust on the furniture, as if it had just been cleaned. Moreover, the rest of the room seemed to have been completely neglected, with no sign of human life. The woman smiled and said that they were trying their best to find Joe so that she wouldn't worry, but Jan turned away silently. As she left, Mubak shouted after his older sister, but the girl did not stop. Trembling with anger, his mother asked if she always behaved like this and what kind of attitude this was, whether they were a joke to her or something. But Mubak thought about it and asked his mother if it was true that Joka had left home, and if she was sure that nothing had happened in his absence. He added that he had never seen Namgung Yon show her true nature without a reason. Flower telepath, with a face as beautiful as a flower, she reads people's thoughts. This is how people speak about their older sister. If she shows interest, she won't back down, so if she's bloodthirsty, it's for a reason. His mother is furious. She asked angrily if Mubak thought she had killed him, but the boy calmly replied that he had not, because then his sister would not have left silently. He asked to be told what had happened, and his mother said that nothing of the sort had happened. He had not lived in that room, but he had indeed run away. However, if Doja did not live in this room, then where did he live? This worried Mubek. His mother replied that he had never seen his father, so she made sure he could at least admire his things. The guy was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was what he thought, and he went to make sure of it. But when he appeared in the garden, leaving behind streams of air, the guy saw someone's silhouette. It was his sister. He was surprised that she was already here and wondered how she knew to come here. The boy entered the room and, without going any further, addressed his older sister, who was standing with her back to him from the threshold. She said that this is the most secluded place in the estate, and yet there are a lot of guards here. Everything screams that something is being hidden here. But when she looked at the place, she understood why they did it. A warehouse overgrown with dirt, mold, torn children's clothes, and a place to sleep curled up in. So if she were told about it, she would think a demon was hidden there. The girl said that she would report this to her father, but since Mubek was his student, she would not spread rumors, but the relationship between the clans would deteriorate. As she left, she added that she and her brother would return home, and John stood there with his hand clenched into a fist. He was worried that the alliance between the Waryong family and the Namgung family was hanging by a thread, a situation that had ruined their long-standing relationship overnight. At this time, the warm rays of the sunset were getting closer to the horizon. People were going about their business or just strolling. Yoha walked barefoot among them, amazed at how everything had changed. The boy wondered how long he had been sitting in the warehouse. Out of habit, John said out loud that everything had changed, even the streets. He almost got lost in them, and it seemed like the exit was somewhere out there. While he was debating whether he should run away to the mountains to avoid walking around here like this, he bumped into some man's shoulder. He asked for forgiveness in a frightened voice and asked if the man was okay. The man hissed in irritation, but told the child to watch where he was going, and Yoha apologized again. But suddenly it seemed as if a realization struck him. The man he had crashed into was not just a passerby. It was the same warrior from the Varang house who had locked him in the warehouse 10 years ago on the orders of the mistress. Then the young man began to hurry, awkwardly saying that he would be more careful and that he would go. But the man, turning his head over his shoulder, asked him to stop. It seemed to him that he had seen this guy somewhere before. He added, turning to the boy, that he needed to check his identity. Yoha was stunned. He didn't understand what to do and whether he had been caught. Then the warrior shouted whether the boy had gone deaf and repeated that he should come to him, as the boy did not want to end up in the warehouse again. He pursed his lips, chiding himself for relaxing. He shouldn't have gone out into the crowded streets and abruptly rushed forward, running away. The guy ran, looking for the gate, which was somewhere nearby. He couldn't let himself be caught. Suddenly his face lit up, for he managed to find them with his gaze, the iron gates standing ahead. He ran there with the thought that he would run as far as he could so that no one could find him. The man ran after him, calling the protagonist an ignorant bastard, because how dare he run away from a warrior. He ran after Yak through the crowd, shouting that when he caught him, he would be dead. Turning around, the boy was scared because the warrior was fast and could catch up with him. Yoha did not want to be dragged straight to his mother. The man who was catching up with him shouted a final warning, calling John a brat, and was already reaching out to grab him. The boy ran forward with all his might, accelerating. He decided that he would not return to the warehouse again and did not want his mother to punish him again. As the boy ran past the first metal gate, a guard standing there shouted at him to stop because they were closing. John Yoha believed that he could do it, even though he was on the edge, but he could do it. The man closed the distance between them and, stopping behind, asked if the child really thought she could escape. Since he tried so hard to slip away, the man said that it was not for nothing that he had paid attention to him. Gritting his teeth, Yoha moved again, making it his mission not to get caught. Voin got angry and rushed after him, indignant at how the hell he dared to use such tricks. The man was so eager to catch the young man that he didn't even notice how the gate was falling right on his head. Seeing them, he froze in place instead of crouching and running further. His mental defense mechanism kicked in and he screamed. But there was a long groan of iron, and the warrior, who had shielded his eyes from the sun with his hands, opened one eye. And he saw a boy who was holding a heavy gate with one hand, and he was also asking if the man was okay and not hurt. Stumbling, unable to find the words, he nevertheless answered that he didn't seem to be hurt. Yoha breathed a sigh of relief, justifying his run by saying that he simply didn't want to get caught. Laughing awkwardly, the man answered the question with a question of fear, namely whether he was going to catch him. No, he was just following him. The boy was delighted, asking if the warrior would catch him then, and when the answer was negative, he grinned, worrying in vain. Smiling innocently, the young man declared that he would go then, and the gate crashed to the ground right in front of the man's nose. He asked himself in fear who this guy was and what had happened. Was he sleeping or something? In Jianghu, they say not to look down on children, women, and the elderly, and the warrior thought that this was indeed true. Meanwhile, the sun had already set behind the hills, and the main character was wandering through the forest, terribly hungry, as he had not eaten all day. He understood that he could get poisoned if he ate something wrong in the mountains, but he couldn't just not eat anything at all. Thinking about this, Yoha decided to pick the poisonous fly agaric. And, bringing it to his mouth, he smiled joyfully, thinking that everything would probably be fine. These mushrooms looked very appetizing. Day turned to night, and a beautiful full moon rose into the sky, surrounded by dark clouds, piercing them with its radiance. John Yoha wandered among the trees, his steps unsteady. Here he stopped abruptly. He was pulled towards the ground, and everything he had eaten fell out of his stomach. With bruises under his eyes and a sickly look, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, not understanding what was wrong with him. Everything inside hurt. Everything was swimming before his eyes. It seemed as if the whole world was spinning in different directions. He felt terribly ill. He could not see anything because of the darkness and dizziness, and he was worried that wild animals might appear. He wanted to quickly find a place to spend the night, but he was swayed forward again, his eyes closing. Unable to stand on his stumbling legs, Yoha fell to the ground with a crash like a stone. He kept his eyes open with great effort, telling himself that he couldn't fall asleep right here, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. In the morning, someone was saying that there was a dead man in front of them. Another suggested capturing this guy, because the younger one was tired of cooking. Two men, one bald and the other with a bandage on his forehead, were actively arguing about what to do with him, the latter doubting that the guy was alive. But the man without hair said that he didn't know whether it was fate or not. The guy was still breathing, and asked what they would decide in the end. The other one still agreed to take him with him, but did not believe that this weakling could be more terrible than them. The bald man agreed, calling it reasonable, but they were doing a good deed, and since the guy was a beggar, he would be grateful to them. Opening his eyes for a split second, Yoha saw the speakers. One asked how many there were in the family, and the other said there were 6. When the protagonist opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful golden glow, and there was something at its epicenter. He did not understand where he was, and, looking at the incredibly refined and sophisticated woman, he called her a goddess. Smiling, she replied in a strange, unsuitable voice that no one had ever called her that before. Suddenly, the guy realized that he was not talking to her at all and opened his eyes wide from sleep. He quickly sat up, looking warily at the one who asked him if he had come to his senses, since he had slept for so long. A green-haired man with a bandage on his forehead asked him what he was doing to fall into a ravine. He added that if it weren't for them, the guy would have already been eaten, to which Yoha expressed his gratitude and asked where they were. The man replied that they were in the Fortress of the 5 Peaks, introducing everyone, including himself, as mountain bandits. The bald man who also found him said that they were all brothers in spirit here. He was the second brother. His name was Tak Gomyong. Then the third one, Ma Hendo, introduced himself, and the fourth one, Ho Im Dal, who said that Yoha seemed out of place. Chewing something, the man with green hair introduced himself as their commander, Pun Yencho, and told them to repay them in full for saving them. Blushing, the boy asked again what he needed to do. Pay back, not understanding what it was. Pun Yencho replied that all he had done before was beg, so now he would learn how things worked. Ho Imdal asked not to press the barely awake child and handed him a piece of bread, adding that the boy was probably hungry. Looking at this fresh, large piece of food, Yoha could only agree. But still, doubts crept into his head about whether he could eat it. In the eyes of the teenager, these men looked, although pushing, quite friendly. Yoha waved his hands, assuring them that everything was fine and he was not hungry at all. But the man asked him not to lie because he could hear his stomach crying. Yon continued, saying that he had no money, but Ho Imdal did not ask for anything in return. He simply said that he had it. The commander thought that the guy was speaking strangely, as if he were speaking like a small child, although he looked 16. Pun Yoncho turned to Gomyong, adding that the child was stupid, to which the bald man offered to entrust him with simple chores around the house. Gomyong reasoned that the child seemed kind, but the commander objected that he couldn't even get food for himself. Besides, beggars were used to working half-heartedly, so the commander grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out into the street. The brothers were indignant that Pun Yencho was up to his old tricks again, but since the boss had already taken it upon himself, he might as well set the boy's mind straight at the same time. The man with the bandage threw him onto the edge of the cliff so that Yoha trembled all over, rose up, and begged for mercy. The commander had no intention of killing him and asked him what the guy was talking about, thinking to himself that he had apparently been beaten up all his life. Encho asked a question, namely how the guy was going to survive with such behavior in the fortress. Yoha asked why he did it. The boss was surprised, but replied that he was giving him a chance to live like a human and not become a snack for animals. The guy wouldn't starve if he joined. John scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked how he could become a mountain bandit. He didn't think someone like him was capable of it. Pun Yencho clenched his fists and called it nonsense, but the boy, lowering his head, said that he was a complete weakling and could not do anything. The man asked not to upset him, pushing away the outstretched hand in fear, and shouted about the two types of people in this world, namely those who take and those who give, and asked what this guy wants to be. The young man was surprised by such pressure and, leaning back slightly, asked what it meant. The commander shouted at him, asking if he was going to continue to starve and be looked down upon and called trash. After a short pause, John admitted that he didn't want to be looked down upon. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist hissed that he didn't want anything taken from him, and if so, it would be better to be the one taking it. The commander grinned and said that such determination was all he needed. And he said to look around. Everything, starting from the first left peak and up to the fifth, their territory, and asked if it was big, wasn't it? The boss spoke proudly about the 5 peaks conquered by bandits, which no one dares to look down on. Squatting down with the boy, he stroked his head and said that if the teenager stayed, he too would become one of the kings here. John's face flushed. These words sounded like medicine to his soul, and he agreed that it was really cool. The commander burst out laughing, saying that just think he liked the guy, and declared him the 7th brother of the fortress, asking his name. Pun Yencho liked Joha's name and also said that now the boy needed to remember something if he decided to become one of them. And taking a deep breath, the boss shouted as he exhaled that they were damn it the strongest. Then he laughed loudly, telling the boy to repeat it after him. At that moment, Yon Joha felt a tremor that shook his entire being. Because of his bad life, his heart turned to stone. However, just now this stone had cracked, and when he became free from the pressure of the past, his body seemed to be pierced by lightning. This sword art of the 9 heavenly realms, which had been dormant within him until now, responded to his desire to enter a new life. And when Yoha stood up, shouting at the top of his lungs that they, and most importantly he himself, were the strongest, the commander was amazed. This roar, conveying everything that he had kept within himself for years, spread over all 5 peaks and dispersed the clouds around. It was like waking up from a long sleep, and with it, John Joha opened a new page in his life. The commander patted the boy on the shoulder when he sat back down after shouting, and said that his voice was loud enough. Pun Yencho said that it would be a waste to waste such a spirit on cooking and cleaning, so he would teach him martial arts. In the meantime, let Joha follow his brothers and learn housework, for he is still weak. First, he needs to settle in and get stronger. And when the commander clarified whether everything was clear, the guy told his boss that he would give it his all, and that's how he began his life as a mountain bandit. The first thing he began to learn was the basics of survival. They all went into the forest together to get food. And although he was childishly naive for his age, having lived almost his entire life in captivity, his new brothers accepted him. They taught them how to kill game and cook it, for example. So Yoha also began to open up to them in response and quickly adapted. Overall, he lived a normal, ordinary life, cooking soup over a fire in the evenings for his 6 brothers. But things never go so smoothly, because the men came home beaten and wounded after their mountain expedition. Because the bandits came from commoners, they were not particularly skilled in martial arts. Ma Hendo and Ho Imdal were very worried about the boss. As he sat on the bunk, breathing heavily, even Joha clutched his stick to himself. However, at such moments, the commander could suddenly extend his hand with gold coins, and in the hands of the beaten Thak Gomyong appeared 2 bottles of strong alcoholic drink. Tired but happy, all 6 brothers drank jubilantly. They knew how to enjoy ordinary things and enjoyed every day they lived. Although Yoha was born into a renowned martial arts clan, he never experienced the benefits of a carefree life. Also, because he grew up as an unloved child in the family, it was difficult for him to get used to stroking his head. Every time he was frightened by the sudden actions towards him, but then, blushing, he silently looked up. It was Pun Yencho ruffling his hair. And ironically, he only learned what joy was when he became a mountain bandit. And then one day, the mountain bandits themselves sat on their knees, bowing their heads together with their boss in front of the 2 men. One of them, with an eye patch, came here because he heard that he would find a fortress here. However, looking at the gang bowing before them, he said that it looked more like a shelter for stray dogs. Because the other bandits called themselves Green Forest to emphasize their activities, they remained the butt of jokes. But one day, an incredibly strong man appeared who called himself the Green Forest Bandit. When rumors about him spread among the people, the best martial arts sects made attempts to subjugate him, but none of them succeeded. Meanwhile, his power, as well as his bad reputation, grew day by day. People gave him a nickname. Under the name of the Demon Lord who crushes the heavens, he entered the top 10 strongest masters in the world. The unrecognized sects, hiding in the shadow of the orthodox, were unusually pleased by his appearance and raised their heads. As a result, many masters from all over Jianghuo began to seek him out, wanting to enter the Green Forest. And he, who by that time had already become the leader of the bandits, accepted them. As a result of which, the Green Forest acquired incredible power in its entire history. The sect's reputation grew, and they began to be spoken of as the unattainable dream of all mountain gangs and unorthodox sects. And even the 5 Peaks Fortress bowed before them, asking to accept them, and Vice Chief Yom Sancheol looked at them at that time. Along with the one-eyed bloody bandit Vice Chief Li Chang'an, One Eye turned to Commander Pun Yencho, asking if he really thought Green Forest was playing a joke. He shouted that the rabble, which did not even number 10 people, did not deserve to become part of their force. Pun Yencho, kneeling, replied that if it was a matter of numbers, they would recruit 3 in less than a month. Lechanen shouted that the commander was still insolent, since he needed at least 4, because Joha was still a child. Smiling, Pun Yencho replied that he might not look like it, but he was quite useful. He did housework very well. Then the masked man began to shout louder, declaring that he needed 10 men who could fight. And if the kid doesn't count, then there are 6 of them. And at that moment, Yan frowned, not understanding how Shannon dared to talk to the commander like that. Sighing, the one-eyed man continued that even 10 people would not be enough to keep everything under control here. And he asked to forget that he had come, but Yom Sancheol whispered to the man that there was a face-to-face conversation. Li Chang'an whispered to the bald man if he wanted him to acknowledge them, and Sangchul nodded, but the one-eyed man had his doubts. He didn't understand how one could trust this rabble, but the bald vice chief reminded him that they had only recruited 1 fortress. They don't have any more time, because on the 15th, the boss will check their progress, and Shannon knows what will happen if they don't complete the task. The one-eyed man said that trying to double the number of their fortresses was unthinkable, and Yom Sancheol himself understood this. Shannon asked if rumors started that they were accepting people like them, wouldn't their heads roll off their shoulders? But the second vice president asked not to worry about this since Shannon himself mentioned the size of this territory. No one can settle in Henan province because large groups have divided it among themselves and are holding on tightly. Even Green Forest had a hard time setting up a stronghold here, but if a larger group came to them, no one would say anything. Li Chang'an, hearing about this, finally understood why they should accept the 5 Peaks Fortress. Raising his index finger, Yom Sanchul added that the quota simply had to be met. After talking tete-a-tete, the men turned to the mountain bandits with serious expressions. Li Chang'an said loudly and clearly that it was okay. He recognized them as part of the Green Forest. However, despite this, They need to gather 10 people before winter, and they are also not allowed to run away from other groups and abandon their territories, because by doing so they would ruin the reputation of the Green Forest. And the mountain bandits replied that they understood everything and thanked the men. The Five Peaks bandits were happily drinking, unaware of the whole situation. Even if they put up a Green Forest flag, large groups in the neighborhood will not give up the idea of charging them a fee. The mountain masters, knowing the strength of the neighboring groups, left with the thought that the bandits would not last even 2 months. But they were wrong. While the gang was rejoicing over the fact that from today on they belonged to the Green Forest, Joha was sweeping the dust in the house. Armed, they set off for the mountains, leaving the housework to the boy. Ho Imdal shouted at him not to forget to wash the dishes. The main character became despondent. Because he was already tired of these worries, he was thinking about going with his brothers to the mountains. But he knew in advance the commander's answer that this was nonsense. Household chores were no less important. All the great ones would laugh if they saw men hungry. Joha knew he couldn't let them down and that he had important things to do, but he still wanted to go with them. A month had passed since the day he began living in the fortress, and Joha was actively doing all the housework. He washed the dishes, made a fire, and in the second month the boy got the hang of doing it faster. By the third month, he was finishing up his work faster and no longer knew what to do before his brothers arrived. He sat on the hill, looking out over the expanse, wondering what he should do, when suddenly it dawned on Yoch. The boy walked into the backyard, taking a long wooden stick with him, and stopped there among the trees. John Joha decided to remember what he had learned in the warehouse for 10 years. Clutching a stick in his hand, he thought about how he needed to prepare well for the day when he would go with his brothers to the mountains. And if he wants to repay their kindness, he needs to train hard. And one day he will definitely be able to help them the way they helped him by finding the guy in the forest. Concentrating on his movements, Jan Joha summoned strong currents of air, scattering the green leaves around him. One day, there was a gathering of mountain bandits. Pun Yencho reported on those who wanted to join their fortress and wanted to make a statement. More specifically, previously those who joined them became brothers, so now they will issue titles in turns. The commander asked the men to introduce themselves if they understood everything, and the first was Lee Chulson, who had fled the city due to the accusations. The charge was an attack on the judge's son, and the second, Chun Gideok, had gone to the city because his family had many mouths to feed. And finally, the girl is Han Cheng, who is 19 years old. Her father sold her to a brothel, but she decided that the life of a mountain bandit is better. Tak Gomyong patted Doja on the head, saying that now he wouldn't have to clean up since the new ones had arrived. Ho Imdal supported this idea, adding that now the guy would be able to go with them to the mountains, otherwise he'd been waiting for a long time, I bet. He knew that Joha had been practicing swordsmanship in the backyard, longing to go with his brothers. Hearing the long-awaited words, the protagonist's eyes lit up and his cheeks turned red. He would finally be able to do it. Pun Yencho decided that since there were no outstanding skills among those who presented themselves, he would assign them ranks according to seniority. Cheolson is the oldest, so he will be the 8th brother. Gideok gets number 9, and Chen gets number 10, but Cheolson had a question. He asked if he could rise higher, if he could prove that he could do something, to which the commander agreed, after asking if he could fight well. Lee Chelson replied that he trained at a martial arts academy 3 years ago, and Pan Yencho asked to tell him which of them he did not want to serve. If he won against him, the commander would give him the rank of that person. The man replied that he was not ready to put up with serving this skinny boy and pointed at Yong Zhou. The commander asked the guy whether he would defend his position or give up. Joha clenched his fist. He understood that if he avoided the fight, he would not be able to go with his brothers to the mountains. The guy couldn't let that happen, so with the most serious face he could, he declared that he would accept his challenge. Gomyong asked his boss if he was sure of his decision, as the man looked like an experienced fighter. Grinning, Pun Yencho said that let them fight. It would be interesting. The commander again announced that the loser would become number 8, but Chulson was not going to give in, which he immediately stated. Hearing his grin, Joha called his rival a sack of shit, and his brother asked the third brother if he had taught the boy to swear. Ma Hendo said he was proud of the boy's fighting spirit, while Chulsan called him impudent and decided to deal with him quickly. And asking for forgiveness in advance for knocking the guy out with one blow, he abruptly moved from his place with his hand outstretched. Quickly reacting to Chulsan opening up to strike, Yoha rushed forward and was in front of him in an instant. But instead of throwing a punch, Yoha swung his arms from left to right along with a large stream of air. The man was stunned, first by the fact that his actions had been predicted, and then by the guy's inaction. Only now did Yoha realize that he didn't have the weapon to perform such maneuvers, and Chulsan swung his fist again. He said that he was already scared and called John a rat, hitting the guy hard in the face, causing Yoha to fall to the ground. There was a purple mark on his cheek from his opponent's fist, and he lay there thinking about how he could attack him without a weapon. His commander became very tense, and the second brother offered Pun Yencho to stop them, not thinking that Yoha had ever fought before. Lying on the ground, John took blows to the face, covering himself with his hands, and did not understand what it was. Suddenly he sat up, screaming about why he was in pain from such blows. And with all his might, he hit the once again relaxed Chulsan on the chin. The guy screamed like a beast while doing it. The man, not expecting this, looked down at the guy with blood flowing from his nose, asking how he dared to hit him. With one movement, he knocked the teenager back to the ground, declaring that if he didn't want to be beaten, he should calm down. John Yoha shouted back that he did not want to accept defeat, he was going to win. Then the man hit him again, harder, telling him that all he knew was how to talk. 19-year-old Han Cheng seemed to be worried not about her friend, but about the main character, and Chun Gideok found this amusing. The teenager lay on the ground, not saying another word, and Lee Cheolson raised his head up, greedily taking in air. It was the scent of victory, so as he pulled away, he told Yok that he had warned him. All he had to do was lie down. He asked the boss if he had seen everything and added that he would now be the seventh brother. Suddenly, the voice of the guy behind him, whom he thought he had just knocked out, asked who had told him about it. Yoha raised himself up and, straining his hand to stand up, completed his sentence. Who told him that they were finished. There was caked blood on his face and sweat was pouring down his face, but Yoha gritted his teeth and declared that he would never let Cheol-san win. He stood up completely, releasing the power of the 9 heavenly realms, and commanded the man to attack, saying that they would fight to the end. He turned and stood in a stupor looking at the teenager, so Yoha shouted, asking why he was standing there. Lee Cheol-san didn't understand how this brat was still standing. Even bigger guys went to bed after a fight with him, but he took several blows to the head and was still standing. Pun Yoncho asked Chul-san if he really wanted to finish, and if he didn't fight, the commander would consider it a defeat. The man gritted his teeth and, stumbling mid-sentence, told Yoka not to regret it later. Lee Cheol-san jumped into the air, screaming that he could seriously kill him. The protagonist took a stance, mentally calculating how exactly he would deliver the blow. Although John Yoha had learned the 9 heavenly realms sword technique from the clan, he still didn't know how to use it in combat. For the same reason, he didn't realize how strong he was. His desire to finally go to the mountains and his unwillingness to lose anything again, that was more than enough. In order to release the energy of the 9 heavenly realms sword, the guy swung his hand, charged with this power that spread throughout his entire body. He thought of his fist as a sword. Chul-san, who had been suspended in the air for a few seconds before striking, tensed up, but it was too late to pull away. The protagonist stood still, waiting for the right moment. His teenage eyes seemed to glow, reflecting strength. And as soon as the man got close enough in a jump, Yoha hit him with all his might in the solar plexus. Lee Cheol-san coughed up blood and his eyes rolled back in his head from the impact. The 16-year-old teenager still held the grown man in his tiny fist. John didn't understand why it didn't work. Worried that such a technique was only applicable to a sword, he was about to strike again. But the man swayed to the side. Chulsan began to fall backwards, an outcome that Yoha had never expected. He fell heavily to the ground with all his weight face down, the protagonist jumping back to avoid being hit. Exhaling, John looked down at his opponent, waiting to see what would happen next. Gomyong approached the commander, warning that he would go and stop them, but his sentence was cut off. Noticing Lee Cheol-san lying on the ground, Gomyong stood in a stupor, asking why he was down there and if anyone had seen what happened. This brother only saw that the man, drooling and unconscious, ran towards Joe and suddenly fell down, saying that he was sick. Another brother, his face tense, asked if it was because of Yong, but Ma Hendo was busy talking to him, so he didn't see it either. Their commander grinned and asked what the difference was. In any case, the battle for the title is over, and Yan Joha remains 7th in the Nine Peaks Fortress. Already at sunset, one of the brothers called the young man to him, and he immediately ran up. They gave him a huge sword, the handle of which was so wide that it fit almost the entire palm of his hand. Gom-young smiled, explaining that it was a gift from the boss. He seemed to like the way the guy fought today. He also added that starting tomorrow, Joha would start going with them, which made the guy very happy, and he promised to give it his all. In response, Gom-young coughed demonstratively, making a correction. Excessive zeal would be of no use. The sword clattered to the ground. The bald brother praised the teenager for being filled with fighting spirit, but fighting with a sword is different. The elder explained that if Joha overestimated his strength and acted recklessly, he would be killed, and that today he got off easy. And if the enemy had a sword, he would have died 12 times already. But John, lowering his head, replied that he would have won with a sword. Gom-young said that so be it. He would have mercy on him and teach him the technique of the blade that cuts down demons, and asked him to watch carefully. The older brother reminded me that he lived in a temple when he was little. He doesn't know all the techniques, only 3 formations. But it will be difficult. Gom-young thought that Joha had never dealt with sword techniques before. But Yan said he understood, listening to his brother with rapt attention. The other brother was surprised because Gom-young did not want to teach him this technique, no matter how much he asked. It seemed that Joha inspired the second one. And he asked if the boss would really take the boy with him tomorrow, but Pun Yencho was sure that they were kings here with the name of the Green Forest. The next day, carts of traders with goods were moving around the area around the 5 peaks. The man who was nervously biting his nails said that he had a bad feeling about this because he had never had such a bad dream before. Sitting in his chair, he turned to a man named Khan, expressing his concern. His instincts usually didn't fail him. The warrior laughed, asking if he was worried about the rumors about the 5 Peaks bandit gang, but there was no need for that. They were afraid of Khan. Even the people from the Sea Dragon Fortress don't touch him when he walks through their territory, the merchant agreed. He felt better about it. But suddenly he flinched, because right in front of him, in a split second, Khan appeared, catching the arrow with his hand. The merchant didn't really have time to understand what had happened, but when he saw what exactly was in the warrior's hand, he became frightened and almost screamed. Khan grinned, saying ironically, "Look who's there!" The way further was closed. Before him appeared that very gang of 5 Peaks about which they had just talked. Stopping at a decent distance, the commander shouted that this was the territory of the fortress of the 5 Peaks of the Green Forest, and if they want to pass, let them pay, which stunned the warrior, for how could they be accepted into the Green Forest in such a group? Khan burst out laughing, replying that they were underestimating the Mansu Trade Union too much to think that a gang had gotten to them. Pun Yeoncho said that Khan looked like he wanted to taste the arrow, but Gom-young reminded him that the warrior had just caught it with one hand. Then the commander ordered several to be released and, turning to the traders, shouted that they should not try to jump above their heads. He will show them what happens to those who cross them on their own turf. The boss has ordered the fire. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Khan called the gang pathetic, but it was only because of this behavior that he didn't like fighting with such gangs. And rushing forward, the man began to reflect one arrow after another with his weapon. They fell to the ground with a crunch and, broken in half, stuck into the soil of the ravine. The commander and his brother froze in place, not believing their eyes. Gom-young said the obvious. Khan reflected them all with his sword. Pan Yencho turned pale, a bead of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought, quite rightly in this situation, they were in deep shit. He wondered when the merchants had acquired such an important escort, since Khan was a martial arts master. The warrior cursed, calling the gang damn bugs, and shouted that today they would all die by his hand. He also shouted for his warriors to prepare for battle so that the iron sound of naked swords could be heard throughout the ravine. Pun Yencho quickly told the boys to stand still. If they ran, they would definitely die, but they asked what they should do then. The commander said that he would distract them and buy time and they would escape, but his brothers were worried because then the boss would suffer greatly. The man wanted to say that when the brothers got away, he would find a way out, but Joha pushed him, stepping forward. Gomyong called after him along with the boss, both of them asking where he went. But Joha didn't stop, which only made Khan laugh, thinking that they had sent the child away to escape. The warrior turned red with laughter, calling the bandits pathetic. Did they really think that this snot would buy them time? Looking Kanu straight in the eye, Joha calmly said that he had big problems, addressing the warrior politely as Sir. The man drew his sword, asking if the boy had gone crazy because he was in trouble here. Leaning on the hilt of his sword, Joha quoted the boss, who told him that in the 5 peaks, no one could mock them. Punyencho got angry, rhetorically asking about Joe. Was he crazy? To which Gomyong agreed and offered to stop him. Kan replied that he didn't know that children these days are so fearless, or at least stupid. The warrior pointed his sword at the teenager and shouted, calling him a brat, that he would not hold back just because he was a child. If Joha admits he is wrong, he will spare him. But John replied that the warrior talks too much for someone who will soon die. Gomyong quietly reproached his boss for why he taught the teenager such a thing, but how could Punyencho have known that this would happen? Kan's hand shook with anger, and he shouted in a rage that the brat hadn't been hit on the head for a long time, and also that Joha had asked for it himself. The warrior suddenly moved from his place and raised his sword above his head in flight, calculating the distance precisely to cut off the guy's head. John stood still, but the sword couldn't reach the main character. Watching this, Punyencho loudly shouted the guy's name, knowing what would happen to him a second after the blow. Suddenly, everyone froze. Someone even opened their mouth in amazement because the tip of the sword touched only John's hair, darting in front of his nose. At that very moment, 1/2 of Khan's sword flew in the other direction, and the warrior landed with only a piece of metal on the hilt. He froze in place, not realizing what had just happened or why Joha was still alive. The older brothers, who were about to run to help the teenager, also froze. Jan held the weapon in his hand. The power of the 9 heavenly realm sword technique was spreading around him, and Khan didn't understand how his attack had failed. The warrior calculated the distance precisely, but Joha couldn't dodge at the last moment. This was impossible even among the greatest masters. Besides, he broke his sword, and Khan did not see the movements. With a grin on his face, Joha asked why the man was frozen, and if he was finished, then it was his turn now. John walked forward confidently, but the warrior raised his hands up, asking him to wait and at least allow him to change his sword. Joha stopped. He hadn't thought about it, so he decided to give it time and told Kan to take something stronger this time. Because the previous sword was so thin that the guy almost cut off the warrior's head, so he will try to hit the weapon now. These words sounded like a blow to the head for the master. It was impossible for him until he felt drops of blood on his neck. He thought that from such a distance, Yok's broadsword could not reach his blade. But realizing the situation, he fell to his knees. Kan asked for forgiveness and said that he deserved to die for his insolence, so he offered to pay the bandits for their passage. He considered Jok a monster because he had mastered the control of internal energy at such an age, something the warrior had never heard of. Smiling, John agreed, but added that they would charge a pretty penny. Kan, stammering, asked them to do as they saw fit, which stunned the brothers. When it was all over, they received a heavy bag of gold coins that barely fit in the boss's hand. He asked the guy, putting his hand on his shoulder, what he did then. Joha turned to Punyencho and asked if he was talking about his sword, which had broken in half. The commander confirmed his thought and asked where John learned this, and Joha replied that it was a technique his brother taught him. Punyencho was surprised by the answer, for his heaven and earth blade technique, like that of his second brother, was only third-rate. He wondered if it was even possible to cut through a master's sword like Kang Mudok with something like that. And he asked Joe, if that was the case, to show it in action one more time, to which the guy happily agreed. Everyone gathered in the backyard of the Five Peaks Fortress to see this technique again. Joha, who was performing it, stood in a fighting stance, pointing the blade of the weapon in front of him. Han Cheng, noticing over the heads of the others that something was happening, came closer and froze with her mouth open, watching Joha. John, with a movement barely noticeable to others, raised his hand above his head and, having positioned the weapon correctly, began to lower it. He slashed at the imaginary target in front of him, tearing the airstreams into pieces. The main character was focused, and when he was in this state, He did not look like an ordinary teenager at all. He felt like a grown man, a master of his craft, knowing what needed to be done, taking into account all the technical details. The next blow he delivered caused the leaves that had risen into the air to scatter, and a loud crunching sound was heard. It was one of the trees growing in the backyard, and Yoha, without meaning to, cut it down to the stump. And turning to his brothers over his shoulder, he said that this seemed to be all he was capable of. The men looked at this as if they were hypnotized, but at the same time could not find the strength to speak. And suddenly, coming out of their stupor, they ran towards him, shouting how incredible and cool it was. They surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about whether these were the second man's movements, asking him to teach them too. Those who thought he was weak took back their words, and even Han Cheng, beaming with amazement, asked how Joe had managed it. The main character was embarrassed by the girl's praise and blushed. She asked him to teach her this, and he replied that it was not so cool. Pun Yeoncho asked Gomyong if his technique had always been so powerful, but the second brother had never seen such a result before. Gomyong believed that this happened precisely because of Johi, and then the men for the first time began to wonder who the guy even is. The same thing happened the next time. They tried to get through the territory of the 5 peaks, and Yoka acted as a negotiator. But not a simple negotiator, but someone who was dealt with only in bad situations when they refused to pay for travel. The guy used the same technique, dodging the attacker at the last moment and striking first. The traders called the bandits various names, including trash, and the boy defended the gang's honor by demonstrating his abilities. For example, he could easily break a sword with one blow, thereby leaving the enemy no chance. Even the most experienced fighters, standing with a sword at their throat, admitted that they had lost. John Joha patrolled from autumn to winter, and during all this time, not a single guard from the trade union could withstand his attack. He was known as a bandit of the 5 peaks, an excellent swordsman, so rumors of their fortress spread throughout the surrounding area like wildfire. One starry night, Pun Yeoncho and Thak Gomyong stood in the fortress courtyard, not knowing what was going on. Bald Gomyong suggested that because of Joe, they were actively trying to join the gang. If they accepted more, there would be 25 of them. And after 3 months, the 5 Peaks fortress had grown rapidly. They had earned a name for themselves in Henan province, and their fighting spirit was high. However, the larger their gang grew, the higher their ambitions became. For example, in one house, a plan to seize power was discussed. The man said that we needed to take out the 7th, then deal with the commander and vice commander Thak, and that all the rest were weak. It was number 29, Hwang Yem-yong. He said that the boss and his deputy were no match for the man he was sitting in front of. Number 26, the northern sword Gumil, Shima Yanggak, was amused by the fact that the commander and vice commander were using trash techniques. He noticed another oddity. How could the Green Forest even accept such weaklings? Hwang Yem-yong was puzzled by what the gray-haired man was talking about, and quoted the title again. Shim Yanggak started shouting, calling number 29 an idiot, because how could he not know about the Green Forest, being a mountain bandit? And he explained that the Green Forest is the pipe dream of all bandits. The beggars have the sect of the beggars, and they have the Green Forest. He also said that the boss of this gang is a demon lord who destroys the heavens. He is known for his incredible strength. That is why Shim Yanggak, a member of an unorthodox sect, came here. If he becomes part of the Green Forest, he will be respected. Hwang Yom-yong apologized, explaining that he knew little about the world of martial arts, but he also had a misunderstanding of the situation. Exactly why this gang was accepted into the Green Forest and whether it is possible that John Joha is stronger than they say about him. The attendant would hate for that to be the case, but he hadn't seen the guy in action yet because they weren't out on patrol because of the weather. Suddenly the door opened slightly, and someone's velvety voice said not to worry because it didn't matter how strong Yoha was. And the man who appeared on the threshold said that Yon was no match for the sword Gumil, which had stood up to the masters of the 5 great clans. He learned that Green Forest was on a course of expansion to claim Henan province, and there were no fortresses nearby. The man who entered concluded that this rabble was simply lucky to become part of the Green Forest, and Yanggak smirked at this news. And he clarified that if this was so, it turned out that this fortress was simply a gang of mountain bandits, and the older man agreed with this. Someone agreed with this idea, saying that the Green Forest was no place for children, which was confirmation that these mountain bandits were nobodies. The guys who entered bowed at Shim Yanggak's feet, declaring that they were counting on a reward, but he asked them not to worry about it. And he added that, whatever the reason, luck was on their side. Just think, they would just seize power in the fortress. The gang itself said that strength determines their position, so Yanggak decided that Brother Bayek and he would easily become the leaders of the fortress. That night, a heavy, soft snow began to fall, covering the ground, which had not yet been covered with a white carpet. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yoha was approached and told that those who had joined the gang had requested a fight for the title. While Han Cheng was washing the dishes, the guy was preparing food. He replied that he heard, but what's the big deal? The girl, standing with her back to him, hoped that he would teach them a lesson. Yoha asked why, whether they had bullied her. The answer was no, but she heard them belittling the boss by talking about his sword technique. She was interrupted mid-sentence by a loud crash behind her, similar to the sound of broken dishes and other objects falling, and the girl turned around. Yoha looked at her over his shoulder with a cleaver in his hand and asked, "Who humiliated the boss?" The guy cut the wooden table in half. The girl wasn't sure and replied that she had only heard it briefly, but he had already left the kitchen with the intention of getting an answer from them in person. He walked quickly towards the small house where all the conspirators had gathered that night. Yoha was incredibly angry. The fourth brother passed by behind him and noticed the guy. Ho Im-dal, crossing his arms over his chest from the cold, asked where Yoha was going so late. Turning sharply, the guy explained that he had heard about the newcomers humiliating the boss, and if it was true, he would rip out their tongues. The brother asked if he really wanted to kill the newcomers they had gathered with difficulty. This was what the boss was worried about, and these words hurt Joe. When Yan asked about the commander's concern, Ho Im-dal said that he was now also worried, looking at him. They were worried that he would chop them into pieces in a fight for the title, to which Joe responded, "Yes, he will not forgive those who bully his brothers." The fourth brother smiled when he heard these words and watched as John blurted them out with sincerity. He walked up to him and put his hand on the young man's shoulder, saying that they would need to return to the mountains when the snowfall stopped. And when that happens, the gang will need the arms and legs of these newcomers, so Joha should go back, otherwise he will get sick. Although the snow was heavy and dark clouds hung in the sky, they did not block the view of the moon, making the landscape seem even mystical. The next day, the boss gathered everyone in the fortress for a title fight. And since they are rare, no one should miss the opportunity. Discussions were heard in the crowd. One of the brothers asked the one who was trying to rise above Yak whether he would try. The man replied that he would never dare again. But those who had discussed the plan to seize power that night did dare, starting with insults. Shim Yanggak said that Pun Yancho has a good tongue for trash, but it won't last long. Seeing a trio of mature men emerging from the crowd, the boss asked if they were all interested. And he added that they should choose the one whose rank they want. However, starting from the 7th, they will have to rise one rank at a time. The commander reminded them that the duel was being conducted fairly in front of everyone and said that they would accept the results without objection. When the boss asked who they wanted to fight, Yanggak said they all wanted the number 1. Looking down at him from his height, Pun Yencho asked, with his eyebrows drawn together, if they would regret it. Unable to contain himself, the man burst out laughing and, rolling up his sleeves, asked why this was so. They were well-known provincial craftsmen. And, looking the commander straight in the eye, he sarcastically asked whether anyone would be afraid of some drug dealer. Those standing behind them feigned fear, ironically declaring that they would not be able to withstand the heaven and earth blade technique. These words made everyone tense, especially Tak Gomyong, who turned red with anger. He wanted to teach a lesson, but the boss told him to stand still. The gray-haired man raised his head and strained his larynx to collect as much saliva as possible in his mouth. And he spat this clot right at the commander's feet. Shim Yanggak said that it was cold today and he was already hungry, so he suggested that they finish it quickly. Gomyong said it was impudent and asked his boss to allow him to take revenge, but Yoha was standing behind them with exactly the same thoughts. Pun Yencho firmly replied that rank is achieved through hierarchy, as stated. And looking away, he called out Jonah's name and the boy immediately responded, his hand shaking with anger. Yangak said with a grin that the gang had high hopes for this freak, and the man standing next to him swore that the world would find out about his exaggerated skills. But when Yoha stepped forward, the latter immediately noticed the aura emanating from the guy. They all felt this power in every step, the mood with which Yoha came out to them. Both masters froze, their eyes reflecting fear, a lack of understanding of what was happening. Why so much strong energy was emanating from the guy? John's eyes were burning. He told them that he thought he would die from excess anger. His eyes reflected a strong thirst for blood. The protagonist asked, which of them, the bastards, he should beat first. It was hard to call Joka a teenager now. His muscular build, mature and tired look, everything seemed to make a statement about the fact that in front of the rivals there was an almost mature man who once again asked which of them would be the first to fight him. They were speechless as they watched Yoha release his energy. It was the 9 Heavenly Realms sword technique. Suddenly, the two masters stepped back, leaving the young one in front, who turned to the elders with a question about this. Shim Yangak justified himself by saying that he thought they shouldn't go first because it wouldn't look good. Another master supported him, explaining that it was normal for the weak to go forward. The man was confused because the elders had spoken differently before, and, not understanding the hints, he asked which of them was first then. Glancing at Joe out of the corner of his eye, he said that he had a stomach ache, but in fact his instincts told him that the guy was dangerous. At first he was going to look at the situation, but one of the guys just pushed him forward. The man froze in the half-bent position in which he had been pushed, afraid to rise, sweat appearing on his face. But when he finally straightened up, Yoha asked him if he was the first. John's aura evoked animal fear. However, the man gritted his teeth, telling himself that he shouldn't be afraid. If he ran away now, he would definitely lose his chance. He decided that since Yoha was rumored to be good at wielding a sword, he would settle the matter with his bare hands and introduced himself as Chun Ilbo. After his speeches about how they were not enemies with him, so they would resolve everything without weapons, Yoha was also tense but agreed to these conditions. And when John seemed to loosen his grip, Ilbo took advantage of the moment and suddenly jumped from his place, jumping at Joe with a fist. However, all of the protagonist's opponents made the same mistake. They attacked first, which is why they got hurt without even realizing it. The guy hit with such force that Chun Ilbo still flew some distance before falling. The elders did not expect that the protagonist would not only repel such a sudden attack, but would also be able to strike first in this situation. Turning to those wishing to win the title of Joe, the guy briefly and clearly said just one word: next. It was the bald Yom Savun, who, although he was afraid, stood firmly in a fighting stance, also choosing fist-fighting. But not even a minute had passed before Savun received a punch right in the solar plexus. Next was Huang Yom-Young, who decided to change tactics and fight with swords. Turning away from the previous guy, Joha looked at Yum-Young and asked seriously, like his boss, if he would regret it. Despite this question, the guy agreed, and just like the others, he received a reward. John broke his sword. Before the opponents could even approach, Joka would put them down one after another, repeating only one word: next. The elders didn't expect the protagonist to finish off 3 of them so quickly. He turned out to be stronger than they thought. The guy asked what they were waiting for and whether they had already changed their minds. The master with the thick mustache said that they needed a little time, because they could not decide which of them was of higher rank. Yoha replied that he didn't care and told the elder to get going, so the man gritted his teeth and called him a bastard in his head. Although he was not lacking in arrogance, the guy was really strong. So the elder decided to resort to something, and taking out a fan from under his outerwear, he introduced himself as Baek Gyo, who would not use a sword in a friendly duel. Hearing this, Yoha laid his sword on the ground and replied that he would do the same then. The elder smiled smugly, for the protagonist had just fallen into his trap. And without wasting time on conversation, Baek Gyo jumped from his spot, throwing both his hands back in flight. Before he could land, the master in the air pointed his right hand with a fan at the bandit. He started to attack Joe, who covered himself with his hand but did not look away. The guy realized that something was wrong. Baekgyo laughed, saying that Yeon didn't look so arrogant anymore. Couldn't he keep up with the fan? Shim Yanggak smirked at this move, calling the master a sly fox. It was with this fan that Baekgyo became famous in Henan province. Going against him with bare hands would be suicide. So Yanggak decided that it looked like he wouldn't have to fight anymore, because Joha had been blocking the attacks all this time. He glanced at the man and clarified that this was an unusual fan. Baekgyo did not stop his attacks. He asked if Joe really had time to talk and probably wanted to grab it. The master's face darkened, surprised that John was even talking, but his fan could break even a stone, so the guy wouldn't do anything. But how wrong he was. He let his guard down for just a second, lost in thought, and Yok's fist was already in his face. The guy asked before the blow whether the old fart didn't know what a fair fight was, and answered him with all his strength in one movement. So much so that the elder, like his previous conspirators, flew some distance, and the people around gasped and were dumbfounded. Joha stood surrounded by dust, his head down, catching his breath. With one strong exhalation, he leaned down and took the weapon by the hilt, asking Yanggak if he would use the sword. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth in anger, not believing that this guy could deal with Baekgyo so easily. He was frightened, for Joha turned out to be much stronger than people said, and when he did not wait for an answer, the guy began to move forward. Shim Yanggak shouted, waving his arms, that he did not want to continue fighting for the title since he was not far behind Baekgyo in strength. Therefore, there was no point in fighting anymore, but Joha interrupted his speech and asked him to remember once and for all. Namely, if he dares to bully his brothers again, next time he will die, and he clarified whether the man had understood. The master felt very humiliated, and not only because this brat, in his opinion, was so familiar with him. He couldn't believe that these idiots, who were proudly raising their heads and mocking the conspirators now, would command him. Joha looked at Yanggak with displeasure and asked why he was silent. As if coming to his senses, the master bowed and replied that he would work for their benefit. The commander and Thak Gomyong said that they were worried for nothing and asked what Joha would like to try, but he was happy with everything. Shim Yanggak, looking after them with anger, thought that they should just wait. He would still hold them accountable for this humiliation. Meanwhile, in the Hejia settlement of the Nanyang Trade Union, a man was running down the street, asking others to let him pass. He pushed passers-by aside, shouting to the gentleman from the street that he urgently needed to meet with him. Meanwhile, the gentleman was sipping hot tea. A breathless informer came running into his chambers, reporting big problems. The rumors turned out to be true. He said that Shim Yanggak and Baekgyo had recently gone to the Five Peaks Fortress. Hearing these names, the gentleman immediately understood what was being discussed, and he grinned, moving away from the hot drink. The informer knelt down and, bowing, said what would happen if the world learned of the accession of 2 of the 3 demons to the Fortress of the Five Peaks. To be more precise, their influence will grow so much that they will no longer be able to stop them. This interested the gentleman. When Lee Morian asked about the commander, the man said that it was Pun Yencho, who mastered the heaven and earth sword technique. The fact that they both lost the title battle seemed like nonsense to Lee Morian. The gentleman was sure that it was some kind of trick. But the informer bowed again and reported that there were now 30 people in their ranks, including 2 fighters of that rank. When the man asked worriedly what they should do, the gentleman grinned, rose up, and told him to guess. He was always worried about them and couldn't stand it when they were called the demons of Henan province, as if they were equal. The gentleman considered it illogical that they were put on the same level as him. Moreover, they could no longer allow bandits to sow chaos here. Since they had crossed the line, Lee Murian decided to take the chance and deal with both them and the old men. The informer warned that they should not be underestimated, and the gentleman told him to trust him at least a little. If the bandits of the Five Peaks have 30 people, then they have 3 times more, he thought, while in the fortress an idol reigned. Some slept in the yard, others were actively discussing something over food while the fire was burning in special containers. And someone was actively cleaning his sword, wiping off dirt with a damp cloth. It was John Joha, carefully making sure not to miss a single speck of dust, polishing his weapon until it shone. One of the brothers ran up to him, saying that the boy had done a great job today and asked if he wanted some water. Yoha thanked him while accepting the drink in a wooden bowl. His brother was very surprised today that he had put Baek Gyo down so easily. The main character called them weaklings, and that's all. Then the man rhetorically asked John that he almost never uses a sword. The seventh didn't understand his question, but he explained that people used to say that martial arts masters were capable of cutting even with a sheet. And when he remembered this, he immediately came to Joha. These words surprised John because he had never heard of such a thing before. The bandit felt awkward, so he decided that he had said something stupid, so he left, thanking the guy for his work once again. The protagonist seriously thought about it and found it incredible. He wondered if he would be able to do it when he became capable enough. And if such masters exist, he would like to meet them. Yoha sighed, looking at his sword. It was deep night, and the mountain bandits were dozing in the street while someone was sitting and warming himself by the fire. One man walked towards the fence with some purpose. He yawned so hard that his eyes closed on their own. But when he opened them, something happened in front of the man that instantly drove away his drowsiness. He opened his eyes in fear, and the bright flashes of flame were reflected in them. The bandit ran away, shouting loudly about a hail of fiery arrows and an attack. His cry about the appearance of enemies woke up the sleepers, who also became frightened. Everyone started running here and there in panic, which was impossible not to notice, and Yoha turned around at the noise. Flying arrows pierced the wooden fence with fire, not dying down for a long time. Jonah was struck by what he saw, the bustle of his brothers, the burning tree, and the thick plume of smoke rising. He immediately rose from his seat, grabbed the hilt of his sword, and cursed loudly. Hearing the screams and watching the flames pulling out the shadows of objects, Pun Yencho opened the door, forgetting about his cloak. He shouted out a question about what was going on and ordered everyone to disperse to their places without panic and prepare for battle. One of the brothers told the boss that if this continued, all the walls of the fortress would burn down, so he would go help put out the fire. Realizing that it was pointless to go into battle now and that something had to be done about the fence, the commander thought for a moment. The fortress had only one entrance, which put the mountain bandits at risk of being like rabbits being smoked out of their holes. Because if the fire surrounds them inside, they will run to the gate, and there they will be met by an ambush. The boss mentally laughed at this. Punyencho gave a new order. No one was to leave the fortress. Instead, they would stop the spread of the fire. The mountain bandits needed to be fenced off, so they began building a new wall, carrying heavy logs on their shoulders. Watching this, Yoha mentally hissed in displeasure, for he was the only one standing with his sword at the ready. However, he understood that now he had to do what everyone else did. He was angry that someone had dared to set fire to the fortress. John decided that whoever it was, he just needed to wait, while the gentleman had already knocked down the wooden wall and smirked. He was amused that after the demolished wall, he saw another one and called the bandits smart because besides, no one escaped. Lemurian felt sorry because they could have ended it quickly, but it wouldn't have changed anything. And the homemade anchors flew into battle again with the aim of demolishing the barrier. The master's warriors exerted themselves, pulling the wooden logs towards themselves. The man standing with the gentleman said that he was as incredible as they thought and asked how he came up with the idea of using fire. Lemurian chuckled, replying that he hadn't lifted a finger, but they were already on the edge, and as soon as the walls fell, they would break them. But then the men froze, seeing another wall. The gentleman did not understand when they had time, because the second one collapsed after the first. His warriors asked what they should do with it, because the oil for arson had run out. Lemurian trembled when he was told that the strategy seemed to have failed, while the other one asked the speaker to shut up, because the gentleman was too proud, but he replied that they expected something like this. And since these bandits have brains, he will use a different strategy. When all was quiet, the Five Peaks bandit approached the fence to see what was going on. Lemurian picked up the axe and ran his fingers over its handle. This was his second strategy. The gentleman darkened walked forward towards the fortress, clutching a weapon in his hand that was filled with his strength. The bandit moved away from the fence and shouted hesitantly that some guy with an axe was coming here. As Lemurian walked along, grinning at his plans, they discussed how he was walking alone with this weapon, telling him not to relax. Shim Yangok didn't understand what was wrong with him. He couldn't just hit the wall with an axe, and the bandit agreed, because it was unlikely that the gentleman was that stupid. The master said that it irritated him and decided to see for himself. However, having seen the same thing, he now looked at it differently. For the man he saw was the divine swordsman Murian, but he was overcome with doubts, and stepping back, he shouted to everyone that a trade union was against them and that their leader was one of the 3 demons of Henan. Yoha was intrigued by this and asked if it was true that the enemy leader was right in front of them. Lee Murian stopped right in front of the fence, his whole body shaking with anger. He clutched the axe tightly in his hand and asked how the bandits dared to mock him, and he began to hit the tree with his weapon with all his strength, pouring out all his indignation. Suddenly, the strong wooden wall cracked and the blade was driven inside. The leader was breathing furiously, rejoicing in something he already knew. His gaze was like that of a wild, enraged animal. But suddenly his eyes, filled with rage, were replaced by fear, and splinters of wood flashed before his eyes. John Joha broke through the fortress walls from the other side and rushed forward, straight towards the master. He managed to protect his face from the debris and wind, and when he removed his hands, he asked who the guy was. And when Yoha asked if the man standing before him was the leader of those attacking the fortress, he was stunned to see the child in front of him. Not hearing an answer, the protagonist struck with his sword, but Lee Murian managed to parry it. The gentleman was amazed at the guy's strength and was worried about who he was, because although he parried the blow, he was unable to stay in place and jumped back. Lee Murian landed with his legs wide apart, using his hand on the concrete to help him slow down. He gripped the handle of his axe tighter because his hand was shaking involuntarily. The gentleman did not understand why he was in such a state after one blow, and admitted that the strength of this child, as he called him, was incredible. Looking at him again, he clarified that he was Yan, the 5 Peaks sword master, and added that he didn't expect him to be so young. Yoha muttered through his teeth, "What difference does it make?" And with eyes burning with rage, he said that the most important thing now was that because of him, their fortress had burned down. And he called his army pitiful because there were many of them, but they still resorted to tricks. Murian was indignant, replying that this was a strategy. But the main character said that he didn't understand what he was talking about and asked how Lemurian was going to upset everyone. And he started shouting about why he should do this, because they were building well here in the 5 Peaks, robbing others and earning a name for themselves among the bandits. Lemurian explained that he had come here on behalf of the entire province to put pressure on the gang, but Yoha replied that they were only charging for passage. The gentleman called it theft and rhetorically asked if they thought these mountains belonged to them, but John responded with a firm yes. This irritated the leader even more. He made a remark that the guy was talking too much. Yoha replied that he was trying to negotiate. When people have different opinions and cannot agree, then the one who is stronger is right, and this phrase made Lee tense. It was a provocation. Murian asked if the swordmaster thought that he would survive after provoking him, and he swore that he was stronger. In response to this, Yoha asked when they would start, and this phrase made the gentleman's teeth click. He called the bandit shameless. Without another word, he raised his hand, throwing his axe away, and drew his sword from its sheath. The leader was about to teach the protagonist a lesson in good manners, and John told him to do whatever he wanted. Lemurian warned that he would not let down his guard like those two, and there would be no concessions. He didn't care that he was still a child. Yoha grinned and replied that everyone told him that, so he shouldn't relax. He was hoping to have a lot of fun. Moving from his place, the gentleman called his opponent a freak and said that even if he begged for mercy, it would be too late. Activating the energy of martial arts techniques, Yeon Ja and Lee Murian began the fight. The gentleman decided that he would not come up with a cunning plan, but would simply use the strongest formation and finish everything at once. Seeing this technique, Yoha froze for a moment. He had never seen anything like it. It was a movement in stillness where it was not clear which of the leader's movements presented was the real one. The protagonist chuckled. He found it even more interesting than he thought. And, concentrating, he began to reflect one action after another from the Lemurians, who surrounded him from different sides. When the leader himself struck, he again felt a sense of confusion as to how John blocked it. But the young man did not hesitate and moved on, raising his weapon with both hands for a counterattack. However, the gentleman managed to repel this attack, although it was difficult for him. He exhaled loudly, barely managing to place the sword in front of himself. And he jumped back from Joke, again helping himself to slow down with his hand. The protagonist looked at him with excitement, and with a grin he said again that the leader was indeed not bad, and that his techniques were interesting. Murian looked angrily at this sarcastic expression and considered it absurd. The bandit would definitely not be able to block this technique. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at the top of his lungs what the hell this was and who he was, where he was from, and what kind of art he used. Grinning, Yoha replied that he had no homeland and added about the art he uses, that it was a demon-slashing blade technique that his second brother taught him. Lemurian asked again whether this was a technique learned in the temple, and Yoha replied that it was correct. The protagonist found it incredible that no one had ever withstood more than one of his blows. He was glad that Murian demonstrated his technique and asked in all seriousness if he could repeat it, which caused indignation. The leader called him too arrogant and decided to see if he could even repeat it, for it contained 100 movements. Yoha asked rhetorically if this was true and moved forward while forming one of his clones next to him. He said it seemed easy to him, and when the repeated movements began to work, the boss's mouth dropped open in shock. Lemurian supporters also opened their mouths, and silence reigned all around. They admired him and exclaimed that he seriously did it, and on the first try, exactly the same. The leader was shocked, something that had never happened before. No one had ever struck him so hard, he didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Moving in stillness is the final formation of the Six Swords fusion technique belonging to the Manhwa sect. Ultimate stillness may look like a simple lunge, but the warrior is making hundreds of changes in position in that instant. It is no coincidence that the Six Swords fusion technique originates from the Plum Blossom sword technique. In Hua, the Six Swords fusion technique is taught to absolutely everyone, but even the main branch disciples face great difficulties. However, Lemurian mastered the art of fusion, which was not easy, and became a master of it, capturing Henan province. And now his pride in the titanic efforts he had put into his apprenticeship was instantly destroyed. He watched, mesmerized, but he gripped the hilt of his sword, reminding himself to remain calm. Lemurian knew this technique better than anyone, so there could only be one true face of Yoha in front of him. He concentrated and saw a guy running towards him with an attack right in front of him, and he considered this face to be true. And when the leader was about to repel the attacks, he froze in place, not immediately understanding what had happened. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could not only not move, but also not comprehend what had just happened. Hundreds of blade strikes pierced his body from toe to shoulder, and then he made a fearful guess in his head. Every body is real. This wasn't just an imitation to attack suddenly. John had surpassed him. That's what Lee thought as blood gushed from his mouth. He instantly fell face down into the snow, and the hems of his robe flew right behind him, so now Yoha froze. The protagonist approached the leader, wondering what had happened, and he asked why Murian had fallen, even though the guy hadn't completed the technique. The master lay on the cold ground unconscious when Yoha came right up to him. Looking at him, he asked if Lemurian had passed out and added that it was a pity, but at this rate he would chop off his head. The protagonist placed the curved end of the sword in front of the leader's face, and he suddenly woke up and asked to wait. He simply couldn't move. The gentleman declared that he would never come to the fortress of the 5 Peaks again, and asked to spare him. But Joka needed a guarantee. The master said that this would never happen, and swore on his right hand, and John, leaving, sternly said that he had better keep his promise. There were joyful exclamations from the 5 Peaks gang, Punyencho asking Joke if he was safe and expressing his admiration. Lemurian, leaving the battlefield with the help of his subordinates, turned around to look at the protagonist one last time. Now he saw a simple guy, laughing sincerely, with a deep blush on his cheeks, and he could not believe that he was so strong. The battlefield was left in scattered pieces, and the mountain bandits and the Lord's troops dispersed. But they were watched all the while. It was a masked man hiding behind the top of a snow-covered mountain, carrying a weapon in case of emergency. He watched the battle between Yong Joha and Lee Murian from beginning to end, and what he saw was not what he had imagined. Meanwhile, the commander of the Five Peaks bandits managed to scold John, asking how he could break the wall that they had been diligently building. And so, excluding the small trading unions in Henan province, the three largest unions fell one after another. And naturally, even they, the Mansu Trade Union and the Nanyang Trade Union, which divided the Henan province, fell. The man said there had been a shift in the balance of power, so to speak. The other was angry that they even defeated the magic sword. Who would have thought that the little one would be so strong? The man with the brush continued that this is what they are talking about in the Hejia settlement now, so the number of bandits in the fortress will only increase. Another man said it would be better to strike before they become a big force, but there are some concerns. Namely, this little one could be the Green Forest boss's disciple. Otherwise, how can one explain why he is so strong? The man of considerable age agreed and added that Yoha appeared precisely when the Green Forest began to expand. And he said that if this was really the headman's student, they had better stay away from him. Suddenly, a man interrupted their conversation, slamming his fist hard on the table and shouting at them to stop talking nonsense. Because how can they run from some bandits, and do they know what will happen if they retreat now? Blood was running down his hand. It was the head of the Mansu Trade Union, the master of the tornado sword, San Machon, who said that their union would be a laughingstock for Henan. And when he shouted, breathing heavily, that with such a reputation they would have no future, they asked him in fear what to do then. Isn't the head of the trade union on the same level as the divine swordsman who lost? So how do we deal with that bandit? At first the man was stunned by these words, but then squinting, he thought. He didn't know what to say because this boy was on a completely different level. Before challenging him, he must study everything thoroughly, otherwise he will become his pawn like Lee Murian. He considered him too strong and cursed in his head, wondering if he was really the Green Forest boss's disciple, and decided to go to Hagen. With the goal of bringing the best Longjing tea leaves from the West Lake, one man was afraid that he was going there. And he asked if he was really going to that place at that time, because if he left, then unrest would begin in the Union. San Machon called him stupid and asked if he had forgotten that he was in that province, and the man did not answer right away, but he remembered. After all, that is where the Mudan Mountains are located, and the leader was an external disciple. That is, he had the right to study the martial arts of the Mudan Mountains, which he said, prompting those present at the meeting to think. And his teacher, the elder of the Mudan sect, was the sage Chongji. The man immediately recognized the name and spoke it hesitantly, for it was the renowned master of the Mudan sect. And continuing the thought, he added that the master is also good at teaching. The Tornado Sword Master smiled, saying that the man was finally using his head and understood his meaning. The Mudan sect is one of the 10 great ones. Their disciples are at a level they can hardly even imagine. If San Machon asks the master to train him, he will be able to become no worse than them. And this bandit, Yong Joha, will become a dead man. Even if he is a disciple of the heaven-crushing demon lord, he is still too young, and he is inexperienced enough to fight on equal terms with a disciple of the Mudan sect. And if he loses, then the fortress will fall after him. The warm setting sun was shining outside, caressing the houses and shops in its rays, which cast long shadows. There was hot, greasy food on the table, and someone was shouting in admiration, looking at it, that all this expensive food was just like a dream. The girl agreed, because it was the best restaurant in the village of Hejia, and Han Cheng admitted that this was her dream. Namely, to order whatever she wants. But the dark-haired one clarified if everything was okay because it was expensive, and Chung said not to worry. Because they had the strongest warrior in Henan province with them, Yong Joha, and the guy felt awkward about this because they had a boss. But the girl was indignant that even the children knew that he was the strongest in the fortress. But Joha considered this strange. He felt awkward because the clothes he was wearing were too expensive since he needed to be frugal, but Han Cheng objected. Because Joha had earned a lot of money for the fortress, and her friend added that the second brother had told them to help the guy unwind. Namely, so that he would eat his fill and dress in his best clothes. He was surprised, and Chung said that Thak wanted Yon to enjoy himself. After listening to the girl, the guy turned to the dark-haired girl and said that he had never seen her before and asked the girl's name. Blushing, she introduced herself. Her name was Sobaek, and said that she had joined the fortress a week ago. Han Chung smirked as she told Yoha that Sobaek was cute and that she was the reason for the ruckus in the fortress. She was also popular in the Hejia settlement. The guy asked in surprise if this was true, but Sobaek denied it. And Cheng, smiling, told her not to lie, because no matter who you ask, everyone knows her name, and she heard that she got there because of her popularity. Yoha asked what she was talking about, and Khan told her that the girl had run away from there because some hooligan had tried to marry her. At that moment, a guy approached them and, grinning, sarcastically asked what he had just heard. He said that if you find him, you will get into trouble, and leaning over the girls, he said that he was worried about her. Chen rolled her eyes and asked if this was the same bully they had just been talking about. The dark-haired girl, her face dark, responded by agreeing that it was him. Grinning, the bald guy deliberately expressed indignation at the word hooligan, calling it rude, and said that he felt sad when she called him that. Han Chung addressed him as Pare, saying that his face was just asking to be punched, but maybe he would just leave. And a little more quietly, she said that she didn't want such a luxurious table with delicacies to collapse, and he didn't want to die, which was beneficial for both of them. The guy grinned and asked what kind of nonsense it was to die when they were telling him about it. And he pulled his large hand forward, which he placed on the fragile girl's shoulder. He told Sobaek that he did not believe the words of the ugly woman. He asked if she would tell Chung how scary he was when he was angry, and that there would be a lot of trouble later if she made him nervous. The guy added that she shouldn't dare run away again. His patience wasn't endless, and squeezed her fragile shoulder. He was about to start threatening her with what would happen if she continued to delay her answer, but Yoha interrupted him, telling him to stop. The guy looked at him, and John explained that he was in a good mood today, so he would count to 10 for him to leave. Surprised by such impudence, the bully called Joke a child and made a remark about the way he spoke to him. Without answering, John Joha, with a relaxed face, began to count down, 10, 9. He became angry, which was reflected in his facial expressions. He wanted to answer, but Han Cheng said it was better to listen to him and run. Sobaek and the bully looked at her, but Chung calmly said that he would definitely die, and the guy told him to stop being insolent. He asked if she had never heard of Guak Yon-chul from Hejia village, and the girl replied, rolling her eyes again, that she had never heard of him. Adding that he didn't know who he was talking to, Guak then grinned and asked who they were, if they were some cheeky kids. Han Chung turned her gaze to him and calmly named the Five Peaks Fortress. And the guy sitting at the table is a bandit who is a perfect swordsman. And hearing this, Yangchul's eyes widened. By that time, Yoha had counted to 3 and was already getting up from the table, when suddenly the bully abruptly asked him to wait. The boy's gaze reflected Yan's burning eyes, in which his strength was visible, and then Yangchul uttered a strange word, ding. Yoha looked him straight in the eyes and said questioningly that he was still there, after which a crash was heard. The protagonist swung his leg and did a spinning kick to the guy, whose eyes rolled back and blood gushed from his mouth. The blow was so powerful that Guak Yun-chul, who is twice as big and tall as Joe, was thrown back with force. He fell with a crash onto the table, breaking it in half, a couple of teeth flying out, and a mark from Yoke's shoe remained on his torso. At this time, a man in a robe approached them, who was standing nearby. He saw dishes and chips flying in the air. He clearly didn't like it. His brows were furrowed, his gaze was piercing and focused, and wrinkles appeared around his eyes. He took a strong step and blue energy spread around him. The man stood in the middle of this chaos, and suddenly the flying objects began to burn the same color as him. Before Joha could stop himself from doing what he had done, he noticed him out of the corner of his eye. Without showing it, he first stood firmly on his feet. There was a lot of debris around, so as not to trip. And only when he stopped, John turned his head towards the man in the robe. From him, as from Joe, streams of air emanated, which is typical for people who master martial arts. The boy watched the man closely as the hood fell from his head, revealing the elder of the Mudan sect. A little earlier, as the sun was also setting below the horizon, the man asked why the elder had arrived unannounced. The head of the trade union followed him, saying that he would have met him properly if he had known, and that it was dangerous to walk on this street. But Chongji walked quickly without responding, and the leader hurriedly announced that he had already called a carriage for him. He added that if the elder waited, they would reach the trade union in comfort, but asked to say why he had come personally. Sage Chongji walked forward quickly, his gaze fixed on nothing, as if he knew where to go, and San Machon shouted after the teacher. He ran after him like a little dog, anxiously asking where he was going, but suddenly stopped, clutching his head. San Machon would go crazy at this rate. He didn't understand why the sage had come here in person and so unexpectedly. The chief was worried about what would happen if someone found out that he had come to subdue the bandit, when he suddenly heard someone discussing. The three men discussed how San Machon had lost his nerve when Murian had been hit and was confused because he couldn't deal with the bandit. One of them was impressed that the leader had managed to attract even an elder. Their union was so influential, and the second agreed. And if San Machon is a disciple of the Mudan sect, it turns out that he was afraid of the bandit and complained to the teacher, although he behaved arrogantly. The head of the union wanted to be indignant about these freaks, but Chongji couldn't believe that he was angry because of market rumors. And, looking over his shoulder at him, he said that he still had a lot to learn. Standing with a gloomy face, San Machon looked at the teacher and asked for forgiveness. Chongji turned away and said that as soon as everything was over, he should go into secluded training, and the leader agreed. Suddenly, the elder stopped abruptly, as if he had stumbled upon something. His gaze showed both severity and surprise at the same time. It was at that moment that he saw Joe turning around in a fighting stance and kicking the big guy. The blow was so powerful that not only did Yeonchul fall, blacking out and breaking the table, but a brick wall was also broken through. Hearing this roar, all the onlookers gathered around. The head of Machon became worried, shouting into the crowd asking if the teacher was okay. Suddenly, he fell into a state of great surprise when he saw a red-haired guy standing in front of the elder. The chief immediately recognized this brat. He was definitely a bandit from the Five Peaks Fortress. The man was worried about why the guy was here. He felt like the atmosphere around him was a little different from the others, and he didn't see hair that color every day. Pushing the people aside, San Machon moved forward, shouting to the teacher that this was the same bandit. But the elder told him to shut up. To the man's surprise, he put the hood back on his head, covering his eyes with the cloth. And turning around, he said that he wanted to rest here, but it seemed the street was unsafe. Chongji turned to the chief, saying that since he had arranged for the carriage, they would be leaving, and Joha stared after him. Yan felt an ominous aura emanating from this unfamiliar old man. At that time, he did not know that it was Master Mudan in front of him. But he was distracted from his thoughts by Han Cheng, who clutched her head at the sight of this devastation and asked why it was necessary to destroy everything. She anxiously reminded him that the boss had told him not to create problems or ruin his reputation, so he shouldn't have gone too far. Yoha felt awkward, so he looked away but said that the guy was to blame himself. He had time to leave. Relaxing her face, the girl said, "Okay, I don't care about her, but something else was important." And she raised her voice, indignant at why it was necessary to beat their table, and said that she was so hungry, simultaneously asking what to do about it. The restaurant was also completely destroyed, so Han Cheng said that even if they paid for repairs, they would hardly be served. Yoha replied that he would look into it, but the girl asked if she hadn't talked about maintaining a good reputation, and the guy justified himself by saying that this bully turned out to be weaker than he thought. The main character didn't expect that he would fly away with one blow. But Han Cheng countered that it would be strange if he got off easier after his blow. And looking at Joke with skepticism, she showed him a bunch of coins on a rope, that was all they had, and asked what to do. Luckily, they have enough for repairs and should have some left over for rice soup, but they won't be able to buy clothes for Sobek. And she, according to the girl, really wanted to get an outfit befitting a bandit. But Sobek brushed it off, saying that she didn't say that. Han Cheng immediately covered the girl's mouth with her hand, and smiling, said that they would buy it next time, if so. Joka felt uncomfortable. He offered to buy clothes instead of soup, and his sister replied that if he felt uncomfortable, let him fulfill her request. The guy immediately agreed and asked to tell him about the request. He was ready to do everything. She smirked smugly, warning him that he had said it himself and would not be able to get out of it. And hugging the dark-haired girl, she asked her to teach her and Sobek martial arts. After what happened in the restaurant, the elder and the chief were walking down the street, and San Machon said that that guy was the same bandit. Without turning around, Chongji replied that he knew, but at that time the leader did not understand why the elder did not deal with him. If Jock were gone, they would easily solve the problems with the fortress. That's what the leader thought, but the teacher asked about the rumors. Namely, that this guy is a disciple of the demon lord who crushes the heavens, to which the leader responded positively. These rumors developed because of the guy's strength, but Youngji guessed that this might not be true. Otherwise, they would have been whispering about it for a long time already. The demon lord who crushes the heavens loves to show off, so such an outstanding disciple would definitely not remain in the shadows. The elder decided that coming here was a great idea, because to think that he would meet a martial arts genius in such a place. And holding in his hands a small board with hieroglyphs, he said that it was pleasant, even very pleasant. 3 days ago, respected guests arrived in the province of Hagen in the Mudan Mountains to see the elder. The woman carried in her hands the cloth gathered around the dishes, which they had brought as a gift. And when they entered, the man said that the scenery here was many times more beautiful. Even within the Mudan Mountains, there were few like it. This man's name was Sage Tae-hee, the head of the Mudan sect, who brought Longjing tea leaves from the lake as a gift to Chongji. And he said that he remembered that the elder liked tea, and Chongji, turning, asked if they weren't damn hard to get. And since he brought such a valuable gift, it means he assumed that the guest had something to talk about with him. Tae-hee laughed at this cleverness and asked if it was really that obvious. The two men retired to drink strong tea in the proper manner while discussing pressing issues. The guest began by saying that the merchants were in big trouble, all because of the bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress and their connection with the Green Forest. Chongji then asked if it would be too problematic if Green Forest was involved. The guest did not deny it, but they had reasons for intervening. For the head of the trade union, a former student of Chongji, brought this tea, and Tae-hee asked if sending a student to observe the progress of his former student wasn't respectable enough. The elder asked again whether the guest meant for him to look after the Green Forest. The head of the Mudan sect responded positively and asked if Ji remembered how much trouble the Moon Sage had caused in the past. He used terrifying martial arts to take over Murim, no, the entire central continent. While the Sword Emperor and the Moon-Cutting Swordsman still managed to win, their strength could no longer be relied upon. Tae-hee rhetorically asked who could guarantee that Murim would not face such a threat again. He was uneasy. He did not know how long this peace would last, and added that unorthodox sects also posed a threat. Many swordsmen fell at the hands of the head of the Green Forest, the demon lord who crushes the heavens. It was unlikely that anyone would stand against him, and then Chongji asked whether the guest wanted him to strengthen his influence on the trade union, so that he would do this before he started helping the demon lord, and the man replied that this was true. Also, Ji's disciples always brought a good reputation to their sect, which was an opportunity to increase their influence on Henan. Besides, it was another opportunity to improve their opinion of them, so it was possible to kill two birds with one stone. Taking a sip from his mug and exhaling hot steam from his mouth, Chongji agreed. But he had one condition. He placed the mug on the table and, looking into Tae-hee's eyes, asked to be allowed to subjugate the Five Peaks Fortress. The man expected any request, but this one particularly surprised him. He asked why Chongji needed this, and the elder explained that, having managed this temple for the past 10 years, he had participated in rituals and heard hundreds of predictions. However, whenever he tried to look at his success in his endeavors, it was always the same. He saw only possible failure and thought that he seemed destined to live a smooth life, devoid of ups. And looking away, Chongji said that today this prediction had changed. On the tablet with the prediction, which he took out after meeting with Joha, there were only 2 words written: incredible success. He considered it a heaven-sent opportunity, a bandit who was a perfect swordsman with an unusual aura around him. And if he taught him, Joha would become the greatest sword of Mount Mudan, he thought, while construction was underway at the Five Peaks. The mountain bandits worked together in a coordinated manner. Namely, some carried logs, others worked on the roof. A man ran up to Boss Pun and said that they had finished the construction. Encho asked again to make sure. And, approaching this place, he looked at the building with an appraising glance, pronouncing its name, the Pavilion of Harmony. And not just a pavilion, but a building of 5 peaks, which seemed to sparkle in the sun in all its glory. Things were booming in this area, and as their bosses, Daebyul Fortress helped them build buildings befitting their status. Accordingly, new people were needed, and for this purpose, Pun Yencho recruited carpenters, advisors, and many others. When the work was completed, everyone admired the result, and the children of the new arrivals ran joyfully, wanting to take a closer look. As they ran past the boss, he glanced at them, watching, but his gaze suddenly became serious. His eyebrows moved slightly towards the bridge of his nose. Yencho was thinking about something. Tak Gomyong approached him and asked why the boss was in the clouds, and the man, as if waking up, greeted his brother. He looked at the running children and said that he remembered seeing such a scene in the past. Gomyong was also looking at the children. He was interested, and just as the boss was about to indulge in memories, he was abruptly interrupted. He immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Together with his brother, Gomyong asked the out-of-breath bandit about what the rush was about. The man asked if they had seen Joe, for he had heard that Yan taught girls martial arts and wanted to do the same, and Gomyong pointed to the forest. The bandit was late, so the second brother told him to go catch up, while Joha, Cheng, and Sobag stood surrounded by bamboo. John said that today they would be learning breathing techniques, so they needed to memorize 300 words. And when, closing his eyes, the guy began to pronounce them out loud, concentrating, Chung interrupted him, saying that it was too difficult. Then John asked them to close their eyes and slowly repeat after him, and over time it would become easier for them. The girls simultaneously agreed, saying the word okay, and tried to pull themselves together. Yoha told them to close their eyes, and they both obediently closed their eyelids, tilting their heads down slightly. Then the guy asked to concentrate on breathing, and one could hear the wind rustling, touching the green bamboo leaves. Since the girls had not made a sound for some time, Yoha opened one eye. He was worried if they were okay, but when he saw them, he froze for a moment. Chung and Sobek were completely focused. The wind caressed their locks of hair, leaves flew around them, but they did not move even once. The protagonist saw someone else training for the first time. His cheeks flushed slightly and his heart began to beat faster. He had that feeling when you clearly hear something that you couldn't hear before. John Yoha sat in the lotus position and placing one hand on his leg, palm up, began to concentrate, closing his eyes. They sat like that until sunset, when the sky turned red and the ears of wheat seemed brighter from the rays of the setting sun. Han Chung opened her eyes slightly, and rubbing her eyelid, which was not accustomed to the brightness after a long meditation, turned to Joha. However, she didn't have time to finish, because when the girl fully opened her eyes and looked at John, she froze. Sobayak, seeing the same thing as her, began to loudly pronounce her name to get her attention, but Chung gestured for her to be quieter. And they both fell silent, watching the protagonist, who, in turn, was completely immersed in meditation. His concentration was so good that bands of his energy hovered around John's hands, which were folded near his solar plexus. He seemed to be in a state of complete peace, as was evident from his face, and he literally floated above the ground. However, at this time the guy was in another dimension, where he stood with his sword as if on water circles. Yoha began to perform the sword techniques he knew in the empty space. Movement after movement, the blade seemed to cut through the air, producing the sound of this gust in space when you actively move the sword. But he didn't succeed. John thought it wasn't it, and he didn't know what he needed to do to understand it deeper. Suddenly, he heard a recommendation to calm down in his own voice. It told him to focus on the voice of his heart. This frightened Joe, and he asked who it was, when suddenly he saw his childish reflection, smiling with a calm look. He immediately remembered it, the one that had been teaching the protagonist to train in the abandoned warehouse for all 10 years. Smiling, it told him to get ready now. And Yoha, turning away, completely trusted his reflection, standing in the same pose behind him. They began to move, and Yoha felt that their movements were as one. And the vague formations became clear one after another, step by step, action by action. John Joha and his child reflection performed various maneuvers in the jump, moving in perfect sync. At this time, the girls looking at Joe were very surprised, their mouths open. 5 red buds appeared above the protagonist's head, which, like the color of his hair, glowed red. And the more powerful the concentration of Joe's energy, the more they blossomed in a golden color, similar to a lotus flower. When Joha finally found harmony and tuned into the right frequencies, the energy between his palms began to gather into a bright clot. He opened his eyes, which were glowing red with a bright orange, fire-like pattern, and the flowers above his head began to disappear. Joha asked why the girls were looking at him like that. Was there something on his face? But they talked about some kind of lights. And running up to him, Han Cheng said that it was amazing and asked if they could do the same one day if they continued training. The guy blushed terribly, replying that they were making a mountain out of a molehill, but added that they needed to read these words morning and night. They were returning home. Joha was walking ahead, and the girls were walking a little slower behind, talking about something of their own and laughing. Suddenly, Chung fell silent when she saw the boss standing in the middle of the courtyard in front of them. The girls said that they had returned and asked if the pavilion had been finished. Pun Yencho, without reacting to this, stood in the middle of the yard with a gloomy face, and then Joha called him and asked where everyone had disappeared to. Without turning around, the commander, with a drooping voice, called out Jok's name and asked him what they should do. And looking over his shoulder at the guy, he announced the terrible news. The sage Chonji was going to attack the fortress of the 5 peaks. When night fell and the sky was lit up by rare clouds with burning stars, all the members of the fortress gathered in the Pavilion of Harmony. Pun Yencho, sitting in a chair, asked if everyone had fled away and told all the brothers about the upcoming attack. The thing is that the Mansu Trade Union has attracted the sage Chonji, and now they are going to attack them. Clenching his fist, the boss asked in all seriousness if there were any suggestions. Ho Imdal reminded them that they would be right here tomorrow and asked if they should run away somewhere. Hearing this, Pun Yencho did not respond. His lips were tightly pressed together, which meant one thing. This was not something he would agree with. The commander then turned to Master Yangaku, who was leaning against a wooden post, and asked if he had any ideas. He just chuckled nervously, asking if they really thought such a trick would work on the sage Chonji. And Tak Gomyong, unable to bear it, shouted, also asking him what they should do then. The man asked if they really didn't understand that the 5 Peaks Fortress no longer existed. And he explained that Chongji is the elder of the Mudan sect, and he is the strongest in the sect, and was once even the strongest in Hubei. Moreover, each of his students is incredibly strong. Yanggak asked if the brothers really wanted to go up against such a monster. He told them to just pray to keep their heads on their shoulders, and there was some discussion around, then Yencho punched them. The boss shouted for silence and asked Joha what he thought about it. A tense silence fell around them as everyone looked at John as if he was their last hope. But after a short pause, Joha looked away and said that he didn't know. The faces in the pavilion darkened. The brothers were hoping that the guy would at least express some encouraging thought. Yanggak shouted to the whole hall that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. And moving from his place, he headed towards the exit, saying that he was leaving because he did not want to die here. All the members of the 5 Peaks Fortress began to consult with each other about whether they should stay or leave. Almost all of them followed Yanggak right in front of Pun Yencho, arguing that the sage Chonji was coming and they had to run. One of the brothers turned around, not seeing Li Cheol-san with him, and shouted at him why he wasn't coming. The man turned his gaze to the girls, Han Cheng and Ha Sobayek, standing behind him. Han Cheng tried to calm the dark-haired girl down, telling her that everything would be fine so that she wouldn't worry, but Sobayek was very worried. The sad expression on Cheng's face made Chul-san say that he was staying, and then his friend reproached him for going crazy, and that he wanted to die because of some girls, but Lee stood firm, so Chun Gideok decided to leave since he was not listening to him. Tak Gomyong, Ma Hendo, and Ho Imdal also remained, the first with his arms crossed over his chest, the second, like Imdal, with his head down. Overall, the original lineup of bandits remained the same, including Cholson and the girls. The boss clarified with a question that there were 10 of them left, and thanked the bandits for not leaving. Yencho closed his eyes, thinking that, objectively speaking, they should have run away. just like Yanggak had said. But a new pavilion and houses were built here, and other structures were also erected for a long time. And importantly, there are people who want to return to the fortress of the Five Peaks. Pun Yencho's clenched fist began to tremble. It was anger, and at the same time a feeling of some kind of hopelessness. The pavilion was filled with an oppressive atmosphere of silence, and everyone who remained knew that their fate would be decided tomorrow. A wind blew in through the open window, covering most of the room. Along with the wind, green leaves flew in, torn from the trees by its force, and Yoha took notice of this. The main character just opened his palm, and one of the leaves landed softly in his hand. This gave the guy an idea. Yan suddenly clenched the leaf into his fist and, turning to the boss, sternly asked if this sage Chonji could cut a person with a leaf. Pun Yencho stood in the yard near the high fence, assessing the height of the wooden posts in order to dismantle them. He had already separated some of the logs from each other, forming a passage, and stood there, breathing heavily, remembering Yok's words. The boss thought about this question seriously and replied that he didn't think Chongji was so skilled that he could cut it with a leaf. And the main character, crossing his arms over his chest, asked that if the sage was not that strong, then there was still a chance to defeat him. Encho sat up straight in his chair and, stumbling slightly, asked rhetorically if Yoha was serious about asking this. At first, the man was delighted at the thought that Yoha would be able to restrain the sage Chonji, and then they would all attack together. But Yanggak's words about the Five Peaks fortress no longer existing stuck in his head. And Pun Yencho suggested that it might be possible if Joha and the sage met one-on-one, the dark figure of Chonji, the fog, and Yona, and the way the main character froze in space, pierced by multiple sword blows. The boss's joyful expression turned sad. He didn't want this to happen. The realization that the only way to protect the fortress was to rely on the strength of a child was etched into my head. The boss clenched his fists, wondering if there really was no other way out. He said that it had been 5 years since they had settled here. This year, the most people had come. Good things had happened. Further words about this being quite enough made the bandits worried. They asked what the boss was talking about now. And Han Cheng, squeezing his hand, said encouragingly that she was confident that Joha would be able to sort out this situation. Pun Yencho, gritting his teeth, firmly disagreed. No, he realized that they could not rely on him forever. After all, we are talking about a sage from the 10 great sects, and he is much stronger than they can imagine. He could not burden this on a child. The boss knew they had no chance against such a force and said that the Five Peaks fortress would be dissolved from now on. That is why he was now standing with an axe in his hands at the fence, to demolish all of this as confirmation of his words. His hand, covered in abrasions and calluses from the logs he had already managed to tear down, was shaking from the wrist to the tips of his fingers. He clenched his hand into a fist, smirking at the ironic thought that he couldn't bring himself to leave. Suddenly, the strong rope that supported the tall logs standing in a row broke. A tall shadow fell on Pun Yencho, and noticing the movement, he looked up. The man didn't have time to understand why this happened before the log began to fall on him, and the boss only managed to scream in fear. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard asking if the boss had forgotten how to lay logs properly, since others were working there. Encho, sweating with fear, opened one eye to check what had happened. Tak Gomyong, shaking, held the huge log on his back and asked if the boss really thought they would leave. Then I saw Hendo, Imdal, and Cheng each holding one of the same logs. On the other side were Sangchul, Sobong, Cheolsan, and even Sobek, who had only recently joined the gang. And looking behind them, he wanted to say something, but froze, and there was a short pause. The man looked straight at Yanzhou, who, despite his age and build, was holding up a whole pack of such logs. Raising his head, he asked his boss with concern how he was. Seeing this whole picture, a smile appeared on Pun Yencho's lips. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chulsan asked why the boss was here if he had dismissed us, and Ho Imdal added that they had decided that if they were going to die, they would all die together. Someone shouted if the boss was okay, and Gomyong said to give him his hand, asking if Encho had had dinner. Closing his eyes and smirking, the boss said that they were all seriously being naughty and grabbed the outstretched hand to stand up. It was deep night outside, and all the remaining mountain bandits were laying logs evenly on the ground, 2 by 2. and then they placed them next to the others, tying them with a strong rope along with the rest of the wall that the boss had not managed to tear down. And they lit a fire that burned with a bright orange-yellow flame, crackling and throwing small embers into the air. The bandits sat by the fire. Gomyong was glad that they had some wood left, because they were able to quickly rebuild the wall. When Ho Imdal added that they could relax now, the boss countered that it was better to be on guard. Although the bandits were expecting an attack tomorrow, the sage could attack at any moment, which everyone unanimously agreed with. Tak Gomyong, accustomed to living in a temple, sat by the fire with a serious look, thinking about something of his own. Ma Hendo, a thief who escaped from prison, and Ho Yidal, a petty thief, were chatting among themselves, grinning at something. Go Sanchong and Yang Sobong, former farmers, were laughing good-naturedly about something. The boss thought that all these people believed in his pathetic self. This was the family he was grateful to. And he said out loud that he thought luck was on his side. He smiled to himself. Gomyong chuckled and called him a dude, asking if he had just realized it. Suddenly, Han Chung stood up, addressing the commander, and everyone sitting there looked up at her. The girl said that since they were all together and it didn't matter if they died tomorrow, maybe the boss would accept them not as gang members, but as family. After hearing Chung's proposal, the boss asked Cholson and Sobek if they wanted it, and they both responded positively. The commander smiled, said he thought it was a good idea, and asked what his brothers thought about it. Then the gang members stood up and replied that they were all for it, of course. And Pung Yoncho began to appoint them in order. Cheolsan was the 8th brother, and Chung became the 9th sister. And of course, Sobek also became sister number 10. The girl stood there smiling, happy to be accepted into the family. They all stood next to each other, laughing and smiling, and the boss, putting his hand on his belt, said that he was counting on them, the family. Yoha smiled the warmest smile. He was truly happy and sincerely glad, which was visible in his shining eyes. They were all simple bandits, and it was not that they had their own customs, so they merely repeated the oath of the Persian garden. This is an oath of becoming brothers, when they swear to be there for each other in difficult times and to bear punishment if they are unjust. Whether they were educated or not was completely unimportant at that moment, and so their night passed in conversation. In the morning, as the sun began to rise at dawn, the Mansu Trade Union gathered together with Sage Chongji. Standing in front of everyone, he said that they could move out, and everyone moved in an orderly formation behind him. Meanwhile, silence reigned in the Fortress of 5 Peaks. Even the mountains, covered in morning fog, seemed to be dozing. The family that had taken the vow that night were fast asleep on the floor, snoring, and it seemed like they were all dreaming 10th sleep. Only Yoha was not sleeping. He carefully opened the wooden door so as not to wake anyone and went outside. Looking at the sky, the guy took a deep breath of the cool morning air. The main character held his sword in his hand, which was slightly worn in some places, and there was a small crack somewhere on it. His gaze was heavy, his cheeks were covered with a light blush. Yoha thought that he couldn't fall asleep. Because, although he didn't show it in front of others, the boy was nervous, worried about whether he would be able to defeat the sage. He closed his eyes, focusing on the rest of his organs, and thought that he had to win so that the family could stay here. Yoha opened his eyes sharply when he felt movement behind him, and running the blade behind his back, he turned around, shouting out a question, "Who is there?" A man's scream made him come to his senses instantly. The guy looked with his eyes wide open. It was the boss who stood there with his sword pointed at him and raised his hands up, telling Joe to calm down because it was him. The guy immediately pulled the sword away and said that the boss had scared him, then asked him if he was going to keep watch. Pan Yencho said yes and sent the others to bed, asking why Joka was hanging around here. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head and looked away, drawing out his words that he didn't really feel like sleeping. But the commander was far from a stupid man. These gestures of Jonah and the severe bruises under his eyes gave him away. Yoha, with his head down, said that everything was fine and he was not tired at all, while Encho quietly took out his sword behind his back. And without warning, he suddenly attacked with a weapon, but Joha managed to parry the blow, so the boss hit the guy's sword. The boy turned to the boss questioningly, and Pun Yensho, grinning, asked him how about a duel to warm up. Yoha stood, holding the hilt of his sword above his head, and looked questioningly at the man. But as soon as he heard his proposal, he immediately lowered the sword in front of him and, with excitement in his eyes, agreed that this was an excellent idea. And they both began to fight with swords. The man seemed to be testing Yok's reaction speed, attacking sharply and not leaving without a response. Encho smirked as he watched the boy wield the sword so well. However, as soon as he let his guard down for a second, Yoha swung his sword, and the sound of metal scraping against metal was heard. After this, the boss became more attentive and decided not to loosen his grip. The man swung his sword through the air with force, attacking John and saying that he was sorry. Yoha, parrying the blow, asked in surprise why the commander was sorry. Pun Yencho, as if speaking to himself, said that he always relied on his younger brother. And the guy grinned, replying like, "Come on, they're brothers," and he wanted to say something, but someone's shout interrupted him. The boss and his brother froze in place, hearing someone shouting from behind the fence for the Five Peaks Fortress to be on guard. Behind the fence, multiple steps were heard as a large number of people approached the fortress. The boss clicked his teeth, tensing up, and voiced his concern. Were they really here already? Sage Chonji stood right in front of them, the only obstacle being a high wooden fence. But it was not he who shouted, but the head of the Mansu trade union. He introduced himself as Sanma Shon and told the bandits to surrender the fortress to them. The boss tensed up when the condition was put forward that if they refused, their blood would be spilled. Pun Yencho decided that he couldn't let Yoha deal with everything alone, and taking off from the ground, jumped onto the fence and higher. Having climbed to the top of the fence, the man told John that the one in charge should go first in the vanguard. The man saw the number of warriors and thought to himself with a laugh that there were quite a few of them here, but he was no longer afraid of anything. San Machon, grinning, asked if he was the leader of the bandits and added that they should not put up useless resistance. But the commander bared his teeth in a grin and called them bastards, and then shouted that San Machon was a pathetic freak. Pun Yencho heard that he had come crawling to ask the sage for help, and asked if they were really expecting the bandits to run away in fear. He shouted that they loved to dream about it, but such tricks would not work on them, and Machon, listening to this, blushed with shame. The commander said that they should bring at least a sage, at least someone stronger. They didn't care, and Yoha, also hearing this speech, smiled. Chonji walked forward and, without stopping near Machon, reminded him on the go that he had told him not to fall for provocations. However, the sage could not allow such speech to defame his name, so he looked ahead and shouted a sound at the top of his lungs. The sound was just 2 letters. Ha! Like a mockery, and Yoha tensed, feeling a stream of energy directed at the boss. The boy shouted loudly for the commander to come back down, but Pun Yencho still did not understand what was going on. As the wave of energy reached the middle of the fence, the carefully installed wood instantly cracked, breaking in half. And the commander, who was standing at the very top, began to fall back, without having time to understand anything. Not even a second had passed before Yoha was off the ground, leaping into the air. Chongji was also in a jump right in front of the Five Peaks Fortress commander, and his sword was pointed at him. The moment Pun Yencho was in danger, the fear and pressure that had been holding Joe back evaporated like dust. The boy jumped with force onto the ground behind the fence, concentrating the power of his internal energy, causing the dry surface beneath him to crunch. He just wanted to protect his boss at that moment, so when Yoha swung his sword through the air, a powerful force was reflected back at him. It was a bright orange energy, like a blade pointing towards Chongji, glistening on the sage's face. The elder moved from his place, thereby dodging the blow. However, another couple of centimeters, and this stream would not have flown past, undermining the dry slope, but would have experienced the force of impact on Chonji. Mudre turned around. He immediately felt this incredible power and suddenly froze. He saw Joe, who at that moment was flying towards him with a sword raised behind his head. Ji turned towards him, ready, and he placed his sword in front of him to take the blow. The swords crossed with each other, making a metallic grinding sound. The blow was so strong that sparks emanated from the weapon. Joe's sword looked huge compared to the sage's sword, and it seemed like it would be easy for the guy to break the weapon. When they collided, Yoha maneuvered, jumping a decent distance away from the man. Chonji's hands trembled instinctively from the blow, as if they had been struck by lightning. Yoha placed the sword end down on the ground and asked the man if he was the sage, for he certainly felt a tremendous power. However, despite feeling the force in the clash, John said he was stronger. The sage asked again who was stronger than whom. He clearly did not like the guy's statement. And he replied that it was commendable that Yoha had mastered the transformation of internal energy at such an age, but he should not imagine anything. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist said that he was not imagining anything and asked if they had ever happened before. And suddenly he remembered that time near the restaurant he felt his energy, although then he did not think that the sage had come for him. Sectmaster Mudan was silent, looking at this young man. He was clearly interested in him. Yoha was glad that this man was the sage Chonji and asked him whether he could cut a person with a leaf. The man laughed loudly and shouted that John was more interesting than he thought. He added that he had met many talented people while traveling around Jianghu, but he had never met someone so fearless. Chongji said to let the boy know that all the masters of Jianghu prostrate themselves before him. He added that since Yan was so fearless, he would give him a chance to prove himself. He decided to find out if he was better than all those Ji had met. And the two strongest people that were rumored clashed, and even the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. A strong wind arose all around, and all the warriors of the Mansu Trade Union, especially their leader, were shocked by this sight. And the boss of the mountain bandits grabbed his head, which felt like it was splitting, and asked what was happening. He had just woken up. Encho asked what was wrong with Sage Jungji, and Gomyoung told him not to be surprised, because right now, these two are fighting each other on equal terms, and the commander has raised his head up. Their clash of swords was so powerful each time that the fighters bounced back due to inertia, parrying the blows. And they fell back to the ground in a jump after sticking together, as if in some kind of dance. The sage laughed loudly, shouting that it was excellent, his blue eyes shining with enthusiasm. He shouted that he was waiting for Yoha to dodge whatever he was using now and verbally provoked him to show himself. Chongji swung his sword and, describing a circle around himself with the weapon, created streams of energy. The guy became more serious, he frowned and looked intently ahead. Yoha cut through the energy blast with one blow, and an orange flame followed behind his sword along with the airflow. And while parrying the blow, he didn't notice the main thing, how Chonji ended up on the side. The sage told him not to let down his guard, and for the boy to think about his next step, as if he wanted to help him. Yoha turned sharply to him, and listening to his advice, asked again, "So that's how it is." And there was a powerful blow, undermining the earth, after which clouds of smoke rose into the sky. Yongjoha and Jonji landed on the ground again, a fair distance away from each other. The fire in the sage's eyes died down. He looked at John and thought to himself that this boy really did not overestimate his strength. And he seriously wondered if he really was the disciple of the demon lord who crushed the heavens. Straightening up, the sage asked who his teacher was, and Joha, repeating this word, paused for a moment. And without answering, he raised his sword to the sky, pointing its end upward, as if speaking of the presence of something divine. The man, seeing this gesture, froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. He laughed again, saying that the more he learned about Jonah, the more he liked him. And, taking off his hood, he added that he now understood why he came across a tablet predicting great success. Chongji shared that the boy could easily learn all the advanced techniques of the Mudan sect. Yoha replied that he had no idea what he was talking about and that he didn't need to know. Taking off his hood, Ji did not agree with him and, expressing this in the word no, said that from now on he needed to know them. The protagonist felt that the flow of the sage's energy had changed, and electricity seemed to be hovering in the sky. The movement of his sword left behind a magnificent trail, similar to a peacock spreading its colorful tail. The sage's eyes turned blue, and nothing but him could be seen in them, and a yin-yang sign appeared behind him. The head of the trade union was shocked because this was the very art of the Mudan sect, which was only available to the elders. It was the ultimate attack, namely the Taiji mystic sword technique. The man said that they would now finish the games, and Yoha, jumping from his place, said that it was too late. With full concentration, Chongji spread his arms out to the side, surrounded by streams of his energy. At the very last moment, when the protagonist almost reached the man in a jump, the sage disappeared. It happened so quickly that John flew into the void, his sword blade cutting through the air senselessly, and it shocked him. Changji managed to strike the young man, cutting the expensive fabric of his clothes just above the elbow, and Yoha stumbled and fell. However, the guy managed to land on his feet, helping himself to stop with his hand, just as Murian did when he was losing ground in the fight with Yan. The protagonist called him a damn old man, and when he looked up, the sage was no longer there. He appeared behind the boy, swinging his sword directly over the boy's head like an executioner, and asked where John was looking. When Yoha turned towards the source of the sound, Changji was already turning around in a jump to injure the guy. For the first time, the main character realized that he could not dodge, and his brothers, Boss Poon Yeoncho and Thak Gomyong, turned blue with fear for Joe. And as soon as John turned to face what was happening, he immediately received a second wound, but in the other shoulder. However, the protagonist found the strength to lift himself off the ground and jump a distance away from the sage. The boy cursed loudly, looking at the elder with clenched teeth. He put his hand on his wound from the feeling of pain. Despite this, Changji shouted at him to get up because it couldn't end so quickly, and waving the hand in which he held the weapon, he directed new waves of energy at the main character, which cut no worse than a blade. When this powerful stream was right in front of the hero's eyes, and there were seconds left, he parried the blow at the very last moment. Yin-yang circles formed in the sky, and Changji moved through them at incredible speed. Yoha looked at this, raising his head high, and barely had time to notice the movements on them. Suddenly, the sage appeared right above his head, jumping straight at John. The boss of the Five Peaks Fortress stood there like a pillar, his life flashing before his eyes as he saw Joe in such a state. The mountain bandits rushed forward. They all understood that this blow would be fatal, and Han Cheng called out to Joe with a shout. The sky turned a bright blue, the same color that the sage's eyes glowed with, and rings of wind gathered around him. The bandits screamed in fear as they stood in the area of influence of this energy, and the sage, lowering his sword, loudly uttered that very sound, "Ha!" Realizing all the consequences, Yeon Joha did not dare to move from the spot, even provoked, and looked straight at the sword flying at him. The sky seemed to have been struck by a divine blow, which was the ultimate attack that blew up the place where Joha stood. This stream was so powerful that all the mountain bandits, afraid for their brother, had to run back to avoid death. The warriors of the Mansu Trade Union also screamed in panic. Some even closed their eyes because they were blinded by the bright light. The man's landing cracked a large section of the ground, and he let out a sigh, admitting that he hadn't fought at full strength in a long time. Changji was so immersed in the fight that he could barely control his strength, and suddenly something else caught his eye. Orange flames began to glow in the huge plumes of smoke, as if someone had lit a huge fire as a sign of war with the heavens. An incredible, inhuman energy began to cut through the clouds, as if someone's fiery eye had peered out. Against this background, the sage Changji looked like a small bug that had wandered into a snake's lair. But in front of him was not a mammal, but a huge fire dragon, whose head gaped with tongues of flame, including its eyes. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Luoyang, an important event was taking place for the Waryong estate. The distinguished guests sat at a table in the shade, enjoying refreshments, while the young men demonstrated their abilities to them. They leaned forward, demonstrating sword techniques, and one of the observers was Miss Bayek Miju. The woman was actively discussing something with the esteemed guest that made him laugh, distracting him from his youthful performance. Then a young man appeared in front of the tables and thanked the elders of the Yan clan for coming. And Bayek Miju stopped chatting at that moment, giving her full attention to this young man, who was her son, Yeon Mubek. The guy said that he had learned a lot over the past 10 years in the Namgung clan, and today he would like to show everything he can do. His mother at this time thought that Mubek had reached the 7th star in martial arts, which was far from his father's level. However, this should have been enough for him to be recognized as a master, and Mubek, concentrating, demonstrated sword technique, tearing the air with his blade like Yan Zhou. This astonished the elders. They sat with their mouths open, looking up from their meal, and said that this could not be. Streams of wind gathered around the young man, swirling in the air like a whirlpool. Mubarak was able to concentrate his energy like Yoha and glow with it. He told himself to imagine a huge dragon and how its claws were tearing the earth apart. And, making the same sound that the sage Chong-ji made during his attacks, he swung his sword downwards, directing a powerful flow of energy there. When the sword hit the ground, the impact caused a strong wind to blow towards the elders, causing them to close their eyes. And when they opened them, they couldn't believe their eyes. The asphalt was cut into long stripes. These were the marks of the dragon's claws. The elders even stood up from their tables to examine this phenomenon more closely. Mubarak's mother watched as they told the others to come closer and look at it with a smug grin. And the guy, having finished demonstrating his own skills, put the sword back into its sheath. It was this same power that manifested itself in Yeonjoha during the legendary battle with the sage Chon-ji. Ponyencho, Ma Hendo, and Tak Gomyong were amazed. Their faces seemed frozen in a slack-jawed position. And this huge dragon was looming right over the elder, and the man was literally nothing compared to it. He had never seen anything like it because he had never fought at full strength. His eyes were like little buttons. And this fiery dragon was the power of Yeonjo, who seemed to be burning, no longer hiding his essence. And turning to the old man, he asked if he had really been hiding his strength all this time. The energy was so strong that wind blew in all directions from Yeon, forcing Jong-ji to take a defensive stance. The young man's eyes became bright and fiery, and he, looking straight at the sage, rhetorically asked about the fact that he underestimated him. Yoha said with blazing eyes that from now on the sage must fight seriously. Joe's fiery energy blinded the elder, but he looked straight at him, saying that he was truly magnificent. This was exactly what he needed, for only with such strength could he enjoy the fight. And Chong-ji jumped up, extending his sword forward, shouting at Joe to try and resist this move. The protagonist's movements became faster, as if it were not him and as if he could predict the sage's actions in advance. His piercing, burning eyes, frowning eyebrows, and downturned corners of his lips indicated that either his fate or G's would be decided now. There was a powerful impact on the ground with a fiery column of energy, which seemed to be some kind of eruption. This blow not only literally tore the sage's technique to pieces, but also caused the ground to crack. The elder ran forward, and behind him, along the cracks that had formed, fiery energy also rushed quickly. These were the marks of dragon claws, so the man began to stop, looking at this technique in horror. Suddenly, Yoha appeared in front of him, asking the sage if he hadn't told him not to get distracted. The main character appeared behind him in another moment, shouting loudly and clearly with that same sound, "Ha!" And Chong-ji stood there cursing, streams of blood flowing from his mouth. The man hadn't fought at full strength for so long that he had completely forgotten that his internal energy could be exhausted. He decided that this attack would be his last, and instead of trying to defend himself, he moved towards Yoha. However, before he could do anything, John pierced him with his sword while he was still moving. Sage Chong-ji stood frozen in one position in the air, unaware of what had happened to him, and Yoha, like a firebird, flew forward rapidly to land. His jump was smooth and accurate, and the elder fell, frozen in a position with one leg bent at the knee. But when his feet touched the ground, Chong-ji stood there without turning around and asked if the protagonist could tell him his name. The guy also stood with his back turned to him and calmly introduced himself as Yeonjoha. Jo is red, Ha is dawn, and when he said this, dawn did indeed break in the sky. The sun stubbornly made its way through the cracks in the mountains and gradually rose above them, and John turned around and called himself the Red Dawn. Chong-ji smiled with blood at his mouth, replying that he now understood. The sage loosened his grip on the hilt, and the sword fell from his hand, returning him to the past, where he also dropped his weapon and was breathing heavily, kneeling, while drops of blood ran down his chin. And then the red, burning eyes of a guy with the same special hair color as Yok were looking at him. The sage saw the back of the boy who had walked away victorious many years ago, leaving Chong-ji behind. The elder repeated Joe's name again and understood everything. So this is who John was and whose disciple he was. And the man fell face down, like a boulder that had been thrown off a huge cliff into the water. The Mansu trade union, seeing this, all had drooping mouths and small eyes of fear. The members of the Five Peaks gang also stood rooted to the spot, and a deathly silence reigned around them after the sound of the fall. The protagonist stopped near the sage, looking down at him. Yoha leaned on his sword, which Pun Enko had given him, and then, wounded in both arms but joyful, he turned back, addressing the boss with a radiant smile on his face. The commander still couldn't believe his eyes. He was so shocked that the muscles of his face were shaking. And then a loud cry of victory rang out from the full hoarse male throat. The veins in the boss's hands stood out. His pulse was so off the charts. Han Chung happily hugged Sobek, who still had tears in her eyes, and behind them, Yang Seobong and Cheolsan were shouting joyfully at the top of their lungs. A victorious face surrounded him, and suddenly the protagonist felt himself losing the feeling of the ground beneath his feet. It was Pun Yensho who put him on his shoulders, shouting to Joha that he was incredible. The bandits shouted hurrah for the fortress of the Five Peaks, despite the broken fence and the long holes in the ground from the dragon's claws. Hooray was shouted for the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks, for those who remained in the sect during the most tense moment and did not run away like the others. The warriors of the trade union looked at this as if to confirm that the sage Chongji had indeed been defeated. San Machon turned pale, blue. He asked out loud how this was possible. He could not believe that the teacher lost. Chongji rose from the ground and knelt down, holding the hilt of his sword. The head immediately noticed this and rushed towards him, shouting to the teacher how he was and if everything was okay. Seeing him closer, San Machon became scared and told the sage that he was also covered in wounds and needed to see a doctor quickly. Listening to this, the teacher burst out laughing, amused by the thought expressed out loud by the head that he was covered in wounds. No one had ever managed to do this before. Chongji asked the leader if he had seen it, and explained that today he had seen the heavens above the heavens. The sage looked up at the jubilant bandits, saying that it was impossible to take this fortress. Unless the emperor himself leads the army, he added about Zhou, so that they shouldn't even think about defeating this boy with a sword. Someone slammed a glass down on the table, spilling its contents, responding to the rumors about the sage Chongji's loss by saying that it was nonsense. In the southern region of Henan province, a man wearing an armband asked how a Mudan sect sage could lose to a bandit, and his interlocutor with a bun in his hair answered that everything was exactly like that. The bandit, who wielded a sword perfectly, was indeed a monster and asked a question. Didn't the man hear that Ji personally went to the fortress to subjugate it? In response, another said that no one personally saw this. The man in the blindfold laughed, saying that it was most likely just a rumor, and the man with the bun on his head agreed with him. They were chatting so loudly that a man sitting at the next table interrupted the conversation and said that it was not entirely impossible. He expressed his thoughts on this matter, thinking that that freak, Yoka, could really beat the sage. They asked him who he was. After taking a sip from his glass, the man said to call him the one who had met this bandit in person. It was Li Murian, the divine swordsman. He closed his tired eyelids and added, remembering that day, that it was incredible. He wondered if anyone could resist him. Hearing the active discussion, a guy with a scar on his face noticed the people. Passers-by who had also met Jok began to gather around Li, but the guy knocked them out with one blow, and Murian with two. The Mansu Trade Alliance failed to subdue them, meaning that in Henan province, no one was comparable to the Five Peaks fortress. For the sake of the reputation of the Mansu Trade Alliance and the Mudan sect, the alliance's leader, Sun Machon, suppressed the spread of rumors about their defeat. However, this news had already slipped into southern Henan. The Five Peaks fortress, previously unknown to anyone, had become the strongest. Some claimed that the part about the sage was false, but at the same time, rumors about 10 heroes began to spread. About those who bravely defended the fortress, despite the great numerical advantage of the Mansu Trading Union. And the name of one of them was heard especially often, John Yoha, a bandit who wielded a sword perfectly. Having learned all the necessary information, the guy with the scar turned around and, looking back at the gossips over his shoulder, went somewhere. He came to the vice chiefs, reporting about a martial artist in the Five Peaks fortress known as Yon Joha. He told them unverified rumors that the bandits had been able to repel an attack by 100 warriors, and Li Chang'an remembered that he had given them that name. The masked Yom Sanchul asked, "Weren't they just a gang of 7 bandits a couple of months ago?" The one-eyed and bloody bandit also remembered his words that if they recruited 10 people, they could be considered part of the Green Forest. He thought that they would be crushed by the pressure of trade unions, and they were lucky to pick a strong guy. A man interrupted their conversation. He said that when the teacher talked about doubling the size of the Green Forest, everyone was against it because then their reputation would fall. The man ignored any requests to join the Green Forest, hoping that the nobodies would be gone by the time the clan met. Lai Chanin agreed that the meeting would be held soon, but the man decided to see if the fortress was worthy of being a full-fledged part of the forest. From a bird's-eye view, the Five Peaks fortress looked quite impressive compared to what it had been before, and inspired strength. In the Harmony Pavilion, one of the escaped bandits, kneeling and trembling all over, begged Pun to spare him this time. He said that he had nowhere else to go and vowed never to betray the fortress or run away from the enemy again. Pun Yencho looked down at him with blazing eyes, clenched his fist, and sharply told the man to stand up. He stood up, trembling all over. He looked up at the commander in fear, thinking that he would hit him. Without saying anything, Yencho swung his hand and directed it with all his strength at the man. The bandit closed his eyes in fear, repeating in his head that he would be hit, but did not move. And suddenly, Pun Yencho hugged this trembling poor fellow. Leaning his shoulder on him with force, he said to him, "Welcome back." The commander burst out laughing, asking why he was so scared, and thanked the bandit for believing in them and returning. Hearing these much-desired words, tears began to flow from the bandit's eyes, for he expected a completely different reaction. As he left, the man bowed and ran off, promising to repay his boss for his kindness. Gomyong approached and asked if Yencho thought he had dealt with this bandit easily, since if he accepted him, their fortress would seem weak. And with a serious look, he said that they needed to choose those who would never leave them. But the commander interrupted him. The boss said that the recent incident made him realize that they were not accepted as part of the Green Forest, and this made him very angry. As they expanded, dozens of others joined them, but they only think of them as a common gang of bandits. The fortress was only part of the Green Forest in name, and Gomyong agreed with this because no one from their side came to help, as if they had forgotten. Pun Yencho continued this thought, adding that he thought that this name would protect them, and he did not want to shift everything onto Joe. And he clenched his hand into a fist, saying that that is why they needed to get a genuine confession from the Green Forest. Thak asked him how to do this, and if he had any ideas, in response to which the commander told him about the upcoming meeting of the Green Forest, and that this is their opportunity to show them all that they are worth something, and if they succeed, they will be equal in status to the other fortresses of the forest. The boss added that to do this, they would need to leave, so they would need people to look after the fortress. With his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes closed, Thak Gomyong lowered his head, saying that he understood. And then he said that this meant that there would be more hungry mouths to feed, so they had to work harder. And Enko replied that he was counting on him. Then they started discussing where Yoha had gone, and the boss said that he had gone to look for that old man. The commander asked what rumors were circulating about them among the people, whether they were crazy, and Thak confirmed that everyone was talking only about the 10 heroes. A bird flying over the Five Peaks fortress landed on the shoulder of a man in a robe. The man pulled out a note tied to the bird's leg and began to read the contents. Sage Chongji sat on a high rock alone in the middle of a bamboo forest where the height of the plant seemed to have no end. The letter said that they heard that he was still in the Five Peaks, and if the elder was absent for a long time, he would set a bad example. The sender hoped for the sage's speedy return, but Chongji threw the letter away and turned around, noticing Joe. He was waiting for him. The protagonist sweated when he saw him and shouted sharply at the old man, questioning whether he was still there, and the man smiled. Turning away, the sage asked why he had to leave, and added that he had not rested for a long time and decided to have a little fun. Yoha asked again why he was still here and not going to the trade union. Chongji calmly replied, closing his eyes, that Yoha hadn't made a decision yet. The protagonist sighed heavily and expressed indignation that he was still trying to take him on as an apprentice, and repeated that he wasn't interested. The sage rested his hand on his knee, bent towards himself, and said that everything was just the opposite. He explained that he was called the strongest swordsman of the Mudan sect. He could accumulate internal energy faster than anyone else. The sage could master advanced techniques with ease, and this year will mark 30 years since he began studying the mystical sword technique. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the 3 limits. And the story about this interested Joe. He asked what it was. Chonji, evading the answer, said that he would like to learn from the guy. It was immediately clear from John's expression that he didn't like the idea. He shouted that he couldn't teach him the demon slashing blade technique because Gomyong had only shared it with them. The sage raised his hand in front of the boy, as if showing that he was unarmed, and explained that he did not need this technique. The man explained that he wanted to learn not from Gomyong, but from Joe, and that it was enough for him to simply observe. Yon asked if that was enough, and Chonji asked in return, didn't the currents converging mean learning by observing? He meant that, knowing the theoretical basis, one can understand the principle of any complex technology, and getting up from the stone, he ran sharply. Chonji raised his fist with one hand and reached out to Joha with the other, saying as he walked that this would be a great opportunity for him too. The sage extended his fist and stopped his hand right in front of John's face, striking seemingly into nowhere, and huge streams of air were directed forward. The protagonist's hair stood on end, and several bamboo branches broke behind him. Hearing a loud crunch, Joha turned around and was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't find the words right away and, slightly stumbling, asked how Chon had done it. The sage said that he could tell, and not only that, but on condition that they make some kind of deal. Naturally, the boy asked what the condition was, and the sage said that Joha would give him a little advice. And he, in turn, will help John fill in the gaps. He is quite strong, but cannot use his power. Ji assumed that this was because Yan didn't know the basic theory of the arts, so if he studied the basics, the effectiveness of the techniques would increase. The elder extended his hand to shake his, saying that it was a good offer, and asked if Joha thought so too. From that day on, their joint training began. At first it was basic sword dueling. Then, sitting in the lotus position, Chan Ji and Yang Joha meditated together right under the waterfall. The protagonist improved his techniques day after day, training with the sage. They rose high into the air in a leap and seemed as if they were about to reach the moon, fighting on equal terms. And so, on one of those days, the elder and Joha were returning back to the fortress after training. Chonji suddenly froze after saying the Lord's name because children were running in front of him. The man stopped and, holding his hands behind his back, watched them with a smile on his face. He turned his head, noticing a figure that had stopped not far from him with John. It was a small child who looked away, holding his hands behind his back, when the sage asked him what was wrong. And the boy extended his hand with a flower, saying that it was a gift. The elder smiled, squatted down, and stroked the child's hair, saying that the flower was very beautiful, and that he would keep it. In response, the boy simply asked the sage to play with them again, and ran away happily, and Joa said that they seemed to have become closer. Chunji, smiling good-naturedly, asked if children weren't wonderful, and Yan turned his head away and said that he hated children. The man asked why the boy hated innocent children, and Joha, blushing with anger, replied that he didn't understand anything. Because children are the most terrible creatures, John argued, because they constantly laugh and mock others. The man agreed that maybe that was the case, but the people here were kind, regardless of age. He didn't expect the Green Forest Fortress to look like this, but Joha added that it was just a place where people lived. In the twilight, a human sigh cleared the air. It was Han Cheng tying the logs together. She straightened her back and, placing her hands on her hips, exhaled heavily, asking herself if this was enough. And, commenting on her actions, she smiled, deciding that she would go back when someone's tall shadow appeared behind her. The hand reached out to the girl, which for a second might have seemed ominous. But it was Chan Ji who took the logs from her shoulders and put them on his own. He said that he would help. The girl asked how the elder of the Mudan sect could do such work. She felt awkward, but he convinced her otherwise. The sage replied that he had plenty of free time, and Chung called him strange, believing that elders were not comparable to ordinary people. The man laughed and admitted that he too had misconceptions about mountain bandits. Chung asked what had dispersed them, and Chong-ji said that he was interested too, but he thought the Five Peaks fortress was not bad. Smiling, the girl agreed and added that their fortress was not like the others. Most of the bandits were used to committing robberies, but they also included those who simply fled the hardships of their past lives. And she said that she was here for the same reason, because she was almost sold to a brothel, and the fortress would remain calm under two conditions. More precisely, while the boss accepts those in need and Yoha protects them like a guardian angel. That's what Chung said. Chong-ji asked under what circumstances Yoha had come here, and his sister raised her head and said she wasn't sure. She herself did not know all the details, but she heard that the boss and the second brother saved him from death. The sage chuckled, saying that it was no wonder that Yoha stood by the fortress like a mountain. These people saved his life. Han Chung smiled and said that was the case too, but she had a different guess. She thought he was so devoted to the fortress because he thought of them as his own family. Holding 3 logs on one shoulder and several more in the other hand, the sage admired the fortress from a bird's-eye view. He was smart to put 1 plus 1 together. John's hatred of children and now his sister's words about family, Ji said, "Well, it's clear." They stood on the rock as the sun set below the horizon, painting the sky a bright orange. Someone's hand with long nails grabbed the bald man's throat. He was choking, his eyes rolled back and his tongue hanging out. The masked men watched as the man gasped for air as his life force was literally sucked out of him. A minute later, when the man stopped resisting and went limp in the strangling hands, they released their grip and he fell to the floor. A man in a black mask with a purple cross on it congratulated the great demon general. Namely, he congratulated him on reaching a new level, and the general, grinning, said that this day had finally come. The anger she felt 20 years ago was impossible to forget. She kept thinking about it again and again. The general said that she had been too impatient then, but she would not make such a mistake again, and she uttered those very nicknames. The Emperor of the Sword and the Swordsman who cuts the moon. She sat down in the chair, placing her hand on the armrest, and her pale hand lay elegantly on the surface. The girl also mentioned the Jianghu sex, saying that they would all prostrate themselves before her, the lunar sage, the famous demon of Henan province. He was often called Evil Squared, because if you encounter him, you won't leave alive. Behind his smile, he hides a sword. Meanwhile, Shimyangak was faced with an incredibly dangerous situation. He sat on his knees in front of the sage Chong-ji and Yong-joha, whose eyes were burning with a blue flame. It was quiet in the village of Hejia. The midday sun was shining and people were going about their business. The men who had escaped from the fortress of the Five Peaks sat down heavily in their chairs, for it had taken them a very long time to get to this place. The brown-haired man with tired eyes asked what they thought about the rumors in the village, whether they were true. The fact that the Five Peaks fortress dealt with the trading alliance of Mansu and Chong-ji, for wherever you go, everyone talks about it. Shimyangak said that this was impossible, because if the sage himself had intervened, the fortress would definitely have been destroyed. But he himself seriously wondered whether it was possible that the sage's attack on the fortress was a lie. After all, he had to destroy the fortress of the Five Peaks and win, not only the arrogant Yeonjok, but also all of his sworn brothers. And if all is so, then the fortress of the Five Peaks should be empty, and only the flag of the green forest flutters lonely above it. Yangak thought that since there was no leader, he would appear as a hero and become the boss of the Five Peaks fortress. At least that's what he thought. But things didn't go according to plan. And now he was sitting with these bandits, clutching his head. Suddenly, the man heard a guy at the next table asking his interlocutor if he had heard about the 10 heroes of the fortress. Another replied that they were said to be as strong as demons, while the first had heard that the White Wolf captain and the elder had lost completely. Shimyangak looked over his shoulder at the words about the 10 heroes, thinking that they seemed to be stronger than he thought. The waiter brought hot manti as the bandits discussed the fortress's acceptance of all who had left, calling it magnanimous. They heard that the fortress was already filled with people, and the brown-haired man asked what they should do. It seemed that the fortress had survived the attack. Shim Yanggak cursed the bastards from Mansu, saying that they seemed to be bluffing about the sage Zhongji, and it was hard to believe that. Chun Gideok asked the minister of the non-orthodox sect what they would do, and another bandit reminded Yangaku of his own words, that they would reach the top if they went there, and Shim shouted, calling them bastards, surprised that they blamed him. The bandit lowered his head, objecting that this was not so, but reminded him of Baek Gay's offer to go to the fortress of the Crimson Winds, and the words of Yanggak, who said that those who betrayed the fortress would be despised, so they trusted and did not return. The guy argued that if they continued to follow him, they would need to rely on something, and Shim slammed his fist on the table. Yanggak called them idiots and added that if these guys weren't lying, then the Five Peaks Fortress would take back everyone who left. Shaitan interrupted the conversation, saying that in order for the fortress to be part of the Green Forest, they needed more people. Shim logically concluded this phrase by saying that they could return, and the brown-haired man was glad because it was better than the Fortress of the Winds. Since the boss there was incredibly cruel, one of the bandits, chewing his food, turned to Yangaku. The bald guy asked if Yan Joha was tougher. He didn't think he would take them back so easily. There was a pause, and a blow was heard that threw the bandit off his chair. The men were sure that the others thought that they had temporarily left the fortress. Everyone came to the conclusion that there was no point in rejecting Yanggak, and he thought that he was the only one in the fortress who knew more about martial arts. Having decided unanimously, the bandits headed back to the fortress of the Five Peaks. There, the men were chopping wood, and while one carried the logs, the other held the axe. But when they noticed the newcomers, they stared at them. And the women who were busy rinsing the laundry also froze in surprise. Even the child running to his mother hid. People started talking among themselves, indignant that the newcomers were not being treated properly and that they even dared to show up here. They said that although the people had also decided to return, these bandits were the first to betray the fortress and were completely impenetrable. Shaitan said, turning around, that the atmosphere here was not very good and that he did not think they were happy to see him. Shim said not to pay attention. They just needed to meet with the boss and say that they had no intention of betraying the fortress. However, the man doubted whether the boss would believe them. He had the feeling that they were all treated as criminals after their escape. Yanggak told him not to worry, as they would not dare tell them anything. Immediately after these words, he turned his gaze forward and froze. He was so shocked by what he saw. The men stopped near the long claw marks on the ground that Yoha had made with his technique. The brown-haired man snorted, commenting on what he saw, that some idiot was trying to cultivate the land. Yanggak considered this nonsense, because these traces were clearly left by martial arts, and there was only one person in the fortress who was capable of this. He thought no matter what kind of monster Yan Joha was, these were definitely not traces of his demon-slashing blade technique. A man's leg stood behind the crowd of people. The man was indignant when he saw Yanggak, not understanding how he dared to appear here. Hearing this, Shim turned his head, shouting who dared to speak to him in such a tone. The man grinned broadly, letting off steam, and rhetorically asked his own question again, who? Then he shouted back to the freak that it was he, Cholsun, who stood with his axe slung over his shoulder. Shim Yanggak recognized him and, turning around completely, shouted whether he had gone crazy. Lee replied that he seemed to be the one who had gone crazy. Yanggak had never expected such insolence, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, so loud that his tongue reached his teeth, about how he was completely gone and the entire hierarchy had gone down the drain. Cholsun asked again, emphasizing the word hierarchy, and throwing the axe on the ground, decided to please him. Lee said that maybe Yanggak should greet him, his elder, first. Meanwhile, one of the gang members ran towards the Harmony Pavilion, calling for the boss. He bowed, indicating that Shim Yanggak, Hwang Yomyoung, and the others had returned to the fortress. Hearing this news, Punyencho turned back, chuckling at the fact that the old man had returned. Tak Gomyong stood with his arms crossed over his chest and, clicking his tongue, said that it seemed that Yanggak didn't care about the opinions of others. The second one turned to the boss over his shoulder and clarified that he wouldn't take him back. He never liked this old man. Whatever his reasons, he was the first to decide to leave them in their time of need and took the others with him, as Gomyong explained. The boss agreed with his brother, but added that the demon of Henan province was the person they needed. Gomyong asked if this was true. He believed that the fortress had already become stronger since Joha had trained them. And now there will be those here who can compete with Shim Yanggak or Baek Gyo. Pon Yencho had his doubts and explained that although the two had lost decisively to Joha, the old man had good skills. The demon of Henan province and Lee Cheol-san stood opposite each other, Yanggak exuding a gloomy aura. Chul-san merely teased him, gesturing for the man to come closer like a dog. He said that he would show him that he was no longer the Lee Cheol-sang he was. Shima began to get very annoyed by this behavior. The muscles on his face tensed, and he called the bandit a freak. Shim Yanggak quickly moved forward and shouted that Lee seemed to want to die. Two men raised their fists to strike. One of them fell for the provocation, and the other didn't like that the first one came there. This is how fistfights happen, but in this one, Yanggak missed the mark because Lee put his hand out, preventing the old man from reaching it. Shima's eyes widened. He wondered if the bandit had blocked his blow. Chul-san chuckled, asking what was wrong. He said that there seemed to be nothing special about the demon. And with a bitter smile, he sharply pushed Yanggak away from himself, who began to fall backwards, gritting his teeth. But the demon managed to land on his feet, while Chun Gideok watched them, not understanding how this was possible. He knew that Cheol-san was strong, but not strong enough to fight Yanggak. In the provinces, there were few who could compete with him, but Chulsan raised his fists with a furious passion. The bandit boasted that after Joha's training, Yanggak didn't seem like a problem to him, and Yanggak, grinning, agreed that he had grown a lot. However, he didn't take one thing into account. A second later, the provincial demon appeared above Chulsan, grabbing the bandit by the head. And Shim shouted out what this moment was about. He was still far from fighting him. After which there was a powerful blow, from which columns of dust rose upward. Chulsan fell face down into them, and coughing from the impact and the lack of air at the same time, clenched his fist, calling the old man a fucking man. Demon Hanana muttered through his teeth that if the bandit continued, he would only suffer more. He held his hand behind his head so that Lee would not lift it and told the guy not to joke with him. However, for Chul-san, the fight was just beginning. He lifted his head off the ground with force and shouted that he could not lose a fight to a coward. And he suddenly struck with his fist, but unfortunately missed. Shim Yanggak managed to quickly dodge. The aura around the old man darkened. He thought of Cheol-san as a freak and asked himself if he was really trying to defeat him. Shim decided that the bandit had asked for it, so he shouldn't blame him, and concentrating all his energy in his hand, he swung. But suddenly someone's robe flashed before his eyes, and Yanggak froze in place because a finger was pressed against his forehead. It was Chonji who stopped the newcomer with his technique and told him to stop. The demon of the province looked at the man through his finger, which completely covered his nose and touched the middle of his forehead. He asked what happened, not understanding why he couldn't move. The sage, without lowering his hand, said that he did not know who he was, but did not think that it was worth using deadly techniques here. Shim didn't understand how it was possible to stop an attack with a finger. He thought that there was another monster in front of him. Chulsan shouted at Chonji not to separate them. He was almost hitting him. The sage looked sternly at Lee and said that understanding the difference in abilities was also a skill, and that Yanggak was several times stronger than him. Wiping his face, which was stained with dirt, Chulsan said that he had not yet shown all that he was capable of, and naming the name of the sage, he became indignant. Shima Yanggak felt like he was hit in the head with a hammer when he heard the name of the man who stopped him from being called by the bandit. He was sweating all over and began to stutter, but still asked if it was really the elder of the Mudan sect, the sage Chongji. The elder turned his gaze to him and said, "Yes, indeed, he is the sage Chongji, the elder of the Mudan sect." Yanggak was taken aback looking at the man standing in front of him. He thought it was impossible. Then it dawned on him that in that case the rumors about his loss were true. He asked why the Mudan sect elder was in the Green Forest Fortress. Chonji turned his head away, saying that Shim wasn't even part of the fortress. He asked why it mattered to him. The moment the demon of Henan province saw the man approaching, he turned pale. It was Yan Joha, who had once scared Yanggak to death. The protagonist said to old man Shimu that if he came back and was causing trouble here, he was prepared for what was waiting for him. On the first of the 5 peaks, greenery grew, covering the mountaintops with its robe, and the wind drove the green leaves through the air. Shim Yangak walked along this peak with a broken but bandaged arm, cursing, for he was used to governing the province of Henan. Even children stopped crying at the sight of him, but now he clenched his hand into a fist, not understanding why he was now in such a shameful situation. He, with a bruise around his eye and bruised, clenched his teeth, turning to Yeonjoha, who was not there, that he would not forget this humiliation. When the bandits who came with him thought that Yangak would die a couple of hours ago, the bald man prayed for his soul. Before Shim could even say anything, he found himself thrown to the ground, trying to block the blows. Yeonjoha was hovering over him, punching him, asking rhetorically if they should have welcomed him. Lying there on the ground, Yangak thought of this guy as a real demon, and now his arm hurt terribly. There were streams of dried blood near his nose and mouth. Shim again angrily said Yan's name, saying that one day he would pay him for this. Suddenly, the old man stopped in the middle of the forest, feeling the energy in the air. Surrounded by her, he wondered what it was, because these stripes literally touched his body, which was impossible not to feel. Yangak stood at the beginning of the slope and did not know what to do, because at the very top he could feel enormous energy. Curiosity got the better of him. Shim carefully rose and stood behind the tree, the pressure he felt exceeding even Joe's. At least that's what he thought. He was curious about who it was coming from. And when Yangak came out from behind the tree, he was amazed. This power came from the sage Chongji, who was concentrating a clot of blue energy in his hands. He looked ahead. At that moment, Yeonjoha was running towards him with a sword in his hand, raising dust into the air. The protagonist was more than pleased. He called this sage's energy a rather powerful force. The elder of the Mudan sect held 2 yin-yang circles in front of him with his hands and asked the boy if he had been able to master what he was weak in. Joha, jumping and raising his weapon above his head, shouted that this would be interesting. Chonji smiled and said that he was also interested as the guy with the sword flew straight towards him. Above the sage's palm were concentrated bands of energy that resembled electricity floating in the air. He grabbed the sword by the handle and, drawing it, seemed to transfer this power to the weapon. His eyes glowed a bright blue. The sage, with a worried look, told Joha to forgive him. And, swinging his sword, Chonji dispersed the energy, directing it towards the protagonist, apologizing for surpassing Joe. John grinned as he replied that it was impossible. It was clear that both of them were enjoying this battle very much. The energy flow was so strong that it caused a wind that shook the treetops. The wind blew towards Yangaku, causing his hair and the cloth on his shoulders to flutter. Shima was sickened by what was happening. He didn't know if it was a duel or what was going on at all. Demon Hanana thought that if they found out that the elder was sparring with some bandit, they would foam at the mouth. Joha successfully blocked all of the sage's attacks. With excitement on his face, he asked him what was wrong, and that it seemed like nothing had changed. Chunji laughed, asking the boy in return if he thought it was too early to make such statements. The man gripped the sword tightly, and raising it, released all his internal energy. It literally glowed with a blue flame. Chongji slashed his sword at the ground, causing several blue rings to form, like ripples on water, which by inertia turned into a strong stream of energy flying at Joe, so that he had to put the sword in front of himself. The protagonist tried to contain this force, but failed, and a powerful explosion occurred at the site of the battle, scaring away all the birds. For a long time, huge clumps of earth remained suspended in the air due to the holes formed by such a powerful impact. Shim Yangak was shaking all over, feeling these flying waves from the martial techniques on himself. He thought that even the sage's aura had so much power, he felt enormous pressure, and decided that Chongji was also a monster. And also that it was all over. Even Yeonjoha wouldn't be able to continue, but it wasn't to be. The elder of the Mudan sect looked askance at the silhouette appearing in the dust. Yeonjoha raised his hand sharply upwards along with his sword, tearing up the dirt and dust in the air, the blade of his weapon glinting in the sun. Covered in bruises and disheveled, the bandit expressed his admiration, saying that it was indeed dangerous. Looking into the sage's eyes, the boy suggested that it would probably be foolish to continue relying on the demon-slashing blade technique. Yoha suddenly rose from the ground and shouted to the elder that now he would be serious. Shim Yangak seemed like he might stutter after that. The man hoped that Joha had died and that everything was fine with him. The demon wondered what John was made of, and the sage watched as Joha, like his father, hung in the air. The sage raised the sword and placed it horizontally at chest level, shouting back to Joha that he too would be serious. The technique that John had used now began to gleam in his eyes, shining on his skin and around him. It was the family art of the Sword of the Nine Heavens, the second stormation. The sword of Joha, as a source of power, was encircled by the energy of the dragon. The Mudan sect elder's face lit up as if he was approaching the sun. Yan struck into the air, and this powerful stream flew out from the tip of the sword. This is the technique of the great dragon soaring into the sky. She blew up the place of the duel no worse than the technique used by the elder. However, from this blow, Shim Yangak could barely stand on his feet. His body was blown away by the wind that flew into his eyes, grabbed his ears, and all over him. From this blow even the clouds parted, and blue sparkling stripes like lightning formed between them. Unable to parry the blow, the sage Chonji flew backwards in a jump. The demon of Henan province raised his head up and seeing what was happening to the heavens said, "Lord." The blue flow of energy mixed with the warm, fiery one, Yangak asked himself in fear. Did Yan really cut the sky? Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Joha said that it turned out even better than he expected. He added that he seemed to have become stronger thanks to the sage, and asked Chongji how he felt about it. The elder replied that if he had been hit directly he would have turned to dust, and also that Joha never ceased to amaze him. John said, well, come on, and that the sage shouldn't act like a weakling. He knew that he hadn't shown everything. The elder didn't think there was any point in showing anything. He replied that he didn't want to lose his confidence that he had built up over the years. He extended his hand for a handshake, saying that it was enough for him. He had learned a lot from Joha. John got scared, telling the sage to wait because everything had just become interesting. He told him not to be so petty. Chonji apologized and explained, laughing, that if the guy hurt him with his attacks, he would have to stay for a couple more months. But he needed to defend his position as an elder, and John agreed that he would not have left without a reason. The sage seemed to have been planning to return for a long time, but the time spent here was truly a great fortune for him. They shook hands, and Chonji said that he would remember Joe's kindness and repay him in full in the future. Both benefited from this 3-month training, and it was also important for the sage to watch Joha grow. When his journey ends, he will wait for Yan in the world of the Marima Masters. And so, with the beginning of summer, when the sun was already blazing hot by lunchtime, Elder Mudan left the fortress, and Shim Yangak, who had been watching their duel from behind a tree, watched them leave. He stood in the same position for a long time and suddenly decided for himself that he would probably give up revenge. The fortress only continued to strengthen its position, and a month later a man, drinking, walked through the territory of the 5 peaks. Seeing the fortress, he said out loud that everything was much better than he thought, and wiped his chin from the spilled drink. Suddenly, a huge, furious bear appeared in front of him, and the man wondered if the animals here had finally lost their fear. He asked the beast, which had risen on its hind legs, who it thought it was that it dared to attack him, and turned its gaze to the side. The drunkard suggested that perhaps this bear was the mother of those killed cubs, and chuckled that he simply punished them because they were in his way. But the beast didn't care. It growled furiously and moved forward to tear the man to pieces with its claws. However, this man was not an ordinary man. He also had peculiar claws. He said that the bear's actions were stupid, and with a few movements of his hands he cut the animal into pieces, concentrating his strength in his hand with claws. He, the sovereign wind. Yin was not so merciful. His fingers were stained with blood and his eyes glowed a bright blue color. The head of the green forest, Seok Muhe, gained fame as one of the strongest masters, as he was never defeated. However, in the past, he was a worker at the Shaolin Temple, where bald youths in gray robes carried heavy objects. Seok Muhe was the only person in the temple with long hair who could lift twice as many objects. He went to the temple to study Shaolin martial arts. His staunch refusal to shave his head, his natural strength and skills were enough to attract attention. At that time, the young head of the green forest ate large pieces of meat like an animal, and the monks, seeing this, prayed for his soul. His life principles were too far from the ideals of Buddhism, but one day he experienced something closely connected with it. Seok Muhe discovered a time-worn Buddha statue in an abandoned temple warehouse, and his fate began to change from that moment. This stone Buddha, all cracked, was covered in dust and glowed in the sun shining through the cracks of the room. Muha decided to give the statue a good cleaning, hoping that he could learn martial arts if he could ingratiate himself with the monks. But in the end, he rubbed it so thoroughly that the cold stone cracked. He broke the statue. And this turned out to be an unexpected stroke of luck for him. Inside the Buddha statue lay an ancient tome of martial arts. It was called the Dark Sky Scripture of Asura, and the future heaven-crushing demon lord studied it. He then left the Shaolin Temple and set out to wander the country, where he soon rose to the position of head of a bandit alliance. He stirred up the whole Murim and took 12 of the best bandits as his disciples, passing on to them his knowledge, gleaned from the scriptures. The power they gained shocked even the elders of the 7 major sects and 2 schools, and thus the 12 demon generals were born. In the fortress of 5 peaks, the warm sunset caressed the cat lying on the ground, yawning. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and sat up abruptly, actively twitching her ears at some noise. It was the cry of the same man who had brutally defeated the bear and its cubs, asking if the head of the fortress was here. The people, hearing this guttural cry, tensed up. Sweat appeared on their foreheads when he introduced himself as the messenger of the Green Forest. Pun Yoncho and Gomyong ran out to this cry, declaring that he was also a disciple of the demon lord who crushed the heavens. The men looked ahead in fear, waiting to see what would happen next. The boss was breathing heavily because he had jumped up too abruptly. The guest, holding a jug of alcohol in his hands, shouted that he was Ingale, the mad cat lord of the 12 demon generals, and having calmed down, with saliva at his mouth, he hurried the commander to come out quickly and greet him properly. Seeing this something, Li Cheolsan and Yang Sobong looked at Ingale with a look full of skepticism. Han Sheng looked at him rather with pity, and Hasobaek with some concern. The boss of the 5 Peaks Fortress even raised one eyebrow in bewilderment, but they accepted him as expected. Sitting in the commander's chair, the Cat Lord said that he thought there were 10 people in the 5 Peaks elite and asked why there were 9. Encho explained that their 7th brother was currently in closed training, so they couldn't contact him. The guest greedily drank the contents of the vessel like a pig and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his clothing. He looked at the boss and asked in a gloomy voice if it was really for such a banal reason that he had not contacted him, although the Lord was here. Go Sanchong quietly whispered to Gomyung about whether Joha was currently sleeping in his room, and Thak whispered to the guy to shut up. He asked if he really thought that Yon would show a drop of respect to the disciple of the head of the Green Forest if he did not do the same for Zhongji. Gomyong said to just imagine what would happen if Ingai got on Joha's nerves. Things would be really bad. The second brother told them to just pray quietly for him to let it go quietly. The guest slammed the dishes down on the armrest and said that it was arrogant of the 7th, but also admirable. Ingale guessed that they must all have survived through the same hard work. And he said that if the bandits indulged in debauchery all day long, then the trade union, 5 clans, 7 sects, and 2 schools would catch up with them. The Green Forest chief's disciple opened his drunken mouth wide and added that the bandits should continue to think like that. Ingale told them to make sure they didn't bring shame on the name of the Green Forest. The boss nodded and said that the guest must be tired. Encho wanted to suggest something this evening, but the Lord began to wave him off, interrupting him. The drunk man asked to first introduce him to the girls standing over there and pointed behind the boss. Pun tensed up for a moment, then forced out a laugh and introduced the 10th sister, Cheng, and the 9th sister, Sobaek. The boss wanted to offer the guest a meal since he was probably hungry, but Ingale stood his ground. He said, just think. The boss has 2 beauties here, and wiping away his drool, said that the rumors were not a lie. Chulsan approached the girls from behind, being on guard, and Encho said that he felt awkward leaving his guest like that. He needed to eat first. Then the Cat Lord frowned, gloomily saying that he had not finished speaking yet. Suddenly, someone present raised their hand, addressing the mad Cat Lord. It was Han Cheng. She asked what brought Ingale to such a humble place, whether he had any important business here. The Green Forest chief's apprentice laughed, saying that her cute face matched the way she spoke very well. He agreed that he was there for a reason, and said that it was for her, and then he uttered the word work, as if in some kind of oblivion. Rising from his chair, he suddenly stated the reason for his presence, to check whether the fortress deserved the right to fly the green flag. And he declared that if they had been found unworthy, he had planned to execute them all here. But he saw that the 10 had not earned their fame in vain. Ingale praised the bandits, saying they had done a great job raising the prestige of the bandit union. He said it would be a shame to get rid of them, and added, looking at the girls, that there were a lot of talented guys here. Therefore, he officially recognizes the Five Peaks Fortress as part of the Green Forest. The man reached into the inner pocket of his robe, and he handed the boss a scroll with an invitation to the Bandit Union tournament, which would take place in October of this year in Gangnam. Pun Yencho extended both palms, accepting the thing that was so important to the bandits. The Green Forest spreads its branches far, but has not yet had the opportunity to show its full strength, and therefore to gain respect. Therefore, it was decided to unite the Bandit Alliance with a general tournament. If they unite, everyone will fall at their feet. The commander's hands trembled as he unrolled the scroll, and Yencho rejoiced in his soul, for their Five Peaks fortress had finally been recognized. Pun Yencho was beaming with joy. He was smiling happily because now they were officially members of the Bandit Union. Ingale's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead, saying that his work was done. And then he asked if he could now get the cream of the crop from the top 10 heroes of the 5 summits. But the boss abruptly interrupted his thoughts, saying that this was such a big luck for them, damn it, and that he would take very good care of him today. Yeoncho asked Gomyong to come over to properly greet the guest. As the Cat Lord was being led away, the commander said that the living room in the Hajia settlement was something special. Then he turned to the second brother behind Ingale and whispered, asking what was going on with Joha. Gomyong gestured and whispered back that he was still sleeping. The commander said okay, and whispered that they should leave here as quickly as possible. And when the disciple of the head of the Green Forest turned his attention to him, Pun Yencho smiled sweetly, although he himself was tense, since he needed to quickly leave this place before Joha woke up. The main character was sleeping so soundly that his mouth was open and he was snoring loudly. At the place where they came, girls served them, setting a large table with food and drinks. The boss happily said that he was looking at all this and already felt drunk, and Gomyong agreed that it was incredibly delicious. Tensed, the two brothers clasped their hands together as if in prayer and asked if everything was to the guest's liking. He first said he wasn't sure, but then he looked at the girls standing behind him and decided it wasn't that bad. The man brought the cup with the alcoholic drink to his mouth, and, tasting it, dreamed of his own. He imagined Han Cheng calling him Lord Ingil and Hasobaek biting the tip of his finger and calling for the Cat Lord. The Lord opened his eyes, looking thoughtfully at the bottom of the glass, and then looked at the sweetly smiling girls pouring him a drink. The man slammed the dishes down on the table and said that no, everything was terrible and this wouldn't do. He shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding that they bring him 2 girls from the fortress. The boss froze in an awkward position, and Gomyong whispered that they seemed to have screwed up. The men were trying to avoid the guest's desire. Seeing this, Ingale asked what they were whispering about and told them to drag the girls here. The boss, stumbling slightly, told the gentleman that those kids wouldn't come to such an establishment even if they asked. Then the Lord hit the table with his fist so hard that the dishes flew up. He said that if he was calling, they had better come. Ingale stood up abruptly from the table, saying that if they did not come here, he would go after them to the fortress. The boss and his second brother tried to stop him, but the Cat Lord was ready to destroy the fortress today if they didn't come. Meanwhile, Hasobaek and Han Cheng were sleeping peacefully together, snoring. The first girl was lying on her side, with her back turned to Cheng. Khan woke up from a loud scream. A man was shouting at them to come out, and right now. The girls went outside, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Chung asked what the noise was about. The boss asked the master to be quieter, but he was indignant. How dare he order him, one of the 12 demon generals? Khan turned questioningly to the boss. And Ingale, hearing her voice, shouted, "Here they are, and for the girls to come to him." He pointed his finger at them and shouted at them to set the table for drinks right now. The Lord began to threaten again, saying what would happen if they refused, but the boss put his hand on his, interrupting the man. Smiling, he asked to do the gentleman a favor. Thak supported him, saying that they knew of other brothels. The aura around Ingale changed. He grimly pointed out to the boss that he dared to touch him. The man turned to Pun Yencho, his gaze glaring, and Inge asked slowly if they were going to test his patience. He raised his clawed hand, revealing a dark blue ball of energy, and the boss, frightened, replied that they would never do that. The commander looked at the guest with regret and tearfully said that he was trying for his sake. Ingale asked again if it was for his sake, and when the boss answered in the affirmative, the Lord asked if they were trying for themselves. Pun Yencho showed his palms in front of him, as if to demonstrate that this was not at all the case, he swore. The Cat Lord screamed at the top of his lungs that this was stupid, because everyone in the fortress obeyed him and assumed that he did not want to give them up. The commander continued to try to convince him that everything was wrong, asking him to speak more quietly, but the Lord raised his flaming hand to strike. Ingale angrily called them freaks who just wanted to die, but his actions were stopped by someone's displeased voice. He turned around when he was told that he was a drunkard who was rowdy in the middle of the night and waking people up. However, it was not clear in the crowd who was speaking. The girls were standing closest to the Lord. The Cat Lord gritted his teeth, hissing out who dared speak to him like that. From Hasobayek's side, words were heard that if he was simply drunk, then he should just quietly go to bed. Cheng turned to the girl, surprised by the indignation. The voice was asking why the Lord had broken into someone's fortress and made a noise. Han looked at her sister with a bead of sweat appearing on her face, just like everyone else. Ingale stood rooted to the spot, not believing his eyes that such a beautiful girl was speaking to him. Sobek was scared when she realized that the Lord was looking at her. She said with horror that these were not her words. The Green Forest Chief's disciple called them sons of bitches, which they must be joking about. The man lifted his chin slightly so that he was looking down. Ingale told whoever said that to get out. John's head appeared in the crowd as the man vowed to personally send the speaker to hell. The people shouted the name of the main character, and he came forward saying, "Here he is," and asked how the Lord would send him to hell. Ingale's emotions cooled down a little and, looking skeptically at the guy, asked who he was. John Joha didn't answer him and yawned, his mouth wide open, tears appearing in the corners of his eyes. Looking at the main character, the Lord thought that he had problems with his head, otherwise he would not have spoken to him in such a tone. Seeing how the girls beamed and smiled at the sight of John, he wondered if they shouldn't be trying to drag the guy away from him as quickly as possible. Pun Yencho sighed heavily, covering his eyes with his hands, and said, "Oh my God!" But Ingale didn't understand why they weren't stopping John. Rubbing his sleepy eye, Joha looked at the Lord and repeated the question. How was the man going to send him to hell? The Lord decided that this guy was completely crazy and that killing him would only dirty his hands. Ingale decided that if he planned to one day take a good position in the Green Forest and in the Murim in general, he had to keep up appearances. He turned around, thinking that it was perfectly normal to have a couple of idiots in the fortress, told Joha to forget it and to prepare the table. John became indignant when he told him where he was going in the middle of a conversation, and removing his hand from his face, he said a provocative phrase that the Lord might have been scared. Ingale instantly flared up in anger. He stopped in the middle of the courtyard, and his eyes lit up so that his pupils were not visible. The Cat Lord turned around and screamed at the top of his lungs, calling Joe a bastard. He directed his hand, filled with power, towards the boy. The girls were frightened, clenching their fists and looking at what was happening with excitement. The boss removed his hand from his face and cursed, and Gomyong translated this into words. It finally came to a fight. Pun Yencho closed his eyes. Feeling the currents of wind that emanated from the two of them, he mentally asked Joe not to kill Ingale. But John didn't seem to think about it. He was completely confident and stood there grinning. The dark purple clot of energy that flew towards him from the Lord was calmly repelled by the guy with one movement of his hand. When he did this, the Green Forest Chief's disciple couldn't believe his eyes. Joha asked, teasing the man with his own words, how he was going to send him to hell if he was such a weakling. The Lord chuckled, saying that he thought the guy was just crazy, but it seemed he had some strength. The man concentrated, and a more powerful force began to emanate from him, and the Lord agreed that he had not seemed strong before. He shouted that he would now fight seriously, and purple energy streams flew straight at the sleepy John. The protagonist was amazed by the technique Ingale used because it was like the wind. Manipulating the force, the man said he would show him why he was called the Mad Cat Lord. The energy, like a snake, began to coil around Joe and finally approached his neck. However, his sisters were worried not about him, but about the master. Sobek asked if everything would be okay with this old man. Gomyoung, as usual, told the boss that maybe they should stop them, and Poon Yancho asked how he was going to do it. Standing at a distance, Ingale clenched his fist tightly, controlling the energy clots, and they bit into Yak's throat with force, piercing his skin like an electric discharge. They wrapped around his neck like a magical scarf, blocking the airflow. Grinning with anger like a wild animal, Ingale said that cutting off the guy's head was as easy as breathing. However, he was not going to let him die so easily. The man wanted the protagonist to beg for mercy. At the same time, he should die very, very slowly, and then he will realize how great a sin he has committed. The man unclenched his hand and squeezed it again, but harder, so much so that it actually began to tremble. Exhaling heavily, John Yoha looked the Lord straight in the eyes and said that he had been lenient towards him. And he added that the Lord had crossed the line, so Yoha raised his hand, grabbing this energy. Squeezing it, he began to forcefully pull back on this energy ring, which literally sparked on his skin. The guy said, "Enough already," and Ingale stared at him as if the end of the world had just happened for him. John Yoha broke the bonds of this man's dodgy technique, declaring that now they would begin in earnest. It was a full moon that night, so the moon was shining its light all around, and the Lord suddenly told Yok to stop. The man, stunned, said that this technique could not be stopped so easily. Breathing heavily after suffocation, Yoha replied that he himself had seen everything. It couldn't have been simpler. A bunch of muscles tensed on the Cat Lord's face. He thought that his technique had definitely hit the guy. Most of the masters from the 9 great sects would have collapsed in a second, but Yong stood right in front of him and begged for more. Red from alcohol, he was wondering in his head who this guy was, because even though the Lord had drunk, he had performed the technique without any mistakes. The man noticed that the skills of the boss and deputy were rather mediocre. He was curious about how they had subjugated the entire province, and then he decided that it was because of this guy that the bandits became famous. Without turning around, he addressed his boss and second brother, saying that they were not stopping him for no reason. It was not out of reluctance, but simply because they could not do it, and the Lord asked if his thinking was correct. Straightening up, he said that he had finally found a worthy opponent with whom he could enjoy fighting. And when the Lord began to pronounce his full name, the Mad Cat Lord Ingale, Yoha couldn't resist and laughed into his palm. At first, he tried to hold back his laughter, but the impulse was so strong that he began to laugh out loud at the top of his voice. Laughing until he cried and his stomach hurt, John said that the Lord had a funny name and sounded like something his dog came up with when she was in heat. The Green Forest Chief's apprentice gave the boy a wry laugh and said that he had better watch his language. And he explained that his words could be his last. The man's eyes sparkled in the darkness. Ingale leaped forward, his feet leaving the ground as he leaped, and raised his clawed hand to wound John. However, for Joe, who had trained with the sage Chongji and had experienced enough battles, this movement seemed too slow. The Cat Lord called him a shameless freak, and the guy stood and waited for the drunkard to jump up to him. But Ingale didn't waste time on techniques and decided to immediately use a special ultimate technique. It was the Mad Cat Lord's Corpse Claw technique, from whose hand the form of a poisonous snake would emerge. When the man got close enough, Yoha extended 2 fingers, just like Zhongji, and touched the claw. When they touched, a powerful energy was created between them, and electricity filled the air. Ingale's equipment scattered in all directions along with the wind, forcing the fortress bandits to cover their faces. The Cat Lord found it impossible that this guy had blocked his ultimate attack with just 2 fingers. Disciple Sokmuhe cursed silently. The veins on his wrist began to bulge, actively pulsating from the tension. He remembered that his teacher had told him not to use Asura's Dark Sky Strike technique if possible, but he had no choice. Ingale experienced a lot of pain while fighting with other warriors. He was hit in the solar plexus, so that he did not remember himself. They used a combat technique of hitting the head with the edge of the palm, as if they were trying to break a stack of stones into pieces. He seemed to have survived everything, even when he lay with his eyes rolled up in blood. This was enough to learn such a technique from the demon lord who crushed the heavens. Having mastered it, he never lost to anyone again, because it is so powerful that it can subjugate anyone, and not just a simple person, but an elder of any sect, so he couldn't even imagine that he would use it on some boy. Having gathered all his knowledge and concentrated all his strength, he shouted at Joke that he had asked for it himself and said not to blame him later. And he directed this entire clot at the main character, which should have been fatal for a simple bandit. Suddenly, his attack was interrupted again, before he could even realize it. His index and middle fingers were sticking out in the opposite direction. Yoha touched his hand again, but this time he had pushed 2 of his fingers between his, breaking them inside out. The protagonist chuckled, saying that the old man was interesting because he created a cold wind and gave it some strange color. Grinning, the boy said hello to the Lord and told him his full name, Yonjoha, raising his fingers up and then pressing them down again. John mocked him, saying it was nice to meet him, and Ingil looked at him with horror, cursing and thinking he was crazy. The protagonist appeared at the Lord's side a moment later, calling him an old man in heat, and told him to get it into his head. Namely, that his friends are not Ingale's toys. Yoha clenched his hand into a fist and was about to hit. The Cat Lord not only couldn't say anything in response, he didn't have time to react and block. Ponyencho shielded himself from the wind with his hands, but kept his eyes on what was happening so that Yoka would not hit the messenger. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to join the Green Forest, so the boss screamed in desperation for Yon to stop. But it was too late. The fist was already rising upward along with the air currents. Yoha was completely focused on this action, with which he was going to use the 9 heavenly realms technique. The force of this created a strong wind, and Punyoncho, like Gomyong, had to make an effort to stay in place. An orange light flashed in Ingale's eyes, and that look seemed to be the look of a man who was about to come to an end. With the power of Yonjo, a golden fire dragon burst forth, towering over this drunken lord. This fiery creature approached him and opened its mouth, and the lord, frozen in place, wondered if he would lose. Suddenly he saw some other place where a man in a black robe was sailing in a boat, holding an oar in his hand. The fabric of his clothes was smoldering. He waved at Ingale, indicating that he should come to him. The lord asked himself if he was dead. The man resisted. He said that he did not want to die, and at the last moment the man showed his face. It was death itself. She turned away from him, sighing, because at that moment Yoha stopped his fist right in front of Ingale's face. It turned out that the blow missed him. This was the technique that Yonu Chongji showed. A powerful force passed through the sides, and the Lord's hair and clothes fluttered from the flow of energy. The man's hands were completely pulled back. His eyes were so full of horror that they looked not so much like buttons as like little dots, and sweat was dripping down his face. The Cat Lord could barely stand on his feet. He raised his right leg to take a step back. Yoha froze in front of him in a fighting position, waiting for the full force of the blow to reach its end. Ingale's legs were cramping, and he couldn't stand and fell to his knees, not imagining how this was possible, and mentally called John a monster. The main character unclenched his fist. His hand was so tense that the veins were sticking out. The guy called Ingale a poor thing. Yoha looked at the Lord with a gleaming dark gaze and added that if it weren't for the boss, he would have seriously sent him to hell. The man sat on his knees in one position, staring at one spot, when John told him to consider himself lucky. Sweat poured off the Cat Lord in streams, dripping onto his hands, while he sat motionless and breathing heavily. Mad Cat Lord Ingale hasn't gone all out yet, he could answer Yoha. However, he lost all will to fight when death almost took him by the hand. The pressure he felt from young Joe was something he had only felt from the heaven-shattering demon lord before. He had trouble finding the words, but he asked John to stop, admitting that he had made a mistake because he had drunk too much. Yoha snorted, but asked if he would admit his mistake. It seemed the guy wasn't ready to stop the fight yet. He added that Ingay should behave normally the next time he decided to drink, and his boss breathed a sigh of relief. John asked if the Lord could say goodbye to everyone and go, since they needed to sleep here. The Lord raised his head and asked Yok again if he really wanted the man to say goodbye. He explained that John still had much to learn about the Green Forest hierarchy, but Yoha gritted his teeth and muttered that he wanted to sleep. And then he looked at the Lord with his burning eyes, asking if he really would continue to irritate him. Understanding everything immediately, the man rose from his knees and in a moment found himself at the gate. He told the brothers and sisters of the 5 peaks that he was leaving. The Lord said that they would see each other again on Mansapen and ran off, and Punyencho's jaw dropped when he called them brothers and sisters. Hearing such a thing from one of the 12 generals was shocking, as if a low-ranking member of the clan had become related to the head. Thanks to Yan Joha, the status of the 5 Peaks fortress was not affected, but not all the people in the fortress were happy. Most decided that Joha was stronger than even the Demon Lord, and Han Cheng whispered to Sobike that maybe they should seduce him. Envy, respect, and trust towards him increased to the maximum, and the boss asked if everything would be okay with them. Gomyong told him that Joha was with them, so what could go wrong, and Encho turned away, agreeing. John Joha ran to them joyfully after a successful battle, and the commander said that everything would somehow work out. Ingale ran through the forest as fast as he could, cursing. He couldn't believe he had been humiliated like that. He remembered Joe's face and thought that such a monster was hiding in the 5 Peaks fortress. If he reveals himself at the Green Forest meeting, his existence will cause utter chaos throughout their entire hierarchy. The Cat Lord jumped off the cliff, thinking that he needed to report everything he had seen to the boss as quickly as possible. The next day, the cart's path was blocked at sunset, and the man was indignant at who dared to do this to the Suwal Trade Union. A man with black eyelids stood in front of them, his face hidden by a mask. He said that the sun would soon set, and they were all on the road. He said he needed to check something, so he politely asked not to be interrupted. A dark-haired man with a thick mustache spoke from the cart, not to make him laugh. He asked what right he had to check them. The man replied that he would just take a look, and that the trade union would not be offended and would do him a favor. The man from the cart called him a shameless freak who dared to ask for something in such a tone, and that his arrogance knew no bounds. The man in the mask replied, "Oh my God, he didn't like the tone. He could have answered calmly." His eyes widened, and he began to speak more aggressively, asking why the trade union was making a mountain out of a molehill. He also asked whether this man didn't want to save the lives of his daughters, which made the brunette blush and tense up. He shouted that the man in the mask was a freak. How dare he say such a thing, and asked if he really thought he could handle them. And hesitating slightly, he said that this was his last chance. If he didn't leave now, he would be in trouble. The masked man gripped the handle of his weapon and replied, "What a pity." And then he raised his sickle, saying that they left him no choice but to kill them all. The man in the cart pointed to the man with the black shadows and ordered his head to be brought to him, and the warriors rushed forward. The long-haired men of the Suwal Trade Union simply carried out their master's orders, swinging their swords. The masked man watched them run towards him and said out loud that it was sad. Because about 12 years ago, people ran wherever their eyes looked when they met a man in black. He began to wave 2 sickles, emitting a very dark aura. It was almost black, and suddenly the man disappeared. And then suddenly he appeared right there with a blade at the throat of one of these warriors. The masked man moved with incredible speed, ripping open throats without stopping for a second. He crushed these sickles like rings, and blood gushed from the unfortunate bodies. Having cut down the first part of the warriors, he ran to the others, and their eyes cursed, but ordered to protect the leader's messenger. He shouted not to retreat. Although he himself was horrified by this sight, sweat appeared on his face. And when the masked man was about to be hit, sneaking up from the side, he turned sharply and ran the serb across the warrior's entire stomach. His gaze was very stern, and huge scarlet clots of blood from a man making choking sounds were flying towards him. Suddenly, the man with black eyelids widened his eyes in fear because those he needed were gone. He looked at the empty cart where the people were sitting and wondered when they had managed to do this. The leader of the Suwal Merchant Union warriors shouted at them to kill him, and they ran bravely, despite the fear that was overwhelming them. The man in black remained in place, only swinging one of the sickles, pulling it back. A few sharp, twisting blows of the blade, and the second group of warriors fell. The others, seeing this, were horrified. Chaos reigned in their heads. They did not understand what to do. Fight on or run." The masked man laughed, asking if he had relaxed too much. The leader's envoy had thrown people to their deaths without a second thought. The man clutched bloody sickles in his hand. His hands were stained. He said that the messenger seemed to understand who they were. However, he didn't care. According to his information, the Suwol trade union was carrying what a certain person was looking for. If the messenger had taken what he needed with him, then the man in black simply had to follow him. That was how he reasoned. And then, placing his hand on the fabric of the mask, he slowly began to pull it off his face, revealing a large scar. His eyes were blazing with concern, and his teeth were like sharks. He said that he had no need for these warriors. He could kill them all. The people who were simply following the messenger's orders simultaneously tensed up, but did not move from their positions. One of the warriors turned around, calling for the chief's messenger, and shouted that they would return and help the others. The man answered over his shoulder that they should not come back because they didn't have time. They couldn't do anything, they had to run. And the warriors ran after the messenger, who mentally asked these people for forgiveness. He knew that he would go to hell with them. But then when everything ends, so he mentally explained, as if justifying himself, that he cannot die now. The messenger remembered that very day when the moon sage hung in the sky, wreaking havoc among the inhabitants of all of Henan, and was a threat to everyone. Then the elder gave him a special box, which was the very thing that would help them save themselves. The messenger was still young then. He did not have a thick mustache and beard, but this responsibility had already fallen on him, to protect. Now he was running with this box in his hands, and looking at it, he firmly decided that this thing should not fall into their hands. He opened the box, and inside it was a metal object with round balls on the end. The man kept saying, "Not her." They ran, even when night fell, the messenger shouting at them not to stop and to run as fast as they could until they left the mountain. But his daughter stopped abruptly, barely able to stand, and said that she could not go on any longer. The messenger breathed heavily and repeated the same thing. The girl looked up at him pleadingly, saying that they had run quite a long way, and asked if it wasn't time for them to rest. The father, turning over his shoulder at her, sternly shouted at her to stop talking nonsense, at how his daughter even dared to hope for a miracle. At the same time, she saw the level of skill of the man in black, and her father said that he was definitely a master in the art of Qinggong. And also, it was too early to relax, when suddenly one of the warriors interrupted him, saying that there was someone suspicious ahead. The leader's envoy turned around. He turned pale and sweated from the strain. The fact that they were already surrounded seemed impossible to him. The man gave the order to prepare for battle, and his warriors obediently began to draw their swords from their sheaths. He cursed himself for running desperately, hoping to protect the 8-bead bell, even though he knew their alliance would lose everything. The messenger knew that he could not be caught like this. He had to inform the great sects about the revival of the cult of Yomyun. The nightmare of 20 years ago could not be allowed to repeat itself. They had to do everything to survive. His warriors shouted, addressing the threat that even if they used nets, they would still break through and show the strength of the Union. The man with the meat in his hand replied that they had amazed him so much that he almost choked. The messenger did not understand whose voice it was. He stood with his mouth open, trying to see who was in front of them. And he saw that they were not dressed entirely in black, and the man standing opposite his warriors asked who they were. It was John Joha, wiping his chin, who repeated that his boss had almost choked. The messenger remained silent, trying to understand which sect they were from, Orthodox or not. If they are from the Orthodox, then perhaps heaven has not yet left them. 3 days ago, at sunset in the Five Peaks Fortress, someone was complaining about how he could wear those clothes, and another added that they would only become more noticeable. Then the last ray of sunlight shone on the Pavilion of Harmony. Shim Yonggak pointed his finger at them, saying that they were going to a large group meeting where there would be a lot of people who would suspect them. To get to Mansapen, they will have to stop at villages along the way and pass through Hefei, where the Namgung clan is located. He explained that it was better never to quarrel with the head of the family, Namgung Byuk, and that they might be attacked if they found out that they were bandits. Pan Yencho suddenly clenched his teeth, hissing through them for Yangak to wait. He asked if Shim was expressing them out of fear of the freaks from Namgung. The boss reminded him that the fortress had defeated Zhongji. Gomyong supported this idea, especially since they were not going just anywhere, but to Mansa Pen, as an officially recognized person. Shim thought it was nonsense because they were behaving so shamefully because of Joe. They didn't fully understand the situation. He said that no one could compare to Master Buke in a direct fight. The boss asked if Shim hadn't said the same thing about Chongji. The girls approached them, and Han Cheng, smiling, asked the guys what the problem was. The girl agreed with Yangak that this was a great idea, because when else would they dress up like this if not now? The men's jaws dropped when they saw them, and the girls said it would be nice to travel without any problems. Technically, such clothes are not prohibited from being worn, and Pan Yencho admired them, saying that they were cute. Feathers make the birds beautiful. Sobek said that they were like from a respectable family, and the boss called them nymphs, and suddenly a voice interrupted them with a question. Yoha asked if he was wearing it correctly, as he was unsure, and explained that he had never worn anything so complicated. His thick red hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, and his eyes sparkled in the sun. The guy asked if he looked okay. The girls blushed at the sight of the main character, and Cheng, covering her mouth in surprise, called him incredible, and Sobek very handsome. Chung said that he was so handsome, not like Chulson, and he looked at them at that time, not understanding why he was being compared to him. As he left, the boss asked the others to take care of the fortress and not let themselves be beaten while they were gone. Punyoncho said that he was counting on them to return with good wine. Gomyong added that they would crush everyone at the meeting. Shatan Huang Yomyong replied that they should count on him. He swore to defend the fortress with his life. The boss asked Thak if the people would be okay, and he replied that there shouldn't be any problems. The trade unions are obedient these days. Shim Yangak intervened, saying that although their martial arts were good, they should not relax. The reason he insisted on disguising himself was not only to avoid a clash with the Namgung clan. Shim reminded that the trade unions were acting so calmly because of the 10 heroes of the summit, but in reality, it was only because of John. If they found out that the 10 had left the fortress for a couple of months, no one would miss the opportunity, and the boss agreed. Gomyong added that if that's the case, they need to be more careful when dealing with trade unions. There's a good chance they might be remembered. The boss asked Yangak what the problem was. Wasn't everything fine if they tried so hard to disguise themselves as orthodox? Everyone looked so different from themselves that the commander doubted that anyone would remember them. He was even beginning to like it. Yangak, without turning around, asked what the boss would say if asked what he does for a living. Not expecting such a question, Punyencho's expression instantly changed, and there was a pause as he tried to come up with an answer. And so, 3 days later, the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks Fortress were asked where they were from. Punyencho coughed and replied that they, the disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, were on their way from Henan. The man introduced himself as the ambassador of the Suol Trade Union. His name was Jan Hanan, and he asked them to go with him if they were going the same way. Punyencho, when he heard that they were from a trade union, hesitated a little and said that they were going in different directions. The messenger laughed awkwardly, replying that they hadn't even said where they were going. The boss was a little confused, especially when he heard Yangak's loud sigh behind him, but he still asked where they were heading. Suddenly, Shim shouted that even if they were on the same path, there was no reason to accompany them. He said that they were from a trade union, but there were few of them, and they looked as if they were in a situation they didn't want to let anyone in on. Shim explained that they were in a hurry and didn't need any unexpected problems. And why would they take risks without even knowing what it was for? The warrior whispered in the ambassador's ear for them to go, because he doubted that these people were able to help in any way, Jan told him quietly. He reasoned that he had never heard of the Henan Flying Dragon sect. However, the messenger saw that they had enough internal energy. It was a confident, even aura that emanated from the disciples of the respected sect. But he especially singled out Jacques in his mind, since it was the first time the man had met someone with such incredible energy. As the sun rose after a night of running, Yan Hanan thought it was only a matter of time before the black man finally caught up with them. and their warriors were already at their limit, so it would be difficult for them to withstand the battle after such a pursuit. Jan decided they had no other options, so he pulled out the bag and apologized for not being able to give details. Pun Yencho looked at him questioningly when the messenger said that he knew his request was sudden. However, if they help them, they will repay them in full, and the man knelt down, opening a bag of gold coins. Later at the fire, Yanggak asked why the bandits had refused them. The boss was indignant, since it was Shim who had said to avoid trade unions. The ash-haired man bared his teeth, muttering through his teeth that yes, that was exactly what he said. And then he asked whether this wasn't a great opportunity for them, and if they were offering so much, then it was worth helping. Pun Yencho exhaled, explaining that it was precisely because their offer was too good that he had decided to refuse. He said that nothing in the world is free, and trade unions are not the type to do anything at a loss, which was strange. In addition, they asked to take care of some strange item. Pun Yencho said that his instincts were never wrong. They did the right thing by turning them down. However, Yanggak continued to object that with that amount of gold, they could travel without worrying about anything. Han Cheng thought for a moment and said that she also thought it could be a good deal. And since they were going in the same direction, it would not be difficult to ensure the protection of the trade union. Gomyong said that was enough since the decision had already been made, and even though the offer was good, it meant they didn't need it. He told them not to get involved in unnecessary troubles for the sake of the unknown, plus the chance of conflict with the Green Forest could increase. Smiling, he added that he understood that they wanted to act like Zhonghu heroes, but they needed to focus on the meeting. Han Chung was indignant at the second brother's words, for it was not because of heroism that they thought the deal was good. Ho Imdal suggested going further, and Ma Hendo supported this idea, since it was clear that the trade union was under attack. Yanggak was in full agreement, as the attackers might think they were in league with the trade union. Everyone stood in a circle listening to the boss's verdict, and Pun also agreed to go, saying that they should go and get ready and meet here. Chulsan saw Chung call out to Sobek, asking where the girl had put her things, and the latter replied that they were by another tree. She thanked Sobek and asked her to take a walk to check if they had forgotten anything. And Khan herself approached the tree where her things lay and, taking hold of the belt that tied them together, was about to lift this pile. Chulsan blushed as he looked at her. There wasn't a day when he didn't admire this girl. He imagined himself coming up behind her, taking the belt in his hands and asking Chung to leave the heavy load with him while she looked at him in confusion. But suddenly his fantasies were interrupted, and the man was overcome with horror, as if everything inside him was clenching. He saw a man dressed all in black, jumping out of nowhere from the trees towards Han Cheng. The masked man looked straight at the girl, telling himself that he had found what he needed. The target had been captured. Chung didn't have time to understand anything yet. She only raised her head, hearing someone's voice in front of her. The masked man drew the blade of his sword from its sheath and said that he had nothing against them, but asked everyone to die here. The first one to see this was Li Chiol-san. Because he was watching her, he ran towards the girl like crazy. A moment later, the bandit appeared in front of Chung and pushed her back, getting on the defensive. If he had delayed even for a second, the cold blade would have struck Chung on the shoulder. Drops of blood instantly flew into the air, and all this happened before the eyes of the falling girl, who only managed to scream his name. Seeing the expressions on Gomyong and Yanggak's faces, as well as the scream behind them, Pung Yoncho turned around and they all fell into a stupor. And then, throwing down all their things, they immediately ran to Cheol-san, shouting his name. Li fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head, and the only thing he managed to say was, "Damn it." Seeing everyone running towards him, the masked man said that it was useless. They would die anyway. And when he looked forward, right in front of his nose was John Joe's boot. This blow to the face was with such force that all the tendons of the man in black tensed and began to pulsate. He flew a fair distance away from Joe, and the impact sent clouds of smoke rising. Chung called out to Chul-san, who was lying face down on the ground, making some sounds, unable to even move. The girl with tears in her eyes screamed at him, asking why he was so stupid and tried to block him. She would have dodged it. Raising his head slightly, he asked her forgiveness with fading eyes for having done something unnecessary. He raised himself up and coughed dully, leaning his elbows on the ground. Chung sat down next to him, and the boss had already run up. When he saw Cheol-san's wounds, Pong Yoncho was shocked because they were too deep. Lifting Lee from the ground by his shoulder, the boss shouted to Yangaku to find out where the nearest village was. He would take him there, to the people. Turning around, Gomyong shouted at Joe to leave with them before they got into who knows what trouble. But as soon as he raised his gaze a little higher, his eyes trembled with horror for the first time. Because next to Yoke, there was already another man in a mask, whose eyes glowed in the dark. And he was far from alone there. Another one was sitting not far from him on a tree, holding on with one hand for balance. Yoha stood alone among at least 6 such people, who were arranged in a chaotic manner not far from each other. Turning around, Yangak cursed that they had a lot of problems because of this trade union. Pun Yencho shouted that they would go to the village first and ordered Yangak and Gomyong to help Joha. But John said no, and that they should all leave. Yoha, staring at the trees, said that he would be more than enough for them. The bandits of the 5 Peaks Fortress were running through the forest. The girls were bringing up the rear, and the boss asked how much longer they had to go to the village. Yangak replied that they would reach Hefei in about 2 hours, and someone asked if there would even be doctors there at that hour. The boss shouted that they would wake them up at any cost, and Gomyong, breathing heavily, asked if Joha would be okay. Pun Yeoncho, dragging the heavy Cheol-san on his back as he ran, shouted gutturally that we must believe in it. The boss was pulled to the ground by the weight, but he continued to run, saying, "Don't they know how strong Joha is?" It was awkward to rely on him all the time, but they had no choice. Shim shouted that it was unknown how many guys in black were here. It would have been a problem for them if they had caught up with the bandits, since, although the attack was sudden, they knocked Lee out with one blow. And to do that, you need to be a pretty tough opponent, and Yangak suddenly began to doubt John's abilities. Shim guessed that Yoha also thought that it was not something that could be easily dealt with, so he asked them all to leave. As soon as the bandits ran away, all the masked men started jumping on the main character at once, raising their swords above their heads. When the first one fell, the guy simply stepped aside, and the man in black struck the ground with his sword. Yoha asked who they were. The masked warrior looked up at him, and Yoha, hearing no answer, grabbed the man by the cloth on his head and pulled him up. He held him like a puppy by the scruff of the neck and swung his fist, repeating once again, "Who the hell are they?" The masked man didn't even try to say anything, so John just punched him hard. Seeing the dust raised into the air by the impact of the masked man's body on the ground, the soldiers could not believe their eyes. A second later, as they were just thinking about it, Yoha appeared in front of them, his eyes glowing red. He kicked one of them so hard that the black warrior doubled over, making a gasping sound. The man standing next to him looked at this with bulging eyes and cursing. Yoha immediately turned towards the sound, and his leg ended up raised above the masked man's head. With his bare hands, the protagonist hit the man on the head with all his might. The men in black, standing on the other side, who were becoming more numerous, were shouting that this brat seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes flashed with rage, but the commander stopped them with a gesture, saying the word, "Stop." The one-eyed man said that the guy was no ordinary runt, so he ordered them to form a formation. John picked up their weapon from the ground, a long blade with a well-wrapped handle, and asked if they had gone deaf. And without turning in their direction, he stood in place, asking again who they were and why they weren't answering. The protagonist turned his head slightly and asked if he really had to continue killing everyone to get an answer. The one-eyed man called Joe an insolent brat, and his warriors began to exude a dark aura, ready to tear and throw. He ordered them to take it, and he himself ran forward and was the only man with 2 weapons in his hands. The bandits continued to run through the forest, and the commander asked Yangak if he was sure that the village was in that direction. Shim said that she was already behind the mountain, and Pung Yoncho cursed, asking Cheol-san to hold on a little longer, while Lee asked for forgiveness. Chung was afraid they might not make it in time, but her boss assured her that everything would be fine since they had stopped the bleeding quickly. Yangak smelled a strong scent of blood, and it only just dawned on him that it wasn't coming from Cheol-san. He braked sharply, gesturing for everyone else to stop too. The boss looked at him questioningly, barely raising his head under Chul-san's bulk, and Shim pointed with his finger to be quieter. Pan Yensho asked what was the matter, as they were short of time, and the man replied that he felt a large crowd of people ahead. And he turned around, explaining that the men in black seemed to have captured the people from the trade union, the ones they had crossed paths with. Yangak said that they needed to go through them to get to the village and cursed. He looked out from behind the bushes and saw the messenger with a bare, bloody back, sitting on the ground and calling them bastards. Jan Hanan was breathing heavily. Blood was running down his face, he was saying. They had to kill so many people, as if he was lecturing. And he angrily shouted at the man in black that some little thing was worth the lives of innocent people. Raising both sickles into the air, the man with black shadows said that there are people who would walk thousands of miles for this thing, and that the item the man was hiding was far more valuable than all their lives combined, so he asked to give it up in a good way. And then the blade flashed against the girl's tender skin, and the warrior asked if the father could at least save his daughter's life. The ambassador shouted that he already knew that they would spare no one. He was not so stupid as to fall for such a thing. And when he said that these people would never get this item, the man replied, "Well, well, it seems that the ambassador is not easy to deal with." He swung his sickle and said that it seemed the ambassador wanted him to continue taking lives until he told him where the thing was. The kneeling warriors began to tremble with fear after these words, and Jan Hanan again called the masked men bastards. The man in black ordered his men to hold the girl tighter so that she would not twitch, and they obediently carried out the order. He said, looking at the ambassador, that he should not even think about pulling some kind of trick because they had his daughter as a hostage. He suggested taking it slow, step by step, when suddenly a dark figure appeared behind him and asked what they were doing there. The black-eyed man shuddered when he realized who it was, and turning around, he asked why he had come here in person. Red burning dots stared at him, eyes outlined with the same black shadows. The man told him to do his job properly and replied that he wouldn't have come here if the warrior hadn't gone crazy. His aura was incredibly powerful, almost black. He shouted why the masked man hadn't brought him the item yet. The men in black stood at attention in the building at the sight of this man. Fear was visible in their eyes. They all shouted out at once that they welcomed him, the great demon general. The general looked away, chuckling thoughtfully. His name was the divine demon of illusions, Unjegwi. Shima Yangak, who had been watching the whole thing from the mountain, began to sweat, wondering who they were. He didn't expect this, and even though the Five Peaks fortress itself wasn't made by hand, he felt a simply terrifyingly dangerous aura. Yangak was thinking how strong this man must be if everyone was so in awe of him, when suddenly Gomyong came up from behind. The second brother asked how long they would have to wait, but Shim spoke more quietly, and Thak asked how strong they were that even he was afraid of them. After a short pause, the old man, without taking his eyes off, began to express his assumptions. That if he's right, they could be more dangerous than anyone the bandits have ever encountered. Shim was considered quite strong among the unorthodox. He had seen a lot, but he was nervous because these guys emitted a special energy. It would be good to join forces with the trade union to fight them off, but Yangak was afraid that if they made one mistake, they would die. They'll die before Yoha catches up with them. Suddenly, Shim's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp flash of light from two blades. Seeing how the Suwol Alliance warriors suddenly attacked the men in black, Shim added that they would die before they knew what they were capable of. With incredible fortitude, despite their fear, they shouted to the messenger that they would save his daughter, the young lady. With a loud battle cry of war, the Suvol rushed forward together towards the general, not yet knowing what awaited them. Shim Yangak told Gomyong that they needed to clarify the situation from afar. Unjegwi thought how cute it was and reached behind his back, grabbing one of his weapons. It was a cylindrical object filled with a special substance, the wick of which burned. The general threw it at the fleeing warriors, and the cylindrical weapon opened in the air. The warriors of the trade union froze, seeing the incomprehensible objects that fell at their feet. They did not explode, but when they touched the ground, they emitted a dark, viscous liquid. She began to spread across the ground, clinging to the men's legs and pulling them in like a swamp. The soldiers didn't even understand what was happening to them, as they fell into it first up to their waists and then up to their heads, screaming. The more they tried to resist, the more this dark energy pulled them into the ground. They screamed for help, choking, and in just a few moments there was no one left on the ground except for a spreading dark purple liquid. The general watched this spectacle with some pleasure, and when he exhaled, steam came out of his nose. All this happened before Jan Hanen's eyes. He watched in horror as his soldiers suffered while trying to protect the ambassador's daughter. Thak Gomyong also watched this, and now both of them, along with Yanggak, were in shock. The second brother asked what it was. Shim looked down. He had never seen or even heard of anything like this before. The general took out another such explosive, but not ignited, and pointed it at the ambassador, asking him where the object was. And Yoha stood in place while people in black ran towards him. The masked man jumped and threw 2 axes crosswise in the air, and they flew towards Yon, spinning. The main character managed to dodge. He moved from one place to another, rushing forward. He raised the sword he had picked up from the ground, and before the masked warrior had even landed, John pierced him with the weapon. The guy didn't take his eyes off his target for a second, and currents of air gathered around him. Suddenly, feeling movement behind him and the sounds of a jump, he looked to the side and then turned. The mountain bandit managed to hold his blade in front of himself when another masked guy appeared from behind. The warrior in black was amazed at Joe's speed. All the muscles in his face tensed with the realization of what was about to happen to him. Yoha drew his sword from the bottom up, cutting the attacker's body in a longitudinal line right in the air. The commander of these warriors turned to the others, aggressively asking what they were doing, and told them to all attack him together and crush him already. Yoha looked at him from under his brows as he ran, asking why he didn't attack himself if he was so dissatisfied. The men in black masks froze as soon as they heard the order, and one of them asked when the guy had managed to get so close to them. The protagonist's blade began to multiply into identical ones, like a fan, and its tips began to glow yellow. The surviving masked men stared at the protagonist's weapon in amazement. An incredible warm-colored energy began to emanate from the bandit, spreading among those standing there. Yon used the 9 heavens technique, tilting the weapon forward in the first formation. And then he looked up, his red eyes radiating this energy, glinting orange. A fiery winged creature rose into the air, blinding the warriors and illuminating the forest. It was a soaring dragon. The force of the blow sent the men in black masks flying into the air, their swords flying into the air. John Yoha relaxed his grip on the blade's hilt, and the weapon swayed. It was not designed for such techniques. The protagonist grabbed it tightly, squeezing his palm, and turned it into a vertical position, raising the blade upward. The mountain bandit thrust it into the ground with all his might, driving it deeper. And at that moment, his hand tensed up greatly. The guy froze in this position, his head down. John needed to catch his breath because such techniques require a lot of energy. And a moment later, he straightened up, turning to look at the dead warriors. He would like to know who they were, but now there was no time for that. Yoha looked at his wounded shoulder and placed his hand on it, acknowledging that these people were quite strong. The guy thought that if there were even more of them here, then the boss and the others might be in danger. The protagonist looked in the direction where the bandits from the 5 Peaks Fortress were running with the wounded Cheol-san, deciding that he needed to hurry. He suddenly jumped into the air in that direction. He didn't care who those he was fighting were if they dared to attack his family. Yoha was angry. He told himself that no matter who they were, he would wipe them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Chung was stopping Lee's bleeding. She said that it was not bleeding as much anymore, but the wound was quite deep. Sweat was pouring down the boss's face, and he cursed, saying it looked bad. He raised his head to Yanggak and Gomyong and shouted what they were looking for so long, and Han replied that there were more enemies there than expected. Pung Yoncho responded by saying that they would just stand and watch while Cheol-san was dying, and Ma Heondo said that there were no ways around it. The commander asked again whether they could really only go through here, to which Hendo objected. But going along other paths would mean making a detour. Besides, Yoha could lose them if they took detours, and the boss replied that that wouldn't do and said to forget it. Pun Yencho decided to go personally and see what the two of them had been looking at for so long. He quietly came up behind them and, leaning over, asked right next to their ear what they were doing. Gomyong got scared. Clutching his heart, he said that it almost jumped out, and the boss asked if they found out what and whether the people were dangerous. Shim said that they use martial arts that he had never seen before, and that their strength was terrifying without exaggeration. He thought they'd better get around them, and the commander looked down, asking if they were that strong. General Un Jegwi asked the envoy again where the item was hidden. Jan Hanen hissed angrily through his teeth that Un should just kill him, and asked if he really thought he would give it up. Not in this life. The divine demon replied that it was strange because that item was not so valuable that the trade union would sacrifice lives. And then he asked, looking intently at the ambassador, whether it was possible that he knew how to use the 8-bead bell. The messenger breathed heavily as the general said that the cult should have destroyed everyone who might have known about it, and that some were lucky enough to survive. The man chuckled and turned to Jan's daughter, saying he wondered how much longer he could be stubborn. Considering that the general would order his men to play with her, hearing this, the girl was overcome with horror. Her whole body trembled. The ambassador shouted at the top of his lungs, saying how dare he do this, and asked that they just kill him and that's it, calling them freaks. On Jegwi, he said that he had 25 people in total. He decided to see how long Jan would resist. And, turning to the soldiers who had been standing quietly all this time but no longer had any fear in their eyes, he ordered them to begin. The girl was grabbed tightly by her thin wrists on both sides. She screamed loudly, saying no in fear. Then they threw her to the ground. She asked them to stop, trying to resist with her hands, while men gathered around her. Unable to bear the sight, the envoy of the Seoul Trade Union shouted at them to stop. He was shaking with anger and fear, and the warriors stopped, turned around, and the general asked what was going on, because they hadn't even started yet. With a tremor in his voice, the ambassador said that he would give him the bell if only they would stop, and Jegwi grinned, calling that wise. The man, expecting immediate action, since the girl's fate depended on it, asked where the item was hidden. After some time, one of the surviving warriors of the trade union brought that very box from somewhere. The messenger had already risen from the ground and was standing on his feet when the boy reported what he had brought. Jan Hanen looked at the box, wondering if this was how it would end. If they get the bell, these terrifying demons will become even stronger, and the nightmare of 20 years ago could repeat itself. But the man, as a father, saw no other way out, and taking the box from his soldier, handed it to the general, telling him to take it. In his huge hands, like the paws of some giant animal, this box looked small. The general smiled broadly, saying, "This is great." He felt the energy of the holy object straight from the box. He said that Jan's plan was good if he had killed him. Finding the item would have been more difficult, but now it was time for the ambassador to pay for the inconvenience. Turning away from the ambassador, the general addressed the warriors standing over the girl. He called them the core of Black Shadows. Unjegwi told them to get out of here when they were done playing. She had to pay for her father's sins. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that he couldn't do that, and judging by the expressions on the faces of the Black Shadows, they themselves were not happy. Her father started yelling at the general at the top of his lungs, calling him a freak and a son of a bitch, because he gave him what he wanted. He called him a beast in human form, asking, breaking his voice, whether he was not afraid of heavenly punishment. The general slowly turned his head and with a gloomy face looked over his shoulder and replied that he was heaven. And he said that the girl would die anyway, so let him satisfy everyone at the end. One of the masked men held her tightly by the wrist, while the other tore the clothes off her shoulders. The girl resisted, screaming for help, asking someone to help. Suddenly, someone's loud cry with the drawn-out word devil was heard on the mountain. He shouted that they, freaks, were worse than animals. The divine demon of illusion, who was about to leave, stopped upon hearing this. The voice continued to shout about whether they had no honor at all, and the man with black shadows, like the warriors, turned towards the sound. The messenger slowly turned his head back, hearing the man screaming for them to take their paws off her. The screamer didn't wait for any reaction. He immediately drew his weapon. Pan Yencho, throwing it over his shoulder with a gloomy expression on his face, said that one should never mock someone's family. Gomyong, terribly frightened, shouted to the boss, causing Yanggak to jump in place from the realization that their hiding place had been exposed. Jumping from the mountain, Yencho shouted that he was one of the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks, but then he came to his senses and named the fictitious sect. The second brother, his jaw dropped, asked what they should do now, and Shim replied that he himself didn't know why he was asking him about it. The general turned around and said that they had a rat here. The veins on his face tensed. Seeing the Five Peaks Fortress boss jumping off the cliff in anger, Unjegwi ordered him to be killed. 3 of the Black Shadow Corps instantly ran forward, the other 3 stayed with the girl. By the time the commander landed, the 2 masked men were almost at their target. Encho looked up at them piercingly and asked if they thought they could handle him. The commander gripped the hilt of his sword tighter with both hands and, with one sharp movement, cut down the first enemy. Seeing the warriors being torn apart, one of the Black Shadow Corps shouted at them to not let him break through. He himself jumped high and swung his sword all the way behind his back to forcefully cut the boss with one movement. Pun Yencho stood frozen in place, waiting for the right moment, the corners of his lips turning down in anger. And, moving sharply forward, he cut another one in the chest area, shouting that he would never lose to such trash. The masked man instantly hung in the air, his entire body tensed with pain, and blood gushed from his chest. The man with black shadows, watching the battle from the side, grinned, recognizing the one screaming as quite strong. Another of the guys made a remark to the others, saying, "Why are they messing around with him?" He said not to drag it out because the demon general was watching. As he was saying that he was the only one here and that they would deal with it quickly, something flew towards his spread legs, and the man flinched. It was an arrow from a man who was standing on the mountain, but because of the sun it was difficult to see who it was. However, Chung's voice was heard asking why the one who was supposed to solve problems had rushed straight there and made them worse. Gomyong sighed with a grin, agreeing with his sister, and Ma Hendu said that if the boss got involved, they couldn't stay away. Yang Sobong emphasized that it didn't matter who was down there, and Ho Imdal added that they had nowhere else to go but here. As he was leaving, Gomyong told Sobek that he was leaving Cheol-san in her care, and his sister agreed. Hearing the answer, the second brother turned his head away, preparing to jump with the others. With a slight blush, Pun Yencho guiltily asked for forgiveness in this situation in response to Chung's cry. And Ma Hendo, Ho Imdal, and Thak Gomyong jumped from a high mountain rock. Pun Yencho shouted loudly, looking up at his enemies, asking them to fight him. And even Shim Yanggak, who was very worried about the safety and secrecy of the bandits, jumped along with them after the boss. Imdal noted that there were enough warriors and asked if everything would be all right, and Thak replied that nothing could be done about it. As he prepared to attack, the second brother told Imdal to just not think about it. He gripped the sword with both hands. Gomyong said that no matter what decision the boss made, they had to follow him. And with all his might, he struck the blade of the masked man with his sword, who managed to block the blow. The bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress began to fight together. A guy ran towards Hendo, and the boss was already killing the one who was fighting. While one bandit supported them with a bow in his hands, Gomyong managed to break through the block. Ma Hendo crossed his sword with his opponent's blade, and Gomyong shouted that it was going well, and then struck with his sword, shouting that they would answer to him for everything, but the warrior dodged. The masked warrior loosened his grip and the dagger almost fell out, but he managed to grab it and hissed, telling Thak that he wanted to die. Suddenly he lunged and jumped with the weapon above his head after their blades clashed. Gomyong didn't expect such a quick reaction. He barely kept his balance, and bending his back backwards, he cursed. Shim appeared behind him, turning around in a jump, and asked rhetorically that Thak had been watching them with him. Yanggak muttered through his teeth that they were quite strong, although for him it was still nothing. So, he told him to put all his strength into his punches when Gomyong hits because they have no room for error. Thus, Shim saved the second brother by spinning and kicking the Black Shadow warrior in the face with his foot, causing him to fall. Sweating all over, Thak smiled with relief, telling Yanggak that he could be relied upon at times like these. Yanggak landed on the ground in a jump and replied that now was not the time to be so carefree. As he left, he said that they had no chance of winning this battle, but they had to hold out for another 15 minutes. Yanggak looked over, worriedly saying that he didn't know what the boss was thinking when he jumped out at them, but there was no going back now. Meanwhile, Soban's friend was drawing the bowstring with an arrow to shoot. The man drew his bow so quickly that in a matter of moments his arrows pierced 3 people at once. The commander of the Black Shadow Corps ordered to finish off the archer first, pointing his hand at him. The bandit grinned, glad that it worked, and asked rhetorically if those devils really thought he would be easy prey. He winced when he heard someone answer from the side that he certainly had a lot of tricks. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard, asking the warrior if he really thought she would allow her family to be harmed in front of her. Han Chung cut the attacker in half lengthwise, striking from the head. The bandit opened his mouth, unable to find what to say, because just now he had been literally on the verge of death. The girl shouted at him that if he weakened his defenses even for a moment, he would seriously die. Chung cursed, saying that there was no end to them. Then the bandit said that he would shoot and asked to keep them away from him. The masked guy jumped on the ambassador, shouting that the situation had changed. They would cause trouble if they ran away quietly, so it was time for them to die. Naturally, he would not have been able to cut down the envoy of the trade union so easily. Pun Yencho suddenly appeared in his path with a sword in his hands, ready to take the blow. Without turning around, the boss asked the man standing behind him what he had said, that he was the ambassador of a trade union. In a state of shock after what he saw, the man did not immediately understand the question and asked again. Encho abruptly drew his sword across his opponent's stomach, literally cutting him into pieces. And thrusting his sword into the ground, he said that they did not have time, so he got straight to the point. He had a question for the ambassador. Turning his head, the Five Peaks commander asked the man if any of his men knew medical techniques. Meanwhile, the battle was in full swing. The metallic clash and creaking of weapons shook the air. Ho Imdal lowered his sword down as he exhaled, but the black shadow was several times faster. The warrior jumped back and immediately swung, falling on Imdal with his fist, his other hand extended to immediately grab the bandit. The hero of the Five Peaks raised his head, his face hidden by a shadow that seemed to be his death. He got scared and wanted to flinch, but he fell and the weapon flew out of his hands. Fortunately, Gomyong was nearby and noticed it. Thak turned around and cursed mentally, because things were bad. All the bandits were already tired, and there were still a lot of black shadows left. The worst part was that each of them used unconventional martial arts, making them difficult to deal with. Looking at this group of warriors in black, Gomyong wondered where they even came from, cursing mentally. Thak stopped in the middle and began to watch the battle from the side and, seeing that his own were giving up, rhetorically asked the boss what they should do. Pun Yancho wasn't around at the time, so Gomyong wondered out loud why he'd gotten himself into this. It wasn't like him. He wondered if the boss didn't put the family's life first. Yencho had never acted so recklessly before, but why suddenly? And he abruptly said that if they saw each other after death, he would grumble at him for it all day. The commander of the Black Shadows shouted that the bandits were exhausted. He immediately ordered them to be killed. The men in black masks ran as fast as they could, shouting their war cry. Most of the bandits had exhausted themselves in this fight. Suddenly, a sword fell in front of the first running warrior. A little more, and the weapon would have landed between the guy's legs. He managed to stop in time. The warrior looked up to understand what it was. Pun Yencho, jumping down, shouted what else it could be, and this caught the masked man off guard. The unarmed commander raised his fist furiously, shouting that the great Pun Yencho had come to beat the crap out of them. The warrior called him a weakling who didn't even know what kind of fierce tiger he was flying towards and told him that he was flying to his death. The boss hit with all his might, and their fists collided, his bare hand and bandaged hand fighting with the wooden knuckles. This blow caused cracks to appear on the wooden knuckle duster, and a couple of pieces of wood even flew off. The warrior's eyes widened as he saw the brass knuckles shatter into tiny pieces with a cracking sound. Before he could even figure out how it had happened, Pun Yencho landed a punch on his jaw, causing the masked man's head to snap around. Ho Imdal sat on the ground, saying that here he was, their boss, and Gomyong, grinning, asked where they had been all this time. Meanwhile, Shim Yanggak, who once wanted to take the boss's place, said that he still had incredible strength. Such power could only be an innate talent, and thanks to Joe's training, this talent finally saw the light of day. Shim thought that if the boss had started exercising earlier, he would be terribly strong now, and Pun Yencho said that they had found a doctor. Namely, that among the trading union there were healers. He ordered Soban to quickly transfer Sheol-san to them, and he assumed that he was probably already receiving help, so there was no need to worry about him anymore. The boss apologized for this, and Hendo, Gomyoung, and Imdal were surprised to hear the apology. Encho was deep in thought, which is unusual for him. He said that he was trying to forget everything and live his life. But suddenly he remembered his wife and children who remained in his hometown. And he, as a father, could not silently watch what was happening here. He admitted that he had acted selfishly and that he should not have dragged them into this. Pun Yencho lowered his head, saying that he had failed both as the boss of the fortress and as the elder, but he could not see the atrocities and pass by. Looking up, he said he knew he was asking a lot, but he asked them to risk their lives for him. Grinning, Gomyoung told the boss that he felt betrayed, and it was no wonder that Encho never talked about his hometown. The archer added that the boss hadn't mentioned that he was married, and Hendo said that once they were done with this, it would be better to tell him everything. Moreover, the bandits said that they were a family, and if they were to die, they would die together, and Gomyoung concluded that there was no need to ask them for such a thing. Suddenly, Chung appeared sharply behind the boss, indignantly asking who it was who said that they would die. Smiling, the girl said that everyone had already forgotten that they needed to hold out a little longer. After all, if they survive, then their guardian spirit of the fortress, Yeonjoha, who was rushing at high speed towards the bandits, will arrive. Turning around, the commander of the Five Peaks fortress was silent, amazed by such support and confidence. He suddenly chuckled, saying that yes, that was true, because they had a seventh brother who would also support him. Morale was high, and the boss was telling the boys to cheer up, and that victory would be theirs if they held on just a little longer. And with a guttural cry, the battle began. The blades began to shine again. The bandits parried the blows and attacked in response. The general said that he should not be told that he would have to intervene personally to resolve the problem with this trifle. The man with two sickles grinned. Pulling the mask off his face, he replied that of course not. And he went forward, gripping his weapon tighter, his body just asking for fresh blood. He licked his upper lip, saying that the thought of the expressions on their faces, having known despair, moved him so much. Although the bandits' fighting spirit was raised, they had almost exhausted all their strength, so Ma Hendo received a sword blow to the shoulder. He grabbed it, and suddenly Yangak jumped out at the masked guy, covering the wounded man. At the same time, he asked why everything had become so problematic. Shim did not like getting involved in dangerous situations. He slashed the warrior across the stomach with one blow, landing behind him. The dying cry of the dark shadow attracted the attention of those running ahead. They turned towards the sound. Black Shadow cursed, because he knew that they were too strong for their patrol squad. The guy turned sharply to the other one to ask when the combat squad would arrive. They answered him after a pause that according to the intelligence officer, someone had killed them all. The masked guy asked again with horror in his eyes, because this was impossible. The combat squad was created precisely for such situations. He turned to look at the bandits, wondering if they could have killed everyone, but it didn't look like they were capable of such a thing. The combat squad is made up of elites trained to destroy the 9 great sects. If they are killed, they have no chance. The man with black shadows hissed disapprovingly and called all the warriors so pathetic that they only tarnished their reputation. The masked man tensed as he saw the captain saying that they were being humiliated in front of the demon general, and saying that they deserved to die. The captain killed everyone who remained from the patrol detachment. Having slashed everyone, the captain with black shadows grinned, starting the game. At this sight, even Gomyoung began to stutter as he said that he had killed his allies and rhetorically asked if he had gone mad. Unable to bear it, Pun Yencho screamed at the captain of the Black Shadows at the top of his lungs that he really was trash, unworthy of existence. And he ran at him, shouting whether he seriously thought that human life was a joke. Looking down on the boss, the captain said, "Oh my God, it would be boring if he killed the strongest of them first." As Yencho swung his sword, the scarred man rose calmly into the air, towering over him. He chuckled as he heard the sound of an arrow flying through the wind, and without even trying to stop it, he looked at the boss. Easily dodging, he said that they didn't seem to want to fight one-on-one. Chung, who suddenly appeared behind Yench, shouted that it was obvious and asked if he thought that he would only fight the boss. Holding a sword in her hand, she declared that this time they would have the numerical advantage. The Black Shadow captain grinned worriedly with his shark teeth, saying that it sounded much more fun. She tried to reach him with a weapon, but her sword collided with his sickle. This blow instantly broke the sword into pieces, leaving the girl unarmed. The captain chuckled, saying that she was useless, and mockingly asked if that was true. The man threw his sickle into the air, saying that it would be a shame to kill her right away, and he hit her in the stomach with his fist, telling her to rest a little, and the girl froze in the air from the pain. Go Sancheong was afraid for the girl. He shouted her name, pulling the bowstring with an arrow again. The captain of the Black Shadows swung his sickle towards the bandit, saying that he was also causing them a lot of trouble. The weapon, spinning in the air in a circular motion, struck Sancheong in the shoulder. Although the sickle flew like a boomerang, it did not return, its blade hitting the tree. Pun Yencho made another attempt to deal with this freak. He cursed loudly. But, unfortunately, the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress missed again, even though he was quite close. The captain grinned, saying that such slow movements would not work, although he was interested in the expressions on the faces of the others. Namely, what would they look like if their leader lost his head first, the blade of the weapon almost approaching his neck. But Gomyong managed to parry the blow, shouting that this would not happen today. The second brother was angry because the boss could get hurt. He told the captain that he was talking so confidently here. And he told him that they would see how long he would remain so impudent. Hendo and Imdal joined Gomyong. The captain chuckled, ironically saying that this would probably last forever. He rose into the air like a feather, not allowing himself to be hit. And he hit Thok Gomyong hard in the solar plexus, causing the bandit's nose to bleed. Imdal shouted his brother's name loudly, and the captain's eyes sparkled. It was clear how he was enjoying their worries. Before the bandit could react, blood began to gush out of him too. Then Ho Imdal suffered, receiving several wounds at once, one in the shoulder, another in the forearm. Licking his lips again, the captain said that they, the orthodox ones, were like idiots. They act like some kind of heroes, but when tested they turn out to be weaklings. The boss was terribly worried, shouting to Gomyong, Hendo, and Imdal, while the man with black shadows approached the tree for the sickle. He pulled out the weapon that was stuck in the tree and said that it was time to finish. And he turned his gaze to the side, saying that the strongest is saved for last. Throwing away his sword, Shim Yangak walked towards him, saying that he was curious about who he considered the strongest. The bandit assumed a fighting stance, indicating that if he thought he could see right through them, he should take another look. He said that the strongest of them is he, the northern sword Gumil, Shim Yangak, and with these words he began to emit his energy. The man struck with his bare fist, which was filled with force, and several times came within a few centimeters of the captain. But he managed to dodge them, which infuriated Shim. He called him a freak, saying that all he could do was dodge. The captain replied that this was not true. He simply wanted to make sure that Yangak really was the strongest. And then he jumped into the air, spreading his legs so that they would not interfere with his attack. The captain said that it seemed so. And he dealt a strong blow to the bandit, but Shim managed to cover his face. But it didn't help him, because he flew back with force, hitting his back against a tree, around which clouds of dust rose. Thin rays of sun penetrated through the tree crowns. The captain was upset, saying that he had expected such an outcome, and it even hurt his pride a little. He wanted to cut Yangak in two, but he was still whole, his head bowed down against the wide trunk of a tree. The man with the scar added that this would not change anything, and that Shim should look around. The captain didn't think they could continue fighting because all the bandits were wounded, and he added that the fighting spirit that appeared after they supported the boss would now simply evaporate. He smiled worriedly with all his shark teeth, asking if they would now say that they regretted their actions. Yangak laughed loudly in response, ironically replying that they were sorry, of course. The captain winced when Shim laughed and asked if the bandit had gone crazy. Yangak replied that he was already tired of his grin, but he wouldn't have to look at it anymore. Still grinning maliciously, the captain asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Suddenly, the smirk disappeared from his face when he felt a very strong aura behind him and around him. He tensed, trying to understand what it was. Everything inside him tightened from this energy. Yangak, seeing his confusion, added that he could only say one thing. The captain was already a corpse. Because finally, John Joha arrived, standing on a tree branch and watching what was happening from above for a few moments. The captain raised his head, asking who this brat was, whether it was because of him that they started behaving like this. Suddenly, Chung and Gomyong rose from the ground, joyfully shouting to Joha that he had finally arrived. A ray of hope awoke in the bandits, and Ho Imdal swore that they had now won, Imdal adding that they were all already corpses. But suddenly Thok came to his senses. He was glad that Yon was here, but the second brother was worried whether the boy would be able to cope with everyone here. The general looked at them and thought that despite such a hopeless situation, they had relaxed. This meant they had a lot of faith in him, which meant only one thing. That guy was stronger than all of them put together. In Unjaegwi's eyes, Yoha looked like he had mastered the martial arts. The captain chuckled, saying that the cult's name would be tarnished if he could kill him, one of the 12 demon warriors. Without hesitation, the protagonist jumped from the tree. Yanggak and the warrior raised their heads to look at him. The first thing he asked the captain upon landing was whether he had harmed his family. Yok's eyes glowed with rage, and despite the fact that the captain was 2 heads taller than him, the boy walked right up to him. He repeated his question again, and the demon warrior grimaced, calling him a fucking brat. The man's hand trembled, and he asked how he dared to behave so brazenly in front of him. And he swung his sickle sharply, shouting that John seemed to need to be taught a lesson. Yoha didn't stand on ceremony with him, and immediately hit the man on the forearm with the edge of his hand. The captain was pierced by pain. His ulna and radius were broken. The man didn't even have time to comprehend the full meaning of what had happened, as Joha, blocking his blow, raised his fist. And he hit him in the face with all his might, causing the captain to fly back, his front teeth knocked out, and blood gushed from his mouth. As he fell, the captain cursed, thinking only that he couldn't let the great demon general see him like this. His eyes widened, and the whites of them filled with red capillaries. Despite the pain, the captain pulled himself together and, doing a somersault in the air, landed. He breathed heavily, telling himself that he had let his guard down, so he needed to pull himself together and deal with him immediately. Hearing this mumbling, the general told the man with black shadows not to underestimate his opponent. The captain agreed with the master, as if it were some kind of order, and quickly ran towards Yoha, his eyes glowing. John, standing still, raised his blade into the air, and its tip reflected the sun. The guy with a stern expression said that he had harmed his family and therefore had to pay. Streams of wind emanated from the main character as if he could control nature. The captain, swinging his weapon, said that, having become one of the 12 demon warriors, he began to look down even on the elders of the great sects. He waved his sickle in the air and shouted, "Does John really think he's his equal?" Yoha struck back with his sword and abruptly knocked one of the sickles out of the man's hands. The captain's hand froze bare in the air, without the usual handle with a sharp weapon. Yoha said, looking at his confusion, that people always talk a lot before they die. The protagonist moved incredibly fast, and if the captain couldn't keep up with him, the hem of his clothes would flutter behind him. The demon general approached the captain with a lit explosive and said that it seemed the man was no match for Yon. Unjaegwi intervened in the fight, parrying Joe's blow at the last moment, saving the captain. The main character emitted a powerful, warm-colored aura and seriously asked who the hell the general was. Feeling the pressure from Yon and the way he was surrounded by particles of that aura, the general was caught off guard. He tensed, feeling himself losing to its power, and 2 tubers of furious energy collided with each other. This caused a strong wind which raised sand, which flew into the eyes of everyone watching, and they covered themselves with their hands. Shima Yanggak was literally blown away. He said that they were using an unimaginably huge amount of energy. As he thought, that guy with the strange technique was very strong, so he had to worry about John. Because when Joe arrived and entered the battle, everyone froze. General Unjaegwi froze in place, looking down in horror. Seeing these traces from his own shoes, which had worn through the ground, he did not believe that he could have been pushed away. While the general was coming to his senses, the protagonist did not hesitate. He found himself high in the sky, holding his sword tightly above his head. Looking at him, Yoha asked whether the general's action, covering for his man, meant that he would answer for him. Unjaegwi's face twisted in displeasure, but he said that it was incredible and that he acknowledged Joe's strength. At the moment when the main character almost touched the general with his blade, the man jumped into the air. As he walked, he pulled out 2 huge explosive cylinders from behind him. Unjaegwi said that the boy was worthy of testing his demonic art, the destruction of the shadow soul. Frozen with the blade in his hands, Yoha looked sternly at the man, trying to understand what he was talking about. But the explanations were not long in coming. 2 large pipes fell next to John. The protagonist frowned, not understanding why, because they didn't even touch him. Suddenly, he heard ticking sounds coming from the cylindrical object. A dark aura was coming out of it. Shim Yanggak's eyes widened with dried blood on his mouth as he saw this technique. He suddenly stood up and started yelling at Yok to leave, that he needed to do it. Watching the hero with interest, Unjegwi said that it was too late. The fuse was almost burnt out, and the main character was right at the epicenter. This energy did not come out in such a small progression as before. Now it was more concentrated, and it rose into the air so that Yoha looked down at his feet, not yet realizing the whole situation. These dark clots were floating in the air, surrounding him, and there were more and more of them. The captain chuckled to himself that this was the result of Jok's insolence. He looked at it with a satisfied squint, not taking his eyes off it because he knew that no one survived this technique. The captain knew that this was the end of the main character, around whom a purple ball had formed. Dark clots flew before his eyes, enveloping the mountain bandit, and he asked what it was. But the general didn't answer him. In a second, the guy was overcome with fear. He felt that he couldn't breathe normally and held his breath. His body felt heavy, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Yoha tried to cut through this something that was enveloping him. He managed to move, but everything was several times slower the more he resisted. Yoha cursed in his heart because he couldn't fully release his power, and that was very bad. During the time when Unjegwi traveled throughout the Jianghu, everyone challenged him, but no one could stand against him. Namely, against his shadow soul destruction technique. It grabs a person's shadow and pulls out their soul. When this earned him the title of one of the 12 demonic generals, people began to say that he had no equal. Over the years, his strength grew, and standing at the top, he naturally believed that there was no one who could withstand his technique. She had never let him down, and John Yoha was caught off guard, barely able to breathe to stay conscious. A person who falls under the influence of this technique feels as if he has fallen into the pitch darkness of hell. His senses were failing him. His eyes were blind. For the first time, Yoha thought that he was about to die. He couldn't understand anything, frozen in confusion. He could not figure out how to get out of the darkness surrounding him. His strength gradually left him, and he lost consciousness. Suddenly, someone's voice said that in the vastness of the Jianghu, he could meet people who used truly extraordinary techniques. It was in the back of his mind when they were walking with sage Chonji. The man said that simply mastering martial arts is not enough, and that Yoha should not forget about it. And when the sage told him to be careful with sorcerers, Yoha became interested, and Ji told him what would happen if he got caught by them. Then Yoha asked what he should do if he came across them, and the sage replied that it was an individual matter. They usually need a little training for the technique, so there are 2 options: to interfere or to break what helps them. Yoha was barely coming to his senses. He was wondering if this was the technique that the sage Chonji had told him about. He remembered that 4 smoking things had been stuck into the ground around him, and they wouldn't have thrown them at him without a reason. These stick-like things must be connected to the general's technique. Yoha thought that his power was due to the strange smoke that these sticks emitted. However, in his current state, he cannot destroy them directly because he does not sense anything. Then the main character came up with the idea of destroying the ground beneath them, and taking hold of his weapon, decided to try. Even though the boy didn't understand where the ground was, he decided to attack in all directions at once, using the dragon's claws that tore the ground. The 5 Peaks heroes were now truly afraid for Zhou, because they had never seen anything like this. Cheng and the boss shouted his name, hoping that he would hear them through this dense ball of darkness, while the others were amazed by this strange technique. The general let out a sigh of relief, saying that he never thought he would use this technique against some boy. He said that Yoha was an interesting guy, watching the ball grow in size. The Black Shadow captain told the general that he was ashamed that the great demon had to fight, and that he would not be able to use his right hand for some time. The captain did not know that they would have to suffer losses. Frowning, with his teeth knocked out, he looked even more frightening and asked to be allowed to finish what he had started. The captain wanted to make the bandits beg for death, to which the general turned around and wanted to say something but froze. He suddenly felt some movement and, not understanding what it was, assumed that an earthquake had begun. However, it was worth seeing the expression on his face when the earth was loosened under his explosive stick. The clots of dark energy that were coming out of this object began to subside. Seeing the ground crack further and further, lifting his magic sticks upward, he stood in a stupor, not believing it. Suddenly, 2 yellow rays flashed on the magical ball of darkness as if piercing it. These rays became larger and brighter, and absorbing the darkness, they broke through the wind and dust. The dark clots of energy from the Shadow Soul destruction technique were drawn together into one point, giving way to bright yellow energy. This dark ball shone so brightly that it seemed as if another sun was about to be born on Earth. The dark clots had almost disappeared, and this bright ball continued to destroy the ground near the general. The captain of the Black Shadows looked at this as if rooted to the spot, warm rays illuminating his face. Yangak suddenly chuckled, saying that Yoha was a monster that wasn't even worth worrying about. A sharp blade pierced the darkness. This was the first thing that appeared from the magic ball. And then the main character himself, breaking these bonds with his own energy, freed himself. He swung his sword down into space with his eyes closed, freeing himself from his confinement. Yoha was breathing heavily. He was angry, saying that this technique of the general really irritated him. The man with the scar could not understand himself, for how was it possible to get caught in this technique and escape from it? The captain was worried about whether this guy was even human, which must have angered the great demon general. He thought that he might even witness the awakening of Unjegwi's great power, which he would seize to burn down all of Zhonghuo. But instead, the demon general screamed in fear at the top of his lungs, his tongue frozen in his mouth, and sweat poured down the man's face. The Black Shadow captain raised his eyebrows in surprise, his lips pressed tightly together, thinking that maybe they were all screwed right now. The warriors stood behind the captain, discussing among themselves how it was possible for the boy to destroy the great general's equipment. Unjegwi himself heard all these voices, and the captain, standing with huge eyes, thought how such a monster could exist. Yoha, as if nothing had happened, called the general an old man, clarifying to him that he was, after all, a sorcerer, a wizard. While resting, John reproached him for the fact that, thanks to him, the boy experienced a disgusting feeling, so now it was his turn. The protagonist decided that he would pay for angering him, but Jegwi considered this absurd, since the guy didn't look even 20. The general did not utter a single word. He was amazed at how this boy had broken his art with his own efforts. Yoha told him to get ready, and the demon general, turning pale, addressed the corps of Black Shadows, stumbling in mid-sentence. He turned his gaze to the captain, shouting how much longer they were going to stand there and watch, and ordered the guy to be stopped. A smile of hopelessness appeared on the captain's face. He thought that this bastard had gone crazy, because how could they stop John? He himself couldn't do it, and he also gave orders, so the captain thought his life was crap, but he took the reproach to heart. And a moment later, he ordered the Black Shadow Corps to listen to his order, to kill this ungrateful brat right now. The warriors first glanced at each other. They were even less pleased with this arrangement, but nevertheless, they rushed into battle. Yoha exhaled loudly, saying that they were hoping to crush him with the crowd again. Before the corps of Black Shadows had time to get closer, the main character slashed 2 of them at once, striking each of them several times with the blade. Unjegwi watched in fear as the warriors died. Not having time to approach the guy, he called him a brat, but his face gave away the man. One after another, they let out gasping sounds of pain, barely able to stand on their feet. Although the general felt uneasy, curiosity also got the better of him. The guy was so strong that the general could not hope. Zhonghuo was huge, but Jegwi thought that martial artists of that level didn't just appear out of nowhere. In the current situation, the best solution was to avoid anything that could interfere with the execution of the order. He thought that taking the bell away now was the most important task, and also that if the ambassador survived, people would learn about their cult. Things had become too problematic, so it was necessary to try to at least kill the envoy of the trade union. Even if it was the demon general's last resort, he decided he had no choice and reached for the magical explosive. He soared into the sky, warning the captain that he would deliver the bell now, to which he shouted that they could not cope without him. With his eyes shining, Jegwi called the captain an idiot, since taking the bell was the most important thing right now. And saying that this was the last thing he would do to help them, the general threw the magical object straight at the messenger. Jan Hanen, who had been talking to his warrior the whole time, froze as he saw the thing flying towards him. He was wounded. There were abrasions all over his body, so even if he tried to move away, he wouldn't have been able to. Blood gushed out of him like a fountain, and the ambassador's daughter ran towards him with all her maiden strength. Coughing up his own blood, the man cursed, finally realizing what all this had led to. In front of them, Yoha called the Black Shadow Corps pieces of trash after seeing what the general had just done. He turned to him, telling him that they could forget about escaping safely. Unjegwi's eye twitched, and he shouted to the warriors from above what they were doing up there. And he ordered, shouting at the top of his lungs for them to stop him, while Joha at that time ran forward rapidly. And the scar-faced captain ordered the Black Shadow Corps to fight to the death. The warrior shouted that all the deserters would die by his hand, and the man with the sickle ran forward with them. John ran towards them, his eyes glowing red, as if he himself was a demon general. Along the way, the protagonist used sword swings to disperse the air and use the art of the 9 heavens. The boy summoned a tornado of 9 dragons, and a huge fiery creature appeared in the sky. On this day, the ultimate sword technique of the 9 heavens, which everyone thought was lost, broke out. All the heroes of the 5 Peaks Fortress looked up, and what they saw not only amazed them, but they were stunned. After all, this combat technique of Yan once again illuminated the skies, even more powerfully than 20 years ago. This art fell down to the earth with 9 beams of pure energy. The main character was breathing heavily, his head down after what he had done. Such was the art of Yan Zhou. The Yomeng cult's Black Shadow Corps was a squad of assassins assembled to destroy the great sects. But even such a force was helpless in the face of this technology, and their captain, Sa Dueng, was forced to cowardly flee. And the great demon general, known as the strongest in the entire cult, left the battlefield in shock, his confidence shattered. Moreover, the man who humiliated him was not even among the top 10 martial artists. He was a small brat. Meanwhile, John Joha was forced to suppress his anger. He wanted to chase after the assassins who harmed his family. But he realized that his friends were in a more dire state than he thought, so taking care of the 10 heroes was more important. Pan Yencho patted him on the head, saying that he was glad that Yoha was with them, but Yan apologized for taking so long. The boss told him that everything was fine and that they had suffered because of his stubbornness, but these words did not console Yoch. He regretted that he was late. His memories of his childhood, spent in a family where he was not loved and bullied so much that his eyes could barely open, were too fresh. For him, who had gone through so much, 10 heroes became more precious than anyone else in the world. He treasured them so much because they were the only ones who were on his side. And so, realizing that for the first time he had failed to protect them completely, he vowed to protect his loved ones no matter what. The ambassador was shaking. His whole body was covered in blood, and his daughter, who had run up to him, was sobbing, and the man asked her to help him get up. He wanted to thank the heroes who saved them, but his daughter objected that he needed to be helped first. But his father objected. Hanan was prepared for death, so when the heroes approached, he tried to express his gratitude, not even knowing how. Trembling all over, he said that he knew that even 1,000 gold pieces would not be enough, but he promised that the trade union would reward them as best it could. The messenger continued to say that they had given them great help, but that was not all. He wanted to ask for one more favor: to protect his people until they arrived at their destination. Soon the messenger died from the wound inflicted by the general, and having thought everything over, the 10 heroes fulfilled his last request. Not the least of the reasons was that the path of the trade union coincided with their own, and they also needed treatment. However, there was another reason that no one dared to talk about, and it was this reason that became decisive. Soon, they all continued on their way together, the sun then calmly shining with its rays, penetrating through the green crowns of the trees. Yangak whispered to the boss that if they went this way, they wouldn't end up in the Palgan Mountains, in the territory of the Crimson Death Fortress. The boss replied that they had no choice, but Shim tried to dissuade him because they were also recognized as a green forest. In the place where the demon general Unjegwi reached, snow was falling in full force, covering the mountains with its white carpet. The man placed his hand on the place where the depression was. Only a knowledgeable person could use it correctly. And the mountain walls of the cave opened, and a cold wind and snow immediately entered inside. The girl said the general had arrived later than they had expected and asked if he thought he was being too disrespectful. Unjegwi apologized to her, justifying himself by saying that the situation was more complicated than they thought. She asked him not to be late again, as it was rare for generals to get together, and the man understood everything. He was asked if he had been able to bring the 8-bead bell, and Jegwi came to the table saying that it was not without effort. The general placed the bell on the table, and all the others lit up. With this one, they now had 7 bells with 8 beads. The moon sage praised him, calling it excellent work, and said that the fighting power of their cult had increased significantly. Another guy added that since they all voted in approval, they had decided on the next demon general. And he said that 7 demon lords would join him in the cult, and the man with the bottle asked again if there was a need for that. The first one agreed, but thought it would be foolish to miss such an opportunity and not use one of the bells. Since they had collected 7 of them, it would be nice to find 3 more, and the third one was indignant that they were not so easy to get. Smiling, the girl said that they were just joking and asked not to worry. She explained that the decision to choose the 7th demon general was made by their great leader, but he was not here. Therefore, the moon sage agreed that there was no point in rushing to the heavenly demon king's soul summoning festival. And since there will be 7 demonic lords, they will need a bell to increase the number of demonic soldiers. Besides, everything interesting will start when the Yomeng cult enters Jianghuo again, so they can easily take over this era. General Unjegwi did not agree that it would be easy and informed them that he had lost half of the Black Shadow Corps on the mission. The most important thing was that their opponent was some brat, and even the captain of the corps was defeated by him with 1 blow. Jegwi wasn't called a sorcerer for nothing. He was capable of defeating anyone, but that boy was incredibly terrifying. After he said that he had managed to dispel his soul destruction technique, the girl asked what kind of joke this was. Unless it's one of the strongest masters, no one can defeat the general. But Jegwi admitted that he didn't think he would win. He had never seen such a martial art before. It spun in the sky 9 times and its energy came down like lightning. Remembering this fire dragon, the demon general said that she probably wouldn't believe him. The girl visibly tensed up. She asked again what the general had just said, not believing that the energy of 9 blades was possible. Meanwhile, in the Palgon Mountains, a man was shouting at the heroes of the 5 Peaks Fortress, calling them arrogant bastards. He asked how they dared to sneak into the Palgon Mountains like rats, and said ironically that they had nerves of steel. It was the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress, the Sacred Blood Axe Hayuk Ryonhu, who asked if they knew what they owned here. And he shouted that if they wanted to pass through here, they had to pay 200 nyans per person. Pun Yencho was shocked by such impudence, because in their fortress they only asked for 10 nyans, and Yangak exhaled, indignant. He did warn you that the fortress of the Crimson Death was checking everyone, and he said that they were screwed, because they looked like they were defending a trade union, and suddenly the girl said they couldn't give that much. Since they were robbed and boss Hayuk Ryunghu agreed with this fact, she then began to beg the fortress to let them through. The Holy Blood Axe said that the Green Forest had a big event coming up soon, so he asked for anything of value. The ambassador's daughter became worried and repeated that they had been robbed, so they had nothing. Renhu replied that they would then simply cut them up and sell the meat, and the man standing nearby asked if he should make sure they had nothing. He added that valuables have a habit of suddenly appearing out of nowhere. All you have to do is shake your pockets a little. After the vice chief of the fortress's words, Yencho and Yangak began to discuss what to do next. After all, they were the ones who took the merchant's money. Shim was in favor of not giving them the money, but the boss said that if they came closer, they would remember their faces. Sobek whispered in Yok's ear that the face of the guy with the axe looked like a dumpling bitten by a rat. The guy replied that it was more like a moldy dumpling, and suddenly everyone laughed, while Pun Yencho discussed the problem with Yangak. The boss himself didn't want to shell out money for these bandits, but he told Shim to think about what would happen if he enraged Zhou. Vice Chairman No Yang Jin, who was watching them from above, was outraged by their behavior because they were laughing in such a situation. He muttered through his teeth who he was to himself and asked if he was some kind of joke to them. And he started yelling that they just wanted to die. He shouted, "Do they really think that he is blind and can't see the bag of gold from the mountain?" The young lady tried to justify that it was not a lie, saying that it was not the gold of the trade union, so they could not give it. The bandit gripped his sword, his tendons tensing. He said that they were definitely joking with him, the vice chief of the Crimson Death. He added that it was their own fault that they did not understand the situation, so now they would not be able to leave in one piece. No Yanjin pointed his sword at Sobaek, saying that she, the bitch, was the first to laugh. The guy asked what was so funny she saw. He yelled at the top of his lungs, rhetorically asking the trade union if they idiots couldn't tell piss from shit or something. And he continued that he did not understand how they had even gotten here, but now they had met him, so they should not hope for luck. After he spoke about his parents raising bastards, a gold coin hit the vice chief in the forehead with such force that he fell. All the gold had disappeared from the bag. Yanggak didn't understand this at all because he had been holding the bag in his hands the whole time. No Yanjin flew back so hard, receiving several gold coins at once, that he crashed into a tree, raising dust. The boss of the Crimson Death Fortress never realized what it was because he didn't even sense the attack coming. He glanced down at the Merchant Alliance, suddenly realizing there was a martial artist among them, but they didn't know what it was either. Pun Yencho covered his eyes with his hand, exhaling loudly, because things had finally come to this, and Yanggak said that they were in trouble. The protagonist tossed a coin into the air and, catching it in his hand, squeezed it, addressing Mr. Moldy Dumpling as rude. Yoha told the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress to say whatever he wanted, but not to dare touch his family. With these words, a gold coin flashed in the sun and a second later hit him on the forehead. And then Yoha threw them at the rest of the bandits of this fortress who were standing next to their boss all this time. Pun Yencho asked everyone to cover their faces in the hopes that they would forget them when they passed out. But Yanggak said it was too late. Because Yoha openly attacked them and Shim asked if the boss thought they would forget him if the meeting was tomorrow. The people of the Fortress of Crimson Death diligently robbed travelers in order to leave a good impression of themselves. Namely, that it would be such at the Green Forest meeting, so that they slowly but surely collected money until they came across Yoha. All the Crimson Death leaders were knocked out before the meeting even started. It was a complete disaster. Meanwhile, the Moon Sage couldn't believe her ears. She could only think of one bastard who had already died. Still, not many people could use technology of that level. She asked what the general meant by brat. And Unjegwi said that the guy was about 20 years old but looked 15. His distinguishing feature was his red hair. Hearing the suggestion that he was part of the order, the Moon Sage said that this guy might be that man's son. 20 years ago, the sect leader ordered them to build a temple in Jiangnan, and that's when that bastard came along with the Namgung clan. He used the exact same martial art, and later they started calling him the Moon-Splitting Swordsman, and that still infuriated her. The Moon Sage said that she was a 10-headed demon soldier back then, but now she is a 100-headed demon king. She added that when their sect revealed itself to the world of martial arts, she would take revenge for the humiliation she experienced that day. Encho reminded Joe that he had told him not to attack the Bandit Alliance's hideouts, but the boy replied that he had started it. In Wannan County, the sun was shining warmly, piercing the windows of houses and the city's surroundings with its light. The city's residents, who had been leading a peaceful existence, had a shocking experience. As the time approached for the start of the Bandit Alliance tournament, bandits from countless mountain hideouts poured into the city. However, due to the fact that the bandits kept their distance and were wary of each other, serious unrest was avoided. The bandit had the feeling that all the bandit groups had gathered in this city. The greatness of the union seemed incredible. A young bandit with a green leaf stalk in his mouth suddenly noticed what was happening behind him. The guy with the piercing told his brother that the rumors weren't lying. There were a lot of bandit hideouts now, and asked if he thought they were stupid. He grinned, wondering how they had even been accepted into the bandit union, but the guy remained silent, watching them intently. The conversation was about the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks Fortress. The bandit with the piercing suggested that they could have been taken for their pretty eyes. and he said just take a look at them. They looked like they were parodying a trading group. It was obvious that they were unknown. He asked his brother if he thought that if they met at the tournament, it would be as easy as pie, that they were just extras. Laughing, the guy with the leaf replied that the bandit seemed to still have a lot to learn. Otherwise, at this rate, he wouldn't live long. And he said that if he valued his life, then it would be better if he didn't fight with this red-haired man. As he left, he added that he shouldn't look down on the poor sects. If he fell into their sights, life would be hell. Late in the evening in Wannan County, the light from fires glowed, illuminating the area where white tents were pitched. Once again, there was talk about how the greatness of the bandit union was incredible, because in these tents there were only leaders. If all the members were here, we could have raised an entire army. But Yencho said to stop talking nonsense and start unpacking. And suddenly he blurted out that Gomyong should go with him to greet the brothers from the Dabi Mountain Refuge. The second brother replied that they would meet with them in any case, and asked if it was absolutely necessary. He was tired. After all, they chose them and cared for them, so it was only right to say hello to them. Meanwhile, Yon Joha was lying on the grass, admiring the full moon, when Sobaek, who had been looking for him everywhere, approached him. The girl asked, blushing, what he was doing here, since everyone was unpacking things and preparing the camp, and how John could rest here. The hero replied that he needed to think about something, so he was putting his thoughts in order. He said that Sobaek was always with Cheng, but recently they had not been seen. He suggested that they had a fight. She shuddered. She explained that they had no reason to quarrel. It was just that Chung had been constantly with his brother Chulsun lately. She had the feeling that her presence was only a hindrance to them. Yoha replied that it was good if they weren't in a fight, so everything was fine. And Sobek looked up at him sheepishly. The moon illuminated his face, and smiling, he asked if she wanted to rest with him, and Ha Sobek replied that she wanted to be there. The girl said she was surprised because she thought the guy didn't worry about anything because he was strong. They were walking in the forest, and Sobek asked him if he had any problems, but when she heard a negative answer, she asked about the past. Yoha replied that he didn't have much to tell, but in fact he was thinking about his parents, but he couldn't remember their faces, because his mother died when she gave birth to him, and he didn't really see his father's face until he was 6, so it's not surprising that he doesn't remember him. However, he clearly remembered the face of the man who was bothering him, and the girl repeated Yok's last words like an echo. Putting his hand on his heart, the hero said with a stern look that it was someone who tried to kill him. The girl was very surprised. With concern on her face, she asked Joe if he hadn't just been talking about his childhood. Sobek asked what could have threatened him at 6 years old, assumed that he was of royal blood, but then discarded it. The sister asked if the man was alive, and when John replied that it was possible, she suggested finding him and taking revenge. Yoha replied that it wouldn't work, and Sobaek asked why, since he would die as soon as Jan lifted a finger. The protagonist's face darkened. He looked down at the water and said that this was his adoptive mother. Sister Ha Sobaek was horrified. She could only utter a question, "What?" and look at Joe in fear. While John was telling her about the Warang estate, the girl couldn't say a word. She expected that Joe might have had problems in the past. After all, there was a sad story behind everything. However, the young man, who looked even younger than her, was able to overcome all the difficulties and dangers in his path. How he fought the Cat Lord when he woke him up while drunk. How his brothers rejoiced for him when he coped with things with ease. So it seemed to her that he had not had any serious problems in his life. For her, it was Yon Joha, whom she had envied all this time. The guy said that it wasn't all that funny, and when he looked at his sister, he froze in a stupor. She was shaking all over, tears were streaming from her eyes, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand. Yoha even stumbled when he asked why she was crying. Sobek asked for forgiveness for this. She didn't even know that he had gone through something like this. The hero turned to her in bewilderment, asking if he had done anything wrong, but she cried, continuing to ask her brother for forgiveness. The clouds slowly began to set behind the moon when Yoha told her to forgive him. The rules of the Bandit Alliance state that bandits are forbidden from interfering with the existence of other bandit hideouts. And Hyuk Ryonghu reported that the bastards who attacked them were helping the trading group, backing up his words by saying that he had seen them. And he said that they were members of the bandit union. the Fortress of the Five Peaks, who disguised themselves as escorts of merchants. The man believed that the bandits from this fortress should not be allowed to participate because they had broken the rules, so he requested a meeting. The leader of the bandit union clucked his tongue ironically, saying that the Fortress of the Five Peaks had formed recently in a questioning tone. The demon lord who destroys paradise asked what the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress wanted to report. He also asked whether Renhu should boast about the incompetence of the Crimson Death Fortress or blame the Five Peaks Fortress. At the site of the large meeting in Wanan village, Hyuk bowed his head to the floor before the leader. The talk was about the Five Peaks Fortress, a bandit alliance that had formed quite recently. The demons standing at the meeting stood in a row against the wall, each and every one of them watching this dialogue. And the demon lord confirmed the idea that the Fortress of Crimson Death was defeated by the Fortress of Five Peaks. The lord's very question about what he really wanted to report to Renhu stunned the boss, since he had just told him everything. The lord's bright purple eyes sparkled in the semi-dark room. Hyuk Ryunghu felt awkward. He looked down, his face sweating. The cat lord immediately paid attention to the man's words about the Five Peaks Fortress because he had been there personally. He immediately guessed that the bastard, meaning Yach, must be to blame for everything. Ingale gritted his teeth as he remembered him, because that guy had completely disregarded the hierarchy of the mercenary union. Remembering how Yong Joha had laughed at him, he thought that this little bastard had no respect for his elders at all. He remembered that cheeky look, that sly smile, that red hair, and those fingers breaking his clawed ones. The demon general flared up in rage, mentally calling out the name of this bandit, his eyes glowing. The overlord noticed this powerful emanating aura, glancing sideways at the cat lord. Suddenly, he said that he would keep what he said in mind so the fortress boss could go. Rising from his knees, Ryanhu thanked the leader of the bandit alliance. As he was leaving, he turned around at the last moment, looking suspiciously at the head. The man did not understand what was going on in his head. The leader continued their meeting. He clarified about the scum, the bandit who was an excellent swordsman, whether he was from the Fortress of the Five Peaks. He remembered that the bastard, as others said about him, was quite young. The cat lord immediately said that the guy looked like he wasn't even 20, and that he was extremely impudent. The lord chuckled and once again clarified the words of the cat lord, who claimed that he was defeated by this youth. In addition to this, everything happened in a drunken state, and Ingale tried to justify himself by saying that he had drunk a little more than usual. The lord banged his fist on the handle, saying, "Well, that's very good," because he had made his decision. Everyone looked at the leader with attention, especially the cat lord he was talking to. The head clarified whether that scum should appear at the Green Forest competition, and he said, pointing his finger at him, that if he showed up, then Ingale would engage in battle with him. The cat lord asked again, but the lord asked him if it wasn't Ingale who made a mistake while drunk. And then the lord got angry, saying that he had a demon general under his command who lost to trash who wasn't even 20 years old. The leader called it the greatest disgrace and warned that if the lord lost to this freak again, he would be stripped of his title, and then he will have to go through the 10-year training again, from which the demon general suffered so much. Ingale tensed, wondering if the lord really wanted him to go through this hell again. Suddenly, the leader shouted that Ingale was really so filled with fear of this worthless man that he didn't even agree with him. Terrified by this pressure, one of the 12 demon generals trembled, saying that it was not so. He fell to his knees, bowing to the chief, and said that he, the cat lord Ingale, accepted his master's command. The lord considered the situation terrible, for he understood that if he fought against that bastard 100 times, he would lose exactly 100 duels. He leaned his face towards the floor, thinking that there had to be another way out. The boss of the Five Peaks Fortress beamed happily, asking who it was in front of him. Was it the pride of the Green Forest, the cat lord Ingale? Pan Yencho asked him in a friendly manner what brought him here, calling the demon general brother, and the others also paid attention to him. Ingale chuckled and said that he had heard about the arrival of the Five Peaks Fortress, so he couldn't help but come and see them. The boss of the fortress hugged him, which made him blush. Encho said that they would have rushed to his call, and also that he should not stand there like a pillar. Everyone started to address him as a brother, saying that they hadn't seen him for a long time, asking how he was doing. Only John chewed silently. He was tense about communicating with him on equal terms, because if it weren't for that mistake at the Five Peaks, they wouldn't even have been able to meet. Sobek suddenly turned around and said, smiling, "Oh my God," addressing Ingeli as a brother and asking what brought him here. Chung also chimed in, saying that the Lord's physical condition had improved since the last time they saw each other. The Cat Lord blushed from the girls' attention, especially from the fact that they called him brother and said a better word. Cuddling close to each other, they responded to his surprise that, of course, that night he became a brother of the Fortress of the Five Peaks. Pun Yensho echoed this joyful mood, adding that everything was correct and that they remembered the events of that night very well. Ingale interrupted this active greeting with a slight sign of attention. He coughed, wanting to explain why he was there. He wanted to make sure that the event, which began today, would go off without a hitch. The Green Forest competition was scheduled to take place in the arena on this day and would continue for 4 days. Gomyong stopped chewing when he heard Ingale's speech, and Encho froze, as the Cat Lord had come just to look at them. The others were also taken aback by this because, on the other hand, the phrase sounded as if there might be some kind of catch. The Cat Lord said that whoever would participate first from the Five Peaks Fortress must report to him. He was tense inside because in truth everything depended on their decision. Even though he himself said everything, it sounded ridiculous. Smiling, Pun Yensho asked him why the Lord was asking them such a thing, even though he knew about their situation. And when the boss wanted to say that they were ready to do a lot for their goal, he was interrupted by the movement of heads in Joke's direction. Literally, all the seated bandits turned to him, and when the room became silent, the guy asked why they weren't eating. The protagonist thought about how important the guest must be for this, and Ingale got furious. He expected such a reaction. Suddenly, the Cat Lord grinned maliciously. He decided that if he couldn't win, then he would make sure that he didn't participate. So the Lord of the Green Forest shouted at the top of his lungs that from now on this would not be just a gathering of bandits. He shouted, raising morale, that the Green Forest would surpass the 7 sects and become the greatest in the world, and that no one from the Order of Chaos or the demonic faction would dare to humiliate them. The bandits listened to this with their mouths open, their gaze fixed on the leader. His speech was captivating. The leader raised his finger, shouting at the bandits to prepare for 1,000 years of power. After his inspiring speech, Senior Officer Vugum Yan announced the start of the Green Forest tournament. Everyone present was jubilant, raising their fists in the air and shouting a battle cry. The Lord of the Green Forest sat at a table in the lodge, with various kinds of treats in front of him. And the first day of the Green Forest Martial Arts Tournament to select the top 10 bandits in the world has begun. Everyone was waiting attentively for their moment, some even gritting their teeth as they stood in the crowd. And representatives from different gangs carried their flags in different colors. There was yellow, red, blue, and many others. When the fight began, 2 men bumped heads with each other. The first one was indignant at why he was pushing him. The second one threatened to rip his skin off, and they started fighting, and Pun Yensho asked why they were fighting so close. Gomyong whispered to the boss that he needed to join at least one category of the Green Forest, and asked if it was okay to just stand there. Pun Yensho replied that he didn't know either, and Joa heard their conversation, his arms crossed over his chest. He clearly didn't like it. Vugum Yan shouted out if there were anyone who wanted to join the first match in the Green Forest. Suddenly, a guy jumped out of the crowd. He did it so quickly that he shocked the others. Besides Yanjo, at least 4 more people jumped in, holding sickles in their hands. One of them, landing first, grinned smugly, his confidence visible to the naked eye. At the sight of him, the bandit allies trembled. Their faces lit up. The man made an impression on many. His name was Yonglu, who was the leader of the Yongma Mountain Refuge. His wooden weapon was suspended by a metal chain. As he teasingly asked if anyone wanted to train him, his first opponent appeared in front of him. He was a healthy man with a strong build, and he introduced himself as Ji Yob, the leader of Mount Baibong. He said that he would personally train young Lu, who chuckled, asking why he was putting up wanted posters everywhere. And he showed the same wanted poster with a laughing Ji Yob on it. The bandit abruptly snatched the piece of paper from his hands, blushing, and rudely checked it, saying that Yonglu's insolence had no limits. The head of the Green Forest, who was watching this, chuckled loudly, saying that they immediately had 2 interesting candidates. Ji Yob told his rival that he would make him regret humiliating him in front of the leader. He used the divine sword of multiplication and his strength increased, and Yonlu attacked with a flying dragon. A long chain wrapped around the neck of the wanted man, strangling him, causing him to stick out his tongue like a dog. Next up against the Yongma mountain shelter leader was a lowly demon slayer who also asked for his training. However, this bandit was also defeated, and after him came Dusal Myung. There were fights that looked completely ridiculous. Two bandits, grappling, used all sorts of techniques just to win. The ghostly Lord of Shadows watched this and chuckled at the fact that they allowed any vagabond to bear the name of a bandit. But not just like that. But in order to expand the influence of the Green Forest, it should not have been like a street fight. In the lodge, sake was poured from a jug into a glass, and the Cat Lord, as if quenching his thirst with water, drank this alcoholic drink. He smiled happily, looking as if he had no worries at all. The Phantom Lord said he was very interested in seeing Ingale's rematch against the brat from Five Peaks Fortress, and he added that, considering how much he had just drunk, the man assumed that the Lord knew some kind of secret technique. The Demon General licked his mustache, from which the wonderful drink was dripping, replying that one could say so. Tak Gomyong and Pun Yoncho watched the fight with boredom and even some weariness. The fights looked boring. Watching them, Ingale smiled contentedly, because last night he had come up with the most effective and fatal technique. Although he was nice to the bandits from the Five Peaks Fortress, it was only for show, he himself considered them to be thick-headed bastards. Last night, Yoha was admired, saying that he, as expected, was planning to participate in the tournament, while John was not aware of it. Punyencho suddenly became happy, shouting to the bandit that if he went, he might even win this tournament, but Ingale slowed down. The Lord said that he knows the guy's skills better than anyone, and the tournament is not just a series of sparring matches, but a place where people will be determined. And he explained that if the guy won the tournament, he would have to work as a keeper, but the real problem began later. When Ingale started saying that this meant visiting shelters throughout the Green Forest, Yoha immediately understood everything. Namely, after the tournament ended, they would not be able to return to the Five Peaks Fortress, and the Lord confirmed this idea. Turning around, the Lord added that John would have to travel through dangerous places, and this could last a year, maybe even more. That wasn't all. The Cat Lord asked how long their fortress could hold out without a dozen heroes, and Yoha's expression darkened. The man said that John was an exception, since he would go on a mission, and the others would have to return, and therefore split up. The main character clearly didn't like this arrangement, and he looked at the Demon General with a serious expression. All the bandits got angry. Pun Yencho mentally called Ingale a scoundrel, realizing the reason why he was here. Feeling this sudden change in mood and aura, the Cat Lord smiled contentedly with all his teeth. The boss was worried because on the one hand, they wanted to win the tournament to get their name out there, but on the other hand, they could lose John. Shim Yangak knew that Ingale was exaggerating, but he didn't lie. Suddenly, Yoha loudly put his hand holding chopsticks down on the table and spoke about his older brother. The Cat Lord immediately fell silent, waiting for his speech to bear the fruit he needed. Encho twitched, looking at the guy. Yoha said that if his older brother asked him, he would even jump into the fire. However, there were strong doubts inside him, because the main character had just found a real family. Gomyong, who found him with the boss, Imdal, who told the bandits not to attack the frightened child, and the rest. If Yonjoha becomes the keeper, then they will have to part. But suddenly the boss asked what was wrong with them, and the guys turned to him. He shouted, as if the bandits had already decided that Yoha had become the keeper, and told them to stop thinking about things that had not yet happened. Seeing this worried face, this passionate cry, but trying to encourage others, Thak grinned. Pun Yencho put his hands on his hips and asked, since when were the bandits from the Five Peaks Fortress interested in becoming a keeper? And when the boss told them to stop worrying about it and just watch the tournament and leave, Yoha beamed. Smiling the brightest smile he could muster through his excitement, Encho thought he felt a little sorry for Joe. Cat Lord Ingale gave him a thumbs up, smiling even wider as everything went just as he wanted. Thus his secret technique reached their hearts, so now at the tournament he was calmly drinking sake. Blushing from the drink, the Lord chuckled, saying that the alcohol was very tasty, and the ghostly Lord of Shadows was surprised that he was drunk again. While Ingale was laughing loudly and looking generally contented as a child, the head of the Green Forest, sitting just above him, was tense. He looked straight at the fortress of the 5 peaks, namely Yonzhou. The tournament continued, new fighters entered the arena, and one of them used the Iron Head technique. Having shouted out the name of this technique, the bandit hit his opponent on the head with his own head with all his might. His opponent could not withstand such a blow, which was comparable to a stone, and fell face down. Pun Yencho was outraged by this technique and by the fact that the other bandit fell, since the man with the scythe only hit him with his forehead once. While the boss, Gomyong, and the others were somehow able to comment on the fight and discuss something, Yoha simply yawned from boredom. And then he straightened up, started moving, leaning his palm on the hilt of his sword, and the boss asked where he was going. The competition had just begun, and the boy, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, calmly replied that he was going to stand and watch. However, he really needed to go to the toilet, so he got up and decided to go away. And without waiting for permission or even an answer, the main character jumped out of the viewing area. Pun Yencho looked after him, asking with displeasure why he took the sword with him if he was going to the toilet. Yanggak said that Yoha might want to cut down a couple of unfortunate trees in the forest, and what can you do about it? And he added that it was already good that the monster, who had defeated the ruler of heaven and earth, patiently watched this fuss. Yoha really didn't look like a man who urgently needed to go to the toilet. Sunbei suddenly asked why Yoha was a monster, and Encho said that it was no wonder, he was simply tired of this tournament. A fire dragon descended from the sky, powerful explosions. It goes without saying that he was bored. Suddenly Sobek shouted that the guys were rude, and that Yoha's brother is not a monster, and then she fell silent, pouting, and all the bandits turned to the girl, not expecting such a thing from her. But a second later they were busy with betting. Gomyong asked who Imdal was betting on this time. The bandit chose the blockhead Neem. Seeing their indifference, Ha sighed. She didn't like that no one took her words seriously. She was upset that Joe continued to be called the monstrous master and other names. The girl kept wondering if she would ever be able to walk alongside him as an equal, and she became increasingly anxious. And just after John left the competition arena, as if he had waited for the perfect moment, an incredible event happened. The dark male hand held the hilt of the sword with such ease, but at the same time with such precision. The man stood against another bald man, whose weapon was a sickle. The bald man in green clothes did not take his eyes off his opponent. They both stood in fighting stances, observing all the rules. Even the crowd fell silent. Even those who had been discussing the competition the loudest fell silent. The two men moved at the same time, and the darker one struck first. His blow was so powerful that he had to bend his body down to bring the sword down completely. The bald bandit's facial muscles were tense. He looked at his opponent from under his brows. Something sparkled in his eyes. He parried the blow, and the blades of their weapons clashed, like two electric eels stinging each other. When the bald bandit attacked, the dark-skinned man barely managed to parry the blow, his eyes widening in fear. Then they clashed in battle again, their blades flashing and their movements looking truly professional. And when the dark-skinned bandit almost reached his opponent, he, without turning in his direction, barely parried the blow. The allies from the Blue Flag Fortress pressed their lips together, holding their fists to make sure everything went well, but sweat was pouring down their faces, and the bandits with the red flag joyfully exclaimed at how the man had handled this fight. And even the one-eyed bloody bandit Li Chang'an rejoiced for their leader, holding the Green Forest flag in his hand. Pun Yencha watched the fight with interest, as expected from Hyun Nim of Mount Dabie. The fight was captivating. Hearing the boss's words, Shim Yanggak asked what the elder meant. The sword and sickle sparkled from the collision, and streams of air emanated from the two fighters. Yanggak, looking at them, told the boss that this was extremely unpredictable. The opponents collided again in the air and then jumped away from each other, like birds hitting windows and falling down. Encho asked what Shim was even asking him about. Wasn't it obvious that one of them would lose? And Yanggak mentally clicked his tongue. He thought they would raise their standards, and even if they lived in a village, Shim didn't understand how bandits could be like that. The man explained that the loser was none other than a disciple under the guidance of the Demon Lord himself. The bald man was breathing heavily. He was spending too much energy on this battle. which was difficult for him. The leader of the Green Forest looked at the dark-skinned man who introduced himself as the leader of the Dabi gang, Li Mu-jin. The Lord said that appearances can be deceiving, and he is quite good if you think about it. The reputation of the Red Eye has suffered so much. He tapped his index finger vigorously on the armrest, nervously. Soon they began to glance at the head of the Green Forest, straining their gaze. The Phantom Shadow Lord and the Cat Lord also looked away from the fight, looking towards the Overlord. He was all ablaze with anger. A powerful purple aura emanated from him, and the Shadow Lord tried to calm him down. He said that their guy just hasn't warmed up yet, so it looks like he's being pushed back and the real fighting has just begun. And he himself thought that the Lord of the Red Eye should not forget what the Green Forest competitions really mean. He watched his back as he walked into the arena, wanting him to remember what joining the 12 Demon Kings meant. Exhaling loudly, the Red Eye Lord told his opponent that they had played well with him. The leader of the Dabi Mountain gang looked questioningly at the bald man. His eyes lit up purple, and he said he was tired of dancing to someone else's tune. And he added that he would finish the duel with one blow. He was completely ablaze with the same aura as the ruler of the Green Forest. The bald man concentrated with his eyes closed, gathering clots of energy into a single whole. And he summoned a bloody rift of myriad snakes so that a bright purple poisonous snake appeared from his hand. The Red Window Lord swung his sickle forcefully in the air, and many long snakes began to crawl out from his aura. They all rushed towards the gang leader, Dabi, who was caught off guard by this. The Five Peaks Fortress boss and Gomyong leaned forward, and Yencho shouted that there were so many snakes. The dark-skinned man did not expect this at all. He looked at the snakes with great fear in his eyes, holding a sword in front of him. Li Chang'an shouted at the head of the group at the top of his lungs to get out of there because he knew it was fatal. And Yanggak, who was watching this from above, commented that this was the end, even if the gang leader Dabie was against him. The first powerful blow of energy seemed to press on the man, but he held back this flow with his sword. The bandits from other gangs, not connected with the fight, who were watching this, grinned. The Phantom Shadow Lord also smirked, as his attempts to calm the Lord were not empty words. Suddenly, 3 powerful blows rang out at once, and everything around began to glow bright orange. Yanggaka was also impressed in his own way. The leader of an unknown gang was fighting on equal terms with the disciple of a demon lord. This leader forced him to use a secret technique, and now the sword fell from the man's hands, and snakes began to wrap around his body. Shim thought that if he was so strong, even though he wasn't as strong as that bastard Joe, he should have become famous. However, right now, the Red Eye Lord, with eyes glowing from technology in which no pupil was visible, was falling on him, shouting at him quietly. There was a powerful explosion, which made it impossible to see anything beneath the dust clouds through which the purple light shone. Yoha, who was walking through the forest at that time, suddenly stopped, feeling something strange. He looked up, feeling some changes. Green leaves were falling around him. The guy wanted to stretch a little, but it was about to rain. John raised his head up to see what was in the sky. But a second later, he looked away and walked forward with his sword on his shoulder, saying, "What difference did it make to him?" The protagonist walked up to the tree and placed his palm against it, saying that today he should start with this. Yoha sharply thrust his sword into the air, straightening his fingers at the same time. And then he caught it with both hands in a small gust of wind and squeezed it tighter. John Yoha concentrated on his internal energy and swung his weapon, taking aim. He was aware that there were a lot of people around him, so he should be quieter. The guy decided that he would cut the trunk with minimal speed. John moved forward. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from the other side of the tree, asking if it was him he was going to cut down. Yoha, who seemed to have fallen out of this world, concentrating on his movements, suddenly came to his senses. He gripped the hilt tighter, trying to slow down the movement of the sword, although the blow was already carried forward by the force of the jerk allotted to him. However, the sword still struck the tree trunk, and the man sitting below flinched in horror. The blade of the weapon stopped a couple of centimeters from the shoulder of the man, who opened his mouth in shock. He stood up, asking if he should thank the boy for his mercy. And then he turned around and, holding a stalk of wheat in his teeth, suggested another option: to beat the nonsense out of the hero. Yoha stood there stunned because he didn't even sense anyone's presence there. The guy threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he seemed to be one of the bandits, too. John asked why he was here and not at the tournament. And the bandit asked Joe if there was something wrong with calling the main character a young leader. He did the same as him. This guy in a blue robe and with a bandage on his head stretched lazily with his hands raised up. Yoha looked at him silently, wondering to himself what was wrong with this guy. He smiled and said that he was tired of all this fighting and wanted to take a good nap in the forest, but John almost killed him. John Joha stood in a stupor, repeating after this man the words about the young leader. He turned abruptly and walked away, saying that he was no leader. The guy asked if Joha wanted to say that there were stronger people in his gang, because judging by his skills, he was an outstanding person. Thoughtfully, John said that their fortress had something more important than strength, and the other was amazed by his answer. Yoha suddenly stopped, rudely asking the guy why he was following him. The very fact of this was unpleasant to him. And when the guy asked him if John thought he had some ulterior motive, Yoha jumped into the air and landed. He stood right in front of this boy with a sword in his hands, asking what kind of friendship they could talk about. And he said, smiling, so that he knew that in such a case he was always ready. The main character stood in a fighting stance. The guy smiled back with a cat-like smile, raising his palm up, and also got into a fighting stance. The bandits stood facing each other at a decent distance, Yoha with a sword and a guy in blue clothes with his hand outstretched. Smiling, Yoha said that he even felt a little sorry, and the green leaves floated lightly in the air. And he looked away somewhere, saying that he hoped but did not continue. For what? The boy heard the thin sound of a leaf seemingly sticking into a tree, but underneath it was a thin needle. John hoped that at least this guy was capable of cutting a person with a sheet. The blue-eyed man asked again what he meant by a leaf, saying that the bandit was chatting as if in some kind of dream. And he added that he was chatting for something similar. He demonstrated his ability to lift leaves into the air without touching them. Suddenly he rose into the air, saying that Yoha needed to find a person at the level of an elder of the 5 sects. The guy waved his hand up and the wind followed the movement of his hand, carrying the leaves with it. Grinning, he suggested that they might be able to do such a thing and directed a stream of wind towards Joe. It was the Black Lotus blooming technique, where the wind blew powerfully in the indicated direction, creating a circular flow. The protagonist, raising his head up, stood in place. He replied that he already knew one such person with the level of an elder of the 5 sects. Before the guy had time to land, he saw John, who was tearing apart this strong stream of air in a jump. The man with the bandage opened his mouth at this miracle. Yoha jumped into his flower of hidden weapons. The protagonist used the same technique that increases the number of swords and spun them in the air. Then, raising his sword into the air, he released the energy of the sword of the 9 heavenly realms and cut the flow completely. Yoha said with a chuckle that even that man couldn't answer his question. The blue-eyed boy looked at the hero, thinking that he was not only fast, but was also able to break through his flower with one blow. Just when he thought that no one had ever beaten back a reception so easily, not even the 12 demon kings other than his father, the tournament continued. The battle was in full swing, and the bandit shouted from the podium that the demon king's skills were comparable to those of the disciples of the 5 sects. The bald man said that he, the red-eyed disciple, apologized to the master for pointlessly prolonging the fight. Seeing this impudent face that was losing the fight, and yet still boldly addressing him, the head of the Green Forest twisted his face in anger. But the rest of the supporters, including the ghostly Lord of Shadows, smiled. They believed in the Lord of the Red Eye. However, the ghostly ruler's face suddenly changed and his muscles twitched. A dark, literally black aura began to emanate from the dark-skinned man who stood on the other side of the arena. She was so strong that she hovered not only around him, but also around the arena. The Lord told the red-eyed man to pay more attention. And the match wasn't over yet, so the bald bandit turned around and, seeing this energy, instantly tensed up. From these clots, a huge spider with red eyes appeared, and its owner ironically said to the enemy, "Well, that's a dilemma." He grinned maliciously. His eyes glowed red like a spider's, and the bandit said mockingly that he had not been able to finish him off with one blow. Punyancho and Thak Gomyong only had such expressions when they saw Yongzhou's battles. They were surprised that he had endured them. Green Forest Vice Chief Li Chang'an shouted loudly to the leader while clutching the flag in his hand. He used the ultimate poisonous insect strike technique. Within seconds, the man closed the distance with his opponent, saying that if he was distracted, he could get seriously hurt. The Red Window Lord jumped up straight at the man, asking if he thought anything would change if he held out. The spider's sharp legs reached out to the bald bandit, but he lowered his sickle down to break through. The leader of the Green Forest, whom the vice chief was rooting for, smiled the most terrifying smile. Everything, even his teeth, looked like a spider's mandibles. The Red-Eye Lord struck one of the paws with his weapon, but there were too many of them. He felt horror when he saw that his blow not only did not break through the attack, but also did not really hit anything. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned bandit appeared above him, stretching his hand with the sword upward along with spider fangs. He smiled madly as he thanked the second of the 12 demon kings for the lesson. The Lord could only utter incoherent words, watching in a daze as he was attacked right now. And the spider, like its master, struck with all its paws, with all its might, at the second demon king. This ultimate strike technique was so powerful that the Red Window Lord was thrown high into the air and began to fall down. The Green Forest's leader's disciple lost consciousness. Large abrasions were visible on his face, and steam was emanating from his body. The head of Mount Davy landed and silently put his sword back into its sheath. From this battle, and after the fall of the Red-Eye Lord, the concrete in the arena cracked and dust rose in the air. The dark-skinned leader folded his fist into his hand, as was customary before the beginning and end of a fight, grinning, his mad red eyes gradually fading. The Lord of the Green Forest flashed his eyes, thinking about what just happened, assuming that the guy used the flow of Kai. The ghostly Lord of Shadow's facial expressions froze in one position. He could not close his open mouth from shock. Encho asked what was going on. How the disciple of a heaven-shattering demon lord lost to the leader of some mountain gang. And Gomyong asked if he was dead. He was not moving, but Yangak said that the blow did not hit any vital organs. There was nothing to worry about, but Shim was no less surprised, since this man was using a technique for accumulating qi. Li Mujin raised his hand up as a symbol of victory, and Yangak, looking at him, thought that he had never seen this technique before. The bandit turned away from the arena towards the others, and even he, who had seen a lot, did not understand what was going on here. Shima was worried about what was happening at the Bandit Union tournament because seemingly impossible things were happening there. One of the men with a thick beard emanated a black aura mixed with red energy, and it was also strongly felt from several people, especially from the younger bandit, whose eyes were also red. The Demon Lord raised his hands up, performing some manipulations with his palms. He was concentrating pure pink energy. Then the Lord of the Green Forest put his hands together, and when he separated them, a ball of the same color appeared in one of them. That calm, light purple hue, more towards pink, shone in his eyes. He placed his palm on the king's back. The rest stood silently by the wall, watching this healing technique of their leader. The more concentrated the energy, the more pain it was for the Red-Eye Lord. He raised his head, making a sound of pain, and clenched his teeth. The Skybreaker sat silently behind him, and the bald man, although he looked very sick and was breathing heavily, felt better. Turning slightly towards the Lord, he said that he was now feeling much better, but he had disgraced the teacher and could not find the words. His speech was interrupted by the ghostly Shadow Lord, addressing the master as they completed the restoration process. Sweat trickled down his face, and he asked with concern why the master was personally restoring the qi circulation instead of entrusting it to them. The Lord turned around, asking what else he should do. All the young students were suffering from a lack of Kai and could not fight properly. He said that they were all weak, moreover. Who else, if not an old and experienced master, could share his Kai? Having heard a reasoned and truly logical answer, the ghostly Lord, along with the others, silently nodded. Turning away, the Lord asked if they really thought that this was the only reason. He wanted to make sure of something. Namely, to look at the damaged qi of the Red Eye, and the Lord asked if he wanted to say that he had figured out the leader's affiliation. The Phantom Shadow Lord raised his head when he heard these words and questioningly uttered the word belonging. The second Demon King was trembling all over, clenching his hands into fists. He was ashamed to admit it to himself. In that, Li Mujin's soul-haunting blade and the art of qi that he demonstrated in the duels were terrifying. He remembered that strong black aura, his burning wild eyes, and that wide-toothed grin. What made me feel uneasy was that the bald man said that it was not just mysticism, but something monstrous. Another member of the Green Forest joined the conversation and started talking about the Mount Dabi gang. He said thoughtfully that many years had passed since they had joined forces with the main gang. They were not in the dark. That is, they realized the importance of this tournament for everyone present. Despite this, they defeated the Red Eye. The man said that they seemed to want to demonstrate strength, that they couldn't leave things to chance, and the Phantom Lord intervened. He said that it was possible if Li Mu-jin had gone crazy, but the Cat Lord assumed that it was their ploy to oppose the alliance. And the man with loose hair replied that the reason was a priority for them. Regardless of the action, they would not conflict. When he said that the conflict would have been obvious without the use of such dirty tactics, the Lord ordered them to stop. He saw no reason to continue this discussion. A purple flame flared up in his hand, with a black aura emanating from it. Suddenly, from this energy appeared the same spider that attacked the Lord of the Red Eye, but in a smaller version. Seeing this, everyone present in the room was shocked, and they craned their heads forward to take a closer look. The Cat Lord, trying to find the words, repeated himself several times, asking if this was really a poisonous insect, a poisonous spider. The Lord said that these parasites are imbued with a special insidious Kai, and that there is one faction in Murim that can control it. And he muttered through his teeth about the demonic sect, and then said that it seemed the dark sect had not abandoned its stupid dreams. Meanwhile, the fiery demon sat with his eyes closed, his face supported by his hand. The newcomer reported that, according to the data, mixed blood had defeated the disciple of the heaven-crushing demon lord. Opening her eyes, the girl smiled and asked, "What about the rest of the 10-headed demonic soldiers, then?" The man in the black mask with a cross through it replied that the remaining 4 of the 10-headed ones would also take part in this. It was getting dark. The gang leaders went to their tents, near which fires were still burning. In the Samdu Mountain gang, a relaxed swordsman with a thoughtful look was wiping his sword with a rag. And the bandits of the Stormy Storm gang were frightened by the man who appeared, asking if he was the leader. He stepped heavily and loudly on the ground. The man was holding a dead boar in one hand. And not just one, in the other hand there was another similar animal. It walked, leaving behind traces of blood from these ink. This evil spirit of the butcher silently walked forward somewhere. Deep old scars and traces of fresh blood were visible on his back. All these carcasses were carried to the East Lake gang, where some giant ate these boars one after another. He clamped the animal's meat between his teeth and tore off pieces of flesh with the force of his jaw muscles. With a bandage on his head and a thick beard, he looked terrifying and was nicknamed the Bloody Hands That Take Life. In the Yangtze River gang, a bandit slept on a haystack. He was called the Yangtze River Bad. The masked man asked, "Isn't it a given that they will occupy the 5 positions of guardians and wanderers?" The moon sage laughed. It was funny even to think about it. 10 demonic soldiers trampling 12 demonic kings. Meanwhile, the demon kings realized that the dark sect was trying to use the mercenary alliance. The Cat Lord said that even killing these bastards was akin to mercy, and that they should take action immediately. Suddenly, the Green Forest Lord's eyes widened as the puzzle came together in his head. He called out a name loudly, Rio, and turned around to ask why he couldn't see Rio. And one of the men replied that the young gentleman had disappeared shortly before the tournament began, so they too were in the dark. The chief sweated, asking again what it meant, because they were supposed to keep an eye on him. The Lord screamed and asked them why they were here and not looking for him, especially since the demonic sect was up to something. Meanwhile, Punyencho, raising an eyebrow skeptically, asked if their position in the mercenary union was really that great. And he smiled awkwardly, adding that the guests kept coming and coming when a guy with a blue armband appeared on the threshold. Yoha rudely asked why the hell he followed him all the way, and the guy just grinned contentedly, turning away. The protagonist was irritated not only by this, but also by the fact that there was so much liquor here. Looking at the uninvited guest, John said that such a quantity could kill one. The guy looked at him over his shoulder and seriously asked what else was needed. And he added that when men fight, there can only be 2 outcomes of the battle. He raised one finger and explained that the first outcome was the death of one or both. And he wanted to announce the second outcome, but he paused, and Joha and Punyencho looked at him questioningly. The boss asked what the second option was, and why the guy suddenly went silent, intriguing everyone. Encho told Joha that the guy seemed to be waiting for John to ask. All he did was stare at John. It was creepy. The main character sighed with displeasure, looking straight at this guy. But he still asked about the second outcome, namely, how it might all end. The guy grinned and pointed his finger at Yok, asking if he was really that interested. John replied that yes, and placed his index finger on the bandit's forehead, pushing him away from himself, and muttered that he was irritating him. The uninvited guest spoke about the second outcome and slapped his palm on a large container of liqueur. He picked up this huge jug and began to drink straight from it, which left Jock stunned. He froze in place. All the bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress watched as this guy took sip after sip without stopping. Having put down the jug, he wiped his chin with his sleeve, naming the second outcome, to release thoughts through this drink and become brothers. Joha looked at him intently with furrowed brows. He asked rhetorically what they should become. Looking down, John admitted that this bandit was the most interesting person he had met in a long time. However, when Joha wanted to speak out, the boss said that now the elders should intervene and solve all the problems. Gomyong added sternly that this boy had been stalking them so much since their first meeting. Punyencho also started off sternly, but then his tone changed to friendly, and the boss said they would accept him, namely with open arms, so the commander immediately jumped on this guy. All the older brothers, including Heo Imdal and Go Sangchong, hugged the barrels, saying that it had been so long since they had drunk liquor. The bandits greeted the guy with particular bliss, while Joha looked on with confusion and awkwardness. The boss asked Jonah why he was frozen. After all, he was his guest, so Joha was obliged to have a drink with him. Not knowing how to react to this, the protagonist agreed to drink with him. Sitting down on a stool, the bandit familiarly asked the guy his name and rhetorically asked about the new brother in their bandit union. Humming something under his breath, he winked at the protagonist, grinning. Observing this behavior and how Chung poured liquor for the guest, telling him to make himself at home, Sobek was dissatisfied. But suddenly Khan turned to her and asked the girl to bring snacks to their guest. Although the sister agreed as she left, she looked suspiciously at this guest. The drinking was in full swing, and these huge jugs of liquor were shaking and breaking with a splash. The metal utensils clanged as the bandits clinked glasses, and drops of this expensive alcohol rose up, spilling over the edges. Punyencho was already drunk, as his flushed cheeks showed. The boss looked at the liquor with joy and rejoiced. Gomyong sat next to him, confirming that this alcohol really was that wonderful. While everyone was drinking heartily, Yanggak looked thoughtfully at the glass, thinking that this liqueur had a very good aftertaste. Then he looked up as if he saw some trick in it, while everyone around him was drinking heavily, and he took a few deep sips of alcohol, throwing his head back. After draining the entire glass, Yanggak raised his hand happily, just like everyone else, deciding that this was definitely an incredibly good liquor. The boy who came to them joyfully shouted that there was enough drink for everyone and suggested drinking it all night. Shim looked at him and thought about the fact that he was not even 20 years old, wondering who he was and how he brought so much alcohol. But a second later, the bandit threw his thoughts away, pouring another mug from the jug. Yanggak said out loud that the taste was to die for and emptied the glass again. This feast lasted for a long time, and one of the bandits even said that they would not take part in the battles tomorrow. At the same time, the full moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the mountain paths with a pale glow. The 12 demon kings ran down the mountain slope as fast as they could. Suddenly, they all stopped when they saw that their leader had also frozen in place. The Lord turned around, looking around closely. He had not come to this place in person for no reason. The head of the Green Forest asked the demon generals if they had found out where Ryoshu was yet. Bowing his head, the Shadow Lord asked the Master for forgiveness. They searched, but many gangs participated in the tournament. He said it would take some time, when suddenly the Cat Lord appeared, announcing that they had found Rio. The ghostly lord turned to look at the heavily breathing Ingale, asking if the Lord was sure of this. Ingale looked over his shoulder and said that the man standing behind him had accompanied the mist to the warehouse and, on her orders, had taken away their alcohol. The chief's eyes sparkled when he heard about alcohol. The man turned around and asked where exactly she had taken him. After hesitating, the man replied that the alcohol had apparently been taken to the gang from the Five Peaks Mountain. The bandits really decided to drink until the morning. The guy got drunk and tried to get Joke drunk, but John refused. The head of the Green Forest said that for some reason he has been constantly hearing them since they arrived here. Suddenly, the ghostly Lord of Shadows had an idea. He hesitated and expressed his concern to the master. Namely, since spies from the demonic sect have infiltrated the bandit union, maybe they are those bastards from this fortress. Hearing about the Five Peaks Fortress again, the Green Forest's leader became angry and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. The situation began to gain new momentum. All these people were standing among the mountains, trying to find the culprit. The Lord said, "Does the Shadow Lord want to say that now his only daughter is right in the lair of the bastards?" The people he chose barely had the courage to look up at his head. So terrifying did he look at that moment. The Ghost Lord told him not to worry, as all the major gangs and their leaders were gathered there. So those bandits won't be able to act quickly, and with these words, the Lord clarified what he was trying to say. The man with the bandage added that even if it was difficult, the leader should believe in the young lady and watch a little longer. The others agreed that if word got around that the leader or someone had interfered with one of the gangs, the purpose of the alliance could be lost. The bishop replied that it was clear, saying that this was what they were counting on. Ingale didn't understand what was going on here at all. He looked around, mentally returning to the Five Peaks. He was shocked to think that the Five Peaks Fortress was involved in this. Those bastards, those fools. The Cat Lord recalled how they joyfully placed bets in the first days of the tournament. And Yonjoha, who yawned impolitely when the Cat Lord came to their fortress, he couldn't believe that they were spies. He listened to the others' suggestions, and although he had his own scores to settle with the Five Peaks, the Lord considered it impossible. At the very least, because their aura was more like that of the Order clans. Ingale looked at the elder and assumed that he had jumped to the wrong conclusion, since he had not seen them in person. The Cat Lord was worried that if such a misunderstanding occurred, it could all turn out very badly. The head of the Green Forest suddenly turned to Ingale. He wanted to listen to him because it was he who accepted them into the alliance. Grinning broadly, the Cat Lord, despite his thoughts, considered this an excellent opportunity. He told the gentleman that he agreed with the first brother. He could get rid of those annoying bastards without lifting a finger. The Heaven-Destroying Lord was a little shocked by this answer and asked why Ingale agreed. The Cat Lord justified himself by saying that he had forgotten something, but suddenly remembered it thanks to his words. And he said just one phrase that made the others shudder, a chilling aura. He explained that even though he was drunk that day, he remembered the aura emanating from Yongzhou. The Phantom Lord commented that if Ingale was right, they should arrest them immediately. The head of the Green Forest silently lowered his head and did not respond to these statements in any way. Suddenly, the man in the blindfold shouted that the master was right. If so, then they must immediately save the young lady. The Lord suddenly told everyone to calm down, and the man in the blindfold turned to him and began to argue with him that she was now in danger. Just as Ingale was thinking that things were getting too absurd, the leader of the Green Forest sternly asked if this wasn't a problem. At that moment, everyone tensed up, abruptly stopping their argument when they felt the leader's aura. The small doubt sown by the ghostly lord touched something in the master that no one should have touched. Not the demon lord who crushes the heavens, Seok Mu Hai, but him as a father, his wrath. He was considered the strongest in the world, but he was also an eternally kind father to his only daughter. By that time, the bandits had drunk so much that they had passed out right on the floor, with glasses of alcohol lying next to them. For the leader of the Green Forest, the safety of his daughter, Seok Ryo-si, was paramount. Simply put, it was enough reason to start a conflict not only within the bandit union, but also to unleash a war. Meanwhile, Seok Ryo-si, who had been mistaken for a guy all this time, was lying unconscious on the table, and Sobaek was indignant about it. Hasobak tried to wake her up, saying that she had to find out why she was so agitated by that guy's face. Yoha drank the liquor silently, he was the only sober person among the others, and looked towards the exit. Something in the distance flashed purple, radiating incredible power. It was something that glowed like a star that was about to explode and shatter into pieces, destroying all life on Earth. This light was reflected in the eyes of the protagonist, who froze with a metal glass at his mouth. The Demon Lord's fury, which crushed the heavens, reached its limit at that moment. The ghostly lord asked him what they should do, asking him to simply give the order for him to bring the mistress to him. The leader looked at him with a furious gaze and called the overlord a stupid bastard who wanted them to dance to their tune. The ghostly lord was dumbfounded. He hesitated, asked for forgiveness, and said that he had not thought about it. Turning around, the leader told them to just check if she was safe, and he himself was about to leave. And when the ruler asked the chief after him whether they could leave the young lady, the ruler silently looked in his direction. He knew that if they hadn't done anything to Rio, they would think that they would attack because of suspicion. The leader shouted, "Didn't he understand? Namely, it doesn't matter who they hide among and what they do, their goal is this tournament." The head of the Green Forest said that now these bastards will act more aggressively. They will bare their fangs and use various demonic techniques. In general, do everything to win this tournament and strengthen your power. After all, if they can defeat the 12 demon lords, then the name of the Green Forest will be trampled. Besides, if they attack the gang without reason, no one will trust them. The Green Forest and their authority will fall to the bottom. The people standing behind the leader now clearly and distinctly understood that the most important thing now was to increase the prestige of their union. The Phantom Lord understood what the leader wanted to say, that he would not tolerate any more mistakes, so they would win. All these people began to radiate a strong aura. Each of them decided for themselves that they must win by any means necessary. The man with the bandage on his head told the Shadow Lord that he was now worried about something. He asked what they would do if the Five Peaks Fortress did not participate in the battles, and the ruler clarified what he meant. Ingale realized that the bandits really didn't need to participate in battles, especially after what he told them. The masked man added that he might just be imagining things, but asked him to remember that they acted as if they had come to watch. It's as if they don't care who wins, and the suspects were supposed to be aiming at guards during the matches. The mountain bandits weren't even involved, but they still somehow managed to reach the young lady, who wasn't even there. Yoha was yawning out of boredom, and suddenly the ruler asked if the man wanted to say that the bandits had some hidden goal. The man replied that he didn't know, but he was sure of one thing. If they didn't participate, it would be difficult to say whether they were involved. Ingale had doubts. He thought that if the bandits were to fight, they would definitely not use demonic techniques. He cursed silently, having not thought about it at all, since if the bandits fought, his lie would quickly be exposed. The ruler suddenly turned to him and asked if the most suspicious ones would not take part, and if there was another way. The Cat Lord thought he could simply get the reward, but things became even more complicated. At the same time, a pleasant wind brought fresh mountain air to the chambers of the leaders of the bandit fortresses. Punyencho went out to breathe in the air, telling himself how sweet the alcohol was and how well it went down. The boss raised his head, saying that the liqueur was so exquisite that even the effect was pleasant. It was the first time he had tried such a rare alcohol. Opening his eyes, the elder wondered which gang the guy was from, who was able to bring so much expensive alcohol. He was even envious. Suddenly, someone from behind the bushes said that this was the one they were looking for. The man was sure that it was he who was pretending to be a member of the Clan of Order. It was the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress who decided that everything had become much easier since Encho was drunk and no one was around. After waiting for the right moment, the Sacred Blood Axe Hayuk Ryanhu ordered his bandits to begin moving. Two prepared guys instantly rushed towards the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress. Ponyencho was so drunk that he didn't even pay attention to anything happening around him. The bandits acted quickly. When the boss turned around, they jumped and threw a rag over his face so that Enko couldn't see anything. Pun was asking who these bastards were, and at that moment Yoha turned his head towards the exit. He thought he heard the boss. At that moment, the guy in blue clothes shouted out, asking who he called drunk, and shouted that he could drink even more. Without reacting to this in any way, Yoha took a few sips of liquor, thinking that everything was probably fine outside. When the cloth was torn from his face, Yencho saw two people attacking him at once, and he himself was unable to stay on his feet. These bandits used the same technology that cuts off a person from touching with fingers. The Five Peaks Fortress boss's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground, and the tailed bandit chuckled as if it was as easy as pie. Hyuk said not to let down his guard because others might come because of the noise, but he was told that the young man might also be drunk. And then, swinging his axe, the boss of the Fortress of Crimson Death said that now they would drag him to a quieter place. Hearing some noise, Yoha decided to go outside to check on his boss. John wondered how far his older brother might have gone to relieve himself. In a place where stone mountains towered, the wind swirled in the air and the stars shone brightly. This wind stirred the river flowing between the stones, which in the moonlight was more transparent than usual. Hyuk Ryonghu said that this was the perfect time, watching as one of the bandits' hands sank into the water. The boss said it would be no fun at all if Pun Yencho died before they got down to business. The bandit completely agreed with his elder and immediately lifted the head of the commander of the Five Peaks Fortress by the hair from the river. Having freed himself from the river pool, Pun Yencho began to convulsively cough up the water that had managed to get into his lungs. Ryan Hu laughed, and the masked bandit said that he looked like a rat that miraculously survived after helplessly floundering in the water. Yencho, breathing heavily, said sarcastically that he had been wondering who was so kind as to sober him up by washing his face and even massaging his shoulders. Wiping the water from his face with his hand, he concluded that these were their brothers from the Fortress of Crimson Death. The bandit with the tail raised his leg, indignant that Yencho dared to call them brothers after humiliating their boss. Pun Yencho, not wanting to suffer any more action from these invaders, stood up abruptly, waving his hand. The bandit barely had time to react before the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress punched him in the head. Hyuk Ryonghu and the other bandit, who had been distracted for just a couple of seconds, suddenly turned towards the sound of the impact, and they saw how their brother fell to the ground, having flown a decent distance before. While resting, Pun Yencho, keeping his eyes on them, said that he was now sober thanks to them. And he yelled at the boss of the Fortress of Crimson Death, asking if he was doing this to him simply because their brother, John Joha, had beaten him. This question clearly did not please the Sacred Blood Axe, because he asked again what Pun Yencho had just said. And he added that he didn't seem to understand that even in a bandit union there is a hierarchy, and the Five Peaks were included recently. Renhu asked if Yencho didn't know that their fortress was the lowest in the world, and Pun replied with displeasure that he didn't know that. And he told Hyuk to call the one who did this if he wanted to punish someone, but not him, because he had nothing to do with it. Renhu hesitated slightly and replied in a raised voice that he was doing this because the gang leader was also responsible. Pun Yencho smirked, sarcastically saying that he was aiming at him because he was afraid of Joe, and that was why he decided that the boss would be an easy target. "Caught off guard!" Renhu shouted, asking if he had completely lost his fear, pretending to be someone he didn't know. And when the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress said that Yencho was hiding behind his capable brother, Pun's eyes sparkled. He asked if they had really decided that he would be an easy target, and Ryan Hu froze, not knowing what to say. Hyuk tensed up, not understanding what was wrong with this guy, because he perceived him as a fool who was always smiling. And what a surprise it was when the Sacred Axe realized that he also had a fighting spirit. Yencho said that he would change his mind. The thug standing behind his boss told him he had a bad feeling, and Ryan Hui said he was just bluffing. Enraged, the Five Peaks Fortress boss shouted out whether they were going to attack. Hyuk suddenly ran forward, calling Yencho an insolent bastard. He asked him who Pun was showing off in front of. The man with the red beard swung his weapon, preparing to strike using his technique. Yencho looked at him, thinking that he was really bluffing, since he couldn't use any sword technique without his weapon. Having moved away a little, the commander of the Five Peaks kicked a large stone, and a wonderful thought came to his mind. He picked up a rock from the ground, loudly declaring that he was not such a weakling that he would lose to freaks like them. There was something that Yon Joha had spoken of before, something other than martial arts that Pun Yencho possessed. The man pulled his hand back, holding the large stone in it, and then swinging it, threw it with all his might. Among the qualities that John spoke of, there was one main one, the divine spirit, the power that is bestowed by heaven. And this power helped him throw the stone that was flying at the bandit right now. Renhu turned away again at the most inopportune moment, because when he looked back, his brother was already crushed under a cobblestone. Encho grinned and asked that there was only one left, looking at their boss. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress cursed mentally. Now it was not he who was laughing, but Pun. The commander of the Five Peaks Fortress asked him if he still thought he was an easy opponent, or if he still had a little more time to rage. Hyuk hid the axe behind his back and said that this couldn't be, and began to justify himself by saying that it was a misunderstanding. And then he said that, frankly speaking, the reason they brought him here was for something else. Yencho noticed the man from above. The Phantom Shadow Lord said that, oh my God, he had witnessed such a funny scene, he should have reprimanded them. Because they weren't fighting within the tournament, but since he saw the Five Peaks Fortress boss's skills, he simply overlooked it. Hearing a familiar voice, Ryan-Hu turned around and asked him in fear how he ended up there. Encho immediately realized that this was a direct disciple of the heaven-crushing Demon Lord, one of the 12 Demon Kings. His eyes glowed blue, and the Lord asked how Encho had acquired such an impressive divine spirit. The Five Peaks boss replied that there was nothing special about it. He was simply born with a much healthier body than others. The ghostly lord smiled grimly, saying that his excuse was far worse than he had imagined. And emitting a powerful aura, he added that he could not close his eyes to the fact that he felt such evil energy. Not expecting such a turn of events, Pun Yencho was truly frightened, because this man was literally imbued with the aura of the head of the Green Forest. Literally, a moment later, the ghostly lord descended from the mountain to the ground, piercing Pun Yencho with his technique. Drops of scarlet liquid gushed into the air and, scattering throughout it, sprinkled the river. The next day was the last day of the Mercenary Union competition, and it had been raining heavily since the morning. The masked man asked which gang would be the heroes demonstrating their virtues in honor of such an important event. The first bandit jumped straight into the arena, landing on his bent legs like some fast animal. The second man's eyes glowed red like a savage's, and he held an axe in his hand like a woodcutter. Two more jumped after them. The second landed like a frog, jumping over the first bandit in the air. All four men were in the arena at the same time, trying to win this fight. The spectators were speechless. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, because instead of one, four entered the arena at once. Baldy introduced himself as the leader of Mount Sandu, a sword master with a calm face. He wanted to say something if no one objected. He thrust the sword into the concrete and, leaning on it, said with a cheeky smile that it didn't matter how hard they tried. But unknown gang leaders like them can never become a virtue of the Union. They stood proudly in the arena, listening to this man, all of them united by one goal. Because the eyes of the four of them glowed with this monstrous red, frightening the others. And the guy who used the terrifying key energy smiled conspiratorially as he looked at them. Green Forest Chief Siak Mu, he clarified whether they meant to say that they knew how to spread the dignity of the Mercenary Alliance tournament. Bowing before him, the bald man gave a positive answer, saying that of course. And suddenly the leader of Mount Sandu made a proposal that shocked others. Namely, how does the head view his disciples, the 12 demon kings, using their scriptures against them? The ghostly Lord of Shadows grimaced because he immediately understood. It was them, that same dirty group. The spies of the demonic sect that had infiltrated their union smiled maliciously, awaiting the verdict. And suddenly the ruler realized for what purpose they had come to this tournament, to destroy all the disciples of the ruler who crushes the heavens. The leader looked down at them with eyes burning with rage, he said, in what roundabout ways they are trying to challenge. The sky that day seemed to sense all the horror that was happening, as if the rain was the heavens' way of showing its pain. The bandits wandered in the rain, shouting to their older brother, trying to find him. Gomyong said that he never skipped breakfast no matter what, and now it was almost noon. Thak was wondering where he could be. Yoha was also calling for the boss, cursing himself in his head because he needed to go out then. He blamed himself because he was relaxed and thought that nothing would happen since their gang was not participating in the competition. Suddenly, the guy in the blue bandage noticed someone's silhouette on the hill out of the corner of his eye. Turning in that direction, he shouted, asking who was there, and Yoha immediately turned around. The boss of the Crimson Death Fortress tried to wake up his bandits, calling them bastards, telling them to wake up quickly. Gomyong ordered to take them, and all the bandits, including this boy, ran towards them. Hayak Ryan-Hui said, "To hell with it," and ran as fast as he could, leaving his people behind. The protagonist would never have let him go because it concerned his boss, his family. He used the 9 heavenly realms sword technique and slashed with his sword, cutting through the air. This blow was able to stop the boss of the Fortress of Crimson Death. He stumbled and was unable to stay on his feet. The man fell to the ground on his hand with a painful sound as the bandits ran up. Having caught up with him, Ma Hendo and Thak Gomyong, breathing heavily, immediately asked if he was the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress. The man waved them off, explaining that he ran away because he thought a tiger was chasing him, but it was the guys from the Five Peaks Fortress. The boss's bandits were lying nearby, completely unconscious and soaked through from the rain. Shim Yangok was angry and asked worriedly what their gang had forgotten near the Five Peaks camp and whether they had wounded their commander. Receiving no answer, he asked again whether they were trying to take out their anger on their leader because they decided that he was an easy target. The protagonist's eyes burned with hatred. He also asked how they dared to touch their older brother with a finger. Hyuk Ryonhu immediately asked again in fear, saying that he could touch someone with his finger. They were the ones who almost died at his hands. Then Yoha, without listening to the end of the explanation, took out his sword and swung it in a jump. He hit the tree with all his might, and Ryan-hu, dodging, said that by now their boss could have lost a lot of blood. Looking sideways at Yan's weapon, the red-haired man said that Pun Yencho's life could be in danger. The words that they should hurry and find him hit Yok on the head like a blunt object, and he felt fear. Under a heavy downpour, the bandits ran as fast as they could, and when they reached the river, they ran along it in their shoes, following the trail of blood. Upon seeing Yencho's body, all the older brothers, with faces terrified to death, ran, letting their clothes get soaked through. There wasn't a single thought in their heads then. Their legs seemed to carry them forward on their own, despite the cold. Ma Hendo and Go Sanchong were terrified, because if their boss was no longer alive, everything around them would collapse. Pun Yencho lay in the river, bleeding, his eyes closed, and only the rain washed his body. The bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress surrounded his body from different sides to check if he was alive and to help lift him up. Hendo said that although he was very weak, he was still breathing, and Gomyong shouted that they should quickly move him. Seeing this from the side, the main character squeezed the hilt of the sword until his hand hurt and said that he was leaving his older brother to them. The mountain bandits turned around when they heard the tone in which John said these words. Yok's gaze was full of determination. His eyes reflected some thought, an action that he was going to take right now. He recalled the words of the boss of the Crimson Death Fortress when he, in fear, stuttered about who did this to their leader. The protagonist imagined the expression on Yencho's face before he was wounded, how he was caught off guard while drunk, and how this Ryan-hu beat him, looking Pun straight in the eyes. How the boss of the Five Peaks was unable to dodge and, unable to stay on his feet, fell straight into the water. The Phantom Shadow Lord then ordered Hyuk to say something if he was asked who attacked Encho, namely, that the Phantom Lord of Shadows, one of the 12 demon kings of the Green Forest, will be waiting at the tournament tomorrow. Full of fire dragon energy, the protagonist said that he had to meet someone. Last night, the Shadow Lord was disturbed to discover that people from a demonic sect had infiltrated the ranks of the Mercenary Union. He knew that if things didn't go according to plan, the trust and cohesion of the Mercenary Union could be destroyed. That is why he was cautious and not quick to accuse the Fortress of the Five Peaks, although the others suspected them. But he accidentally caught that battle. Seeing Pun Yencho fight against the Fortress of Crimson Death, the ghostly lord was filled with confidence. He remembered Ingale's words, saying that the bandits' skills were useless when they accepted them into the Green Forest. They thought the bandits would soon disappear, but when they met them again, they became completely different people. Therefore, Ingale couldn't believe that the aura of the Five Peaks Fortress had changed in such a short time. The Phantom Lord reasoned that even if the bandits had studied the Asura tablets, they would not have reached such a level in a year. He decided that there was only one way for a guy who used such a complex skill as the Heavenly Earth Blade technique to do so. The Shadow Lord understood that it was impossible to become so strong in such a short period of time. So he then jumped off the cliff and attacked the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress. The Phantom Lord could not understand that the 10 heroes of the fortress had mastered a rare martial art. and that it was called the Nine Heavens technique, which the bandits mastered thanks to Yoha. And then it became quite clear why Punyencho was so suspicious. However, this small misunderstanding became a stumbling block that marked the fall of the mercenary alliance, because Yoha won't just let this incident go, especially since he blamed himself for what happened. Meanwhile, Seok Moo-hee's daughter ran as fast as she could into the arena, wondering why the Overlord had attacked the fortress boss. She wondered if he had misunderstood the situation because she went to the Five Peaks fortress without saying anything. If so, she wanted to solve this problem, but why would someone so meticulous take such measures? Especially at such an important time as the Green Forest tournament, so she ran into the arena. But as soon as Seok Ryo-see's feet stepped into the arena, she somehow understood the reason. The bandits' faces and everything around them were ablaze with the scarlet flame emanating from the fighters during the battle. She saw this terrifying aura enveloping the bald man as he raised his weapon above his head to strike. And what power was released from the tip of the sword, knocking his opponents off their feet? The bandit's furious expression and everything that was happening around him gave rise to a feeling of danger. These bloody male hands clasped together, raising a blow, which, with the full weight of their owner's body, fell directly onto the man's fragile stomach, which was one of the 12 demon kings who was coughing up blood right now. And it didn't just end with the loss of the disciples and the 12 demon kings, but more than that. This terrifying aura of the demonic sect surrounded the strong warriors in the arena, preventing them from even moving. The bandit controlling this power lunged forward to complete the technique, and these maroon fetters, like a healthy python, squeezed the body of the poor disciple of the head of the Green Forest, striking him with an electric current. And the bandit who wielded this demonic power, as if nothing had happened, turned away and began humming a melody to himself. With the next blow of the rounded sword, the blade was so close to the opponent that it left him no chance. The bandit, with long, thick hair, grinning, attacked after his brother. The Green Forest leader's disciple managed to hold out his blade and parry the blow, but it took some effort. The events shook the very foundations of the mercenary union, as its members were unable to cope with ordinary bandit bosses. The student tried to do something, but a second later he flew to the end of the arena, smashing his back into its concrete wall. It also shook the reputation of one of Murim's most important figures, the heaven-crushing Demon Lord. All this time he watched as his men were wounded one after another like brushwood. Naturally, the bandits were sincerely happy for their bosses and shouted that they were the best, without suspecting anything. They rejoiced, shouting that their leader was the true hero of this mercenary union tournament. This situation was making the other demon lords very nervous. They saw how those bastards were acting too smug. What happened was a great catastrophe not only for the Green Forest, but also put the whole of Murim at risk. Disciple Seok Moo-hee gritted his teeth in pain. He didn't make a sound, and it seemed like he could still stand up to these spies. But Seok Ryo-see soon saw how the man trying to get up fell face down on the arena. She stood in a stupor right in front of the fighting area, not knowing what to do in such a situation. And although the girl realized the seriousness of the situation, she did not understand how all this was connected with the fortress of the Five Peaks. The Phantom Shadow Lord trembled, saying, "Is the Dark Sect's skills really that great?" Yoha, who appeared in the arena, said gloomily, "Why are all these joyful cries so damn loud?" He stood right behind Ryo-shi with his head down, saying how he wanted to kill them all. The girl turned to him, asking in surprise if he really came here, and tried to calm him down. Without even looking in her direction, Yoha replied that if she didn't stop bothering him, he would get rid of her first. Ryo couldn't find any more words to stop Joe, especially since he had just addressed her in the feminine gender. The protagonist walked forward, and now his feet were firmly climbing the steps of the arena. The 4 bandit sect leaders turned towards him at the same time when they saw someone rising on the battlefield. Now the bandits' main rival was John Joha, who at that moment did not care who stood in his way. The audience began to get outraged, asking what was wrong with this guy, since their leader was basking in the rays of glory. The bandit shouted where the guy was, since he thought he could just intervene, and several stones flew towards Joke. The fortress bandits shouted at this boy to get lost and for these stone pieces to fall right in his face. John turned his gaze towards the stones, his eyes filled with a rage he had never seen before. He made one sharp blow with his sword, causing the stone chips to retreat back. The power of the 9 heavenly realms sword technique was so powerful and bright that it pierced through 4 bandits at once. Yoha didn't even need to look in their direction to carry out such a maneuver. His red, furious eyes turned towards the arena spectators, and the hero asked clearly and loudly who the Lord of the Shadows was here. Lowering his sword, Yoha repeated his question. The guy screamed furiously at the top of his lungs, asking who the bastard was, and shouted for him to come out. His aura was so strong that it didn't just emanate from the boy, but burned around him, and his single blow raised dust. The Green Forest's leader's daughter watched with her mouth open as 4 healthy men fell to the asphalt, sending cracks through the arena. Ingil's face twisted in horror, and he even flinched at what he saw because he knew what John was capable of. 4 bandits lay on the asphalt, and the bald boss of the bandit sect cursed, asking what just happened. Not only they suffered from this blow, but also the bandits who were watching the battle from above, so boldly throwing stones at Yoke. The protagonist froze with his sword outstretched in his hands, literally cutting the arena into 2 halves. Yoha shouted again at the top of his lungs, which of them was the ghostly Lord of the Shadows. The ruler stood up and shouted that the guy was a sick bastard. How dare he make a scene in such an important place? He shouted that the demonic sect's spies who had been hiding during the tournament had finally shown up. The headmaster's daughter turned around at his shouts. She didn't sense the demonic energy from the 5 Peaks fortress. The ghostly lord shouted from his place that it was he who had invited them, and that he would make them pay for interrupting the tournament. And with the words that he would make him pay with his life, Yoha jumped into the air, leaving behind a splash of water. The protagonist did not bother to analyze his words or look for someone to blame, but immediately used the 9 heavens sword technique. The Shadow Lord, even though it was his invitation, was seriously scared when this guy jumped right into his box. John Yoha, with his blood boiling and the dragon's power raging within him, shattered the arena barrier behind which the man stood with a crash. Without hesitation, the ghostly Lord of Shadows drew his sword, the blade of which flashed purple. He couldn't let the young bandit smash everything around him, so he jumped on him himself. The Overlord thought that the 5 Peaks were indeed connected to the demonic sect. Otherwise, how could Yoha have achieved such mastery? Although the head of the Green Forest was dissatisfied with everything that was happening and his eyes were flashing the whole time, this guy interested him. He saw the 5 Peaks fortress bandit rushing towards the Overlord in the air to attack. And how a second later Yoha appeared right in front of him before he could even land. The Lord grinned, thinking that he could jump as much as he wanted because the Lord had taught him the teachings of the Asura Heaven Tablet, which allowed the man to dodge the blow without hindrance, jumping even higher into the sky. Yoha raised his head questioningly, and the Phantom Lord perceived him only as a boy waving a sword. The Phantom Shadow Lord concentrated all his energy into one blow. His power began to electrify. It was the technique of the Phantom Shadow Sword, separating souls, a strike that was like a powerful bolt of lightning. Seeing this, the bandits were delighted, shouting that this was the same legendary technique of the heavens. Even the Cat Lord tensed up, as this technique was very serious and could not be used casually. He suddenly grinned at the realization that this was one of the most powerful techniques in Murium, and that not a single soul had survived it. Seeing Yoha hanging in the air, Ingale said out loud that it was all over for that arrogant bastard. The main character really had a hard time resisting this technique. He could barely withstand the onslaught. Smiling, the ruler asked if the boy was already stuck in trouble, and the man began to concentrate even more energy. Moments later, the ghostly lord bent his fingers downwards, and the stream of shadow that separated souls descended with renewed vigor. Yoha practically fell backwards onto the concrete, his strength not being enough to repel the attack. And when this lightning stream from the heavens intensified, rushing straight to the earth, it affected everyone else within the radius. The headman's daughter, Seok Ryo Si, was barely able to stand on her feet, but she closed one eye and shouted at the ghostly Shadow Lord to stop. The Lord heard her requests, but he thought about the young leader's words that he could not do this. When the attack was complete, the ghostly Lord landed and raised his head, looking ahead with a smile on his face. The arena itself barely survived, with huge streams of steam rising into the air, but the rain quickly covered up the traces. Suddenly, the ruler shouted at Yoha to reveal his essence and the essence of his gang, and if the bandit did this, he would spare him. Before the ruler could finish speaking, John, standing on his feet amidst the dust, asked ironically, "Is that all?" He stood in a fighting stance with a sword in his hand and asked once again that this crap was all the master could do. The girl was incredibly shocked that this guy stopped the Phantom Lord's heavenly sword with just a sword. She thought that although martial arts were not the Lord's strong point, he was still one of the two strongest participants in the tournament. Rio couldn't believe that there were people among the participants who could block this technique, other than the 10 masters and her father. The girl with a bandage on her head stood with her arms spread out to the sides, wondering who Yoha and the Fortress of the Five Peaks were. John said that the Lord spoke so pompously about this heavenly sword that he became curious about how powerful it was. And he asked him if the ghostly Lord had really tried to harm his brother, having such pathetic skills in his arsenal. The Shadow Lord was terrified. He couldn't even imagine that a guy like Jan could withstand his technique. And on top of that, she mocks him. He turned his head away, trying to understand what this incredible flow of chi was. And when the man began to compare Joe's strength to that of a demonic sect, the boy interrupted him, appearing right next to him. He struck with his sword, asking if the Lord really had time to be distracted, and the man barely managed to jump back in horror. Lowering his head, the protagonist yelped familiarly, saying that this uncle had better get ready now. And Yoha looked him straight in the eyes, telling him that he would make sure he paid for hurting their brother. Rio C. thought that if Joe's abilities were discovered, it wouldn't be limited to just the Green Forest, but there would be problems throughout Murim. The protagonist placed the sword horizontally in front of his face. He used the world technique of the 9 heavens, the 4th phase. From one sword, many others appeared, spinning in the air like a wheel. Yoha added wind to this technique, which not only blocked the Lord's attacks, but also prevented him from getting any closer. The Phantom Lord covered one eye from the streams emanating from the boy. His heavenly sword chi was useless. Ingale shouted that everyone was being drawn into this whirlwind. He sat in his rightful place, not taking his eyes off the arena like the others. After the wind attack, the protagonist's eyes seemed to be captured by the dragon sleeping inside him because Yoha summoned fire. And this was not just fiery energy, but the fire of disaster, from which the ruler barely managed to fight off. Joe's next fire attack was a full cycle, so the Overlord had to take a few steps back. The blows from one of the 12 demon lords were reflected off of Jan's sword and flew towards the audience. Someone from the crowd shouted for everyone to dodge, and the bandits, barely managing to cover their faces with their hands, tried out these techniques on themselves. The relaxed swordsman cursed when he came to his senses because he and the spies were supposed to be in charge in the finale. Yoha had ruined everything, but watching their fight, the bandit thought about what kind of monstrous power was emanating from him. The Phantom Shadow Lord froze in one position, holding the sword hilt in his hand, unable to move due to the boy's flow of chi. He flinched when Yoha appeared right in front of him with a weapon in his hand, his gaze as if the guy hadn't hesitated for a second. And so it was. The main character jerked the blade, and a beam of fire followed the metal. 3 powerful streams of fire pierced the solar plexus of the ruler. The sword fell from his hands. The protagonist's technique pushed the Green Forest's leader's disciple away, and he flew back into the arena with force, leaving cracks in his wake. The man lost consciousness for a short period of time, and his eyes suddenly flew open as he began coughing up blood. The ruler's complexion became cloudy. Dark circles were visible under his eyes. He looked ahead, not understanding what was happening to him. However, the ghostly lord found the strength to jump with his last strength as Yoha dealt the final blow. The mountain bandit didn't give the man a minute to rest. He swung his sword with all his might. When it seemed like the blow had passed again, the Shadow Lord relaxed, and a leg appeared right in front of his face. Yoha jumped and turned around and hit the man in the face with his foot, and this blow was the last one. Blood from the damaged artery gushed into the air like a fountain, painting the battlefield in a bright spot. The Ghost Lord lay on his stomach in the arena, making hoarse sounds, Yoha standing right behind him. The hero's eyes were glowing, which was noticeable despite the poor visibility due to the rain, and it seemed to him that what had happened was not enough. The guy said ironically that this was apparently all he was capable of, and that the master was completely different when he entered into battle with him. The Shadow Lord told John to just kill him if he wanted, and not expect him to beg for mercy or apologize. Joe's eyes flashed a bloodthirsty red, and looking down at the man, the bandit said that he would have done it anyway. He would have done it even without his words, so Yoha swung his sword to finish off one of the 12 demon lords. Seok-ryo-si suddenly realized what had happened and extended her hand forward, shouting at Yeon Joha not to do this. Suddenly, a powerful purple energy rushed out from the bed. She was heading straight for Yok to stop him from finishing off the old man. If the guy hadn't reacted in time, putting his weapon under and thus blocking the blow, she would have hit him in the solar plexus. The protagonist looked forward, and a majestic figure towered before him. The leader of the Green Forest, Seok Mu-hee, stood right in front of him with a tiger's head on his head, the predator's fangs reaching Mu-hee's eyes. At the same time, not far from the tournament arena, Punyensho regained consciousness, and opening his eyes with difficulty, asked if they had arrived yet. Gomyong, who was dragging him along with the other bandits, replied that they were coming and told the boss to stop talking. Hendo shouted that they needed to see a doctor, and even though the elder had asked, the bandits still asked if they couldn't just go there. Chung, who was running behind, replied that absolutely everyone should be in the arena by now anyway, so they needed to hurry. Shim Yangak ran ahead of everyone as fast as he could, breathing heavily from fatigue, but he had no intention of stopping. When he saw smoke rising into the sky, the man finally stopped and, cursing, said that something had already happened in the arena. All the bandits who were there and watching what was happening were even more surprised than before, their mouths hanging open. Seok-ryo-si was seriously scared because if her father interfered, things would get really bad. The stands were filled with shouts that a heaven-shattering demon lord had just entered the arena. One of his students, standing behind Ingale, asked out loud if the master really wanted to fight this green youth. Everything was true. Until this moment, John Yoha was just a bandit who was quite skilled with a sword. But one of the 10 greatest masters entered the arena to meet him face to face. Misunderstandings accumulated and, like the gentle flapping of a butterfly's wing that causes a hurricane, the problem became widespread. The battle scene between Joe and Seok Mu-hee will become a legend of the mercenary union in the future, and the stories will intertwine into one web. The raindrops falling from the sky seemed to intensify, and the head of the Green Forest turned to Yoha, asking him his name again. He said he didn't know why the bandit was doing it, but he thought the guy had done enough, so he suggested he stop. When the Lord heard the master, the chief said that the relationship between a teacher and a student is not much different from the relationship between a parent and a child. Therefore, Seok Mu-hee, concentrating his energy, told Joha that if he wanted to take the Lord's life, he would have no choice. John chuckled, calling the loyalty between teacher and student amusing, and reminded them that they say a mercenary union is like a big family. And he said that, as a result, those who are closer to him are still more important, clarifying whether this is so, and then asked whether the head knew about what happened. Namely, that the one who first attacked his family was one of his close associates. The eyes of the protagonist flared with anger. Mu-hee called Yong a scumbag, saying that no matter how young and ignorant he was impudent because he did not show him respect. Seok Mu-hee asked if the bandit knew who he was, the head of the Green Forest, one of the 10 great masters who crushed the heavens. Without waiting for any permission, Yoha moved forward with his sword in his hand, asking if he needed to know all about this. He waved his weapon upward, telling the leader to get out of the way. John was going to chop into pieces anyone who got in his way. Mu-hee asked rhetorically that in the end this conversation was still meaningless. And without trying to convince the young man any further, the leader placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. He drew his sword and extended his hand, holding it straight in front of him at the ready. Yoha immediately began with the second phase of the Nine Heavens technique, namely, the majestic dragon hovering above the heavens. The fiery light of the protagonist's power was reflected on Mu-hee's face, who said that he would be happy to deal with the bandit. The man turned his feet towards the mountain bandit and responded to his attack by using the true spirit of the Dark Heaven Asura. The battlefield was illuminated by 2 powerful auras that were about to collide with each other. Their weapons met each other, and the first sound of metal on metal was heard in space. Yoha clenched his teeth, pressing hard on the head's blade, causing the blades of the swords to sparkle. Seok Mu-hee also put pressure on this young man. not even thinking of giving in. Their fight was like a divine dance. Only with the use of cold weapons, columns of water rose into the air. Ingale experienced an incredible range of emotions and feelings while watching this fight, from admiration to shock to fear. The head's daughter, who had been standing next to the arena the entire time, had to shield herself with her hands from the strong wind and splashing water. Yoha still accepted the fact that this man was strong, even several times stronger than the Phantom Shadow Lord. Seeing the confusion on the young man's face and the tense muscles, a smirk flitted across Seok Moo-hee's lips. And then, beginning to direct his power more strongly at Joe, the leader asked if the young man had already gotten into a difficult situation. For the first time, Yoha gritted his teeth, clenching them between them. It was really hard for him to maintain his position. The energy of the leader was so strong compared to the others that John himself could not be seen behind these streams. A few more pressing attacks and steps towards the protagonist from Moo-hee, and Joe was pushed back. The daughter of the head of the mercenary union was very worried about this bandit, despite the fact that she had only met him recently. Now John Joha was in the place of the ghostly Lord of Shadows. He was testing the strength of the arena wall by flying into it. The concrete, which had cracked a few minutes earlier from the headmaster's student, could not withstand another blow and collapsed, creating a hole. John fell into a sitting position, his head bowed down, frozen in that pose. Seok Moo-hee realized during Yong's fight with the Shadow Lord that his aura did not belong to the demonic sect. However, the leader was worried that it was not similar to the aura of the 7 sects and 2 schools. He was curious about what it was. It was a power that no one had seen, even the head of the Green Forest. He believed that this Kai had potential. Suddenly, the demon lords rejoiced at the turn of the battle. Ingale said that the likes of John had no chance to stand a chance in a fight with the leader. However, the main character didn't think so. He exhaled loudly, raised his head up and fixed his gaze on Moo-hee. This blow was not enough to knock Yong-jo off his feet, so having come to his senses, the young man immediately stood up, jumping into the air. Once again concentrating his internal energy, the bandit landed in the arena, thinking that the leader was strong and that he could lose to him. However, Joe had several moves in reserve that could shake even such a strong master. So John ran forward with renewed vigor, his eyes glowing with a bright flame. Seok Moo-hee's eyebrows furrowed as he saw something appear in the sky. It was Yong Joha's 9 Heavens technique, the 8th phase, where a fire dragon appeared in the air, flying straight towards the leader. The creature's body spun in the air, gaining speed and power, a technique called the 9th dragon turn. The arena shone with such a bright light that it almost blinded others. The headman's daughter and his close associates were shocked as they watched the battlefield. The main character hung in the air like a bird, and right behind him, with its mouth open, flew his dragon. The power of this fiery creature was bursting from within, and Yoha, holding the sword in front of him, exhaled loudly, drawing out that very sound, ha. The 8th phase was dangerous for everything within its radius. The dragon's scales, without even touching the arena floor, broke through it. Seok Moo-hee was taken by surprise, even though this master had fought with many great men of Murim. The dragon, rushing towards the head, fell right into the center of the arena, forming a fiery funnel on it. But Moo-hee managed to jump into the air and dodge this technique, despite its speed and power. He saw John below him controlling those flames, performing martial arts lunges. Yoha raised his head with fiery eyes, his teeth clenched tightly. The bandit was really giving it his all for the first time. The leader jumped straight at him, avoiding the fire, and Joha, swinging his sword down, rhetorically asked where he thought he was. And the dragon rushed towards Moo. He again, but this time rising from the ground into the air. The main character did not want to give in for a second. Then Heaven Smasher, looking down, deliberately rushed to fall into the dragon's mouth. This spectacle was not only incredible, it was exhaustive. Those close to him shouted to the master, frightened. The bandits froze. Before their eyes, something was happening that had never been seen before in any corner of Murim. The man in the armband who announced the start and end of the match shouted at the leader at the top of his lungs, but it was pointless. Even when Ryoshu screamed at her father, he did not change his decision. Everyone around was afraid because it was fatal. But Moo-hee grinned with excitement, admitting that he liked Yong-jo's bravery. After all, the bandit didn't show even a shred of fear in the battle against the head of the mercenary union, so he decided to do the same. And, having decided to give it his all in this battle, the leader rushed towards the fire dragon, making the sound ha as he exhaled. The Heaven Smasher summoned the great Asura of the dark heavens, and a purple being appeared straight from the clouds. This secret technique of the green forest left everyone who could see this wonder speechless. The true spirit of the Asura of the dark skies opened its demonic mouth and flew at the dragon in response. Yoha exhaled with all his might, controlling his fiery creature, his jaw muscles tensed. Asura's spirit grabbed the fire dragon, squeezing its body with one hand until a discharge of electricity appeared in the air. The bandits moved from their place. One pointed his finger at the sky so that everyone would look there. What was happening looked like a battle of the gods. Yon Joha and the legendary Seok Mu Hai clashed in the sky, and it seemed like the arena was only a limit to their combat. The skies were ablaze with fire and purple flashes, and Yoha wondered if there was anyone as strong as this leader. Despite the rain, sweat broke out on his face. John had never met anyone with such strength since he became a martial artist. Seok Mu Hai, sparing no effort, gave it his all. He pointed a sword at the young man, which multiplied and fanned out in the air. Yoha had to turn his head away to avoid being hit by the ends of the weapon as he tried to hold off the attack. The head of the green forest laughed, saying that it was impressive, even very impressive. The protagonist looked at him from under his brows, angry that the man was still on his feet. Raising his hand to the sky as if charging himself from it, Mu. He said that if there was anyone else here, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. The leader jumped down to Yoha. He looked him straight in the eyes and said with a grin that there would always be a person stronger than him. The Skybreaker struck with his blade, so that Yoha barely managed to get his sword under control. Muha said as he attacked that Joe's impenetrable confidence and supportive strength reminded him of himself in his youth. And when the boss said that this is precisely why he is starting to like the bandit, the main character shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He yelled at Mu-hee to hand over that bastard who had attacked their older brother, and the leader agreed, punching Yong in the shoulder. The man replied that he saw no point in avoiding it any longer, but they should still finish their conversation. As they collided, they fell from the sky. The two of them were enveloped by the power of the Green Forest's leader, and the rivals flew like a comet. The heavens were truly shattered. A powerful stream of Asura's spirit power, like a tornado, opened up in the sky. She touched the ground with a powerful whirlpool, the force of which caused the wind to rise in all directions. The outgoing wave of martial arts swept away everything in its path, so that the bandits watching the fight, unable to stand, fell. Someone screamed, someone covered their faces with their hands and tried to dodge, but all these actions were useless. The bright purple light illuminated not only the arena, but also spread beyond its boundaries. It seemed as if a meteor had fallen to the ground, bending the trees with its shockwave and staining the grass a poisonous purple. The entire green forest was covered in columns of smoke and dust as the rivals landed, crossing their weapons. The protagonist, with a gloomy face but an impenetrable willpower, clutched the hilt, standing firmly in the arena. Yoha looked straight at Mu-hee, not taking his eyes off him, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The leader, who with his dark skin and scars on his face looked like a tiger himself, was also sweating, but he was grinning with all his white teeth. Unable to withstand that insolent grin, John swung his sword sharply, pressing down on the head's blade, and called the man a scoundrel. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere above for them to stop, and the protagonist raised his head up. Yangak landed next to the arena in a crouch, holding the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress on his back. Pun Yencho, gathering his strength, said that Yoka had already done enough, and stretching his lips into a slight smile, the commander, all battered and with dried blood on his face, raised his gaze to the young man. When Yench called Joe by name, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, worry, and joy at the same time. Breathing heavily, Shim asked if Yan couldn't find someone else to carry him through the chaos, so he left the burden to the old man. The bandits stood near the arena like a support group, shouting to Yangaku that they believed in him, and nothing less was expected. Seok Mu-hee pulled his blade away from Joe's sword in one motion and asked him why he was frozen. The protagonist, feeling the vibration of the sword, immediately swung his hand to attack. But the chief, smiling and looking him straight in the face, told the young man to hurry up and go. Yong silently looked at Mu-hee with displeasure, but he still lowered his weapon. And without saying anything, he immediately ran towards the boss, only his heels sparkling and his hair flying in the air. As the character ran towards his older brother, Encho, groaning, slowly climbed off Yanggak's back, resting his hand on the ground. Supporting him, Yoha asked his brother if he was okay and said that his wound was big, so he shouldn't act carelessly. The boss said not to worry, after all, he was the great Encho, and that it was just a scratch since no vital organs were affected. Hearing this, the Phantom Shadow Lord shuddered. He was hurt by these words. Yoha suddenly turned to him, shouting that he knew it and that he had to finish this guy off, but the boss grabbed John by the arm. Encho tried to reason with him, saying that it would be wrong to create even more problems for the mercenary union. The commander suggested listening to them first, because there could be reasons for this, and John got angry. He screamed that the boss had almost died because of that bastard's hands, and that he was so scared at the thought that his older brother might die. But Encho interrupted his screams with just one movement of his hand. He placed his large palm on the boy's head. The commander, having fully risen to his feet, called Joe a brat, for he thought that John had grown up, but apparently the boy was still young. Encho chuckled and leaned over, calmly saying that he was indeed okay, so John needed to calm down so they could come back. The main character froze with his head down, tears of resentment and at the same time joy welled up in his eyes. Gomyong breathed a sigh of relief. Sobayek was actually sobbing, wiping away her tears with her hand, and Chung looked at Brother Pun with concern. Seok Mu-hee turned towards the man with the bandage and let out a displeased yelp. The man immediately understood his remark without words and announced that this would be the end of their mercenary union tournament. But the bandits had no time for that. Many were unconscious after the battle between the head of the Green Forest and Yanzhou. The battle arena was completely destroyed, and even if the tournament continued, the bandits would still be unable to do anything. Seok Ryo-si also breathed a sigh of relief and gasped, saying that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. It was a relief that everything ended so well after her father intervened in the fight. She couldn't believe that John Joha was fighting on equal terms with her father, who was proficient in Asura's technique, and her cheeks flushed. Ryo thought of him as a difficult guy, and the first one who gave her an exciting experience. When suddenly her father called out to her, the girl laughed awkwardly, blushing even more, and scratched the top of her head, not knowing what to do with herself. And then, at a loss for words, she turned sharply and ran forward so as not to listen to her father's lecture. The leader suddenly turned his gaze to John and looked at his smiling face, that red hair falling on his cheek. At that moment, Mu-hee realized something important and said out loud that this couldn't be, and asked himself again, it couldn't be. Here Pun Yencho, unable to stand on his feet even with Yok's support, fell to his knees. The head suddenly shouted why the lords were standing like pillars and ordered them to quickly find a doctor so that he could examine the boss of the 5 peaks. Not expecting this, especially in relation to mountain bandits, Ingale first shuddered in fear and then accepted the order. The Cat Lord ran as fast as he could, shouting that he would bring the doctor right away, even if he had to dig Hua Tuo out of the grave. Ingale cursed silently that John Joha had succeeded this time too, while the other bandits discussed the young man's fire dragon. There were those who said that the one who crushed the heavens was playing with him because the boy was still too young. Of course, the head of the Green Forest heard this, and suddenly he shouted, deciding to add something else of his own. The bandits turned towards the leader with surprised expressions on their faces. Heaven Smasher said a few words regarding the tournament winners, who they were unable to take care of due to circumstances. With a worried look and a strong aura emanating from him, the leader said that they would personally visit their residences, and that they will personally hand over the awards to the winners, so he asked everyone to wait patiently and not to talk about today's incident. The demonic sect spies turned around and grinned, deciding that they would wait. Their eyes were still glowing red, and a dark energy emanated from them that the leader could feel. That same night, in the bandit camp of the 5 Peaks Fortress, the boss shouted, asking if they were really considered members of the dark sect. Encho asked in surprise how the Lord could have come to this conclusion and winced in pain as his body was bandaged. The doctor, an old grandfather, thought that he had just stopped the bleeding, so how could Encho be so active? The ruler replied that it was all his fault and said that he could not find suitable words to apologize. Trembling all over, he bowed to the bandits, said that he understood that it was just an excuse but still explained what he thought. Namely, the ruler believed that the Fortress of the Crimson Death would inform the Five Peaks about everything and not leave everything to chance. Bowing his head, Yencho said that in any case, the overlord almost died at the hands of Zhou. The boss did not want to complicate the situation. The commander of the Five Peaks Fortress suggested forgetting everything and moving on, which left the ruler in a stupor. The bandits began to be indignant at how his brother could say such a thing since he almost died, but Yencho told them to calm down. The boss decided to clarify one point, namely that now the master, taking this into account, owed him his life. The Shadow Lord said that he, one of the 12 demon kings, swears on his name that he will never forget his duty. He was immensely grateful for the great kindness, and Enko laughed, asking not to go so far, and offered him something to eat. As they were leaving for dinner, shocking the gang, the boss asked why the Sky Shatterer had called Zhou to his place. The overlord didn't know anything about this, and Gomyong was afraid that the leader might call him to finish the fight. However, there was nothing to worry about. Seok Mu. He invited Zhou just to have dinner with him. The character asked the chief about his words about wanting Zhouha to become the head of the Green Forest security. He repeated that he wanted to appoint him to this position and asked not to make him repeat it twice. The protagonist looked down at the table where the badge of the head of the Mercenary Union security lay in front of him. Zhouha pushed him away, saying that he didn't want it. He had heard that this work was quite boring, and besides, he would be far from the fortress. The Skybreaker wasn't prepared to accept the refusal so easily, so he used his chopsticks to push the token back to Yan. Smirking, Seok Muhei asked who told the guy all this nonsense. While chewing his noodles, Yan replied that one of the chief's disciples, Ingale, the Cat Lord, had told him so. Muhi said that Ingale seemed to have gotten drunk again and mixed everything up. The man hadn't heard such nonsense for a long time. The leader thought that his students were useless because they also confused the fortress with a demonic sect, but Yoha stood his ground. He pushed the token away, saying that he didn't find the leader's gang trustworthy, and He pushed the token back towards Yong. The man said that he was not some old man, but the head of the Green Forest, and became indignant, asking who Zhou's mentor was anyway. John replied that he didn't mess around with such nonsense, and the leader, getting angry, told the impudent fellow that he didn't show an ounce of respect for his elders. When he asked if he should take the opportunity to knock the insolence out of Zhou, John replied that he was just an old man. The guy noticed that he was overflowing with energy, and this was after a couple of pieces of meat, but it would be bad if he overestimated his strength. While they were actively arguing, moving the token first one way and then the other, the object flew off the table and was caught by a woman's hand. Coming out of the chambers, the girl asked what this was all about, whether the battle in the arena wasn't enough for them, and that they wanted to destroy this stick too. The main character sat with a dissatisfied face but turned around at the girl's voice. A beautiful woman in a low-cut green dress stated that it was all because the meal was not accompanied by the right drinks. The head raised an eyebrow because she was talking about alcohol again, and he was indignant, saying, "What kind of girl can't live a day without it?" But she ignored Muhi's question and slammed her palm on the table, addressing Zhouha, calling him Brother Yong. The girl asked why he threw away such a good medal, since other mercenaries died to get their hands on one. Yoha looked at her suspiciously, asking who she was and if they knew each other. Pouring sake into a glass, the leader said that they had been drinking all night. He asked why Yoha was pretending not to know her. And then it dawned on the main character, as if it had been doused with cold water. It was that same Ryo-si, the daughter of the head of the Green Forest. He recognized her by the blue eyes that winked at him at night in the face of the bandit guy with the blue headband. And now she sat in front of him with painted lips and loose blonde hair, winking just like yesterday. Taking a sip of alcohol, Muhai said that she was his daughter and the young leader of the Black Leaf Sage gang of the Mercenary Union, Seok Ryo. John grinned and said, "Well, that's how it is. adding that it's not surprising. She blushed, looking at John with sparkling eyes as if he wanted to say that he thought she was a guy. However, he said that he thought she was much weaker physically than she should be with such a kai, and asked her to pour him some too. Ryo-si was indignant that this was really all he would tell her, even though her beauty had been revealed to him so dramatically. The Five Peaks bandits were also shocked when they found out that the guy turned out to be a girl, and a pretty one at that. Hearing Gomyoung marvel at the fact that she was also the daughter of the head of the Green Forest, Yanggak only confirmed what he had already thought. Yoha grinned awkwardly and said that he didn't know if she was pretty or not, but she was definitely a girl. Thak then asked why she dressed like a boy, and Hendo replied that she had her reasons. Maybe it was her secret. And Sobek asked Brother Yan, leaning forward, how this was connected with the object that hung on his belt. And yet, Yoha accepted the offer of the head of the Green Forest, so now this medal officially hung on his person. Sobek fearfully reminded Joe that he had said he didn't want to be a guard because he would have to leave the fortress. The protagonist hummed in response, agreeing with this, and said that he still thought so. However, Ryo told him that the head of security had to visit the gang that had problems and solve them, so the job could be annoying. And she asked, by the way, what would happen if on the way back someone decided to attack the leader of their gang, knowing that he was wounded? The very thought of it made the hero wince. He would not allow this to happen, but Yoha could not control everything. The girl said that no matter how good his martial arts were, the question was whether his gang would be able to return back. Listening to Brother John's retelling, Sobek didn't say a word. She stood with her mouth open, aware of all the risks. Tak Gomyoung agreed with Ryo's words, saying that everything was correct, and Ha Sobayek's face sank. Shim intervened, asking what was the point of stating the obvious, since the journey would be quite an adventure if their enemies were to think twice. Yoha thought so too. That's why he accepted the offer. He didn't care what anyone said as long as he had a medal. Ryo told him to forget about the attacks because every mercenary from any gang would be ready to die for him. Suddenly, a loud clap was heard. It was Poon Yencho actively clapping his hands, rejoicing. Unlike the others, the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress quite correctly understood what this medal now meant for their gang. The bandits turned questioningly at the commander's words, waiting for his explanation. With tears in his eyes, the boss said that this meant that the head of security, one of the highest-ranking officials, was leaving the fortress. Chung thought about what was said. Sobek became completely depressed, and Gomyoung also beamed, realizing this thought. And everyone else opened their mouths in admiration, saying that it was true Yoha was no longer a simple bandit. Realization washed over them from head to toe, and his brothers shouted joyfully that their Yoha had become the head of the mercenary union security. The bandits from the other gangs, who were packing up their things and also setting off on their way, cast questioning glances in their direction. John was so embarrassed that he turned red and ran away, shouting for them to stop and leave him alone and for the brothers to call him boss. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard from behind. The girl was calling for the head of security, Yak. The guy suddenly froze, and the mercenaries of the Five Peaks Fortress turned towards the scream. Ryo-si waved her hand after him, inviting him to drink with her for 3 days and 3 nights the next time they met. Yoha chuckled, waving his hand back at her, and asked rhetorically if she would talk about alcohol until the very end. And he said that everything was true, that they would meet again, after which the hero turned and set off on his journey with his brothers. Ryo sighed, saying out loud that just the sight of their retreating backs made her feel despondent, and yet John was an interesting guy. Just when she decided to do something else and looked away, she suddenly shuddered. Her father, it turned out, had been standing nearby the whole time, and Ryo sure asked when he would give him his first assignment as head of security. And she clarified that he had chosen this young man to become the blade that would pierce those who could not be forgiven, those who had snuck into the tournament. Her father chuckled, replying that he thought she was drunk, but apparently she was still a quick learner, as a young lady should be. Ryo said that she was his daughter and reached out to hug him, and the leader coughed, telling her to be more modest because she was not a child. Joha was happy because the tournament was over and they were finally returning to the Five Peaks Fortress. Late in the evening, the sound of horses' hooves echoed through the area, raising dust. His warrior rushed to the Namgung clan at all possible speeds. hurrying to report some news. There, a young lady named Namgung Yeon, looking as beautiful as before, turned around at the sound of hooves. The Green Forest tournament, which had seen a lot of action, had come to an end by then. However, for John Joe, who became the new chief guard of the bandit union, everything was just beginning. After all, very soon even greater events will take place in Murim that will change everything. Han Chung, looking at the map, said that it would be difficult to drag the cart with her elder brother into the mountains. That's why they will have to go through Hefei so that the journey won't be too difficult. The head of the Namgung clan received the guest, telling him to drink more slowly, otherwise he would choke. The elderly man, emptying a glass of water, put it on the table and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He said that he ran here with all his might and asked the venerable Mr. Namgun to forgive his impoliteness. The head of the house laughed, saying that there was nothing wrong with it and everything was fine, and asked what the guest had going on. In this case, the man decided to ask the gentleman for something, namely, he wanted to get help from him. This request surprised the head of the Namgung clan, but he still decided to listen to what this help consisted of. The man said that he had heard that Mrs. Namgung had the gift of seeing through people's hearts, and that she was incredibly beautiful. He explained that he had made such a rude, uninvited visit in the hope of borrowing the lady's powers for the benefit of the School of Ascension. Hearing the man call his daughter a lovely seer, Mr. Namgung said that the guest was too kind. The leader took a sip of his drink, explaining that her guesses were coming true due to simple luck and that his daughter was an ordinary child. He put the glass on the table and said that they would put the conversation about his daughter aside. The head of the Ascension School personally came to the Namgung clan, so the master considered it his duty to listen to the problems of a dear member of the order. The guest thanked the host for the respect shown to his rank and began to tell what had happened. Their school has a student named Dong Cho, the Lone Crane Sword, who has recently made a name for himself in the martial arts world. 4 days ago, this guy left the house and just disappeared. Suddenly, nothing was heard from him. Dongcho disappeared without a trace, and no matter how much people checked the area, they couldn't find anything. Namgung replied that it was common for a young man to leave home for several days and asked if it was safe to assume that he had disappeared. The guest agreed with the head of the Namgung clan, saying that he was right, but the man was still worried. And he explained the reason for his excitement. As soon as the student disappeared, a strange rumor spread through the streets. Namely, that the Soaring Dragon School, a sect he had never heard of before, was coming to the aid of the Ascension School. The head of the house asked again about the name of this school, and said that he had never heard of it before either. And the head of the School of Ascension slammed the table, saying that they never asked for help, and as soon as they appeared, the student disappeared. Namgung agreed that the rumor sounded strange, but he didn't think his daughter was able to help him in this situation. The guest began to pray to the venerable gentleman, saying that if he now helps the School of Ascension, he will never forget it. The head of the house crossed his arms over his chest and pursed his lips skeptically. At first glance, this whole situation looked frivolous. But he still agreed and asked the esteemed member of the order to wait. The head son, Namgun Jong, with his arms crossed behind his back, slowly approached the door. Stopping next to her, he gently tapped her with the back of his hand. The female voice replied that everything was fine and that her brother could come in, and Chan said that he was trying to scare her. He asked how his sister knew it was him, and when there was no answer, Chong awkwardly added that she couldn't be fooled at all. Beautiful gold earrings sparkled in the light, the glare of which illuminated her refined face. She turned and looked at her brother, waiting for him to tell her why he had come. And when she turned away, Namgung Jon told her that her father asked the girl to help the climbing school. He sighed and added that she should listen to him personally to understand better, and if she sensed something was wrong, she should drive the guest away. The guy said that, as a brother, her safety was the most important thing to him, but, breaking off mid-sentence, Jong flinched in fear. Because at the door he saw a man he did not expect to see, and that man was surprised that the lady had come. The girl closed her eyes and lowered her head down, thereby greeting this man. The head of the School of Ascent immediately began to thank the lady for taking the time to benefit his student. Namgung Jung asked the leader to calm down first, and then describe everything in detail so that Yan could solve his problem. The brother and sister listened attentively to the old man, and Chong sat thoughtfully, chuckling. The head of the house asked whether the order's union had expressed any opinion on this matter. The guest replied excitedly that the order union had said that the Soaring Dragon School might be a new sect or a false name. This name could help them hide behind, so the head of the school was worried about who was behind this and whether they really wanted to help. With tears in his eyes, the headmaster added that if the sect's essence was difficult to uncover, he would like to know that Dong Cho was okay. The old man could barely restrain himself from bursting into tears, his body trembling. Suddenly, Namgung Yeon stood up and Jong asked his sister in fear where she was going. The lady, without answering, left the room, and Namgung Jong also stood up from his chair, shouting after her to wait. But it was no use. The wooden door slammed in front of everyone. This raised a lot of questions from the guest, but her father said that John must have gone to prepare for her departure to the climbing school. Smiling, Chan added that, as the guest could see, their Yan was quiet, but even though his sister spoke little, she would solve the problem. The guest didn't respond to this, and the father and son laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. The head of the School of Ascension clearly did not like this, because he came here trusting in her name as a beautiful seer. The old man mentally doubted that she was really a simple charlatan. The slender woman, sobbing, prayed for the Namgung clan to find their son. Namgung Jung promised that they would do everything they could and asked her to tell him what she knew. Yan stared at the woman, repeating the gist of the problem in her head. A student had suddenly disappeared a couple of days ago. As she could tell from his name, Dong Cho was a brave young swordsman with outstanding skills. John thought that for someone like that to disappear for 3 days without anyone hearing anything about him, he had to go into battle. Namgung Jung, turning to the crying woman, said that it seemed like things were only getting more complicated, and he concluded that, based on what was said 3 days ago, without waiting for breakfast, he headed to the floating school early in the morning. In order to assist in the investigation of the disappearance of the monk, it turns out that he has also disappeared, so Chan is completely confused. After a long silence, Namgung Yeon suggested to her brother that they first go to the inn in the neighboring village, which made him shudder. He asked fearfully what his sister was talking about, and then laughed awkwardly. The wind blew the green trees into the air, and Namgung Jeon said that he still wouldn't understand what his sister was thinking, and the two of them went to the hotel, and when they arrived there, they politely greeted the worker. While he was clearing the dishes from the table, Chong addressed him again. Apparently, he hadn't heard the first time, and the man responded. And when the guy asked if the lone crane sword had appeared here, the man shuddered, which Yan noticed. Her piercing eyes were fixed on the man, and it was impossible to hide the truth from them. Chan smiled indulgently, saying that he understood that it was difficult to remember everyone who had been here recently. Suddenly, the man said abruptly that he remembered, turning to his sister, which confused Chan, because it was he who asked the question. Sitting down at the table, the worker admitted that he didn't even want to remember those events. And he explained that a serious battle had broken out here so that his entire hotel had been destroyed. Namgung Yeon's face darkened, her expression turning pale, as what she had heard did not inspire good thoughts. That day, a healthy male hand struck a wooden table, breaking it. The girl looked to the side, thereby examining the situation, and she tried to reproduce what had happened. The missing Dong Cho covered himself with his hand from the splinters that flew in all directions and shouted, asking what that man was doing. The eyes of this bald man glowed with power. His name was the Swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction, Hwang Yom Dong. Smirking, he asked why this floating freak, Dong Cho, decided to show off here. The boy replied that he had visited the village to investigate the case of the missing monk, and that he did not want to quarrel with the heavenly schools. The bald swordsman with gold earrings in his ears was in the mood for a fight, so he asked again if what the young man said was true. And having said that things were bad, Yomdong added that as soon as he saw the freak of their school, his blood boiled. As he drew his sword, Dong Cho said that although he wanted to resolve things peacefully, he would use force if necessary. The lone crane swordsman shouted at the man not to expect him to be exposed to blows like a trembling puppy. This was only to Yomdong's advantage. The veins on his forehead were pulsating, and he wanted to get out, and he replied that the guy was being too brazen. However, the young swordsman was no slouch either. He attacked first, swinging his sword in mid-jump, but the man put his weapon in the way of the blow. The way the metal scraped and the weapons flashed and the fact that the blade was almost at his neck excited Yom-dong. The guy asked if the swordsman should not help him since he was studying in an orthodox school, but he, on the contrary, was putting a spoke in his wheel. Dong-cho asked not to interfere if the swordsman was not going to help, but the man rhetorically asked if the floating school cared about the monk. Provocatively, the swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction asked who cared about some monk, in response to which the guy swung his sword again. He called the man a damn idiot, and although the blow with the weapon was close, he dodged, and a boot appeared right in front of the young man's face. The bald swordsman kicked the guy in the chin with all his might, causing Dong-cho's sword to fly out of his hands. However, this was not enough. Now Hwang Yom-dong jumped into the air and turned around in mid-air. The swordsman turned and kicked the incapacitated Dong-cho with his second leg, sending him flying down with force. The boy hit his back and tailbone hard on the floor, making a sound of pain from the fall. The man landed after him, but on his feet, one of which was bent at the knee. Placing the sword in front of him, Yom-dong asked to tell him what was so important about the missing monk. He added that the young man was risking his own life for this, and then, without hesitation and using martial arts, he struck with his sword. Sitting at the table with his brothers, Yoha was outraged that such a fight had started over nothing. Yanggak commented that it looked like the bald guy had already won and suggested stopping them. Pulling hard on the piece of meat with his teeth to tear it off, Yencho said that if Shim thought so, he would put up one leg, namely, that the bald one would win, and the boss of the Five Peaks Fortress would raise one meat leg up. Yanggak smiled awkwardly, saying that he knew the boss liked that kind of thing, but he wasn't too keen on the idea of adding a leg. Suddenly, a gold coin flashed in the air, flying quickly somewhere with the flow of wind. It flew right over Yom-dong's head, and for a moment his eyes themselves looked as wide as the coin. The gold flew into a concrete pillar and crashed into it with incredible force. The hands of the swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction shook, because another couple of centimeters, and the man would have lost an eye. He became indignant, shouting at the top of his lungs, asking who did this. Dong-cho also turned back. This gold coin remained standing in this column, leaving behind cracks in the form of stripes that spread in different directions. A pale, neat hand, with one movement of its fingers, pulled out this coin which glittered in the sun. Namgung-yeon, interrupting the worker's story, asked without turning around if anyone had stopped them. Remembering, the man replied that yes, and that it was some young swordsman, and asked if there really was a coin stuck there. Yoha froze with his hand outstretched in front of him. He looked gloomily indignant that they weren't even letting him eat in peace. The hotel worker tried to remember where that swordsman who stopped their fight had come from. Suddenly, it seemed as if it had dawned on the man. He remembered what the young man had said then. At that moment, Yeon-joha said that he was from the Flying Dragon School in order not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Namgung-jeon froze and tensed up, because this was the very school that the leader of the Ascension School had spoken of. His sister turned towards the man, and in her mind there was also a surprise that it was a school that had suddenly appeared. Then, when the bald swordsman began to get indignant, Joe's eyes, along with those of his brothers and sisters, lit up. Namgung-jeon couldn't believe his ears that Dong-cho's disappearance was actually connected to the soaring dragon. And when Yeon asked the man if it seemed to him that this school had traveled with Dong-cho, he replied that he was not sure. It didn't seem like the truth. But then Yom-dong was outraged at how the red-haired brat dared to interfere in the affairs of another sect. The swordsman of the Mountain of Destruction shouted to Joe if he knew where his place was, and in response, John hit the table. The blow sent 3 coins flying. One of the coins hit the bald man right in the solar plexus. The others flew into his shoulders. This not only pushed the swordsman back, but also knocked him off his feet, causing him to fall to his knees. Yom-dong cursed silently and thought that Joha might look young, but he was smart. The protagonist turned his gaze to him, his red eyes glinting in the sun, and asked if the swordsman wanted to continue. As the coins flew off the man, the swordsman called John an arrogant bastard and told him to consider himself lucky. He turned around abruptly and, puffing under his breath with anger, walked away. The hotel worker said that Dong Cho and the Flying Dragon sect were not together, and the fight ended too calmly. Yon wondered how skilled the man was who had intervened in this fight and so easily subdued the two masters of the orthodox faction. However, what was more important was that Hwang Yom-dong attacked Dong Cho with the intention of killing him. She wondered why he did this. Relations between the sects are tense, but Yom knows what will happen if a fight occurs. Namely, if something like this happens between the factions, the Morim alliance will intervene. So Namgung made her conclusions. Having learned everything she needed, Yan turned around and left silently, which was typical of her manner, and Brother Chan was once again surprised. He ran after her, asking where she was going, without saying anything, asking her to wait for her, and the worker wished them a safe journey. Namgung Yeon had a strong aura about her, and she thought that Yom-dong held a grudge against the Ascension School. And since they saw the faces of the Flying Dragon School, they should have been sure that Dong Cho was not with them, which meant that everything happened at the tavern. She imagined the expression on the face of a bald man with a sly grin and bloodthirsty eyes. When night fell and the moon shone in the sky, illuminating the path of the lonely young swordsman, he wandered through the forest, casting a shadow on the path. Namgung Yeon decided that if everything was as she thought, then someone from the sect had mercilessly killed him. When the bald man was sure that the boy was alone, he attacked him from behind, swinging his sword. And it was so fast that Dong Cho didn't have time to make a sound, only scarlet blood sprinkled the bushes. The girl seemed to be wandering in some other space, able to see through objects. She thought that the swordsman had died, unable to defend himself, and stopping, she pointed her finger at the green, dense bushes. The bush was sprinkled with scarlet blood, traces of which were visible on the ground in front of those bushes. Namgung Jeon's face distorted when he saw the blood stains, and the boy was overcome with stupor. Suddenly he ran forward sharply and shouted for John to stay where she was. As the boy made his way through the bushes, picking leaves along the way, horror overtook his face, and his insides clenched every second. Jong found Dong Cho dead, but the swordsman's plate and money were still there, and it turned out that he was not killed by the bandits. The guy picked up an iron token with hieroglyphs written on it and said that maybe this was the work of Hwang Yom-dong. His sister replied what would happen if the truth about him killing Dong Cho came out. Chon turned to his sister, and she said that then a battle would break out between the Heavenly Sword School and the Ascension School. The Heavenly Sword School isn't strong enough to go against the Orthodox Alliance, yet they still dared to do this. This meant that they had cover, and Dong Cho's body was missing its head, which was similar to the incident from 20 years ago. Namgung Yeon, looking at the mutilated dead body, thought that it was somehow sinister, and Hwang Yom-dong brought the severed head in a sack to the demonic sect. And he reported to them that he had brought it as they had asked, and the people who met him grinned bloodthirstily. Holding the blood-dripping sack in his hand, the swordsman asked if they would now accept him into the Yumeng cult. The Moon Sage said that he didn't have any particular expectations, but thanks to the swordsman's determination, he was accepted. Hwang Yum-dong had earned the right to become one of the 12 demon soldiers, so the woman promised to keep her word. Propping her cheek with her hand, she said that Morim is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong, where the strong always hunt. With a worried look, the Moon Sage declared that the Yumeng cult would soon be the center of the reconstruction of this world. At the same time, the 10 heroes of the 5 Peaks were returning home. Encho's body had finally recovered, and he was thinking of having a drink at the tavern. The fortress boss yawned in relief, summing up that the fight had left everything in the dust. Shim Yanggak, who was walking behind with the others, sympathetically agreed with the boss. He smiled, adding that there was nothing better than returning to their fortress, where they could finally lie down and drink. Suddenly, the old man was asked ironically about the wording about our fortress, because when Chonji attacked them, Shim was the first to flee. Yanggak was indignant, asking if he couldn't miss the 5 Peaks fortress, and the bandits burst out laughing. He said that he went to the Green Forest tournament as a representative of the 5 Peaks fortress, and now he can call it ours. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the sharp ends of 2 blades flashed in the sky, heading towards the one who was screaming the loudest. Two men in blue clothes held guns to Shim's throat, saying they had captured one of Henan's 3 greatest criminals. When the northern sword of Gumil, Shima Yangak, was seized, the bandits went from laughter to a state of stupor, looking at it questioningly. The man with the mustache said that today was the day he would die, and the guy on the left added to that thought. John Yoha exhaled loudly, asking, "Well, what now?" He was already starting to get annoyed by these problems that appeared out of nowhere. The men in blue robes held their blades firmly at the old man's throat, not even thinking of retreating. Thak Gomyong, with a puzzled expression in his eyes, asked them who they were. The guy with the ponytail on his head looked at him, answering that they belonged to the Orthodox Alliance from the Storm Gang, and the man with the mustache added that it had been 5 years since they had lost sight of this criminal, and now they had finally found him. Although he said it was not the time for small talk, Pun Yencho suggested introducing himself first. The fortress boss said that they were the Soaring Dragon sect, and the person they were holding was not a criminal, but a simple old man, and that he is known as Ban Tong, who helps with the sect's errands, and then turned to Yangaku, and the old man confirmed these words. The man with the mustache frowned, as he had never heard of this sect. However, he felt the energy emanating from them, and the fighting spirit of this sect was quite strong. This was especially felt from the guy with red hair. His energy was several times stronger than the others. But the man didn't feel this energy from this old man Yangak, so it was difficult for him to believe what he was told. The guy with the tail shouted that this old man was definitely one of the 3 greatest criminals. And although he didn't know why Yangak had hidden his identity and infiltrated the Orthodox sect, he, Lee Sang-moon, would never confuse that face. Because it was the face of a hungry ferret, and suddenly Gomyong and the girls giggled at such a nickname. The man with the mustache added that he didn't know how Yangak had deceived the boys, but he insisted that he was not Ban Ton, but Gumil's northern sword. The blade pressed against Shima's skin, and the sharp edge left a single thin cut from which blood began to flow. Seeing this, Yan Joha tensed up. His aura immediately changed, and his eyes began to glow bright red. Pun Yencho laughed awkwardly, trying to justify Shim by saying that even though he looked like a ferret, he believed that there was a misunderstanding. Gomyong added that this old man could only hold a broom and a rag, and Chung said that he cooks delicious food for dogs. In his mind, Yangak called the bandits freaks, but he himself began to play along, which the head of the sect correctly noted. The old man suggested that they also prepare some for the dogs of these people, carefully moving the blades away from himself and revealing a scar on his hand. The man with the tail pointed out that this was definitely a wound from 5 years ago, left by his sword, so how dare he lie. At this point, Yangak didn't try to hide his emotions. He bared his teeth, angry and realizing the situation he had just gotten himself into. And the bandits of the 5 Peaks Fortress widened their eyes at him, realizing that it had now become much more difficult to help Shim. The man told him not to think about getting out of it, and explained what would happen if the bandits covered for him. Namely, he would consider them his accomplices and bring them to trial by the Alliance, and the bandits did not understand what Shim had done. Yangak cursed in his head that he was unlucky enough to meet the Alliance here, of all places, and he looked at Yok because he needed to do something to somehow resolve this situation. But he wouldn't lift a finger. John didn't interfere because he didn't want any extra trouble, but he suddenly sighed at the situation and said, "Well, yeah." The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were good at talking. He repeated that the old man was Ban Tong, a servant of their sect. Yangak looked at the boy with great surprise and hope, and called him by name questioningly. The guy in blue clothes yelled that they had warned them, and that in that case they would be forced to suspect them of crimes too. He said that they had caught Yangak, and now they could not be deceived, and Yok was infuriated by the words that they would suspect the fortress. Pun Yencho called out to Joe in fear, and Thak said the boss's thought, asking if the guy knew that these people were from the Orthodox Alliance. But John Joha didn't answer them. He was seething with anger, because they told these people time and again that they were wrong. The protagonist's aura instantly changed, and Joha asked if their suspicions wouldn't worsen the relationship between their groups. Joha stood there, seething, and as his eyes glowed red, his orange shadow rose into the air. The fiery version of Yeonjo swung his sword, flying towards the two alliance men and Shim, who stood there in fear. The man with the mustache raised his head as the fire weapon was almost at his face. The veins in his face tensed up and fear crept through his entire body. At that moment, he wondered if this was really the very performance of the aura. The man instantly loosened his grip and let his blade fall to the ground. He was terrified to death, because this performance is only feasible for the 10 strongest martial artists in the world. The Alliance man couldn't understand how such a young man could use such a high-level technique. Yoha asked if they still believed their words, and the guy with the tail answered, "How dare this bastard talk so brazenly?" But the man with the mustache, completely sweating, said that he believed him, which of course, and these words threw the young guy off track. He smiled awkwardly under Joe's pressure, saying that this old man had nothing in common with Yanggak, that they had made a mistake. Gomyong smiled, saying that they finally understood each other, and in this world, the only thing left to do is trust your neighbor. Pun Yencho told Old Ban to come to them quickly, and Yanggak, pushing the blade away, said that it sounded good. But the boy pressed the weapon harder against the old man's neck, shouting to the captain about what he was saying because he saw the wound on his wrist. The man didn't answer, but just looked down with some specific purpose. He stared intently at something below, trying not to move too much. But the guy interpreted it differently. That is, the captain, as expected, was deliberately signaling with his eyes so that Lee Sang-moon would attack them. Sun Moon thought he quickly understood what the captain meant and was about to act until he saw the order written in the sand to shut up. And suddenly the captain grabbed the guy by the hand and ran forward, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him, and Sun Moon shouted at the man in confusion. The fortress bandits watched them go in amazement, as the representatives of the Orthodox Alliance only had their heels shining. Shim Yanggak breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he really thought it was the end, and Yeoncho added that it was scary. However, Gomyong was curious about what brought them here, as the Alliance rarely sent people into such a remote area. The meeting of 10 Five Summits heroes and 2 people on the trail to Hefei made a significant contribution. From that meeting, people began to notice that the Orthodox Alliance, the organization that carried out the faction's orders, had made the first move. The Namgung clan's brother and sister brought Dongcho's body to his mother, who was crying and lamenting why this had to happen to him. The disciples of the Ascension School shouted, "Did the rotten bastards of the Heavenly Sword sect really think they could get away with this?" They demanded that Dongcho's head be handed over to them immediately, but the people of the Heavenly Sword shouted that this was nonsense. The Heavenly Sword told them that the guy died only because he was showing off on their territory, and a fight broke out between the sects. Then the tall wooden gates with metal handles opened. To resolve the situation between the two schools, the Orthodox Alliance under Murim had to intervene. From these gates emerged men whose aura was incredibly strong and noble. Hwang Yum-dong insisted that the murder occurred during a duel, so it was not intentional but accidental. And as a result, the Orthodox Alliance, fearing that the situation would get out of control, gave the order, namely, for the Heavenly Sword sect to provide equivalent compensation to the Ascension sect and for their word to be law. Even if this decision was difficult to make, they had no other choice. People had to follow him, because the death of one of the talented students of one of the schools is serious. There was also the man who played a crucial role in summing up this series of events. It was the mistress of the Namgung clan, the flower telepath Namgung Yeon, whose abilities helped shed light on the truth. She was finally convinced that Hwang Yum-dong was guilty only when she saw him in person. He didn't even try to hide the vile energy of the demonic cult. She knew that they had now infiltrated the faction. Namgung Yeon, without taking her eyes off the culprit, suddenly addressed her brother by name. She said what she thought, namely, that the Yumeng clan would soon appear again in Murim. Chan became scared and tensed up, saying that if it was true, then shouldn't they tell the Alliance members about it? John replied that this would not only be useless waste of air, but would also worsen the already bad atmosphere. They needed more concrete evidence, so the girl suggested returning to Hefei to begin with. There is a man who knew more about the Yumeng cult than anyone else, and it was their father, the head of the Namgung clan, who was currently training using the 5th form of the boundless heavenly technique. He swung his sword through the air in a crescent slash, and its bright blue power attacked the training device. Having completed it perfectly, he smiled contentedly, because a lot of effort had been put into the training. At sunset, when the hot sun, having heated up the earth, went behind the mountains, the bandits of the Fortress of the Five Peaks returned home. Tak Gomyong admired the way the Orthodox Alliance boys reacted to Bang Tong. Turning to Yangaku, he noted that one could only guess how much he had done. Shim was angry that he was called Banton and asked Thak how long he was going to call him that. Hendo said that the name had started to stick to Shimu, and he had always boasted that he was one of the greatest criminals. Shim was seething and replied that although he was living a quiet life now, if Hendo had looked at him at that time, he would have instantly become a corpse. Chung raised an eyebrow, thinking that since such an amazing person decided to join a gang, the Orthodox Alliance must be more frightening. Yangak replied that he would be lying if he said they weren't scary, but he felt that the life of a bandit suited him better. He was going to stay in the fortress until his death, but Chen frowned because this old man won every argument. Shim grinned broadly, thinking that these kids were too young to beat him in a verbal altercation. Yong Joha smiled as he listened to his sisters and older brothers, while Gomyong raised his head up, feeling nostalgic. He recalled that their gang was considered weak. They didn't even know about martial arts. Everything was so difficult that even getting bread was hard. Sacrifices had to be made. But now they have a nice pavilion. And when Yoha became part of the Green Forest Guard, they became much better than other gangs. Thak suddenly hugged Joe, laughing, and said that indeed every fool will get lucky one day. All they could do was stick to their daily duties, and Yoha objected, mentioning his badge. He wanted to use this tablet to delve even deeper into his work. Pun Yencho told the bandits to be quiet. It was time to set up camp and get ready for bed, because it was about to get dark. The others reluctantly answered okay, but Yoha for some reason became quiet and drooped. By nightfall, the bandits set up camp, pitched their tents, and lit a fire in the middle. The main character sat on the edge of the mountain in the lotus position and crossed his arms over his chest. Looking down, he was thinking about something. Encho came up to him from behind and, smiling, said that Yona seemed to be worried about a lot of things, and the boy turned around at the sound of his boss's voice. John asked where the others were, and Pun said that they were all exhausted, although they tried not to show it, so they were sleeping like logs. The boss sat down next to the guy, and John said that they had climbed a couple of ridges, so he was sure that the bandits were tired. They both looked up at the sky where the full moon peeked out at them from behind the dark clouds. Suddenly, Joha turned to the boss and asked him if he remembered what he told him when he accepted John into the gang. Encho looked at him questioningly and asked if the guy was talking about the day when Yoha joined the Fortress of the Five Peaks. Yoha replied that yes, and lowering his gaze reminded him of his own words, namely, that it is better to take from others than for them to take from you. John said that he still remembered the words that the commander said to him that day. The guy shared that back then he didn't want to endure hardships any longer and longed to live with them all, fighting for this right. Encho asked, "What's next?" and whether anything had really changed since then. Yoha replied that he was not simply fighting and taking away what belonged to others, but wanted to use the Green Forest tablet. In order to get more work, however, he thought it was like absolute tyranny, when a person in power exceeds his authority. John spoke thoughtfully, as if asking himself how the current him differed from those people he hated so much. The Five Peaks Fortress boss listened attentively to the character, his eyes full of understanding and even sympathy. While Yoha valued his time with the people who helped him escape that place, he sometimes wondered if he was on the right path. At the same time, things were looking up at the Warong estate. Thanks to Baek Miju's insight, she acquired investments from merchants. She could also rebuild a military clan led by her beloved son, Yon Mubek, and the income received from accompanying merchants nurtured this power. And now, in order to spread the influence of the Varang estate throughout the world, she wanted to get hold of the Green Forest. He was to be her sacrificial lamb on the way to achieving her goal, and the place where they turned their gaze was the Fortress of the Five Peaks. The warrior approached Captain Yan, reporting that there was a mercenary in the Five Peaks Fortress gang who was skilled in wielding a sword. He suggested going around this area, and Mado, chewing a blade of grass, asked again about the mercenary, lost in thought. John placed his hands on his knees, wondering what kind of ordinary mercenary would have to be to earn such a nickname. And Mado decided that they would take a look at what they were, for it was time to show the bastards of the Green Forest their strength. When they arrived at the Five Peaks Fortress, the bandits greeted the guests. The dark-haired man said that they would pray for the people's journey to be safe, and the bald man asked that they pay for his neighbors to pass on. The gray-haired man in blue clothes looked away, awkwardly trying to get out of this awkward situation. The bandit put his hand to his ear, shouting that he couldn't hear what the old man was muttering, and asked how he could be a merchant with such a voice. Suddenly, the hand of a man who was laughing fell forcefully on the old man's shoulder. Mado told them that he had heard that the Five Peaks bandits had gone completely wild, but he had never imagined that they were so fearless. The dark-haired man said that this bodyguard would lose his position in an instant, so they had better pay the debt. But the warriors of the trade union did not like such demands. The men were ready to fight if necessary. Meanwhile, in the lands of Vareng, late in the evening, when the white moon illuminated the courtyard of the estate, a mother spoke to her son. Mubek was outraged that his mother had sent away the clan's recently hired trade caravan bodyguards without saying a word to him. He explained that they were not yet trained enough to be considered guards, and she shouted that his words were meaningless. Baekmiju didn't want to wait for them to improve their skills, no matter when they joined, since they were members of Waryeong. That's why they should repay them for food and shelter. John tried to object, but she calmed down his ardor and told him to forget about it. After all, everything had already been decided, and besides, she had sent cousin Mubek to accompany the caravan, so they shouldn't get into any trouble. But John said that if it was discovered that they had sent inexperienced warriors on the mission, rumors would spread that they were mocking the clan members. And he reminded them that their enemy is the union of mercenaries, and it is not for nothing that the unions of order that lead the factions turn a blind eye to them. Baekmiju stood her ground, replying that it didn't matter how strong they were and that they were just a bunch of pathetic bandits. She believed that the power of the Green Forest was being exaggerated because of the Lord who crushed the skies, adding that it would be difficult. But this was their chance. Miju said that if they successfully destroyed them, they would easily integrate into the 7 sects and 2 schools and spread their influence. That's why Mubek's cousin was there, because 20 years ago the Waryeong clan was famous throughout the world. The bandits of the Five Peaks Fortress, seeing the trade union whispering with the bodyguard, suspected them of some kind of plan. Mado suddenly turned to the bandits along with the merchant, laughing, and apologized for distracting them. He asked what they should do, since they had encountered a couple of problems along the way and could therefore only pay half the duty. The dark-haired bandit was indignant. Gritting his teeth, he called the trade union bastards. John Mado grinned cheekily, replying that they had a different view of the situation. His eyes flashed scarlet, and the guy said that not only would he not pay half, but he would not pay those freaks a single coin. The dark-haired man suddenly shouted, asking if they were the same bastards from Vareng who were causing random skirmishes with bandits. Mado chuckled, replying that he didn't know if these skirmishes were a coincidence, but confirmed that they were from Wareng. The bandit told his men that even though there were dozens of heroes here, how dare these fools attack the Five Peaks when they were on duty? Mado asked again why they didn't dare. Why should they be afraid of rats taking money from trade unions? The dark-haired man yelled that all they had was a chattering mouth and a dirty snout, and the bandit people rushed to attack. And when the warriors of the trade union drew their swords at the ready, Mado stopped them with a gesture. He waved his hand, asking them not to worry about these pathetic little people, and told them to be ready to continue their journey. As soon as the first bandit tried to attack him, John Mado hit him in the face with his elbow. He dealt with the other two with ease as well. One crashed into the guy's sheath and the other couldn't stay on his feet. And when Mado drew his sword, he used the Nine Heavens sword technique, the first phase of Dragon Ascension, disabling everyone at once. The dark-haired bandit looked at this with fear and incomprehension, not believing his eyes. When it was his turn, Mado approached his face with a cheeky expression and said that it was too early to be surprised. And in a combat sortie, John struck the guy, knocking the weapon out of his hands. The sword flew back with a loud bang, turning in the air several times. He was stuck in the ground behind the bandit, and the dark-haired man was sitting on his knees, clutching his shoulder. Mado held a sharp blade to his face, asking, well, the bandit started to tremble, but he himself was angry at this situation. This cheeky bodyguard of the trade union once again clarified that they could pass, calling the fortress bandits rats. Seeing his gang instantly destroyed, the men lying unconscious on the ground, the dark-haired man understood that there was no way out. He bared his teeth like a wounded wolf, making a growling sound of displeasure. However, he gave in, saying that they would let them through without paying this time, but warned that next time this would not happen. The old man at the head of the union laughed loudly, saying that they should have given in from the very beginning, but they had to waste energy. Turning around, he told Mado that he had heard that the Five Peaks Fortress had recently become famous, but it seemed like it was just a rumor. Mado asked sarcastically whether these clumsy blockheads could have become famous, adding that there was a ringing sound, but what was the use of it? John had said that one could understand 10 truths by learning one. Now he had seen the power of the pathetic bastards called the Green Forest. Without raising his head, the dark-haired bandit answered him that it was fair, but now he had passed without any problems. He stated that when their 10 heroes returned, everything would be different, and told this evil spawn that they would meet then. Without turning around, Mado laughed, saying who was calling whom evil here. He wanted to leave quietly, but the bandit's screams irritated him. John told the losers to keep screaming, for many had told him to be afraid, but no one had dared to take revenge. The bandits were running towards the sacred place when a powerful downpour came down from the sky. Chung was indignant, and Yanggak told her to run quickly. The fortress boss, who was the first to run to the door, was offended because they almost reached the house, but had to stop. Gomyong and Hendo waved it off, saying that they were lucky that there was a shrine here, and Ma replied that he didn't even have anything to change into. Pun Yencho, turning his head towards them, suggested that they spend the night there and set off early in the morning. A trembling Han Cheng asked if it wasn't creepy here, as if a ghost would appear from around the corner at any moment. Yanggak giggled, answering her like, "What ghosts? Let him live to 60 and be afraid only of people." He added that in such rain you wouldn't even hear people dying nearby, and Chung hit him on the back, shouting that he was making things worse. Shim shouted at her, asking if he was right because the weather was perfect for killing someone. The blood would be washed away by the rain. While they were arguing, Poon said he hoped their gang was okay in this weather, but Gomyong said it wasn't that bad. Drops of rain fell from the sky with force, and it seemed they had no intention of stopping, drenching everything in their path with water. A bright bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the sky with electrical discharges, and warriors in black clothes walking in the rain, carrying sacks on their shoulders. Seeing people in the distance, Yoha suddenly whispered to everyone to be quiet, as someone was coming here. Yanggak and Chung immediately stopped arguing. Everyone instantly became quiet and kept their swords ready in case of anything. Yan Soban and the other bandits pricked up their ears, not taking their eyes off the entrance. Suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door. The warrior opened it with his boots. The people in black quickly ran into the room, rushing forward somewhere. Suddenly the man who opened the door stopped, looking ahead questioningly. In front of him, at the end of the shrine, stood a row of bandits with stern faces. Something began to move vigorously in the heavy bag that was on the warrior's shoulder. The protagonist's eyes widened when he noticed this, the guy thought to himself. Like, what was that? He looked at these bags one by one, wondering if something had just moved inside them. Voin, frowning, immediately asked who the fortress bandits were, calling them bastards. Gomyong shouted back that they would like to know who they were, and said that they were the first to build a shelter here. Thak was indignant at how much audacity one must have to come here and talk nonsense, and that, judging by the bags, they were thieves. The second brother shouted loudly, sternly asking who these guys were working for, and suddenly the bags began to move again. Yoha tensed, now convinced that he hadn't imagined it, and Chung stared at the warriors in surprise. Gomyong cracked his fingers, flexing his wrist. He called those who came bastards, who it turns out were kidnappers. There was silence in the room. They didn't answer, and the situation only became more tense. Instead of answering, the men in black began to draw their swords, the blades of which flashed in the room. Pung Yoncho turned his gaze to his bandits, and Go Sancheong and Heo Imdal nodded at him at the same time. They immediately understood what was required of them. The bandits instantly formed into two lines, with John standing in front of them. The warrior in black thought about how the gang's movements were surprisingly synchronized and came to the conclusion that they were not ordinary guys. Moreover, he mentally singled out the red-haired boy, Yeon-jo, whose aura was terrifying. He looked at him and suddenly yelled at him, asking what this guy's name was. Yoha quipped, asking if he really wanted to erect a plaque with his name in this temple, and told him to forget about it and attack. This answer immediately threw the warrior off balance. He called the boy a young fool who still had milk on his lips. And the warriors ran towards the bandits, whose leader shouted, "How dare he behave so brazenly without fearing for his own life?" Yoha saw that all of his brothers and sisters immediately moved from their places, getting into a fighting stance. Gomyong and Chul-san, who had recovered from his wound, were the first to step forward, crossing their swords with the men in black. Hendo attacked from the left side and Imdal from the right, thereby surrounding one of them. And in a moment, 3 sharp sword tips moved forward at the same time, causing the man to recoil. The bandits rushed towards the masked warrior, their weapons making an unpleasant metallic scraping sound. The muscles in the man's face tensed, and his pulse raced as he admitted the situation was shit. I thought to myself that who would have known that these monsters were hiding in this temple, hiding from the slanting streams of rain. He saw movement from the corner of his eye and, looking up, was frightened to see Yencho running towards him with a sword. The fortress boss sighed calmly, catching his breath, and sharply drew his sword from the bottom up, cutting the warrior's chest. He flew back, but turned over in the air and landed on his feet, clutching his heart. And Yanggak, who was radiating fighting energy, suddenly realized that he had seen these bastards before. That the energy that emanated from them was the energy of those whom the bandits met on the approaches to the Green Forest tournament. He remembered that those warriors possessed a strange martial art and demonstrated all types of combat at that time. Shim remembered how hard it was for the bandits to hold out in that fight, and that it did not go without losses. But the energy he felt now was eerie, incomparable to anything, and he had never encountered this strange sword technique before. Yencho suddenly interrupted his thoughts, complaining about whether the warrior had survived because the boss had not fully recovered. Shim thought that back then, by the way, they had such a hard time fighting these freaks that their own lives were in danger. Gomyong jumped over the boss and shouted that this is why he told him to let his brother rest. Yanggak watched their fight, and amazed by the bandits' quick reaction, did not believe that they had grown so much in strength in such a short time. Shim wondered if these young men would catch up with him in strength at this rate, him, who held all of Henan in fear. And while the old man was thinking about something else, one of the warriors managed to get close to him, and his sharp blade ended up in Shim's face. Voin shouted that he had to get rid of this old man first, and Yanggak, even though he had held up his weapon, was still scared. He didn't expect to be approached so suddenly, and this man in black was jumping at him right now with his sword extended forward. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes flashed, and his sword suddenly tripled in size. The guy was using a martial art technique. Shim barely managed to dodge. He mentally scolded himself for being too relaxed. And while he was cursing in his head, this fighter left a bloody streak on Shim's body with one movement of his sword. Shim Yanggak suddenly doubled over and began coughing up blood. Hearing this sound, Yencho and Gomyong turned around and froze in horror at what they saw. Thak shouted the old man's name. Imdal and Yansobon slowly turned around, their eyes full of fear for Shim. At that moment, the protagonist's foot took a step, and the floor beneath him broke. Yoha walked straight towards this warrior with a slow step, tearing apart the tile of the shrine in front of him, from the crack of which a fire appeared. John was ablaze with fiery energy, and this trace of the dragon's claw stepped straight towards the man in black, who was unable to stay on his feet. The other warriors looked at Joe in horror, shocked by his powerful martial art. While they were wondering who this guy was, John said that kidnapping people wasn't enough for them, so they decided to go after his family. For the guy, this was sacred and not up for discussion, so Joha jumped into the air, leaving a hole in the floor behind him. The guy said those motherfuckers better get ready. He was going to show them what it was like to get the crap beaten out of them. The warriors watched with frightened faces as he ran, blazing with a fiery aura. Yanggak suddenly saw the light. He was all aglow with happiness, asking Yon if he really considered him family too. Although Yoha didn't respond, his actions spoke for themselves. One blow, and the enemy fell. The second Joka hit him in the stomach with his fist so that he couldn't even bend over. And the third one got hit in the face, and his eyes, which were wide in horror, bulged even more. The leader of these people, who was standing behind, froze, his eyes flashing. The man with the tense capillaries on his face hiccuped loudly in fear as the doors behind him broke down. The tree behind him split with a crash, sending splinters flying. The warrior's body began to tremble automatically, sensing the approaching danger. Yoha froze in a fighting stance, thrusting his fist forward. This was the technique that Chanji had taught him. When the guy looked up at him, the warrior decided that this guy was definitely out of their league. Encho hissed. He thought that for once he would be able to stretch his legs, but it was all over, and Thak picked up the slack. He also had an ace up his sleeve. The warrior shouted that they might be retreating now, but they would meet again soon. As they ran away, one of them turned around, shouting that next time he would tear Jonah to pieces. Encho didn't hear what this warrior shouted. He looked at the bags, indignant that times were different now and people were still being stolen. The boss began to untie the bags, saying, "What kind of beauty was this that made them act so basely?" But as soon as the thread was unraveled, a bearded face emerged from the fabric, greedily gasping for air. The bandits suddenly became frightened. The boss's hand recoiled, and Gomyong jumped back. An old man with a rosary around his neck emerged from the bag, folded his hands in prayer, and began to address the great Buddha. Encho and Gomyong stood like pillars, not understanding what this was, whether it was really a monk and a priest. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour outside as the elderly people thanked the gang for saving them. The priest explained that many monks had gone missing recently, and so they had personally set out to search, not knowing what awaited them. The monk said with relief, "Thank God." And Yencho, sitting on the floor, asked why they were kidnapping monks and what it would give them. The priest said that they also did not know the reason, and the monk added that they were very grateful to them for saving them. Suddenly, Chung asked if the energy of these guys was not similar to the energy of those the bandits met in the mountains back then. Hendo shouted that she wasn't just similar, he thought they were the same people. His eyes lit up with anger. He said that he felt the same thing then, but he didn't know what kind of people they were. The monk clarified that they had also met people similar to them, because if so, then it was not a simple coincidence. The priest said that they should report this to the order as soon as possible, and Gomyong and Encho laughed, looking at Yanggak. The monk added that they would also like to spread the names of their benefactors in the martial arts world if the bandits did not mind. Yanggak tensed up when the man expressed a desire to know the pious names, saying that they could simply pray for them. The priest admired the fact that they were free from the desire for fame, for many were unable to cultivate such a thing even in their entire lives. And the men folded their hands in prayer, rejoicing at the wonderful people they had met, and they promised to meet again in the future. The priest and the monk wished that the path of their saviors would be easy, and the bandits also folded their hands in prayer, while Shim sighed. And the two abducted men left the holy place, heading along the path towards their home. The boss, looking after them, chuckled that it was the same in Hefei and said, wondering if the world had gone crazy. Turning around, Yencho asked with an ingratiating smile what their Lord Shim thought about this, for he was perceptive. Yanggak crossed his arms over his chest and bowed his head, replying that he found a couple of things suspicious. However, Shim paused, noticing a nuance in all of this, and Poon asked him again what it was. With a serious expression on his face, the old man asked if the mountain gang needed to worry about this. He explained that if they got into the problems of the martial arts world, life would not be a bed of roses, and suggested that it would be better to return home. Encho closed his eyes, believing that Yanggak was right, because who did the mercenary have to worry about? Gomyong waved his sword, saying that they could set out on a journey through the mountains once they safely reached their lair. He felt like he had gotten stronger. Hendo also said so, and Sobek supported him, saying that it was evident from the last fight. The boss told them not to get too cocky, even though it was easier for them to deal with these guys this time. But what would have happened if it weren't for Joha? And the bandits fell silent, deep in thought, and John chuckled, looking somewhere into space. Suddenly Pun turned to him, asking if he could teach them more, the technique that comes after the first phase of the 9 heavens. Thak smiled, supporting the idea. He also wanted to learn more because he saw the results of training. And Han Chen also joined them, and the protagonist sighed heavily. And then he turned to them, and with a grin on his face said that they seemed to have all decided not to sleep a wink that night. In response to this, the bandits raised their swords in front of them at the ready, including Yanggak. And so their training began in the sacred place, and by that time the rain had already stopped pouring. The sharp blade of John's sword flashed in the moonlight as the boy demonstrated the sequence of performing the technique. Meanwhile, another red-haired character stood in exactly the same pose. Concentrating, he swung the weapon through the air, dispersing the air. He was distracted by the voice of a young man who told his brother that he was so strong and asked why he trained so hard. It was the younger brother of the Yan family, Yan Sung-baek, whose facial features still betrayed that of a teenager. The guy sighed, replying that training never ends and that a guy must constantly train his body and mind. He said that he still lacked chi, and his skills were not enough to face the elders of the 7 sects and 2 schools. Mubek rushed forward with his sword. He said that by the will of the mother, the sneaking dragon would enter into battle with the green forest, and that it was the will of Providence itself, which seemed to push him to fight them. The younger brother stood at attention as Mubek dispersed the fiery energy in front of him with his sword. Sunbaek said that they were just a bunch of mountain bandits, and asked what there was to worry about then. The red-haired guy with tired bags under his eyes replied that they should not underestimate the mercenary union. There must be a reason why they are on the lips of the same people as the Order of Murim, so Mubek told his brother not to shirk and take up the sword. Sunbaek winced, finally realizing that this was what his brother wanted. For him to train, and repeating after his brother, he asked him to sleep. The mountain bandits repeated exactly the same technique after the main character. Yan didn't just have the power of Kai, he knew several martial arts simultaneously, including the one that Zhong Ji taught him. At this time, Mubek was talking about a mercenary who was skilled in swordsmanship and who defeated the head of the Wudang sect. He knew that if the rumors were true, then fighting them with his current strength would be quite difficult. That is why he decided that he had to become stronger at any cost. The journey to the Green Forest, where an unimaginable number of events took place, and the tale of heroism came to an end. Finally, the 10 heroes and Yan Joha returned to the Fortress of the 5 Peaks, where they were warmly welcomed by their bandits. The man said they heard the boss was injured and asked him if he was okay, and he replied that he had recovered a long time ago. The brown-haired man with the mustache smiled, saying that now that they had returned, it would finally be easier for them to commit robberies. Encho didn't answer at first, turning the meaning of this phrase over in his head, and then replied that he thought it was so. And the bandits who stood behind this brown-haired man grinned bloodthirstily. Now 2 months had passed since their return, and Chulsun stood opposite Chun Gideok with a sword. The bandit was outraged by the harsh duel for status and asked whether it was necessary, since he did not intend to be responsible for the injuries. Gideok, standing in a fighting stance, told him to worry about himself and prepare for what was coming. He stated that Yumyeon had been training them all this time, so once he defeated Cheol-san in a duel, he would become one of the 10 heroes. Gideok jumped and swung using the Hellblade technique. The fair-haired guy with long bangs looked at his former friend with a frown and some indignation. With one swing of his sword, he attacked back, blocking Gideok's blow. The impact was so powerful that the bandit gritted his teeth. The sharpened sword struck another, sending cracks through the bandit's weapon. And it was worth pressing just a little, as Chun Gideok's weapon broke, flying into pieces. Gideok was outraged that his hellish blade was damaged, and Cheol-san cursed, telling the bandit to go train further. This duel attracted the other bandits, as was required by the rules, and the situation itself made them laugh. When he saw Cheng, the boy turned red, and Gideok couldn't understand what happened, because Chulsun's skill level was not that high. He realized everything when he felt the change in the bandit's aura. But Cheol-san had become ridiculously strong, perhaps even stronger than Yumyeon. Chun interrupted his thoughts with the thought of why Chung and Chulsun were so close. He cursed mentally, because he was lonely. The brown-haired man with a mustache shouted, indignant that what was happening was wrong. He addressed Shimu as Lord, asking if he was listening to him, and Yanggak called him noisy. When the old man asked what the bandits' problem was, the boy replied that after returning, none of them had engaged in robbery. Shaitan was indignant that all the heroes were just training day after day, so the gang wasn't working as it should. When Shim turned to him, finally understanding why the bandit was practically climbing the walls, he asked what the problem was. The guy was silent for a moment, but then asked if Shim hadn't heard about how the people from the Warang lands dealt with them. Yangak heard about this and assumed that the guy told his boss and asked for revenge. The bandit pursed his lips in surprise at this question, answering that, well, of course. He asked the boss if they shouldn't wait for those Warang bastards to return to show them the gang's wrath. The brown-haired man was angry, swearing that they would take double the amount from them for the passage and give them a good beating. But the fortress boss interrupted his anger, telling him to let go of the situation and forget what had put the bandit in a stupor. Yencho explained that they wouldn't have any problems with money if they let a couple of these guys through. He and Thak had a drink, and the second brother suggested to the boss that he continue where they left off. Shaitan complained to Shim that Pun is the boss of their gang. His reaction is abnormal because there are so many mouths to feed. The guy was forced to ask the gentleman if he wanted to have a duel for status. Shim turned around, sarcastically asking again with whom exactly. Really, with little Yan. The bandit replied that this would be a beginning, for when Shim did not want to fight Joha, he assumed that the old man was being cautious. Yangak turned around, looking at this ignorant man with wide eyes. Shaitan was wondering what would happen if Shim fought Joha at full strength now, clearly not realizing who Yan was. For the main character defeated not only the sage Chonji, one of the legendary masters of Murim, but he also became a monster who fought on equal terms with the heaven-crushing lord, the best martial artist. Yangak was angry that the bandit even came up with this idea. He said that he saw that the brown-haired man's strength in him was immeasurable. Shaitan supported him, insisting that everything would be fine if Yangak took it seriously and came up with a plan. Shim didn't let him finish. He stood up, turned around, and kicked him. The man hit the brown-haired man on the head, saying that they would both die together. And he opened the door, asking if he wanted to send him to an early grave, and told him to go and do his business if he had time for nonsense. Shaitan suddenly asked why Yangak was on the side of John and the boss. Did no one care what would happen to the fortress next? The old man cursed and called the guy an idiot, and the brown-haired man tearfully shouted that he hated them all. Yangak knew that this guy didn't see how strong Yan was, so he suggested this. Moreover, 10 heroes trained under such a monster also grow faster than anyone else. At that time, the fortress boss, without any outerwear, was hanging in the air with a weapon. He landed hard on his feet, cutting a clean slice through the piece of wood. And the remaining 10 heroes also leaped into the air. They had all been training hard, tirelessly. Upon returning to the fortress, the bandits were determined to learn and improve further. Therefore, in such a short time, they all improved their martial arts incredibly. Shim admitted to himself that if he were to fight the boss now, he would simply lose. He sighed heavily, lowered his head, and said that his life was hard. The bandits laid their swords down by the tree stump to eat and gain strength. There were rice cakes on top. They were sitting on the mountain in the lotus position, discussing pressing issues, and suddenly they turned to the boss. Imdal heard that the boss wanted to let those from Varang go. Hendo believed that this was not the way to do things, so they needed to be taught a lesson. The boss replied that it was okay, but raised an eyebrow, asking if the others thought so. Young Sobong and Go Sanchong remained silent, and the girls looked down, not daring to object. Hendo and Imdal were shocked by this reaction and asked what was wrong with the bandits and whether they were really going to let this go. Sobek raised her hand up, palm open, unsure if she should speak. However, she still said that she did not want to engage in robbery anymore. Imdal was outraged by what she said because how could it be that a bandit doesn't want to rob? Chung laughed awkwardly, adding on behalf of herself and Chulson that they also didn't want to rob anymore. Imdal was stunned. He asked the guys how else they could survive in this cold, cruel world, and Ma Hendo supported him. Gomyong crossed his arms over his chest, saying that it couldn't be helped, since the three of them weren't cut out for the gangster life. Chen continued this thought by saying that they finally realized that they wanted to help others, not fleece them. She thought about a lot of things after they helped a lot of people. Han joined the gang because she was weak. Chung couldn't defend herself on her own, but now that she was able to, she didn't know if she should continue being a bandit. Thak smiled, thinking that this was not surprising, because once a person understands himself, he cannot return to what he is not. This meant only one thing. The guys would leave the gang, and the second brother turned his gaze to the boss. Pun Yencho crossed his arms over his chest and asked, in that case, if numbers 3 and 4 wanted to be bandits. Imdal and Hendo agreed, as this was how they made their living before joining the gang, without feeling guilty about the robberies. And Hendo added that what matters is what the boss decides. They are ready to carry out any of his orders. Looking at the bandits, the boss made an important decision that from today, the 3rd and 4th would lead the gang. Imdal and Hendo were completely shocked, simultaneously asking what it meant. Go Sanchong and the others were saddened, and he asked what it meant even though he had already guessed it himself. Tak Gomyong grinned because he knew and felt that these changes were inevitable. And the boss now spoke about it directly, namely, that from today he was relinquishing his powers as boss of the fortress. This news left everyone stunned. Even Yang Sobong, who was usually not shocked, stood with his mouth open. Imdal turned to his older brother with excitement, but Yencho closed his eyes peacefully. Chen was worried. She asked Yencho if he was really leaving his post as leader, and what he was even talking about. Yencho replied that everything was as he had said, then asked again if he had not told them how he had abandoned his children due to a series of misfortunes. Sobek blushed, thinking that the boss in this case decided to leave the gang and return to his family. She asked him about it. Yencho grinned, replying that who knows, but leaving them was the best decision to protect them. Now he was worried about whether he would be able to return home after so many years, and Gomyong said that Yeoncho had his own circumstances. Hendo suggested that Pun had a hard time every time they went into the mountains, but Encho countered, waving his hands. He did not regret the time spent in the fortress, because he met all of them and they became real brothers. On top of all this, they were even recognized by the gangster union. Encho said that it was truly the best time of his life. And Ho Imdal and Ma Hendu smiled warmly because they knew the real reason why the boss was leaving. Gomyong exchanged glances with Go Sanchong, and warm rays of sunlight fell on the bandits. Chen looked at Cheol-san with a slight blush, smiling, and he also blushed. The boss continued his speech about what happened after their shelter expanded. He said he had become stronger, and Imdal finished his sentence. It began to remind him of his family. Pun looked away, saying that it looked like it, and, as Imdal had said, he continued to think about his family. Hendo said that if this is what his elder brother wanted, then nothing could be done about it, and asked why he was leaving the fortress to them and Imdal. Because the second brother was also here, Gomyong turned to look at Hendo. Thak said that they knew he was an orphan, which meant he had no home and nowhere to return to. However, he had been following his older brother for a long time and had become quite attached to him. Pun said that Gomyong had decided to go to Coffin with him. Sobon was indignant at how he decided this without even talking to them, because they were family. Imdal also didn't like that they were making plans. Encho apologized. He wanted to say this earlier, but he didn't know how to bring it up. And besides, they couldn't take everyone with them to Kafin. Tak supported him, asking the gang not to be so upset, because in truth it was difficult for the older brother to decide to tell such a thing. He asked Sobek if she didn't want to open a tea shop, and the girl gasped. Then he turned to Chung, reminding her that she wanted to run the inn. The boss added that Chulsun would obviously work together with Han Chan. The guy laughed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, but agreed, replying that it would be nice. He admitted that his gangster work never brought him any negative feelings. Imdal was already glad that he really wanted to stay with them, and Hendo teased him, saying that he liked traveling together. Chulsan laughed, replying that he really wanted to focus on training and getting stronger, not robbing. He felt that he could achieve something greater if he tried, maybe become the most powerful innkeeper in Murim. He imagined that perhaps he could protect the inn like a mountain, and Chung supported this idea, blushing. Yencho said that he shared his sentiments because he himself preferred training. He thrust his sword into the ground, making a note that he hadn't said he was leaving the fortress now. He simply wanted to step down as the leader. Sobek was upset because this meant that they would all say goodbye and go their separate ways, and she didn't like that. She thought that if the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks Fortress dispersed, then Brother Joha would too. Pun understood her feelings. But this is the life they choose for themselves. He believed that they should all try to realize themselves. Hendo now looked at the situation with a new perspective and turned his gaze to Imdal, who was also smiling understandingly. Gomyong looked up at the sky, saying that who would have thought that they would see something like this? After meeting John, everyone changed, and Hendo agreed with him, but wiped away his tears with his hand. He thought they would be bandits for the rest of their lives, but Imdal said he would make his dream come true, and Pun added the last thing. Everyone stood in a circle, hugging each other's shoulders. The boss said that they were brothers for life, and let everyone ask for help. Yang Sobong and Go Sanchong shouted at the same time, as if they were carrying out the boss's last order, that yes. Imdal, Chulsan, and Cheng shouted that they promised to ask for help, and not to forget about each other. Suddenly, their speech was interrupted by a guy who appeared on the horizon. He was running towards the bandits, shouting that they had problems. Gomyong immediately asked what was wrong and if anything had happened, and the brown-haired man, resting, said that it was connected with Shim. He raised his head and shouted, asking them to stop Old Man Yanggak. Hendo asked in surprise if the guy really wanted them to stop someone from planting something. Meanwhile, Yanggak stood behind Joe, who in turn sat on a high rock. John held a long blade of grass in his mouth and turned around, asking the old man what it was and why he had come here. Yanggak laughed awkwardly, replying that it was about lunch. He was worried about whether Yoha had eaten lunch or not. The boy turned away, saying that lunch was already over. He had gone with his older brother and told Shim to leave if he had nothing to say. But Yanggak was not going to leave. He suddenly shouted his brother's name out loud. Yoha turned around, but with a displeased expression on his face. Yanggak asked to be taught martial arts. The old man was sweating all over. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he bowed to the protagonist. The guy turned away again, asking what he was talking about at such an age, and said not to complicate the situation for himself. Yanggak began to say that up until that moment he had not felt guilty for robbing, beating, and killing people. He was hunted by the Orthodox Alliance his entire life, and eventually became a bandit. For him, martial arts were just a tool to control the weak, nothing more. Yoha was silent, but listened to him attentively, sitting on a rock while the sun set behind the mountain. Shim continued that everything changed after his arrogant judgments destroyed Joha, also when he saw the gang members using martial arts, improving each time. He finally realized that martial arts could be used to save someone, that they were much more beautiful and wonderful. Shim raised his head with hope, summing up that he had become interested in the world of martial arts. Yoha was indignant, asking if people his age really spoke like that, and if maybe he was just a neglected case. Shim asked the boy what he meant because he didn't understand what John wanted to say with those words. Yoha suddenly shouted. Was it really so difficult for the old man to ask him to teach Shim martial arts? Shim laughed awkwardly, replying that, to put it simply, that was exactly what he wanted. The guy said that the Nine Heavens technique was different from others, so if something happened, Ki-shima could become uncontrollable. Yanggak replied that if that happened, there was nothing he could do. He was already prepared for the deformation of Kai. And the old man fell silent in anticipation, pursing his lips as the protagonist looked at him. Yoha looked at him from the side with his red eyes, standing on top of the rock. Suddenly he said that if the old man was so ready, then he would train him, but it would not be his fault if something went wrong. The boy wouldn't want Shim to appear in his dreams in that case, and Yanggak laughed awkwardly, asking if he would die. Yan sat down on the rock again and turned away, telling Yangaku to forget about martial arts and live as he was used to. Shim hastened to convince the protagonist, promising that he would not appear in Yan's dreams if he died, and begged him to teach him. When the brown-haired man told them that the old man was training with Yoha, the bandits didn't believe him at first. But the guy nodded, saying that he saw them before coming here. They said that they would train deep in the mountains. The guy was worried because Shim was old, and Gomyong raised one eyebrow. He didn't think that these two could go anywhere. Chung said that she was not surprised by Shim, but that she was more surprised by Yong, who agreed. Sobek guessed that it was because Yan remembered Yanggak's deeds, since he really helped a lot during the journey. Gomyong crossed his arms over his chest, agreeing with Sobek, although he didn't want to admit it. And after all, Shim had carried the boss to the arena on his back. And yet the boss wondered if the old man hadn't said that he had a bad back. Shim Yanggak slowly but surely climbed the mountain, carrying a bag of things on his back. He leaned on a stick to help him get up and complained about the pain in Yok's back. Shim asked how much further they had to climb, and Yan said that they were not even halfway there, and he was already complaining. Without turning around, the boy suddenly said that there was something else that Yanggak should know before he started training. He turned around and, with a stern look, warned the old man what would happen if he used the art of the 9 heavens somewhere else. Shim swore that he would never dare do anything like that, and mentally added that he would rather take his own life. Yoha suddenly stopped on the mountain and turned to Shim Yanggak. He said that now they would begin training. There was a cave behind the guy. At night, when they settled in, Yoha sat in the lotus position and spoke about what it takes to become a master of the art of the 9 heavens. What is needed is to memorize the magic spells of Jiao Tan, and the person studying this art must get rid of emotions. Yoha closed his eyes, sitting opposite the old man, and concentrated, and Shim repeated after him. John said that when he sits, a heavenly flower blooms and a fish becomes a phoenix. Yoha's eyes widened and he found what he saw incredible, because they had only just begun, and Yanggak had already memorized 300 words. He took into account the fact that the others couldn't remember even 100, which meant that Yanggak could become at least 3 times stronger than them. When it got light outside, Yoha opened his eyes and, rubbing one, chuckled. Suddenly, they swung open on their own, instantly waking up the hero when he saw old man Shim. Yanggak was completely concentrated, and there was energy around him. Yoha was worried that the old man had been doing this all night. Shim, with bruises under his eyes, replied that the more he tried to remember the spell, the more thoughts left his head. He didn't even realize that it was already morning, and suddenly the old man fell silent and drops of blood fell to the ground. Blood was flowing from his nose, staining Shim's face. He was distracted from his thoughts, saying what exactly was seeming to him now. That something was wrong with his body. And when he said these words, the old man was pulled down. Yoha immediately ran to him, calling his name. He was afraid for him. The protagonist lifted his torso and began to press on Shim's shoulder blades until he came to his senses. The old man froze and then coughed violently, blood literally pouring out of his mouth like a sudden attack of vomiting. Yoha was worried. He knew that the demonic art with the 9 heavens sword were not compatible and clashed within him. John concentrated and raised 2 fingers up, directing his internal energy towards the old man. But this did not help, but only worsened the situation. Shim raised his head, blood rushed to his throat again, and he coughed it up. The guy was surprised that using energy circulation was useless now, because if Shimu wasn't helped, his life would be in danger. So he grabbed the old man more tightly and lifted him unconscious onto his back. The protagonist could not allow anything to happen to Yanggak, and with this thought, he ran out of the cave. Yoha jumped off the edge of the cliff with Shim into the air, literally risking breaking. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth, trying to get the old man to the fortress as quickly as possible where they could help him. John landed on his feet in the middle of the mountain, which was at a steep angle, and then he jumped again, flying swiftly like a bird whose wings drop in flight. If anyone else had done these actions, he could easily have broken himself. And even Yoha, who knew how to control his internal energy and his body, rolled down the slope, trying to slow down. He breathed heavily, cursing silently, because they had gone so far into the mountains for training that it would take time to return. When the old man came to his senses, he smiled with all his teeth, expressing his admiration. Shim said that this was a very incredible way to descend from the mountain, and Yoha asked if he had come to his senses. John reminded him that even if he died, he should keep his promise. If he came to him in his dreams, he would leave him there. Shim smiled but answered, which was difficult for him, that he knew, and said that he was a man of his word. Yoha grabbed him more comfortably and said that given the fact that he was talking, it meant they still had time. As John descended the mountain, he told the old man to hold on tight because he was about to run at full speed. When the boy brought Yanggak to the fortress, the healer was holding a long needle in his hand. He said they had done their best, but there was still cause for concern. Yanggak had all 8 additional meridians damaged. The man added that, in addition to all this, Shim is already old, so it will be very difficult for him to recover. Yencho suddenly shouted, asking what he was saying. Did he really mean to say that Shim would die? The doctor raised his hands up in refusal. He was referring to his martial arts, but it was also good for his health. And if Shim doesn't overwork himself, then everything should be fine. And Pun sighed with relief because the doctor had scared him. The man said that first they needed to prepare medications to treat Yanggak's internal wounds. However, he is not allowed to move, so the others have to help move the old man. And Encho complained about why Shim even got involved in this. While Pun was talking to the doctor, Yoha silently turned around and walked out into the courtyard, slamming the door. He stood in the courtyard, remembering Shim's words, who said that he had become interested in the world of martial arts. Yoha wondered if Yanggak would lose the skill he had spent his entire life pursuing. For the old man, it would be the same as death. One way or another, this was simply a necessary measure so that Yanggak could continue to live. After this incident, the bandits continued to train hard, engaging in combat with each other. While Hendo praised Imdal's sword techniques and they chuckled together, Shim sat on a mountain rock far away from them. He looked like a man abandoned, with no choice but to sit there hunched over. The wind blew through his loose gray hair as Yanggak sat with his head down. Seeing him like this, and with a cane to boot, Yoha couldn't help but notice, so he came to him. When he sat down next to him, Shim asked him if Yong was training there all week because he was afraid he would kill himself by biting off his tongue. But the boy remained silent, and then Yanggak chuckled, asking what Yon thought about how Shim looked now. The protagonist looked at him appraisingly and replied that he couldn't really say anything about it, except that the old man had aged a lot this week, and Yanggaku still thought that this spring had been so cold, which he shared. The bald bandit was indignant, asking another if it was not time for the bastards from the dragon's estate to return. He spoke while striking the old man, whom he easily pushed back. When Yanggak fell, the second bandit asked if they were really going to let them go so easily. And as soon as the man raised his head, trying to come to his senses, a third one, a brown-haired man, was already jumping on him, turning around in flight. He shouted over the others, asking if he had the right to speak while kicking the man hard in the head. The old man fell backwards onto the ground with only his light hair fluttering in the air. The brown-haired man looked down at him, telling the others that even the old man had turned into something incomprehensible, and the bandit was still babbling about revenge. Shim didn't say anything, he just looked away, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Then the bandit sat down, and the guy said that, considering how they kicked the old man's ass, he really had lost his martial arts. The brown-haired man raised his fist to hit again. He was indignant at how they could stand aside while such parasites were eating away at the fortress. He was shouting for Shim to finally understand this and was about to get lost when suddenly a voice from behind him stopped him. It was Yong Joha. He was always wondering who was kicking dust on the field in the morning, but it turned out that the bandits were just itching to do something. Then John offered to be their rival, and all three raised their hands, replying that they couldn't burden the guy in the morning. Two bandits grabbed the brown-haired man by the arms and ran away, saying that they would go. The trio was deathly afraid of Jok. The main character approached the old man and simply asked him if he was okay. Breathing heavily with bruises all over his body and missing teeth, Yanggak replied that not everything was okay. It was more painful than he thought. The old man lowered his head, adding that the body was one situation, but his heart was empty and aching. He said that when he harmed others without any good reason, he had no idea what it was like to be unable to fight back. The guy suddenly turned around sharply, saying that Yanggak had grown up a lot and told him to stop arguing and follow him. Yoha wanted to tell him something, but as soon as Shim tried to get to his feet, he immediately sank down. His joints hurt. He extended his hand to his departing brother John, asking him to help him before leaving since he had just been beaten. Meanwhile, at the estate of the sneaking dragon, Waryong, Miju went out to meet her son, asking him to say hello. She introduced him to a man. It was the head of the Yang clan, the great Lord Yang Jin Woon. The guy behind the head bowed to the lady. John Mubak and his brother also bowed in greeting, and the boy said that it was an honor to meet Mr. Yang. The clan leader laughed, replying that, as rumors had it, the boys were quite handsome, and Baek Miju said that the guest was too kind. When they entered the manor after the lady's invitation, the head of the Yang clan and his confidants were smiling. Mubek smiled back, listening attentively to what the gentleman would say. They were all talking peacefully, discussing pressing issues. After the meeting, the head thanked Ms. Beck for the warm welcome, promising that they would come again. Miju told them that she should be thanking them because they would soon send a marriage proposal to the Yang clan, and when the men mounted their horses to set out, the chief asked the boy what he thought of Yong Mubarak. The young man replied that he really did not seem to have any shortcomings, as the rumors said about him. The man agreed, especially since Mubarak had become a genius with the sword at such an early age, and he helped the estate become one of the leading clans. Ian reasoned that there seemed to be no better candidate for the boy's sister, Ihwa, but the boy said that something was bothering him. What he heard about Baek Miju, who was expanding her influence through aggressive methods, which had created many problems. Jin Woon replied that once the marriage took place, it would all come to nothing, but she wouldn't be able to play the clan's madam in this situation. Then the guy concluded that the gentleman apparently really liked this young man, and the headman Yang laughed. Baek Miju breathed a sigh of relief that, as expected, the Yang clan liked Mubak. The woman added that Mrs. Yang from the family is said to be so beautiful that she is called the Beauty of Zhengzhou. She said that if their estate and the Yang clan united, they wouldn't even have to envy the 9 schools. Yong Sung-baek said that the clan leader was a lucky guy, but Mubak didn't respond to this. He was lost in his thoughts. She noticed this and asked him if there was anything he didn't like, and then said that the marriage would go smoothly. But what was the problem? Yong Mubak lowered his red eyes and replied that it was nothing special, but there was something that was bothering him. Baek Miju hissed irritably, dismissing her son's problems and telling him to stop thinking about useless things. She insisted that for the sake of the estate, it could not be delayed any longer, and Mubak asked when his opinion had mattered. The mother hissed again because the boy spoke like his father and asked, by the way, where Sol-ju had gone. She hadn't seen her for a long time. Sun Baek grinned, asking his mother if she didn't already know about Sol-ju, the female hero that was the talk of the town. Hearing this, Baek Miju looked at her youngest son, asking what it meant. He asked if she didn't know about the 5 heroes who were talked about on the street every day. They made money by becoming a trading group. Miju didn't like where the conversation was going, so she suddenly yelled at Sung-baek to stop beating around the bush and speak normally. The guy awkwardly scratched his cheek, replying that they were called the 5 heroes of Luoyang because the bandit union was doing well. However, there were many problems due to the increasing frequency of robberies and attacks, and the situation in Luoyang was not much different. The bald bandits started another brawl, and one of them asked the residents where the owner was, asking them to call him here. The man raised his hands up, saying that they had already paid them last week and that they had no sales today. The man with the scar on his bald head wondered if he should still think about his sales when he comes to collect. He swung his sword at the merchant, telling him to sell his wife or daughter if he had to, but to bring the money here. Recently, the crime rate has increased so much that even the government is turning a blind eye to it. And the traders found themselves in a dilemma because they had lost their footing, but one girl in the crowd asked the guys to move away. She ran forward from the crowd and her hat flew off her head. The girl said that these bastards needed to be taught a lesson. Now, the 5 heroes of Luoyang appeared out of nowhere, and Sol-ju drew her sword, using the 9 Heavens World technique. With one swing of her sword while using the first phase of the Heavenly Crouching Dragon's ascension, she pierced the bandit. This hero girl was also called the 4th Flower, and now she was smirking, calling these bald guys worthless. Yeon Sol-ju, the 4th member of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, asked herself why she was making such a fuss. When she wounded the deputy captain, they looked at her with angry glances, asking if she knew who he was. She chuckled, calling these guys funny because they wanted to play at loyalty, despite their obvious patheticness. Sol-ju asked provocatively what they would do to her, and then told them to attack together. She would definitely take care of them. When she declared that she would never run away from their kind, this only angered the bandits, and they all began to walk towards her. The men were angry that someone had beaten up the deputy, and one of the bandits asked her if she was the bitch who had done this. The girl was embarrassed, saying that there were a few more of them than she expected, but she was not so easily frightened. A muscular bandit from the crowd with a sword on his shoulder asked ironically if she was trying to pass herself off as a heroine with a cute face. He said she must have lived without knowing grief, but today he would show her what the world was really like. The bandit ran at her despite the fact that she was a girl to show how cruel the world is. The guy who appeared behind her suddenly said that he had been wondering why the girl was late, and now he understood. The guy said that she had apparently gotten herself into even more trouble, and Sol-ju added that this made her charming. The bandit looked at the guy with concern, asking him who the hell he was. But the answer came not in the form of a verbal altercation, but simply a forward movement that knocked the man down. The guy didn't just wound this worthless man, he cut off his right hand. Part of the arm flew straight into the crowd, causing horror among local residents. This guy who cut off the bandit's hand was the first of Luo Yang's heroes. He belonged to the 8th sect of immortality. His name was Huang Dong Yob. This made the situation worse, and the bandits now all ran together to attack, shouting that these bastards were in big trouble. But another guy appeared behind one of them, asking what we had here. He couldn't believe that they were having fun without him. The third one was also behind him. He was telling the second one that if Sol-ju was late, it meant she was in trouble, so he was right. The guy grinned. He really was the second hero of Luo Yang from the Great Nature Sect, Ojun-san. The third hero belonged to the sect of the Seven Sons, whose name was Song-san-gyuk. The two of them knocked the men down with their attacks, trapping them between them. As the bandit fell, Ojun-sang used martial arts to slash his sword across his head with one skillful movement. This shocked the bandits so much that instead of rushing to attack, they froze with their mouths open. But those more accustomed to this ran forward, shouting for the others to kill them all. Sol-ju sighed. She couldn't believe that the guys had already found her, because then her chances of achieving anything were close to zero. She turned to the men and said, smirking, that she alone was more than enough to deal with this scum. The bandits were indignant, asking this bitch if she had completely lost her fear, but the girl gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Sol-ju ran into battle, motivating herself by saying that since the other heroes had already achieved so much, she simply couldn't sit back. A few sword strikes using the Nine Heavens technique, and a couple of bandits were already wincing in pain, and their eyes were darkening. Then the people gathered and began to talk among themselves, saying that Sol-ju's martial art was strange and powerful. Sun Baek said that she was one step ahead, like a fireball, and people were happy to see her. That's how she became one of the strongest. Baek Miju wasn't just furious. She was screaming, her voice breaking, as if she was hysterical, asking what her son had just said. After all, the girl was supposed to stay away from martial arts and prepare for marriage. The mother yelled at Seung Baek. Miju was indignant that her brother knew about this and allowed her to do this, but the guy said that he had a good reason. The lady took a deep breath and angrily asked what was the reason for this horror. Her son, sweating, replied that the reason was actually precisely the 5th of the 5 heroes of Luo Yang. The reason why the 5 heroes reached such heights lies in her. This girl is from the Heavenly Sect, one of the 9 greatest sects, and the 3rd daughter of the sect leader. Baek Miju stood up from this news. She was shocked, asking if this was the same daughter of the sect leader. Sun Baek grinned, replying that he knew his mother would understand everything correctly. The girl was exactly who she thought she was. Li Yizhong, the Supreme Heavenly Sword, one of the 10 strongest martial artists, and the 5th is his beloved granddaughter. This girl was famous for her incredible swordsmanship. Her light brown hair, shimmering golden in the sun, and her piercing gaze only added to her charm. The girl's name was Lee So-min. The city's residents, who had been worried about their merchants and their wives and children, rejoiced that they had been freed from these bandits. Sun Baek asked his mother if it would not be best for them to have connections with the Heavenly Sect. Baek Miju's ardor subsided, but she still gnashed her teeth, calling her son a fool, and asked if he didn't know his sister. The boy clearly expected a completely different reaction, so when his mother called him names, he was very surprised. Miju shouted that it was clear as day that Sol-ju would get into trouble because of his impudence, and this would ruin the relationship with the cult. And to some extent, their mother was right, because the girl clearly didn't like the fact that Lee So-min was constantly interfering in the fight like that. Mubarak suddenly said that even if this happens, this is the life that his sister has chosen, and she does not need to follow a path that is repugnant to her. He said this because Mubarak himself, as the owner of the estate, could not renounce his fate, and Seung-baek suddenly turned to the elder in fear. As expected, their mother was boiling again like hot springs in the mountains, cursing. She yelled at Mubarak to stop talking nonsense and bring Sol-ju back before she did something stupid. Sun Baek immediately understood the task, jumped up from his chair, and then his mother told Mubarak to stop sighing and go with his brother. Meanwhile, on one of the mountains of the Five Peaks Fortress, the protagonist asked Shim if he was upset about losing his skills. Yanggak looked at Joe, asking what there was to be upset about. He had lived his whole life in a world where the strong survive. So he rightly concluded that the fate of the weak in Morim was to be eaten alive, and Yan sighed, glad that he was okay. In the end, Shim turned many people into mush, so Yoha told him to regard it as retribution for his sins. Yanggak laughed but agreed that it was a punishment, and then Yoha asked the old man about his energy circulation. Shim replied that he was still exhausted and couldn't even control his own breathing. Yoha continued to ask if Yanggak remembered the last part of the spell, which said that the fish would turn into a phoenix. The guy propped his hand on his cheek and shared that Chongji had told him about this in the past, and asked what the fish needed to do. Yan turned his gaze to Yanggak, asking his opinion on the matter. After all, a fish doesn't just become a phoenix for no reason. Yanggak awkwardly replied that someone like him couldn't possibly know the answer to that question. But suddenly the old man's eyes widened, as if he suddenly grasped the essence of what was said, and he said out loud that restructuring the body is the only way to achieve transformation. Yoha smiled, saying that the previous brothers could only remember 100 of the 900 words of the Jutian Tales spell. He recalled how the heroes of the Five Peaks Fortress fought. Remembering was all they could do, and he said that, on the other hand, Shim was able to memorize 300 in a short time, so his aching body was an equal result. John looked at the sky, continuing that if the old man was able to unlock the energies, he could become 3 times stronger than the others. Yanggak looked at Joe with hope. He thought to himself whether he could really restore his internal energy. Moreover, this energy would be stronger than it had been before, and this thought turned Shim to Joha. The guy suddenly reminded him that the old man would die faster than his martial art would be restored, and asked if Shim knew about this. Yanggak's face darkened as he asked Yon if he would die an ancient old man, since the heavens had allowed him to learn 300 words. Yoha smirked, saying that Shim was a villain, but at the same time he believed in the will of heaven. And then he said that a person really needs to live a long time to see everything, and Shim was indignant that Yong-yun was too young for such words. Yoha replied that he had said everything he wanted, so he would go down now, otherwise the chief would start wailing. The protagonist swung his sword through the air, causing a gust of wind to follow the weapon. John decided to warm up right on the mountain before leaving, his movements masterfully honed. Shim watched him and was worried that John's punches seemed different. But suddenly the old man realized what this difference was, and after a short pause he turned to the boy. Yoha was indignant at why Shim was calling him again and asked rhetorically what was going on again. But the old man said he thought his art was for swords, not blades. These words made Yan stop swinging his sword. The boy turned his gaze to Yanggak. All this time, Shim Yanggak did not just sit on a rock all day, but watched the red-haired heroes training. He simply hadn't noticed it before because Joha was too strong. And when John was training, he himself had this feeling that something was wrong. Yoha asked the old man if there was a difference between a sword and a blade, and Shim laughed, replying that there was a big difference. He explained that sword and blade techniques are as different as heaven and earth. He added that if Yoha were to use the sword technique with his current blade, the power of the technique would be half as strong. John looked at his weapon and told the old man that the boss had given him this blade. Yoha said that when he joined the gang, no one used a sword as a weapon then, but it was a gift from the boss. Yanggak thought that Yeon had defeated Sage Jongji with that blade, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Shim thought about what would happen if Joha changed this blade for a sword. He was curious to see how much stronger the main character would become. who was already the strongest in the fortress. This realization shocked the old man, as most of John's power had been suppressed all this time. Yoha was indignant, asking why the old man was looking at him like that. The guy even shuddered from this look. The old man laughed, replying that it was nothing, and told Yoha to continue his training. At the Luoyang tea house, the day everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. The first hero, Huang Dong Yob, asked if everyone had written and left their letters. Oh Jun-sang and Song-sang-gyuk nodded silently, their faces serious and full of responsibility. Yeon-sol-ju and Lee So-min, meeting the eyes of the first hero, also nodded to him. The heroes of Luoyang, who came from different groups, decided to travel together through Jianghu. They belonged to the 8 immortal sects. The Great Nature sect immediately discovered the letter left behind, and the house servants asked the head to look at it. The Seven Suns sect also received the message, and they were worried. And the Heavenly sect, when it received the letter, issued an order not to make a big fuss about it. Baek Miju reacted the most vividly, literally squeezing the piece of paper in her fist. Her eyes burning with rage, the lady of the Waryong estate cursed at Sol-ju, this girl for whom there were no words. She was indignant that her daughter had decided to travel around Jianghu and asked if they had found her yet. Lee So-min told the girl that her mother would be angry and asked if everything was okay, since Baek Miju was known for her temper. Sol-ju was confident that everything would be fine, saying that her mother had been constantly trying to talk about marriage lately. She decided to take this chance, but asked if So-min was okay, as she would be in big trouble if rumors spread.